In his previous life, Cao Mo was adopted by the Cao family, only to be cast out when their biological son, Cao Kun, was found. The once benevolent family transformed into a cold and unwelcoming entity as the affection and kinship that had flourished began to fade into oblivion. They swiftly aligned themselves with the true young master, Cao Kun, asserting that he had been deprived of familial love for over a decade and thus should be the one to depart. On one hand, they worried about Cao Kun's ability to cope, while on the other, their greater concern lay in the fear that Cao Mo might covet the vast family fortune. After being expelled from the Cao household, Cao Kun perpetually regarded Cao Mo's existence as a blemish, using the resources and connections of the Cao family to undermine him at every turn. Cao Mo found himself unable to secure a decent job, ultimately resorting to delivering takeout to make ends meet, only to perish on a late order during a torrential downpour. Reborn at the recognition banquet, where Cao Kun publicly revealed himself, Cao Mo resolved to live differently. He sought wealth and aimed to locate his biological parents. Thus, he engaged in futures trading to amass fortune and ventured into venture capital, leveraging the knowledge from his past life to gain an edge. He even established a short video platform before the release of the iPhone, all in the hopes of attracting his biological parents to seek him out. However, upon discovering his identity as a member of the illustrious third generation of Beijing's elite, the situation spiraled out of control. Renaming himself Liu Mo, he gradually became ensnared in a far greater maelstrom. Chapter 1. Rebirth. Hangsheng. The gentle strains of classical music permeated the grand banquet hall. Waiters adorned in bow ties navigated the room, offering attentive service while balancing trays of beverages. A long table against the wall was laden with an array of drinks and an assortment of small cakes and desserts. Cao Mo leaned against the wall. The brilliantly illuminated hall was teeming with guests, yet he found himself standing in the shadows at the edge of the banquet. He glanced down at his attire and the champagne in his hand. With impeccably groomed nails, a tailored suit, and surrounded by numerous guests in formal wear, he observed clusters of people engaged in hushed conversations. Memories surged into his consciousness like a relentless tide, a potent sense of resentment crashing against his nerves. Cao Mo felt his heart race violently with a blend of indignation and the thrill of rebirth. His right hand, tucked into his pocket, instinctively clenched into a fist. Rebirth. It was indeed a concept that sparked the imagination, yet when it unfolded in his own life, Cao Mo could only express gratitude to his ancestors for their protection. Before him lay a scene etched into his very soul. Cao Jianya, the patriarch of the Cao family, hosting a grand banquet to welcome his long-lost son, Cao Kun. His gaze wandered, momentarily fixating on the arriving guests, while the doors to the rooms above remained firmly closed. He tilted his head back and drained his champagne glass. Having been adopted by the Cao family since childhood, he became aware of his status as an adopted child when he entered elementary school. He was indoctrinated with the belief that he must strive academically to support Cao Jianya in his old age, as his sisters were destined to marry. He harbored a sense of gratitude towards the Cao family, for they had provided him with a life of comfort for over a decade and an elite education in Hongqing's finest schools. Upon entering university, he had pledged to study diligently, aspiring to repay his adoptive parents through dedicated service to the Cao family. However, everything changed with Cao Kun's return. The once amiable family had turned their backs on him, and at Cao Kun's behest, they not only suppressed him, but also pressured him to leave Hangsheng after graduation. Mercilessly cast out, he faced relentless oppression at school, and upon graduation, he encountered insurmountable obstacles in his job search. Yet, no matter the circumstances, he never once sought assistance from Cao Kun, nor did he ever yield. The ultimate consequence was a struggle for survival amidst the storm. And just as he managed to uncover a sliver of information regarding his biological parents, he collapsed at a crossroads, overwhelmed by a nearly overdue delivery. Cao Mo raised his hand to glance at his wristwatch. It was July 8, 2004. On the same night in his previous life, he received the formal notification of his departure from the Cao family. As he reminisced, a commotion erupted within the banquet hall. The door to a room on the second floor swung open. A tall, middle-aged man and a woman clad in a purple gown emerged, each holding the hand of a young man dressed in a bespoke silver-gray suit, his expression slightly awkward. As they descended the staircase, three young women gradually exited the room behind them. That is Chairman Cao. The one beside him must be Mrs. Cao. She truly looks splendid today. Look, several of the Cao family's young ladies have arrived. Who is that young man in the center? Need to be stated? Today marks the banquet announcing the heir of the Cao family. Have you not scrutinized the invitation carefully? Look over there by the wall. Isn't that Cao Mo, the adopted son of Cao Jianya? What's he doing here? Who cares? I heard that Cao Jianya's biological son is named Cao Kun. This pretender's days are likely numbered. Cao Mo's demeanor remained tranquil as he absorbed the voices surrounding him, acutely aware of the gazes directed towards him. The attendees of the banquet hall lifted their eyes to observe them, Even those who had no desire to approach stood rooted, gazing up at the members of the Cao family descending the staircase. Cao Mo was no exception. He fixated intently on Cao Kun, who was being led down the stairs by Cao Jianya and Wang Meiwan. Although the two had not seen each other for over a decade, the sight of Cao Kun stirred a haze of confusion within Cao Mo, swiftly followed by a surge of resentment. He did not harbor a deep-seated animosity towards the other members of the Cao family, despite their complicity in aiding Cao Kun to undermine his various career opportunities. After all, he could empathize with them. His own potential was likely similar, albeit differing in degree. However, his hatred for Cao Kun ran profound and deep. Were it not for his complaints to the Cao couple, would he have faced such relentless suppression? Following them were the three daughters of the Cao family, with one presumably absent. The eldest sister, Cao Peiting, should now be 25, assisting Cao Jianya in managing the family's business. If memory serves, she would wed 2 years hence, transferring her influence within the Cao group to Cao Kun. The second sister, Cao Peiyu, graduated last year and has only recently joined the Cao group. The third sister, Cao Peina, is studying at university in Haishur and has become a nascent internet celebrity. As for the Cao family's prodigious fourth daughter, Cao Peiyao, she likely chose not to attend. Indeed, she was abroad and had not returned. Cao Jianya's face radiated with joy, while Wang Meiwan equally exuded delight. The two stood on the third step, holding Cao Kun's hand, with their three daughters lined up behind them. "Dear friends and family," Cao Jianya exclaimed, wrapping his arm around Cao Kun's shoulders, "thank you all for attending. Today is a momentous occasion for the Cao family. My son, Cao Kun, has returned home." The hall erupted in applause, accompanied by a chorus of congratulatory remarks. Cao Mo stood at the back, his focus unwavering. He was not concerned with the Cao couple or their daughters, but rather fixated on Cao Kun's visage. Cao Jianya continued, "Though he has been away for 20 years, I am fortunate that my son, Cao Kun, is now an exemplary student at Zhejiang University, set to graduate next year and join the Cao family business. I believe he will emerge as a worthy heir." A myriad of praises flowed forth as smiles adorned the faces of the Cao couple. Cao Mo remained quietly at the rear. His gaze briefly met Cao Kun's before it naturally averted. The smile on Cao Kun's lips appeared somewhat forced and anxious. Yet Cao Mo discerned the pride and excitement lurking within his eyes. It seemed that the awkwardness was merely a facade. Indeed, young Master Cao is remarkably talented, a high-achieving student, quite impressive. Indeed, Chairman Cao, congratulations. Following the brief introductions, the Cao couple led Cao Kun down the steps, commencing to introduce him to the major business magnates of Hangqing. This was entirely customary, particularly as many mid-sized company executives had brought their wives and daughters, merely seeking business opportunities and a chance for their daughters to shine before Cao Kun. Cao Kun performed admirably, displaying no genuine awkwardness. Everything was merely superficial. Cao Mo internally scoffed. Since he had been reborn, it was time to strategize for his future. He could not afford to be suppressed by Cao Kun yet again, as in his previous life. With this thought, Cao Mo turned to leave. Chapter 2. I underestimated you. He neither wished to provide Cao Kun with an opportunity for public humiliation, nor would he harbor delusions, as he did in his previous life. He aimed to return, and at the very least, take the initiative to leave the Cao family, resolutely avoiding the foolishness of his past. He would carry away as much money as possible. After all, he would still need to sustain himself after departing from the Cao household. Though he had lived in affluence over the years, somewhat embodying the demeanor of a young master of the Cao family, he had not been extravagant. After all, he was not their biological son, and the Cao couple had not bestowed upon him a significant fortune. His account still held approximately $1 million, but his credit cards would undoubtedly be suspended. In his previous life, they were all deactivated the very day after Cao Kun's identity was revealed. Regardless of whether it was Cao Kun's suggestion, he needed to prepare for the future. If only he could have been reborn a few days earlier. He could have amassed more funds to safeguard himself. In this life, he must prioritize financial gain. As for his senior year, it was of no consequence. There was no necessity to seek employment, as the outcome would inevitably lead to suppression by the Cao family. It was far better to forge his own path. His mind raced with thoughts, yet his steps did not match his mental agility. Cao Kun had already spotted him standing on the steps. This was the moment of his true reappearance after returning to the Cao family. What belonged to him would ultimately remain his. Where was Cao Mo? When he beheld Cao Mo standing silently, sipping champagne, he could hardly conceal his inner triumph. In an effort to navigate the current situation, he smiled warmly while casting sidelong glances at Cao Mo, nodding in acknowledgement. He stretched out his hand for a handshake, deliberately approaching Cao Mo. Cao Mo. He suddenly called out loudly, his voice resonating and capturing the attention of nearly everyone present. "Don't rush off yet. I haven't had the chance to thank you." He approached with a beaming smile. Cao Mo was momentarily frozen in place by that shout. No, he could not leave directly, otherwise his adoptive parents would lose face. All along, it had been known that he was an adopted son, studying at Zhejiang University. Even within his small circle, everyone was aware of this fact, a result of his own transparency regarding his adopted status. Now, with Cao Kun approaching, it was merely a repetition of the humiliation he had endured in his past life. Yet, this time, Cao Kun, I shall not be the same as I was before. Brother Kun, are you calling for me? He stood his ground, casually picking up a glass of champagne from a nearby table, smiling as he regarded Cao Kun. The crowd in the hall instinctively parted to create a pathway for them. Even Cao, Jianya, and Wang Meiwan followed closely behind, approaching them. With a broad smile, Cao Kun extended his hand, saying, I must express my gratitude. During the years I was away from home, it was you who honored our parents by taking care of them. He gripped Cao Mo's hand tightly. Cao Mo, wearing a similarly courteous smile, internally scoffed. If not for my adoptive parents compelling me to attend, I would never have come to this place. It was merely that you had prearranged with Wang Meiwan to humiliate me here, and my adoptive mother acquiesced solely, because you are her biological son. The mother who once showered me with affection now seemed to have transformed, utterly submissive to Cao Kun. In fact, she had been deliberately arranging for me to avoid appearing before Cao Kun in recent days. So, is this what human nature is like? Goodness. The true heir and the adopted son face to face. What is the intention behind this? Sure, keep your voice down. What else could there be? An adopted son is, after all, not a biological child. The Cao family would undoubtedly side with Cao Kun. This is to be expected. However, if things escalated into a public scene, wouldn't that bring disgrace to the Cao family? Impossible. Even for the sake of appearances, Cao Jianya would not allow things to spiral out of control. Just wait and see. Both Cao Mo and Cao Kun heard the murmurs, but chose to disregard them in unison. It matters not. My parents raised me, and I must always acknowledge their nurturing. Cao Mo held his wine glass in his left hand and gestured lightly with his right. Cao Kun released his grip, stepped forward, and picked up another glass, turning to face the guests. At this moment, they stood before the attendees together. Wang Meiwan appeared slightly anxious, gripping Cao Jinya's arm with a bit more pressure as they approached and stood beside them, similarly turning to face the crowd. However, Cao Mo overheard Wang Meiwan whisper, If Kun says anything, you must endure it. Cao Mo's smile was nearly impeccable. He had not been unfamiliar with such occasions. Cao Kun raised his glass and proclaimed loudly, Ladies and gentlemen, I believe many of you are well acquainted with the person beside me. Indeed, this is my elder brother, Cao Mo, the adopted son my parents have raised for 20 years. Although we share no blood ties, in my eyes, he is akin to family. Throughout my life, I have been most grateful to my adoptive parents. Without them, I would not have had the chance to return to my biological parents. Indeed, one who knows gratitude. Someone muttered from the side. Wang Meiwan immediately turned to glance in the direction of the voice. Cao Mo understood what he needed to do at this moment. He handed his wine glass to Cao Kun, smiling as he said, Please hold this for me. Cao Kun's lips twitched. He was reluctant to take it, but now all eyes were upon them. He accepted the glass with a smile, only to witness Cao Kun take 2 steps and kneel directly before Cao, Jianya, and Wang Meiwan. Mom and Dad, first and foremost, congratulations on having found Kun. The Cao family now truly has an heir. I shall forever remember your nurturing grace. About you both. With determination, he knocked his head 3 times against the floor. Wang Meiwan beamed as she and Cao Jianya reached out to help him up. Cao Jianya patted his shoulder and said, Mo, you are most considerate. Wang Meiwan raised a hand to cover her mouth, her voice trembling slightly. Mo, I never once thought you were not my own. Cao Mo chuckled heartily, declaring, Of course, I have received an elite education since childhood, and I have not strayed from the right path. I have learned the virtues of loyalty, filial piety, and benevolence quite well. Now that Kun has returned, I do not perceive any differences between us. However, I am aware that I am not of the Cao bloodline. I have known this since my childhood. Therefore, you need not worry. Both Kun and I will dutifully honor you, right, Kun? He glanced at Cao Kun. Cao Kun handed him the wine glass, affirming, of course. As the saying goes, when brothers unite, their strength is unbreakable. Together, we shall elevate the Cao family to greater heights. He turned with Cao Mo to face the guests, raising his glass and stating, Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for bearing witness. My brother and I will certainly continue to strive, and the Cao family shall never forget the long-standing support and assistance you have provided us. Applause erupted throughout the hall. Cao Kun suddenly murmured, he underestimated you. Cao Mo lifted his glass and took a sip, then gently nudged him with the shoulder. Don't be foolish. We ought to be good brothers. If you have any grievances, discuss them privately, lest we upset our parents. Wang Meiwan moved a bit closer to the two, though she still found it difficult to hear clearly. As the applause gradually subsided, Cao Mo spoke up. Today marks the return of our dear Kun. It also serves as a splendid opportunity for everyone to meet him. Generally, our esteemed uncles and aunts are preoccupied with their own affairs, making it quite challenging for us to gather together. Kun, this is a chance to familiarize yourself with new acquaintances. You've just returned, and it's time to start mingling with various circles. He made a subtle gesture, gently nudging Cao Kun's shoulder. Go on, reclaim what rightfully belongs to you. His words were not whispered, and those nearby could easily hear. A smile graced the faces of all present, seemingly pleased with the interaction between the two brothers. Wang Meiwan extended her hand, reaching over to take Cao Kun's. Kuna, allow your mother to introduce you to these elders. There will be ample time later to meet young people your own age. Cao Jianya maintained smile, though the authenticity of it was known only to him. By the time the trio departed from Cao Mo, he had ceased to focus on them. Raising his glass, he gestured towards the three sisters still standing on the steps, then drained his drink in one go. Setting the glass down, he turned and left. Upon exiting the hotel, he surveyed the multitude of luxury vehicles in the parking lot, feeling no sense of attachment as he entered his own car and swiftly drove away. Chapter 3. Please, don't drive him away. The Porsche 911 is a car favored by the youth, and he was no exception. However, this vehicle would soon be reclaimed. His only option was to sell it quickly and convert into cash. Having learned from past experiences, he refused to leave the Cao family empty-handed this time. Unlike in his previous life, where he departed without taking anything of value apart from a few thousand yuan in his WeChat wallet. After exhausting the funds provided by the Cao family, he found himself unemployed, and had it not been for his elder sister's visit with a substantial sum, he might have been driven to despair by Cao Kun's relentless bullying. This time it would be different. He would take every possible asset with him. Raised in the Cao household, he had received an elite education, with a modicum of startup capital. He would not find himself in such dire straits as in his former life. In less than half an hour, he sold the car to a second-hand dealer. To be frank, the vehicle had only been driven for just over 10,000 kilometers, primarily for weekend outings or the commute between home and school, with the occasional vacation jaunt. It was well-maintained, showing no signs of wear or damage. Originally valued at nearly 1.7 million, it fetched only around 1.2 million, a significant depreciation, yet he had no alternative. That rascal Cao Kun, even if he didn't covet the car, would surely pretend to want it. If he didn't compete, he would end up with nothing. Preserving his dignity would yield no rewards. This lifetime, he resolved to abandon such concerns. After estimating his total cash reserves, he realized it was still inadequate. Dropping out of school was imperative, with Cao Kun attending the same institution. The next semester would likely herald public humiliation for him. No. He feared that starting tomorrow, Cao Kun would seize every opportunity to torment him. Regardless of how magnanimous Cao Kun appeared in public, he was acutely aware that, in private, Cao Kun wished for his demise. There was no need to grant him that chance, nor did he wish to relive that experience. However, if he were to drop out, he would need to find a place to stay. Moreover, he had to devise a means of earning a living. Suddenly, he recalled how, in his previous life, most of his funds were consumed by living expenses, with the remainder invested in the stock market. Armed with memories from his past, navigating this aspect would be far from challenging. After dining out, he returned home. Now, it was merely the Cao residence. His room was on the second floor. He retrieved 2 large suitcases and stuffed them with all his belongings, as he had no accommodations at school. He left behind all his textbooks, and though he couldn't take his desktop computer worth over 50,000 yuan, he could bring his laptop. Once organized, it was nearly 10 o'clock. Assuming the Cao family would soon return, he opened the door to head downstairs and wait in the living room. As he opened the door, he overheard voices below. I wonder if the master and mistress will give young master Mo some money to prevent him from starving. I doubt it, especially now that the true heir has returned. With such a vast estate, Cao Mo is bound to be cast out. Otherwise, the charade of the true and false young masters would belong solely to fiction. Moreover, young Master Mo has never had a particularly good relationship with the second and third young ladies. With young Master Kun back, they are bound to clash. Honestly, I feel sorry for young Master Mo. What could his kindness do him? He merely knows that he isn't a true member of the Cao family, and thinks that we, as servants, have treated him well. Oh please, Li Jia, how can you be so superficial? And what of it? Ouverpi mayuage. I will heed. Yesterday, young Master Kun discreetly inquired about many matters concerning young Master Mo. Enough of this chatter. We are all servants here, working for our earnings. Just keep your wits about you. Indeed, let us refrain from such discussions to avoid inviting trouble. Just do your job well. I won't meddle in other affairs. Cao Mo paused, a bitter smile crossing his face. Superficial? Is there anyone in this world who isn't? He waited until the servants on the first floor finished their conversation and returned to their quarters before descending. He fetched a bottle of cold cola from the kitchen and settled quietly on the sofa in the living room. The wall clock ticked away until 11 o'clock, when the sound of the garage door rising echoed from outside. Soon, the door to the villa swung open, and Cao Jianya returned with his family. The first to enter were Cao Jianya and the ever-imposing Cao Kun by his side. The servants emerged from their quarters, bowing their heads respectfully, awaiting instructions. Next, Wang Meiwan followed with her 3 daughters. Lastly, the family's steward, Wang Bo, entered, promptly attending to the trivialities of preparing tea. Cao Mo sat on the sofa, observing them in silence until Cao Kun broke the stillness. Cao Mo, why did you return so early? The excitement in his eyes remained, though his gaze towards Cao Mo was now tinged with a clear sense of superiority. Cao Mo rose, remaining silent. Cao Mo, why didn't you wait for us? Cao Jianya's smile faded, his tone turning stern. Before Cao Mo could respond, Wang Meiwan interjected, at your age, you should consider the family's reputation. Leaving early, what will others think of us? Do you believe we would mistreat you simply because Kun has returned? You could have voiced your grievances instead of leaving in a huff. You are bringing disgrace upon the Cao family. The others settled onto the living room sofa. Cao Peiting frowned and remarked, what mother said holds merit. Regardless of the circumstances, we are family and should remain together, at the very least, until the guests depart. If you leave early, what will people say about the Cao family? Have you thought about that? Do you want them to believe that the Cao family cannot accommodate you? The second daughter, Cao Peiyu, tossed her handbag aside, lounging on the sofa with a laugh. Does it even need saying? He knows full well that with the return of the true son of the Cao family, his position here is likely non-existent. Even if he remained at the banquet, it would only serve to amplify his humiliation. Regarding the opinions others hold about the Cao family, Cao Jianya had never given him a moment's thought. As he sat down and lifted the tea brought by the servant, he hesitated to sip it due to its scalding heat, ultimately setting the cup back down. Xiao Montak, I have considered your situation as well, he stated, recalling the process of adopting her which she had recounted during her childhood. There's a place for you in the Cao family. Throughout your upbringing, we have never treated you poorly. Cao Mo nodded, settling into silence. I have provided you with the finest education and living conditions, just as I have for your sisters. I have never shown you any favoritism. With only a year until your university graduation, I am confident that you will be more than capable of joining the group and excelling after graduation. Do not overthink or worry too much. After all, you have lived with us for over a decade. Cao Kun immediately grew anxious. Father, are you planning to expel him? Although I may not be fully aware of the family's current circumstances, I have gathered some understanding over the past few days. If he is driven away, what will uncle and the others think? The Cao family is the foremost clan in Hangzhou, and there are branches of our family that are always watching us. Father, let's not give them any reason to speak ill of us. Even though I did not receive an elite education since childhood, I still managed to gain admission to Zhejiang University, and you're all aware of my grades. Next semester, we will begin our internships, and I would like to learn from you how to manage a company, as I will eventually be overseeing the group. My elder brother has been with you all these years. At the very least, mother has had emotional support during my absence. Please, do not send him away, father, mother. I implore you. Chapter 4. No, I will not permit you to give him any money. He glanced at Cao Mo, and unsurprisingly, he noticed the jealousy flickering in her eyes. It was evident that this jealousy stemmed from the elite education he had received, which Cao Kun had not. Cao Mo remained silent, observing his performance. After a brief comment from Wang Meiwan, she fell silent, gently grasping Cao Kun's hand and speaking. Mo, I can overlook your leaving the banquet hall unannounced, but since Kun has returned, I must admit I do not wish to see you residing here any longer. Kun is reasonable and agrees to your staying, but I do not share that sentiment. You are not my biological child, yet we have treated you well over the years. I believe you should acknowledge this. Now that my son has returned, it is time for you to move out. I fear I cannot be impartial, and I do not want any rifts to form between you two. For many years, Kun has endured a difficult life, and I wish to make amends for that. This situation mirrored the previous life in every way. Cao Jianya feigned magnanimity, while Cao Kun was insincere. Wang Meiwan, having given birth to a son, carried herself with newfound confidence within the Cao family, speaking without hesitation. Regardless, the family fortune would ultimately belong to Cao Kun. He had never truly considered extracting anything from the Cao family. With Cao Kun's return, he had always intended to move out, regardless of whether they push him away or not. As for the other branches of the family, Cao Mo recognized a few, but their relationships were not deep, as he had dedicated himself to his studies with little leisure time. Cao Peiting furrowed her brow, but said nothing. Cao Peiyu and Cao Peina exchanged glances, remaining equally silent. Cao Jianya sighed. Meiwan, perhaps? No, she interjected. Tonight, we have already announced Kuaner's identity to Hangsheng, and he has been introduced to the elite social circles. Although Moer has grown up in the Cao family, it would be inappropriate for him to continue living here now that Kuaner has returned. Out of the corner of his eye, Cao Kun observed Cao Mo with his head bowed, a flicker of triumph crossing his gaze. Father, I have already arranged a lunch with them tomorrow. They will also introduce me to several individuals in the afternoon, particularly those involved with the government. I am eager to meet them. Cao Jianya nodded, a smile gracing his face. Indeed, while we have some connections within the government, their ranks are rather low. And they're all from your second uncle's branch. Building good relationships with them will certainly benefit you in the future. Just as he was about to continue, Cao Mo interrupted. I have gathered my personal belongings and will be moving out shortly. Father, mother, I am grateful for your nurturing. Without you, I would likely be delivering takeout on the streets. He smiled at his three sisters. Thank you all for your understanding over the years. It's nothing. We are all family. Cao Kun immediately chimed in. Third sister, although he has taken away my familial affection for over a decade. I never suggested expelling him. I stated earlier tonight that he is my biological brother, and regardless, he has lived in the Cao family for 20 years, providing companionship to father and mother during that time. That bond cannot simply be dismissed. There are plenty of rooms in this house. It's not as if we cannot accommodate him. Enough, all of you. Wang Meiwan interjected. I wish for him to move out tonight. If we keep him here, outsiders might think the Cao family lacks judgment. How can we keep a foster son in the house with our biological son returned? She patted Cao Kun's hand reassuringly. Do not worry. With your father and me here, no one in Hangsheng would dare speak ill of the Cao family. Cao Mo's gaze swept across the faces of those gathered until it landed on Butler Wang, who approached and whispered something to Cao Jianya. The latter's expression darkened immediately. Let them in. After saying this, he turned to Cao Peiting and the others. Ting Ting, you three should return to your rooms. Your second uncle has arrived. Cao Mo understood that the announcement of Cao Kun's identity tonight had not been disclosed to the other members of the Cao family by Cao Jianya. In fact, he had not even invited them to the banquet. Ultimately, it was because Cao Jianya, as the eldest son, controlled the family's business, and others, even if they agreed, were indifferent due to his lack of a son. Now that Cao Jianya had publicly declared Cao Kun's identity, it was uncertain who would ultimately control the vast family wealth. The arrival of these individuals at the Cao family estate would likely stir a great deal of commotion. It was merely a matter of competing for interests and influence. Cao Mo, you should return to your room as well. The matters ahead are not suitable for you to hear, Cao Jianya advised. Cao Mo gritted his teeth and stood. Very well, I shall leave now. However, could you provide me with some cash? I can only stay in a hotel at this hour, otherwise I truly have nowhere to go. Cao Jianya nodded. Once you go upstairs, find your eldest sister. Let her give you some cash. Cao Mo then offered a slight nod to both Cao Jianya and Wang Meiwan before heading upstairs. Shortly after, the three daughters of the Cao family followed suit, returning to their rooms. Within 2 minutes, as he reached the door of his room, he heard a car pulling up outside, followed by the front door of the living room opening. Hearing the sound of the door and voices below, Cao Mo opened the door to retrieve his suitcase and leave the Cao family. Cao Peiting stood at the entrance, observing him, and suddenly spoke. Cao Mo, if you don't mind, would you chat with the three of us? Cao Mo shook his head. What is there to discuss? You were never particularly close to me, and now that your biological brother has returned, would it not be foolish for me to seek out suffering? Cao Piu snot then, Vimak, Cao Mo. I foretold long ago that you would grow up to be an ungrateful wretch. It has merely come to pass now, and you seem rather anxious about it. What is this? My dear brother hasn't cast you out, yet you fear exposure? Cao Peiting interjected with a light tap on her arm, forcing a smile. Cao Mo, my second sister has always been like this. Do not take it to heart. Are you planning to leave right now? Cao Mo stood at the threshold of his room, gazing at the three beautiful women before him. I have known since childhood that I was adopted. My diligent studies were an endeavor to repay the kindness of my upbringing. I shall not forget the favors bestowed upon me by the Cao family. Moving out now, is it not to secure Cao Kun's position as the favored son? Do you not wish for my departure? Cao Piu Sudali Chuka, Cao Mo, Spy West Zopiti Fun Pai. Being a Cao by blood means nothing if you're not of the lineage. There is nothing more to discuss. No family would place their biological son behind an adopted one. Can your current behavior be interpreted as mere pretense? Cao Mo smiled faintly. You may say whatever you wish, but I must express my gratitude that, despite your aversion, you have not cast me aside. Thank you for tolerating my presence all these years. Cao Peiting up, okay. Standing before him, Cao Mo, you must understand the implications of Cao Kun's return. If you wish to avoid discussion, I can transfer some funds to you shortly. Save it wisely. It should sustain you until you graduate and secure employment. Cao Peiyu followed suit, exclaiming, eldest sister, why should we give him money? Cao Mo remained silent. Cao Peiding sighed. Since you entered junior high, you have known he is not our biological brother. He is aware of it as well. Yet the allowances from our parents and myself have never ceased. The family is not short of funds. Just moments ago, father suggested I provide him with some cash. Mother is merely lost in the emotion of having found her younger son again. Do not meddle unnecessarily. Let us consider this an act of kindness towards our younger brother. After all, Cao Mo is currently in distress. Cao Peiyu's voice turned sharp. It was mother who insisted he move out. Moreover, with our younger brother back, he has no right to enjoy the privileges of the Cao family. No, I will not allow you to give him money. Chapter 5. Leaving the Cao family, Cao Peina approached, standing in front of Cao Mo. Cao Mo, I support your decision to move out. Otherwise, your life may become quite difficult. If you encounter challenges, feel free to call me. The three sisters, who had once been relatively kind to him, were now divided in opinion after just a few days. It was evident that in the previous life, they had aligned completely with Cao Kun within less than a year. Whether the shift was due to Wang Meiwan or Cao Kun was unclear. But the second and third sisters before him had indeed turned out to be the most unkind towards him. The eldest sister and the youngest sister, however, remained comparatively amiable, especially the youngest, Cao Peiyao, who had been his shadow prior to high school, only to leap directly into university and abroad afterward. Cao Mo looked at them, suddenly smiling, and then bowed deeply. To my three sisters, I express my heartfelt gratitude for the care and tolerance you have shown me in the past. Regardless of whether you truly understand, thank you. Cao Peiding sighed. All right, if you truly intend to leave, wait while I fetch some cash for you. With that, she turned and pushed open her bedroom door, presumably to retrieve money. Cao Peina opened her handbag, extracted her wallet, and promptly handed him all its contents. Cao Mo did not hesitate. He needed money, and the more, the better. Cao Peina's contribution amounted to over 3,000, enough to cover hotel expenses comfortably. Cao Peiyu huffed, rolling her eyes. Cao Mo had hoped for a little extra, but even without it, he was not destitute. Cao Peiding soon emerged, handing him a modest bag. Though its contents were unknown, it surely contained at least 10,000. Eldest sister, I still have a year until graduation. Cao Kun's life with his adoptive parents was unknown to him, yet he too was at Zhejiang University, a testament to his intelligence. This evening, he seemed somewhat sensitive. Once we graduate and begin job hunting, it is unlikely he would permit my return to the Cao family business. Moreover, I would likely be targeted by him. So I kindly ask for your assistance in speaking well of me, lest I struggle to find even a single job. Cao Peiding quickly replied, that 1T happened. You're a finance major, are you not? I know your grades are exceptional. Cao Peiyu scoffed. You're being naive. Right now, the disparity between Kun and you is like night and day. Does he need to deign to acknowledge a mere worm in the mud? If you truly possess talent, leave Hangcheng for Beijing, Haisher, or even Lingnan to work. Prove yourself without the Cao family's name as a crutch. Cao Peina nodded earnestly. With your abilities, finding a job shouldn't be difficult. Besides, Cao Kun wouldn't actively target you. You pose no threat to him. Cao Mo could only manage a bitter smile and nod in agreement, choosing not to voice his thoughts. Cao Peiding pondered before continuing. Your senior year primarily involves internships. We had already arranged for you to intern in the investment department of the group, but it seems that may now be challenging. Cao Mo thought to himself that he had no intention of continuing his studies. At least, there was no necessity for it now. The purpose of education was merely to acquire knowledge for future sustenance, and true financial acumen could only be gained through experience in the field. Furthermore, he was acutely aware of many future developments, rendering it unnecessary to squander a year on schooling or internships. Instead, he should utilize this year to establish himself in the market. In his eyes, opportunities abounded, the only requirement being sufficient capital. Enough of this. I must take my leave. If you sisters pity me, any living expenses you could spare would be greatly appreciated. He smiled, turning to enter his room, leaving the three enchanting sisters outside. However, he emerged swiftly, dragging 2 large suitcases behind him. To his surprise, the 3 sisters remained outside. Upon seeing the suitcases, Cao Peina was the first to speak. Did you return early just to pack your bags? Cao Mo nodded. I merely wish to spare our parents and you all from discomfort. I also did not want my presence to incite any conflict between you and Cao Kun. But it appears that at least Mother and Cao Kun have resolved their issues. Whether I leave now or tomorrow makes little difference. Therefore, I might as well depart sooner. Smart of you. Cao Peiyu muttered under breath. Cao Peiding said nothing. Simply took out her phone and began typing. I will arrange for my assistant to transfer some money to you tomorrow. Should you encounter any difficulties in the future, feel free to call me. If you truly struggle to find a suitable internship, you can always reach out to me. Indeed, if challenges arise, I will certainly seek the eldest sister's assistance. Cao Mo forced a smile and began to push his suitcases away. Cao Pei followed, and me too. Should you find yourself short on funds, do not hesitate to inform me. While I may not have much, I can spare a few thousand. Cao Mo smiled once more. He nodded at her, deliberately avoiding the grim expression of Cao Pei, and then pushed his suitcase towards the elevator. The three sisters remained stationary, watching him enter the elevator before the doors closed. Cao Mo was acutely aware that their reactions and attitudes were not particularly unfavorable. Nor could they be deemed right or wrong. It was a well-known fact that he was not a member of the Cao family. With the return of their biological brother, how could they treat him as before? It wasn't that they couldn't. Rather, there were too few who could do so, nearly none. Their current attitude towards him was, in fact, the most normal response. Moreover, over the past few days, Cao Kun had spoken countless unkind words about him behind his back. Yet his primary focus remained on his own status within the Cao family, as well as erasing all traces of his existence in front of Cao Jianya and Wang Meiwan. Indeed, to erase. This way, all attention within the Cao family would be solely on Cao Kun. However, it was highly likely that Cao Kun had yet to meet his younger sister, Cao Pei, the prodigious girl of the Cao family. She had once been his little shadow. This holiday, she had not returned, so she might know of Cao Kun's existence, but had never met him. She was an exceptionally intelligent and opinionated young lady. Upon exiting the elevator, he found the living room completely deserted. It seemed they had either gone to the small reception room or the study. Cao Mo, dragging two suitcases, stood at the entrance of the living room and glanced back at the Cao family villa, where he had lived for nearly 20 years. This place held all his memories, while those from before joining the Cao family had entirely faded away. More than that, in his previous life, this family had transitioned from having feelings for him to heartlessly supporting Cao Kun, right up until his own downfall and demise. The emotions that remained now were hardly anything substantial. Pushing the door open, Cao Mo dragged his suitcase and strode out of the Cao family villa. After exiting the villa area and finally hailing a cab, he decided to spend the night at a hotel near the school. Driver, to the Finance College of Zhejiang University. Sure thing. The green taxi swiftly turned a corner and vanished from sight. The villa area was situated by the West Lake, and with nightfall, there were few vehicles on the road. The handsome youth swiftly typed a short message on his phone. Thank you for your support, elder sister. If all goes well, I shall leave Hang City after graduation and likely will not return, thus avoiding unnecessary confusion for the family. Wishing you eternal youth and beauty. Chapter 6. Making money is the top priority. After sending the message, he altered a few words and sent it to his third sister. Gao Paiting, who was filling the bathtub with water, heard the notification sound from her phone and picked it up to take a look. A hint of bewilderment crossed her stunning features. Was he planning to leave Hang City after graduation? Where would he go afterward? As the vice president of the project department at the Cao Group, Cao Peiting pondered for a few seconds before setting her phone down. Forget it. Her biological brother had returned, and although his personality was not entirely satisfactory, he was still her own brother. Even if Cao Mo left the Cao family, his upbringing and experiences would surely enable him to find a new job quickly after graduation. After checking into a budget hotel, Cao Mo washed up and went to bed, too weary to contemplate much. He soon drifted off to sleep. The next morning, after breakfast, he noted that it was still vacation and the school had yet to commence. Even if he wished to drop out, he would have to wait until the semester began to apply. With half a month remaining before classes resumed, he had ample time to accomplish certain tasks. Standing at the fourth-floor window, gazing at the bustling street below, he muttered, "What a pity. Continuing the semester holds little significance." Turning back to his desk, he opened his laptop and accessed his securities account. The quickest way to generate income was not through investment, but speculation. However, speculation could not be sustained long-term. Based on the index futures trends he remembered, making a profit was undoubtedly feasible. Yet if he invested in a company, once Cao Kun discovered it, he would certainly wield the resources of the Cao family to suppress him. What he needed to do was pocket some profits and then leave the south, moving towards Lingnan or the north, thus evading the Cao group's reach. Unless he could firmly establish his footing before Cao Kun's graduation, he would encounter numerous troubles from him. Even Heisher was too close to Hang City. The Cao family held considerable influence there, so it was highly likely that Cao Kun would render him homeless. In his mind, he had significant timelines and some stock and futures trend charts, though not too many, but he remembered them all clearly from his past life. Even without the specifics, he recalled the peaks and troughs. He had to multiply his 6 million at least tenfold within a few short months. The more, the better. Thus, even a tenfold increase would fall short. 100-fold was necessary to realize his initial investment plan. His stock account still held a few shares he had intermittently bought and sold since freshman year. However, They were of no use now. Relying on stocks would not yield a tenfold increase quickly, let alone a hundredfold. Therefore, futures were an option. The only other path was to utilize the events he remembered that were about to unfold. July was not devoid of opportunities for profit. He recalled vividly that the U.S. soybean futures that year could make him wealthy. Had he been reborn before June, with Cao Kun not yet returned. Borrowing some money from Cao Janya to invest in soybeans would have sufficed for a lifetime of expenses. Yet, reborn in July, there were still operable chances. This marked the first soybean trade war between Dacia and the United States. He was indifferent to notions of patriotism. His elite education had not covered such topics. Only 2 words, profit. Images of the thesis content he remembered from his past life even flashed before his mind. Last semester, Professor Tao from the Finance College had specifically discussed this case, and several students' theses were based on the drastic decline in soybean futures prices, leading foreign capital to begin seizing the edible oil market in Dacia, among other matters. To what extent? Dates, prices, and specific time points. The potential relationships between the 2 countries and industrial competition, as well as the subsequent international ABC's takeover and control of Dacia's edible oil industry, were not his concern for now. As long as he could make money, he would not let this opportunity slip by. In May, the U.S. Department of Agriculture released a report with substantial content, centering on one point, a bumper soybean harvest. This caused soybean futures prices to form a double top structure from April to May, followed by a continuous plummet from mid-May to early August. By November, in a span of 6 months, CBOT soybean futures prices had fallen from 10.56 cents to 505 cents. What he could exploit was to enter the market now to short sell, starting from the price of 955 cents on the 12th, down to 590 cents on August 4th, yielding a potential profit of 365 cents. On the same day, he would reverse the long until reaching 710 cents on August 12th, followed by a dip to the lowest point of 565 cents on August 16th. In total, there were 3 segments, with a possible profit margin of up to 630 cents. Even though there remains a modicum of space ahead, its significance has diminished considerably. The fluctuations are minimal, requiring persistence until the end of November. The funds at hand are sufficient to exchange for 300,000, and once this wave is completed, I can swiftly reinvest the entirety into international WTI crude oil futures. This is a matter that warrants long-term attention and engagement. The second opportunity, which is tantalizingly close, promises a high probability of securing 100 million, requiring no investment whatsoever. The sole risk lies in potentially sacrificing one's life. At the beginning of August, Su Hao, the sole heir of the Zhongbang Group, a private enterprise in Haishur, fell victim to a trap. During a night of revelry, he inadvertently caused the deaths of 2 women, who were, tragically, a mother and daughter duo. The chairman of Zhongbang Group, Su Jinbong, was utterly devastated. Following this, Su Hao's sister, Su Wanyue, was found strangled in her car, stripped of all her clothing. The ultimate outcome was the incarceration of the Su family's only heir, effectively erasing the entire lineage from the public eye. As for Su Hao, it is highly probable that he met his demise within those walls. The situation is indeed quite tragic. The orchestrators of this scheme were none other than the second branch of the Su family. He recalls numerous incidents of this nature within Haishi's business and political circles. Upon reflection, considering the secrets he has learned in his previous life, alongside various cases he has observed on social media, he feels as though he possesses a wealth of secrets. Moreover, these pieces of information can be monetized. Contemplating this, a faint smile graces his face. Although rebirth has not bestowed upon me any golden fingers, it has indeed provided me with a path to redemption. Ha 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 ha. Especially this damned memory. Upon checking his account at the ATM, it was confirmed that not only did his eldest sister, Chao Peiting, gift him 100,000 yuan, but even his third sister, Chao Peina, transferred an additional 30,000. Consequently, excluding cash, the total available funds amount to 63 million yuan. After reserving a few thousand for living expenses and renting a place, the remainder can be invested in soybean futures. With this in mind, he begins searching for foreign brokerage firms in Haishur. At this juncture, individuals in the country can engage in futures trading, albeit limited to domestic markets. To venture into international futures products, one must resort to using an agency platform, which does not allow for personal management. It remains a rather backward situation. However, this does not pose a significant problem for him. Furthermore, he does not mind if others are aware of his trading positions. Ultimately, he opts for CITIC Futures, the sole Sino-foreign joint venture capable of trading soybeans and crude oil. Other foreign firms, though present, are restricted by policy limitations and cannot engage in trading agency, primarily functioning through representative offices and banking derivatives departments. His choice against a purely foreign entity stems from alternative considerations. With a plan in place, he wastes no time, as soybean futures prices continue to decline daily. That very day, he purchased a ticket to Heir. Chapter 7. Father, please proceed. At the top floor of the Cao Group headquarters, in the chairman's office, Cao Jianya, along with Cao Peiding and Cao Kun, were seated together. Father, I am majoring in business administration, and I wish to start from the ground up in the group's investment or project department. Cao Kun spoke, his gaze shifting towards his elder sister, Cao Peiding. He sensed that despite the proof of paternity, aside from their parents, only his second sister, Cao Peiyu, had genuinely embraced his presence, while his elder and third sisters seemed less than fully trusting. Meanwhile, the youngest sister, whom he had yet to meet, was rumored to be a prodigious talent, already in her first year of graduate studies at Harvard, despite being 2 years his junior. Even when their mother, Wang Meiwan, called her back to reconnect, she had declined, citing a lack of time. He was profoundly curious about this sister. What sort of genius could enter graduate school at the age of 19? Truly a remarkable existence. However, he was acutely aware that, aside from resources provided by the Cao family, due to his entrepreneurial endeavors, neither his sisters nor he held substantial shares. The true inheritor of the family fortune was solely him. Just him. The precondition being that he must prove himself stronger than the cousins. Ting, what do you think? After all, internships are necessary, Cao Jianya remarked, placing his cigar in the ashtray and lifting his teacup to gaze at Cao Peiding. Father, I have no objections. But Cao Peiding pondered. Merely having a degree in business administration from Zhejiang University does not adequately showcase his advantages. She smiled at Cao Kun. The Cao family is vast. As you heard from our second uncle last night, although this matter needs to be confirmed with grandfather, the children of our uncles are either studying abroad or have returned from abroad. I do not mean to imply that domestic schools are inferior, but the current state is that there are no true experts in the field of business administration here. Even if there are, they are typically within enterprises, not academia. Schools merely regurgitate textbooks, whereas foreign institutions provide numerous case studies and group simulations, cultivating abilities from real-world examples and hands-on practice. Not to mention, many professors come from entrepreneurial backgrounds. Comparatively, education abroad is far superior in developing his capabilities. Thus, my suggestion is to take advantage of your current break. Enroll in a prestigious foreign university for business administration, preferably pursue an MBA so that you can gain an edge when competing with others. Otherwise, with only domestic educational experience, you will lack significant advantages in terms of both qualifications and perspective compared to your peers. Turning to Cao Jianya, she continued, Father, you are not yet 50. You can still continue working for another decade. To ensure my brother can inherit control of the Cao family, merely being the eldest grandson may not suffice. Cao Ziani not that. Exhaling a sigh, Kun I never anticipated your return. Mo is not of the Cao bloodline, so while I have wielded control over the family, I have not harbored many ambitions regarding equity. Now that you've returned, I will endeavor to secure greater benefits. In a couple of days, I will arrange matters with your grandfather and take you back. Cao Kun nodded earnestly. The paternity test was sufficient to prove his lineage, yet he remained cautious about speaking too freely. Cao Jianya continued. From an industry perspective, the Cao family has, over the past 2 decades, participated in nearly every conceivable sector. However, there is one thing you must understand. Father, please go on, Cao Kun replied obediently. Cao Jianya stated, the education you received prior to university does not confer any advantages compared to your peers, who have predominantly studied abroad. Even among the collateral branches, their resources are ample enough to secure their places in prestigious foreign institutions. Thus, your elder sister's advice is sound. After we meet with your grandfather, you should study abroad for a few years before returning to join the project department. Diligently engage in several projects, and then learn from your elder sister for 2 years in the project department. Once your elder sister acknowledges you, you may then come to work alongside me. Therefore, the maximum time I can afford you is 5 years. You must be capable of handling all responsibilities within the project department, and then learn how to manage the entirety of the Cao Group's operations for me. Cao Kun's lips twitched slightly, yet he forced a smile. Father, elder sister, I am aware that your intentions are rooted in care for my well-being. I assure you, I am in good spirits. The experiences of my childhood are now but distant memories, and I recognize that I possess certain innate disadvantages when compared to my cousins. Nevertheless, I am resolute in my determination to exert myself henceforth, striving to not only catch up with them, but to surpass them. I shall not bring shame upon you. Cao Peiding interjected, very well then. As you commence your studies, you will soon embark on your internship. While this experience may hold little practical significance for the average individual, your current status is markedly different. I urge you to pursue an MBA at Harvard, contingent upon your proficiency in English. Cao Kun furrowed his brow, feeling somewhat perplexed. He had merely undergone a standard education. Despite his commendable academic performance and proficiency in reading and writing English, his listening and speaking skills left much to be desired. Moreover, he had no desire to study abroad. Who could predict whether Cao Mo would persist in troubling the family upon his departure? After finally returning to the Cao household, he was now faced with the prospect of leaving once more. Was there something amiss with his elder sister? Yet, it seemed that their father wholeheartedly endorsed her perspective. Sister, while I concede that my spoken and auditory English may be lacking, my reading and writing abilities are sound. However, I must emphasize that academic qualifications are truly of little consequence, he stated. Cao Jianya paused momentarily, then, with a serious expression, inquired, "Is this your stance?" Cao Kun nodded affirmatively. Father, elder sister, if the information I have recently received is accurate, our family indeed controls the Cao Corporation. That much is indisputable, correct? Cao Jianya nodded in agreement, while Cao Peiting remained non-committal. A shadow flickered in Cao Kun's eyes as he continued. The knowledge I acquired during my schooling, though not comparable to an MBA from abroad, is not the pivotal element for inheriting the family business. Just as you, father, likely did not receive an education overseas. Yet, under your stewardship, the Cao Corporation has successfully penetrated various industries over the past decade. Moreover, although you graduated from an institution abroad, elder sister, and our younger sister is currently enrolled at Harvard, such qualifications do not dictate that the future of the Cao family must adhere strictly to foreign management paradigms. The World Trade Organization has only been in operation for a few years. Even if a nation were to fully liberalize its market, there remains a requisite period for adaptation. I do not oppose the idea of studying abroad. It was once a consideration of mine. However, circumstances have changed. I have comprehended the sentiments expressed by our uncles during their recent visit. Even if my academic credentials do not match theirs, none can rival your capacity for managing the corporation, father. I firmly believe that the paramount necessity lies in mastering your management approach, while simultaneously recruiting MBAs who have returned from overseas to work at the Cao Corporation. As a leader, it is less about engaging in frontline management and more about achieving a balance of interests. Just as with Cao Mo, did he not also forego studying abroad? I am confident that, even if he were to falter in his academic pursuits, the Cao family's resources could certainly afford him a different opportunity. Chapter 8. Reluctant to leave you, it must be said that Cao Kun's assertions carried a degree of validity. Though not entirely mature, the compliment did indeed please Cao Jianya. Mo's situation is somewhat distinct, he remarked. Cao Peiting glanced at their father, then smiled, saying, he simply does not wish to study abroad. He has long been aware of his status as a foster son of the Cao family. Hence his earnest desire to contribute to the Cao Corporation at the earliest opportunity. Initially, he had the option to study abroad, yet he chose not to. Isn't that rather foolish? This was the sentiment that occupied Cao Kun's mind. From the moment he first laid eyes on Cao Jianya, he recognized him as the leader of the foremost family in Hangzhou, a figure frequently featured in the news. Upon discovering the possibility that he might be the son lost to Cao Jianya, he felt an overwhelming urge to kneel in gratitude to the orphanage director. Without her, he might never have completed high school, let alone attended university and been recognized in Hangzhou for his resemblance to Cao Jianya. From that day forth, he devoted all his energy to understanding the Cao family. The waiting for the paternity test results felt like an eternity. Upon confirmation of his genetic link to Cao Jianya, he was ecstatic. From that moment, he began devising strategies to expedite his ascent as not merely Cao Jianya's heir, but as a rightful successor to the Cao family legacy. Yet, the astonishment that momentarily graced his features quickly gave way to contemplation as he mused. So, while he may not possess the Cao bloodline, he indeed harbors a desire to repay the family sooner rather than later. Is that an accurate assessment? Cao Peiting, perceptive to his expression, nodded in affirmation. You are the true heir of the Cao family, a fact that cannot be altered. Thus, there is no need for comparison, especially since he has already distanced himself from the family. Your focus should solely rest on your own future. Everything else is of little consequence. Do you understand? I do not wish to see the heir of the Cao family and the future head of the household as a person of narrow-mindedness. This sentiment, though unvoiced, lingered in the air. Since the emergence of Cao Kun's paternity report, he had frequently invoked the concept of bloodline, seemingly intent on ensuring that all were aware of his status as the legitimate heir. Such behavior was unbecoming of a competent leader. Sighing, Cao Kun confessed, Father, truthfully, my greatest reluctance lies in leaving you both. I have only just returned and begun to experience the warmth of family. The thought of departing from you now is distressing. Cao Peiting, slightly disheartened, replied, regardless, I still advocate for your study abroad. Your earlier assertions do not resonate with me. I, too, return from overseas studies. While the corporation is under our father's management, you must grasp an essential truth. The majority of those executing tasks are young individuals. Should you choose not to pursue studies abroad, be aware that project operations adhere to foreign management protocols. There are numerous concepts that cannot be gleaned from domestic universities, and it is entirely possible that when you join team discussions, you may find yourself unable to comprehend what others are articulating. Pausing for effect, she continued, "If you insist on remaining in the country, I advise you to forego joining the project department and instead learn directly from father." Cao Kun's eyes glistened with unshed tears. "Elder sister, please do not say such things. I have merely just returned home and feel a strong reluctance to part from our parents. I have never outright refused to study abroad." He deliberately sought the gaze of both Cao Jianya and Cao Peiting before bowing his head, remaining silent. He appeared fragile, aggrieved, and helpless. Cao Jianya sighed and waved his hand. "Very well. In a few days, you shall join the corporation and begin your internship in the project department. Peiting, please take extra care of him. If necessary, hire a tutor to assist him." Cao Peiting opened her mouth as if to respond, but ultimately refrained, swallowing her sigh instead. In 2004, 2 million yuan might merely be considered a substantial amount for the average person. However, in Heir, it hardly garnered attention. Many individuals could readily access such funds. Even among the youth, despite the possibility that the money was not earned through their own endeavors, akin to Cao Mo's circumstances as a second-generation affluent individual. Zhongxin Xinji was a Sino-foreign joint venture, boasting a prominent facade, as it was the only company in Heir capable of facilitating individual investments in overseas futures. And it was also the sole domestic broker permitted to engage in international futures trading via electronic platforms. The number of individuals seeking consultation was not substantial. Yet when Cao Mo was invited into a modest consultation room of approximately 6 square meters, he observed that about half of the small adjacent rooms were occupied. Once he confirmed that he did not need to exchange his funds into U.S. dollars to invest directly, he began to inquire about leverage and fees, which included commissions. He opted for a leverage of 12 times, with a maximum of 13, but did not impose any special requests, as the leverage ratio fluctuates according to daily price movements. As for the commission, it amounted to 25 per lot, nearing the $100 mark, and was charged in both directions, quite exorbitant indeed. However, he had little choice. Upon further investigation, he learned that for soybean trading, each account must not exceed 500 lots. Otherwise, he would be required to submit a daily position report to the U.S. Commodity Futures Trading Commission. This quantity also represented the upper limit of total positions across all months for a single account. CITIC New Horizons would settle his fees based on the daily mid-exchange rate, as a portion of the fees is payable to the exchanges located in the United States. After meticulous calculations, he found that after reserving several tens of thousands of dollars, according to the day's exchange rate, he effectively possessed approximately 32 million, withdrawing 75 million at the current margin of 350 per lot would allow him to trade 250 lots, leaving the remaining funds as backup margin. According to the Chicago Exchange's regulations, exceeding 250 lots constitutes a large transaction, necessitating the submission of a large position report to the CFTC. Thus, as advised by the client manager before him, it would be prudent not to surpass 250 lots. Should he have additional needs, he could increase the number of accounts, albeit with a monthly fee of 1,000 per account. Cao Mo felt a wave of relief upon learning of CITIC New Horizons policy regarding unrealized profits, which permitted the release of up to 80 of the profits as new margin. The planned entry date was set for July 12th, and should trading commence tomorrow, he could potentially realize additional profits. He intended to increase his position subsequently. Cao Mo quietly calculated that one lot of soybeans represented 5,000 bushels. And regardless of the leverage, a price fluctuation of 4 points, equating to 1 cent, would incur an absolute loss of 50 per lot. Interestingly, he discovered that his initial calculation method was entirely flawed. The correct approach involved dividing the total transaction amount per lot by 12, yielding a ratio of 833. For instance, if he planned to enter at 955 cents, multiplying that by 5,000 bushels would result in a price of 47,750 per lot. Dividing by 12 would yield 397,917. Consequently, even if he invested all his funds, he could manage less than 100 lots. However, the exchange stipulated an initial margin of 350 per lot, suggesting that in the most extreme circumstances, should he enter the market profitably, no additional margin would be required, enabling him to operate with a genuine leverage of up to 35 times, rather than the agreed 12 times. Based on estimates, The potential price fluctuation he could capitalize on amounted to a staggering 630 cents. Thus, if all went favorably, the profit per lot could reach 630 multiplied by 5,000 bushels times 250 lots, resulting in a potential gain of 75 million. Even after deducting various fees, theoretically, he could still net around 8 million, given CITIC New Horizons' exorbitant fees. However, factoring in the use of profits as new margin for compound operations rendered the potential earnings a challenging figure to ascertain. He would require additional accounts, but he lacked the manpower to manage them. He estimated needing at least several hundred counts. After some contemplation, he ultimately decided against it. Was he to believe that the Chicago Exchange would be oblivious to such large-scale, synchronized trading? In the end, he requested 10 accounts. Chapter 9. This was a grand gamble. All 10 accounts were provided by CITIC New Horizons, none of which bore his own name. The monthly account usage fee totaled 10,000. The transactions were subject to constant oversight. Should his maintenance margin fall below 75, he would need to replenish it. In the event of insufficient funds, he would face forced liquidation. Cao Mo consented to all these terms. In return, the counterpart provided software disks along with the account names and passwords. Upon returning to the hotel, it would be disingenuous to claim he was not exhilarated. Having experienced countless moments of hindsight in his previous life, this time, he would not be the fool before the event. By the time these arrangements were completed, it was already the afternoon of July 10th, and they had even worked overtime to assist him. His current 10 accounts, whether for WTI crude oil or soybeans, could indeed be traded at any time, despite being on different exchanges. On the 11th, Cao Mo spent the day familiarizing himself with the trading software, indulging only in meals and rest, without stepping outside the hotel. As trading hours approached, he arose at 6 a.m. to wash up and fully awaken. By 6:30, he had opened his computer and connected to the hotel's internet. He launched the software and set his only account with available funds to short at 955 cents per bushel. Presently, he held 250 lots, with a practical leverage of approximately 33 times. For every 1 unit fluctuation, his capital would gain or lose 150, and should the fluctuation reach 875 cents, he would need to add margin. The remaining 20,000 to 30,000 would be first deducted by CITIC New Horizons for account usage and transaction fees. Thus, his actual limit could not exceed 4 cents, as he had no funds to add margin. Yet, he firmly believed that his memory would not fail him. Mid-July marked the second phase of a sharp decline, followed by a rebound peak on August 12th, after which he must liquidate by the 16th. The subsequent period would consist of a sideways trend, oscillating until it ultimately plummeted to a limit of 505 cents by November. This was indeed a grand gamble. He wagered everything. If successful, the horizons would expand. Even if he failed, he believed he could secure at least 100 million from the Su family and pivot to other ventures, but he would never again engage with the financial market, not even in crude oil, for he did not know how his rebirth would affect the inherent trajectory of this world. Once he had amassed wealth, he would depart the south to seek out his biological parents in the capital. At 7 a.m., trading commenced, continuing the trend from the previous day. The opening price was 954.75 cents, followed by a gradual fluctuation, which Cao Mo observed silently. Just after the market opened, the price rose by 1 unit to 955 cents, but could not sustain the level for even 10 seconds before descending again. Cao Mo felt his heart race, beads of sweat forming on his brow. The short position was successfully executed. The trading volume began to expand slightly. 953.5. The price plummeted by 2 units. 950.25. 946.25. The descent persisted. Cao Mo exhaled in relief. His account was now in profit. When the price fell to 93.175, Cao Mo felt completely at ease. The trend was irreversible. Moreover, this aligned with the overarching strategy of collusion between the U.S. government and financial conglomerates to dismantle the daxia soybean industry, monopolizing edible oil factories and promoting genetically modified soybeans. From a broader perspective, shorting was indeed the correct move, albeit within a 6-month cycle. However, the daxia enterprises that had contracted 48 million tons of soybeans by the end of last year would be compelled to relinquish their stakes in edible oil factories. Consequently, soybean cultivators in northeast China would also be forced to accept genetically modified soybean seeds. This marks the inception of an entire industry chain being eroded and controlled by the United States and financial conglomerates. However, what does this have to do with oneself? Just an ordinary university student, even if aware, lacks the courage to speak out. In the following days, the market continued its decline, and Cao Mo ceased to monitor the fluctuations. By July 16th, a minor rebound quickened his pulse. Yet from July 20th onward, the downward trend resumed, allowing him to relax. The consecutive plummets on July 20th and 21st showed no signs of recovery, continuing to languish in a bearish decline. As the market continued to falter, Cao Mo decided to disregard it altogether. He activated 2 additional accounts, investing profits into each, amounting to 245 lots. Furthermore, he closed 5 lots on his earliest account, ensuring his total position remained below the potentially scrutinized threshold of 250 lots. Reviewing his accounts, he noted substantial earnings. Though perhaps insufficient for future plans, he was merely 21. Approaching 22, with aspirations to leave Hangsheng. If he could locate his biological parents, it would fulfill a long-held wish. If not, then that would simply be fate. On another note, if all went well in futures trading, the funds would suffice for a comfortable existence until death. However, if he were to embark on entrepreneurship, he feared that the formidable Cao Kun would likely suppress him. In terms of resources and connections, he was at a disadvantage. What he needed extended beyond mere money. He required influence. While true power seemed elusive, he could still leverage existing connections. After setting an alarm, he began to research the Zhongbang Group. The group primarily engaged in 3 sectors: trust investment, real estate, and construction. Initially, Su Zhongbang had organized a crew to undertake construction work following the reform and opening up, eventually establishing his own company. After decades of hard work, the Zhongbang Group now boasted 2 publicly listed companies, with total assets exceeding 60 billion. However, details regarding the investment arm remained murky. The information available on the company's official website was often incomplete, revealing only stakes in several dozen companies across various industries, with undisclosed holdings still unknown. Nevertheless, Cao Mo was aware that the Zhongbang Group was collaborating with the Heir government to establish a commercial bank, while concurrently negotiating with Hangsheng. He learned of this from news reports mentioning Su Zhongbang's brother, Su Zhonghua, attending the opening ceremony for 2 commercial banks. Of course, the Zhongbang Group was not the sole shareholder. Commercial bank shareholders typically numbered in the dozens. Yet, that was not the crux of the matter. He recalled that during his previous life, upon seeing news reports, Su Wanyue was undeniably stunning, possessing a keen investment acumen. It was likely she spearheaded this initiative, with Su Zhongbang merely serving as a figurehead. There was still more than half a month before Su Hao would find himself ensnared in a trap. The official cause of death for the mother and daughter duo, who had gone out for a night of revelry, was reported as suffocation due to excessive alcohol consumption. Rumors suggested that they had been excessively indulged, akin to gluttonous beasts, having consumed at least 2 bottles of foreign liquor, ultimately succumbing to paralysis of the throat muscles, causing the ingested alcohol to enter their airways. At the time, as one of the affluent second-generation elite, he naturally had his own circles, and this information circulated therein. However, he was in Hangsheng while the incident transpired in Haishur, making it hard for him to believe the sensational nature of the news. How could one choke to death on such a thing? Unfathomable. He recalled the scene depicted in the photographs. The 40th to 48th floors of the Zhongbang building were designated as the offices of Zhongbang Investment. Within the general manager's office sat a woman whose exquisite features resembled those of a fairy. Chapter Vies, Suvanjue. Suvanjue, heralded as the most beautiful woman in Haishur, was a genius during her school years. After graduating from Harvard Business School at the age of 22, she swiftly assumed control of Zhongbang Group's external investment operations within just 3 years. Without her signature, securing Zhongbang's investment was impossible. Countless ambitious young men pursued her, not just from Haishur, but also from the prominent families of Lingnan and the capital. Yet she bore another title, the Ice Queen. Few were granted the privilege of witnessing her smile. Since her return from studying abroad and joining the investment department, her icy demeanor and unparalleled professional insight had become the group's greatest asset. As for Su Hao, he was merely 2 years her senior, a 27-year-old heir of Zhongbang Group, serving as the executive president, wielding significant influence over the real estate and construction sectors. Like her, he was also an elite educated abroad. The only drawback was that Su Hao remained unmarried, changing girlfriends nearly every 2 months. Despite being one of Haishur's most notorious playboys, his business acumen was undoubtedly commendable. He simply did not wish to marry so soon. This reluctance was precisely what rendered him vulnerable to the machinations of the second branch of the Su family. Observing Su Wanyue's photograph, Cao Mo could not help but acknowledge her overwhelming beauty. Online, various images of her existed, some from conferences, others from ribbon-cutting ceremonies. According to online speculation, she stood over 170 centimeters tall, likely around 173 centimeters. In public appearances, she typically donned professional attire, her tall, slender figure and exquisite features captivating, even with her frosty demeanor. Yet, the thought of such a woman being stripped and suffocated in a car was unfathomable. To think that such a heinous act did not send Su Zhengbang into a fatal hemorrhage in the hospital was a testament to his fortune. With assets nearing $1 trillion. While not the largest in this era, Zhengbang Group was undoubtedly a top-tier private listed enterprise in Haishur. The Su siblings each presided over 3 industries. Yet which was the most lucrative remained a mystery. Beneath them lay 2 listed companies, alongside another listed on Hong Kong Island. The second branch of the Su family's plotting was indeed ruthless. After pondering for a considerable time, Cao Mo ultimately resolved to seize an opportunity, not for the sake of rescuing anyone's fate, but purely for monetary gain. On the 48th floor of the Zhengbang building, Su Wanyue stood by the floor-to-ceiling glass window, flanked by file cabinets and bookshelves. Her expansive desk was cluttered with documents. Her long black hair was simply tied up, and her exquisite face bore no expression. Beneath her elegantly long neck was a tailored deep gray professional suit. After reviewing a project proposal that had been filtered through, she succinctly dismissed it, dropping her pen and rising to gaze out at the river beyond the glass. Her stance was distinctive, not with arms crossed, but with one leg forward and hands resting on her waist. Her long legs were not only elongated but perfectly straight, reminiscent of the idealized figures in Japanese manga. She wore no jacket. Her white shirt tucked into her skirt accentuated her slender waist, while below, her curvaceous hips expanded dramatically. The phone on her desk rang. Su Wanyue turned, revealing a face so exquisitely crafted it seemed almost otherworldly. She strode forward with legs as long as a supermodel's, picked up her phone, and glanced at it. An unfamiliar number. "Hello, I am Su Wanyue." Her voice was icy. "Who I am is of little significance at this moment." Behind the hotel fire door, Cao Mo felt a flicker of anxiety. Despite rehearsing several times, he couldn't help but feel his heart race upon hearing her voice. "Tell your brother that after the celebration banquet for the successful bid on 2 plots in Lujiazui, if Jin Hu, the son of the chairman of the construction group, invites him to Blue Moon, he must not go. It is a trap. Someone has orchestrated a scheme to draw him in, and the second target is you." Su Wanyue was acutely aware of her elder brother's proclivities, but that was not her concern. She understood even more clearly that this time, Lujiazui had publicly auctioned off 3 plots of land. Even her brother Su Hao wouldn't dare to claim victory with certainty. This was not a secret. "How do you know someone will set him up?" she queried coldly. Cao Mo inhaled deeply, forcing himself to maintain composure before continuing. "On that night, a mother and daughter will appear at Blue Moon. Both Su Hao and Jin will be drugged, resulting in the death of that mother and daughter. The trap is arranged by your second uncle, Su Jinya. Jin, who is not the instigator of that gathering. The mother and daughter bear the surname Wang. Local residents, one aged 36, the other 18. He did not answer Su Wanyue's question directly, but continued. Given Su Hao's character, he will certainly seek the experience of a mother-daughter encounter. The likelihood of their demise is high, and Su Hao will enter the scene. The subsequent plan is directed at you. You will be murdered in your own vehicle. The motive being your father's and your refusal to engage in a marriage alliance with the Leaf family from the capital, which is connected to Su Jinya. The ultimate goal is to completely devastate your father, Su Jinbang, perhaps leading to a cerebral hemorrhage or something similar. Following that, Jinbang Group will fall into the hands of Su Jinya, with the other half being handed over to the Leaf family in the capital. His voice was low, devoid of any affectation, and after speaking plainly, he awaited Su Wanyue's response in silence. He refrained from mentioning that the victims would be found in a state of undress, nor did he disclose whether they had been assaulted, as such details were not included in the police reports. The line was quiet, but Su Wanyue did not hang up. Her expression grew colder, her red lips parting as she asked, "How do you know this? Why not inform Su Hao directly? What do you intend to achieve?" 3 questions in quick succession. Cao Mo detected the subtle tremor in her voice, cold though it was, revealing that she had been affected by his words. "Miss Su, if I were you, I would refrain from probing further. What you must do is wait for the bidding results to be announced. Then arrange for someone to verify the integrity of the beverages consumed that evening. Determine if that mother and daughter truly exist. There is no need to rush. We have time. Who exactly are you?" Given the stakes involved, her emotions were understandably volatile. "Cao Mo medisly, Miss Su. I shall contact you again." With several days remaining until the announcement, he added, "However, if your brother does not engage, then you must be vigilant regarding both his and your own safety. The best course of action is to apprehend Su Jinya." Cao Mo had not discarded his phone card. While it might seem enigmatic, he deemed it foolish. At that time, phone cards were not subject to real name registration, and one could purchase countless numbers from any convenience store. Even if Su Wanyue were capable of tracing him, what of it? He doubted that she would divert her attention from her family's future to investigate his identity, especially with only 3 days remaining until the government announcement. He hoped she would personally accompany Su Hao to inspect the beverages that night. He would contact her again later. That would be the moment to demand payment. A mere 200 million was hardly a sum of concern for Su Jinbang. With that money, he could accomplish many endeavors. Moreover, it was likely that he would gain the favor of the Su family, though he pondered how to explain his knowledge of these events. For now, he decided to set those thoughts aside. When one reaches the mountain, there will surely be a path. When the boat reaches the bridge, it will naturally go straight. Everything would be left to fate. He would see if this lifetime would mirror the trajectory of the last. At least for now, he could only draw upon the significant matters he had previously monitored, such as soybean futures, crude oil futures, and various peculiar occurrences. Chapter 11. Since I have been reborn, I shall seize everything. Su Wanyue stared at the disconnected call, her expression fluctuating between anger and contemplation. Her elder brother's reputation was already notorious in Haishur. Regardless of who initiated the call, her second uncle Su Jinye undoubtedly possessed the motive. The Jinbang group was founded by her father. Her uncle and aunt had contributed little, yet enjoyed the current positions and wealth. What more could they desire? In that era, it was only natural for a father to support his siblings. But human greed knows no bounds. She had witnessed too many instances of this and was not particularly surprised. For as long as she could remember, her uncle had harbored resentment towards her father, believing that the veteran executives of the company held more shares than he did, an act he deemed devoid of familial loyalty. This mysterious call, regardless of its source, served as a wake-up call. She lifted the teacup from beside her, took a sip, and sat behind her desk, resting her chest on the table as she contemplated for a long time before picking up the phone to dial. Dad, please tell my brother not to go out tonight. I need to discuss something important with you both in person. Wanyue, what's wrong? Is there something significant? Her father Su Jinbang's voice boomed with vitality. After a moment's hesitation, she replied, Dad, let us talk at home in your study. Just make sure my brother absolutely does not go out tonight. This is crucial. Very well then. Come home early after work. I'll cancel tonight's engagements. Su Jinbang was quite decisive, not dwelling on the matter for long. After returning to his hotel room, Cao Mo experienced a twinge of regret. He felt he should have waited another 2 days. Yet this thought was fleeting, quickly dismissed as he had more pressing matters to attend to. The reason he chose to contact Su Wanyue today was that it was time to close positions and go long. Soybean prices had plummeted to 590 cents. According to his morning plan to close at that price and then go long, his profits had already accumulated significantly. Even without scrutinizing each account's profit margin, a simple calculation revealed, with a total of 225 contracts across 4 accounts, the floating profit alone exceeded $3 million. After deducting commissions and fees, including the cost of rolling over, his total was just shy of $8 million. Commissions were the most substantial expense, charged on a per-trade basis. Regardless of whether Su Wanyue believed him, he took today as profits as his source of confidence. Next, he would wait until August 12th to short and then liquidate everything on the 16th. According to the regulations of the exchange, the funds can be fully transferred to personal accounts within 2 days. However, he certainly would not do so. August 20th marked the day he resolutely decided to short WTI, entering the market at the price of $49.40 per barrel, with a closing date and price of $41.30 per barrel on August 31st. This time, he would only operate 1,000 lots in each account to avoid drawing attention. In just over 10 days, he could amass 3 times the net profit through trading. This constituted his short-term plan for profiting in the market. At CITIC Shinji, a pair of beautiful eyes focused intently on the screen, displaying Cao Mo's account status. When he closed his position at 590, it was not an astonishing maneuver. However, his account simultaneously executed a long position within the same second. This could only signify one thing. Both the short and long positions had been preordained, examining the timing and price points of his prior short positions. Particularly in this year, when individual traders in American commodity futures were few, every broker, while busy with their own affairs, merely needed to glance at another screen showing a red account number upon hearing the alert chimes to identify the corresponding individual. Just as Cao Mo was contemplating his operations with WTI crude oil, a petite beauty, visibly astonished, jotted down the points of his soybean futures trading over the past half-month on a sticky note. Cao Mo had predetermined the short entry price at 955 cents just before the market opened the day after signing the agreement. This was the peak price for the American summer. He subsequently commenced a compound interest model, operating all 5 accounts identically. It was only until today that he executed a second overall operation, closing at the day's lowest point of 590 cents and simultaneously going long. The timestamps of these transactions indicated that both operations were executed in synchrony, implying that the closing and the long position were both preordained. How could this be possible? Was he some sort of seer? She quickly checked other clients' accounts, only to find that only 3 others had participated in the soybean trades, and they had already closed their positions. The saying masters are among the common people had yet to gain popularity. But Huang Yuhan had never encountered a situation where not a single fluctuation was missed throughout her career. She remained fixated on this account in her office until the end of the workday, without witnessing any further transactions. After successfully closing and opening the long position, Cao Mo had come to believe that his rebirth had not affected the timeline or events of this world. He could forego his senior year, thus avoiding public humiliation at the hands of Cao Kun. Once he obtained the funds from the Su family, would he not be able to enter Su Wanyue's investment company? However, without a diploma, he might face discrimination in gaining entry into her firm. This closed loop could not be resolved. He lay in bed, contemplating for a long time, still undecided on his course of action. With a major in finance, the most suitable paths were investment banking or investment firms, and upon reflection, Jinbang Group indeed appeared to be an excellent choice. But where were his biological parents? Were they still alive? During the summer, after graduating from high school, he had sought information about the welfare home where the Cao Jianya couple had adopted him. Unfortunately, all he discovered was that he had been placed in that welfare home by the government, meaning he had no leads on the traffickers. He did not even know the precise location from which he had been abducted. If one were to consider height alone, he now stood at 188 meters, which was not typical for the South. Thus, it was highly probable that he hailed from the North. He was grateful that the Cao family had provided him with ample nutrition, allowing him to grow so tall. After ruminating on these thoughts for a long time, Cao Mo rose in frustration. He needed to earn money, obtain a degree, and most importantly, find his biological parents, having already accumulated several tens of millions. Even if he spent it all on uncovering his origins, it would suffice for his expenses. If he could leverage Jinbang Group's resources, wouldn't he that yield greater efficiency than going solo? Cao Kun, I will bring you down. I can overlook the others in the Cao family, but you, I shall never forgive. In my past life, I endured your cruelties. In this life, I shall return the favor. Su Wanyue, the most beautiful woman in Haishur. I will claim you, regardless of how shameless it may seem, owing to the debt of gratitude for saving my life. And I must find my biological parents. Since I have been reborn, I shall seize it all. Chapter 12. A dilemma. Why did you bring me back? Su Hao asked somewhat unhappily in the study of the Su family mansion. Standing at nearly 185 meters, he was considered tall in Haishur, and his elongated eyeliner lent him a touch of softness. Su Jinbang leaned back in his chair, raising his chin slightly. It was your sister who insisted that I call you back. Su Hao turned to glance at his sister. Su Vanjue spoke earnestly. Isn't the result for the plot you participated in bidding for due to be announced in the next couple of days? Su Hao scoffed. That's not the case. Land auction results are announced on the spot. It's all about who offers the most money nowadays. Su Vanjue froneth. Could it be that this was merely a joke? Su Hao continued. Actually, there's a notification. 3 plots in Lujiazui are up for auction the day after tomorrow. I prepared everything, so I just need to show up then. Why? Do you have some insider information? Su Wanyue shook her head, dismissing the thoughts swirling in her mind. I received word that our uncle's family might be planning something against us. You'd best be cautious and refrain from sleeping with just any woman. Her voice was cool, tinged with a hint of disgust. What if our uncle's family is setting a trap? Wouldn't you be caught in it? What would happen to Dad and me then? Su Jinbang's expression tightened. Wanyue, be clear. Do you have any concrete information? Su Hao stroked his chin thoughtfully. Recently, our uncle has been insisting that I persuade you. You're not a child anymore. It's time for you to get married, right? Su Wanyue hesitated momentarily, but resolved to tell the truth. I received news that Jinbang Real Estate will secure 2 plots. On the night of the celebration banquet, Jean will invite you to Blue Moon. Your drinks will be spiked, and she struggled to articulate the rest. Su Jinbang's expression grew serious. He remained silent. Su Hao pondered for a moment and nodded. If Jean who invites me, I might indeed go. And then? Su Wanyue's face flushed slightly. A mother-daughter pair with the surname Wang will die in your private room. And both you and Jean who will end up in prison. As for me, someone will come to kill me. Su Jinbang's face darkened with evident anger. Are you saying this is a scheme orchestrated by your uncle? Su Hao's countenance soured as he fell deep into thought, remaining silent. Su Wanyue too was quiet. Speak up. Who told you this news? Su Jinbang rapped on the table. Su Wanyue shook her head. I received a call this afternoon with the information. But the person did not reveal their identity. They only said to first get older brother locked up, then kill me to drive you to despair. In the end, Jinbang Group would fall into the hands of our uncle. It seemed that if older brother were truly imprisoned, he would likely meet his demise within. After she finished speaking, she turned to Su Hao and said, Brother, can you not be so extravagant? With so many women in Haishur, is there truly not one that catches your eye? Must you indulge in such frivolity? You entertain both mother and daughter without hesitation? Su Hao flashed a grin and replied, Did you not say it yourself? They had drugged me. Who could possibly know what was in that drink? Besides, do you even know who they are? You just rush back to tell us all this? After shooting him a glare, Su Wanyu looked at their father. Su Jinbang waved his hand and said, "Let us turn the tables on them. The bidding is the day after tomorrow. Prepare for the celebration banquet. If Jinhu truly calls you, just go. You can drink, but don't overindulge. Suao Chakil. Rest assured, since someone has already made the call, whether or not I was drugged, I intend to have a drink. But how shall we arrange the personnel? Should I manage it myself, or will you be taking charge?" None of the three harbored any doubt that Su Zhanyi would actually carry this out, which demonstrated his capability and willingness to do so. Sighing, Su Zhenbang asked, "What else did that person say?" Su Wanyu shook her head. "He only mentioned there's still time, nothing more. I suppose he will contact me again after the bidding day." Suao, bidding nonchalant, remarked. "Su Kan and his group are insignificant. There's no need to worry. But concerning our second uncle, once it's confirmed the drink is tainted. What do you plan to do?" Su Zhenbang lowered his eyes in silence. Both Su Hao and Su Wanyu watched him, waiting for his response without uttering a word. After Su Wanyu spoke, she found herself even more convinced that the matter was indeed serious, especially since neither her father nor brother showed any signs of skepticism. They merely sought to identify the caller. Yet from her perspective, this was a matter of life and death. After a moment, Su Zhenbang remained quiet. "Su Wanyu said, Dad, you know how the Li family in the capital operates. They're even more excessive than my brother. How could I possibly marry him? Our second uncle is pushing for this match, and your delays are unproductive. Who knows what schemes our second uncle and the Li family might be concocting?" Suao nodded. "Indeed, that is a possibility. However, the Li scion has only met you a few months ago. If I step in, neither you nor Mom will withstand it. If anything happens to my sister, our family would be doomed. In such a scenario, the Zhenbang group would fall into the hands of our second uncle and aunt." With that realization, it seemed plausible that the Li family and their second uncle were indeed conspiring to divide the Zhenbang group. Susembanik saleda de bris. "No worries. That day, I will have uncle who follow closely behind you. As for you, I will arrange for 2 female bodyguards tomorrow, never leaving your side. Regarding your second uncle, I have other plans. You need not concern yourselves with that." The following day, after Cao Mo awoke, he opened his computer to check the prices and trends of American soybeans, simultaneously browsing the Domestic Soybean Association's website. He did not descend for breakfast until 8 and returned to his room afterward, switching to the West Texas crude oil interface for a moment. He shook his head and promptly shut down the computer. Standing by the window, he gazed out at the streets of Haishur. After a brief respite, he sat at his desk and jotted down the names Su Wanyu, Su Hao, and Su Zhanyi of the Zhenbang group. Contemplating, he realized that his plans had not been overly exposed. At the very least, he could assert that he had inadvertently overheard a conspiracy, and there was no need to explain to Su Wanyu where he had gathered this information. Once everything was confirmed, the Su family ought to express their gratitude towards him. On the second page, he inscribed the name Cao Kun. He then stared at this name, lost in thought. In 2 lifetimes, he remained oblivious to where Cao Kun had grown up, what his adoptive parents did, or how he had gone missing. These mysteries remained unsolved. Even Chao Jianyi and Wang Meiwan had never disclosed this information to him. He merely recalled that being adopted had brought great solace to Wang Meiwan. Subsequently, they desired to have another son, resulting in the birth of Cao Pei Yao, after which Wang Meiwan could no longer conceive. Thus, Cao Pei Yao had a much closer relationship with him than with Wang Meiwan. However, Cao Pei Yao was exceptionally bright and had not returned after studying abroad. In his past life, he had also lost contact with her, never to see her again until his death. His days were spent enduring the oppression from Cao Kun until he collided with a pickup truck while delivering takeout. In this life, he wondered if that little tail would still reach out to him upon learning of Cao Kun's return. His phone number remained unchanged. There were still some individuals he needed to contact. Even if he wished to confront Cao Kun, he could not truly harm Chao Jianyi and Wang Meiwan. The debt of nurturing could never be erased. What a predicament. Chapter 13, Waiting. I now announced the results of the bidding. Cao Mo stood in the corner of the bidding hall, watching Su Hao, who had once raised his paddle, now brimming with confidence. Did Su Hao realize that tonight marked a turning point in his life? If Su Wanyu had not informed him, it could only indicate that the relationship between the siblings was rather strained. Perhaps they were vying for the position of chairman of the Zhenbang group. That evening, he planned to visit Blue Moon to witness the spectacle. Regardless of whether Su Hao had fallen into a trap, at the very least, he could enjoy the entertainment. As for Su Wanyu, it would ultimately depend on her own choices. At worst, he could spend August 10th with her. After all, she was to be his future financial support. Nothing could happen to her. Surveying the entire room, he noticed Su Hao had already cheerfully taken the stage to sign the contract. Meanwhile, the companies that failed to win the bid appeared rather disheartened. Public land auctions simply depended on who had deeper pockets. The highest bidder prevails, and with results announced on-site, there was no room for deceit. Unless the land was not auctioned, but rather allocated to a company through a different method. Cao Mo was not particularly knowledgeable in this area, but he had done some research to participate in the bidding. The internet truly has the power to change the world. With a smile, Cao Mo turned and left the auction hall, intending to grab a bite before heading to Blue Moon at 10 p.m. Su Wanyu's absence from the bidding hall was not surprising. What truly baffled Cao Mo was how a super-rich second generation like Su Hao could be so lacking in women. Given his status, he could have any woman he desired. His management skills for the group were commendable, yet his behavior was utterly disgraceful. Images of the descriptions he had heard in his previous life flitted through his mind. That pair of mother and daughter had originally been out to sell themselves, specifically targeting clientele who delighted in mother-daughter duos. That night, 2 corpses were carried out from the private room, and the heir of the Zhenbang group, Su Hao, the son of the chairman of the construction group, Jin Hu, and another Zhao were all taken away. However, in the end, only Jin Hu and Su Hao ended up in prison. Zhao was merely detained and fined for lewd assembly. Beyond that little news surfaced, in retrospect, it still seemed rather unfathomable. Earlier, I noticed that Su Hao was clearly accompanied by bodyguards at the auction hall. Why? On this very night in my previous life, did those bodyguards fail to fulfill their duty? Even if they did not enter, merely being outside, they should have been able to whisk their young master away at the first sign of trouble. I pondered this conundrum, yet clarity eluded me. Cao Mo arrived at the Blue Moon earlier than planned. He ventured inside, found an unoccupied booth, and ordered a few bottles of beer along with a fruit platter, sitting alone as he savored his drink. Meanwhile, in the banquet hall of the Zhenbang group, the celebratory feast had just concluded. Su Wanyu was conspicuously absent. The elders Su Zhenbang, Su Zhenye, along with the senior management team, and the second generation were all present to partake in the festivities, as specifically requested by Su Zhenbang. This arrangement left Su Zhenye feeling rather uncomfortable. He wielded little influence within the group, possessing only complete ownership of a construction materials factory and a construction market that belonged solely to the second house. In this regard, Su Zhenbang had no part to play. Essentially, the entire second house was dependent on the Zhenbang group, though the construction market was indeed quite respectable. As Su Hao approached the 2 elders to toast, his phone rang. Standing beside his father and second uncle, he answered the call. "Oh, Blue Moon? All right, I'll head over once I finish here. However, I've had quite a bit to drink tonight, so I'll take it easy." Huh, who could blame them for not bidding? I am determined to secure those 2 plots of land. There is no way I would let them slip away. Ha ha, Huzi, you truly are something. Really? He stood just behind Su Zhenye, his voice not particularly loud, but sufficient for Su Zhenye to hear distinctly. A flicker of joy crossed Su Zhenye's eyes. He anticipated that today, this auction would yield any land, yet the plans already set in motion were not to be abandoned. Furthermore, the Li family had offered a substantial sum. Once Su Hao entered, there was no chance he would emerge alive. The Zhenbang Group, the largest private enterprise in Haishur, would soon possess half of it. No longer would he have to endure the disdainful expressions of that selfish older brother, nor face the stingy countenance of his sister-in-law. As for Su Wanyu, once Su Hao was inside, he could leverage the Li family's influence to coerce her into marriage. It was well known that when young Master Li first laid eyes on Su Wanyu, he nearly exhausted that little starlet to the point of collapse on the very night they met. The Su family rightfully belonged to me, Su Zhenye. His expression remained unchanged, yet the glint in his eyes did not escape Su Zhenbang's notice. Soon, Su Hao ended the call. "Dad, Uncle, please continue. I have a gathering to attend shortly, so I must take my leave." "Oh, Su Hao, no worries. If you have matters to attend to, feel free to go. Your father and I will toast a few more rounds." Su Zhenye rose and turned to Su Hao, his face beaming with pride. Truly the pillar of the Su family's future. "Su Hao, your uncle is proud of you." Su Hao laughed heartily as he departed. What a little brat. Just as arrogant as ever. Su Zhenye turned to raise his glass, addressing the seated Su Zhenbang. "Elder brother, Su Hao is leaving soon. One tea go toast everyone? Without these employees, we will be nothing." Su Zhenbang smiled. "Yes, I should indeed toast a few rounds. At the very least, I must greet them." Typically, such duties fell to Su Hao, being the president. I seldom concern myself with the real estate company's affairs, as he is the one who makes the decisions. Su Zhenye chuckled, turning toward the executive's table. Su Zhenbang retrieved his phone. "Ah, Lao heir, you go ahead. I'll take this call and join you shortly." Su Zhenye turned back, smiling, before leaving. Su Zhenbang moved to a corner, facing the wall, observing Su Zhenye and Su Kun among others. "Old Hu, it's confirmed. Just make the arrangements. Afterward, there's no need to send anyone else from the sea. Just them will suffice. The other young ones can be left for Su Hao. Just ensure they don't get lost." After the call, he lifted his glass and made his way toward the lively executive's table. Cao Mo did not know Su Hao personally, but he had done his homework. There were indeed photos of Su Hao circulating online. Upon seeing Su Hao enter, he noted that he was flanked by no fewer than 6 bodyguards. Watching Su Hao ascend the stairs, Cao Mo raised his glass to clink with the girl beside him. Now, all he needed to do was wait. In less than 10 minutes, he observed 2 vibrant women following closely behind Su Wanyu as they ascended as well. Cao Mo was momentarily taken aback. What the hell? Could it be that Su Wanyu intends to witness the scene directly? He was curious about her reaction upon seeing Su Hao and the duo indulging in opulence. However, he quickly regained his composure. No, this was undoubtedly a ploy to gather evidence, perhaps not even intended for the police. Knowing Su Hao's character, if he were aware of the trap, he would certainly not fall for it. Should he take the spiked drinks for testing, it was likely he would go after Su Jinya directly. Yet, the truth of the matter remained elusive. For now, he could only wait. Chapter 14, a billion per person for a lifeline. Is that too much to ask? To be frank, Su Wanyu is exceedingly beautiful. Upon her entrance, aside from the music, nearly everyone was wide-eyed, captivated by her presence, whether in figure or visage. She appeared even more irresistible under the dim lights. He was unaware which 2 women among those who had entered since the venue opened were the mother and daughter pair. But he was confident they were now upstairs. Handsome, care for a drink? Cao Mo raised his glass. Let us switch places. I'll sit on your side. He found himself surrounded by 3 women, all perceiving him as an easy mark. However, the amount of money at stake was trivial to him. Moreover, he had hardly drunk anything. Most of it had been consumed by the 3 women. Switching places would allow him to observe Su Hao's demeanor when he descended. And as a man, Su Wanyu's beauty undoubtedly held sufficient allure. It was indeed a pleasure to cast his gaze upon her even once more. Approximately 5 minutes passed, and he saw the bodyguards escorting Su Hao and Su Wanyu back down. Not only that, but 2 young men followed suit as well. Was it over so soon? What of the mother and daughter? Did they not accompany him to confront Su Jinya? Or was there another scheme afoot? A dozen individuals passed before them, and Cao Mo scrutinized Su Hao and Su Wanyu. One exuded a cold demeanor, while the other radiated icy elegance. The last 2 female bodyguards carried several bottles of liquor, evidently for testing. Cao Mo lifted his glass, joining the others and watching the group swiftly depart before breaking into a grin, addressing the 3 beauties beside him. Truly stunning. Indeed, that handsome guy is striking, another remarked. Rolling her eyes, look at how he is surrounded by bodyguards. Is he someone we can ever approach? Let us just drink, shall we? Hey, you didn't finish your drink. Cao Mo chuckled, downing the beer in his glass in one go. I'm done drinking. The rest is yours. He fished out a stack of cash, roughly 1,000, and placed it on the table. You can divide it. I'm heading home. He extricated his arm from the embrace of 2 soft arms and a chest, realizing it was quite late, and if he delayed any further, he might face the wrath of returning home. With a cheerful smile, he rose to leave, only to be greeted by the sound of laughter from behind. The 3 companions of the bar were beginning to divide the spoils, but his objective had already been achieved. Now, it was time to return to the hotel. He would call Su Wanyu tomorrow at noon or in the afternoon to inquire about the situation. If the information proved accurate, it would signify that he had earned Su Wanyu's trust. If there was nothing amiss in the drink, he would incur no loss. After Su Hao and Su Wanyu departed from the Blue Moon, the celebratory banquet came to an end. Su Jinbang stood at the hotel entrance, pretending to make a phone call while holding his cell phone. Su Jinyi climbed into his car, smiling and waving goodbye. As he watched the 2 brothers, Su Kan and Su Zhe, board their vehicles, Su Jinbang dialed a number. Just leave. Don't disappoint me. The 2 younger ones are of no concern. But bring Su Jinyi to the island near Zhoushan. Wait for my call. Putting his phone away, he turned back toward the hotel. He had no intention of leaving the establishment. Who could say whether the second son had arranged for something untoward to happen in the car? Once he had taken action against his son, there was no turning back. He would not cease until either he or his children lay dead. Don't blame me for being ruthless. You initiated this. He had thought they could coexist peacefully for a few more years, but to his astonishment, you dared to use my daughter as a point of attack. Zhenyi, I truly wonder who gave you the audacity. Did you think my decades have been a smooth sail? Su Jinbang was not a man of mercy. Inaction was an option, but once he acted, it would be a decisive strike. In just 4 hours, Su Jinyi would find himself on an unnamed island in Zhoushan. As for its precise location, he had no knowledge. Su Jinyi had indulged in quite a bit of alcohol, especially after Su Hao departed. Over the years, he had consistently sought opportunities to cultivate relationships with the upper echelons of the company, particularly in real estate. After all, his building materials factory and market were most closely tied to the real estate sector. This evening, following Su Hao's departure, he had consumed at least 3 cups of wine, totaling approximately 6 taels. Adding in what he had drank before, it amounted to nearly 8 taels of liquor. While this was not his limit, he was indeed nearing a state of inebriation. Upon entering his car, he glanced at his phone, finding no new messages. That young man, Su Hao, had a penchant for married women, a conclusion he had drawn after numerous validations. Tonight, he had arranged for a mother-daughter duo, and he doubted Su Hao would let such an opportunity slip by. Generally speaking, encounters with a mother-daughter pair were exceedingly rare. This particular duo had been a hard-won arrangement, with an upfront payment of 100,000 and the remainder to follow later. Additionally, he had greased the palms at the Public Security Bureau with nearly 200,000, aiming for a charge of public indecency. Not to mention, his accomplices had brought hidden cameras. Once the footage was released, Su Hao's reputation and image would undoubtedly suffer a severe blow. Su Jinyi had no bodyguards, only a driver. The vehicle navigated the quiet streets. At this hour, there were not many cars on the road, but there were some. At 10:30 p.m., his car exited the main road, preparing to descend from the elevated highway onto a side road. Just as his vehicle descended and entered the side road, two SUVs suddenly surged from the street below, colliding with his car from opposing directions. Su Jinyi, resting in the back seat with his eyes closed, though not asleep, remained oblivious to the outside world. The two SUVs struck the driver's side and the rear of the vehicle, causing his Mercedes to spin violently in place. The driver was rendered unconscious on the spot. Meanwhile, Su Jinyi, unbuckled, collided with the window on the opposite side and began to vomit, spewing his stomach's contents all over the car. Within mere seconds, he was dragged out, encased in a burlap sack, and knocked unconscious before being tossed into another vehicle. The two unregistered SUVs swiftly vanished into the night. At midnight, Su Hao and Su Wanyu, seated in their car, received the freshly released test results, and their expressions shifted dramatically. The siblings exchanged a glance. What about that mother-daughter pair? Su Wanyu, emanating an icy aura and with fury etched on her face, inquired. Su Hao rubbed his nose. Having paid a sum of money, shared everything. Someone had offered 200,000 for them to come specifically. Was it Su Jinyi? No, it was Zhao Feng who had orchestrated it. However, that detail was of little consequence. Su Hao waved his hand dismissively, admitting he had indulged a bit too much. I'll check on Zhao Feng shortly. Why don't you head home first? I'll see what Zhao Feng has to say. Su Wanyu shook her head, insisting. I won't go with you. I need to know if this was orchestrated by Su Jinyi, if he indeed tampered with the drinks. Can you imagine how Dad would react? Drive. Let us find Zhao Feng, Su Hao instructed. The bodyguard in the front seat acknowledged, and the vehicles began to move, departing the lab in tandem. Cao Mo rose early, engaging in his usual exercise routine before sitting down at his computer to monitor the soybean market trends. According to his recollection, there was no pressing need to execute trades today. His profits were steadily increasing, yet he remained reluctant to invest further for compound interest. The risk of being targeted by the exchange was a burden he could not bear. Such a scenario could lead to the loss of all his money, leaving him destitute. There was no need to take such risks. Opening additional accounts would only attract the attention of CITIC New Era. Well, then, it appears Su Hao is safe. But Su Wanyu remains in peril. Although it does not directly concern me, how should I broach the subject? 1 billion each for their salvage. Isn't that a modest sum? Chapter 15, Money. Once the funds are secured, I shall promptly head to the capital to engage a local attorney to assist in tracing my biological parents. That should pose no issue. An attorney is, in essence, the best candidate for a private investigator. Of course, I would not overlook other options should they arise. He waited until after lunch, returning to his room, turning on the television, then taking out his phone to call Su Wanyu. He was uncertain why, after last night, she had yet to contact him. Presumably, she was awaiting his call. Su Wanyu was not at the company. She was at home in her bedroom, having just risen, showered, and donned a bathrobe while drying her hair. Last night, she had witnessed and heard Zhao Feng's confession firsthand. A staggering 500,000. Yet, this sum came from a stranger. Another 500,000 would follow upon the completion of the task. All he required was to escort a mother-daughter duo to a private room and serve the drinks they provided. His sole task was to invite Jean Hu over, who would, in turn, invite Su Hao. As for the pretext, it was simply too natural. The scale of his family's construction company was not particularly large. It primarily relied on the construction group for sustenance. However, with the current lack of sufficient projects, linking up with Su Hao was certainly aimed at securing contracts. After all, had he not just acquired 2 plots of land that were due for development? The real estate market was exceedingly lucrative, and it was likely that construction would commence soon. Everything was well-founded and reasonable, at least logically sound. Even the appearance of the mother-daughter flowers is not an issue. It is merely a matter of catering to their preferences, especially since he has already savored the taste. The only concern lies with the dubious quality of the beverages. The high concentration of aphrodisiac effects. Let's not even discuss the potential for calamity tonight. It would undoubtedly inflict significant harm upon Su Hao and Jin Hu's bodies. Who on earth can endure such repeated encounters throughout a single night? Is one courting death? All the other party desires is a video discreetly recorded by him. After all, his visage will not be captured on film. There is money to be made, and a connection to the Jinbang group to be established. Why not seize the opportunity? However, Su Wanyue likely understands that, given Su Hao and Jin Hu's dispositions, the Zhao family's company will soon vanish. As for Zhao Feng himself, he has already lost 10 toes. Regarding his current whereabouts, she did not inquire. Su Hao remained silent on the matter. Reflecting on the expressions of Jin Hu and Su Hao at that moment, she dared not speculate or ponder further. Men. The phone rang. Su Wanyue approached the bedside table, picked up her phone, and glanced at the screen. The caller ID simply read 1. Her heart skipped a beat. It was that young man who had been a source of reminders. Now, it had been confirmed that everything he said was indeed accurate. However, a lingering question remained in her mind. How did this individual know all of this when Su Jinye had not made an appearance? The phone continued to ring. She pressed the call button, her heart tinged with a hint of apprehension as she spoke. Hello? Miss Su, good day, came the calm voice of Cao Mo, resonating in her ear. I presume that after last night's events, you have confirmed that the beverages were indeed problematic, correct? Just as Su Wanyue was about to respond, she restrained herself from answering the question. She has never enjoyed being led by the nose. Can you now reveal your name? A few days ago, you alerted me. What is your objective? Her voice remained steady, devoid of tremor, as cold as ever. Haha, it is not yet the time to demand compensation, Cao Mo chuckled. What I seek now is your brother's phone number. I hope you can provide it to me. After all, you're my next target, and I would prefer that the most beautiful woman in Haishur does not hear too much about how she met her demise. Cao Mo retrieved the cigarettes and lighter he had purchased the previous day, hesitating momentarily before deciding against unwrapping them, opting instead to toy with the lighter in his hand. Last night, I observed you and your brother enter and leave the Blue Moon. That should sufficiently demonstrate my sincerity. Su Wanyue interrupted him with a question. What is it that you desire? I want your elder brother's phone number, and I am curious to see if he is willing to save your life. Su Wanyue paused, and then her anger surged. After forcefully suppressing it, she spoke again. I will send you my brother's number, but can you tell me who you are? Such a clandestine matter, and you claim to have heard it by chance. Isn't that a bit too casual? Cao Mo pondered for a moment before responding. It was not casual. It was an accidental overhearing. This matter has nothing to do with me. You will believe that in due time. Now, let's leave it at that. Just send me your brother's number. After a while, if Su Jinye takes action, I hope your brother can intervene. With that, Cao Mo ended the call. On the other end, Su Wanyue heard the beeping sound of the dial tone and, in a fit of rage, hurled her phone onto the bed. The force was so great that the already loose belt of her bathrobe came undone, revealing a large expanse of her pristine, glistening skin, which swayed gently. A brick-like Nokia N95 bounced off the bed and landed on the carpet. Bastard! Su Wanyue cursed vehemently. She hastily discarded her bathrobe and stepped into the dressing room to get dressed. Cao Mo waited a full half-hour before receiving a short message. Suao, 139. He dialed the number, only to find it switched off. With a sigh, he had no choice but to abandon the effort. At this time, Su Hao was still asleep, naturally in a state of power off. After sending Jin Hu home last night, he had personally taken a group to package Zhao Feng and sink him to the depths of the Huangpu River, even if only a skeleton remained. There was no possibility of discovery. By the time he returned, it was nearly 5 o'clock, and he slept soundly. In the entire villa, only the 2 siblings remained at home, one still asleep while the other had just risen. Su Jinbang had left early in the morning, accompanied by bodyguards. At 7 o'clock, Hu Wushuang called him, informing him that the task had been completed. They briefly confirmed the boarding location, and he set out with his men. Hu Wushuang had been by his side for nearly 30 years. He had saved him once years ago, watching him marry and raise children, both of whom now worked at the Jinbang Group and lived respectable lives. He felt completely at ease with Hu Wushuang. He resolved to clarify the entire situation before personally sending his younger brother off. Initially, he had considered refraining from taking matters into his own hands, but the pent-up frustration within him compelled him to question what wrongs he had committed against the second branch of the family. Throughout the journey, he reflected on the myriad experiences shared over the decades with Su Jinye, realizing it was merely a matter of hardening his heart. Cao Mo, at this juncture, had nothing to do but await August 12th. He devoted the surplus of his time to contacting the police in the capital using the publicly available phone numbers, inquiring about the case of the missing boy from 20 years ago. One call after another, he left his phone number and email address. The monotony and occasional indifference he encountered were tolerable. The information gleaned in his previous life suggested he was most likely from the capital, yet there was no clue as to how he ended up in Hangsheng. At that time, The paid information indicated that his appearance bore a resemblance to that of a prominent family from the capital, particularly in terms of his brows, eyes, and nose, akin to a certain notable figure. However, the source dared not confirm it, as that family wielded immense power, and nobody would dare provoke them. Regrettably, he had not even obtained a surname. Those who were paid to provide information were evasive, claiming they needed to confirm further before getting back to him. Consequently, the delivery he ordered that night ended in disaster. Money, money. Afterward, he would head to the capital. Chapter 16. How could she find peace of mind? As for the Cao family, if they could secure the assistance of the Jinbang group, dealing with the Cao family would undoubtedly pose no issue. They would surely be eager to expand their business to include Hangsheng. By the time he awoke to call Su Hao, it was already past 4 in the afternoon. Su Hao appeared to be in good spirits. Cao Mo was taken aback upon hearing Su Hao's voice. I am aware of your existence, Su Hao's indifferent voice stated. My sister warned me. I knew it was you as soon as you called. I'm quite curious about how you acquired this information and what you wish to obtain from me. Indeed, it seems that like attracts like. The siblings' initial reactions were remarkably similar. Cao Mo chuckled, deliberately allowing his laughter to be heard. I'm certainly not an anonymous hero. On one hand, I need the Su family's assistance. On the other, I require financial support. However, now is not the right moment to discuss these matters. He paused for a moment, allowing ample time for Su Hao to contemplate. Then he continued, Master Su, if you have not yet dealt with Su Jinya, you must exercise caution. On the 12th, your sister, Su Wanyue, will be murdered in her own car. Furthermore, after her death, her body will be stripped bare. Damn it, Su Hao cursed vehemently. However, Cao Mo ignored him and continued, I am uncertain if it was someone arranged by Su Jinya who took action. This is merely what I have heard. According to the original plan, you and Jean were to administer a copious amount of liquor to that mother and daughter duo, after which you would toy with them. Given that they were likely drugged beforehand, it is highly probable that you would lead them to their demise. Consequently, both you and Jean who would find yourselves incarcerated. The motivation behind targeting your sister seems to be to ensure your father, Su Jinbang, is utterly devastated, compelling you to regret in the detention center. Once you're sentenced, it is unlikely you would emerge alive. Ultimately, the Jinbang group, valued at nearly 100 billion, would fall into the hands of others. What do you think are the chances of this happening? Su Hao listened, suppressing the furious tempest within his chest. His fingers, gripping the phone, turned as pale as parchment. What impressed Cao Mo was that, had anyone else heard the revelations he shared, they would have erupted immediately. Yet, Su Hao remained composed. After a single curse, he silently absorbed the unfolding narrative. Even now, his breathing remained relatively steady. Little did he know, he had already drawn blood from his wrist with his other hand. Su Hao was never a paragon of virtue. He held stringent expectations of his employees, employed ruthlessly aggressive tactics against competitors, and exhibited a somewhat twisted demeanor towards the women around him. Nevertheless, he possessed one redeeming quality. He cherished his sister. Despite her emotional distance stemming from his excessive sentimentality, he genuinely doted on her. Their mother had passed away early, and their father had not sought a stepmother, remaining engrossed in his work. Thus, Su Wanyue was essentially raised by Su Hao himself. The thought of murder, followed by the desecration of her body, was intolerable. Cao Mo probed, what are the chances? Su Hao released his wrist, grinning through bloody teeth. Quite probable. The likelihood is exceedingly high. As he bared his teeth in a grin, the sight was somewhat macabre. This debt of gratitude, whether from me or my father, must be acknowledged. Earlier, you mentioned needing my assistance. I assure you, as long as it falls within my power, I will devote the full resources of the Jinbang group to aid you. You require funds, correct? Name your figure, provide me with an account, and I shall expedite the transfer. It could be domestic or international. Cao Mo internally exhaled in relief. I need 200 million. Consider it a lifeline for you and your sister. Very well, send me the account details. And what of the other matter? Cao Mo replied. No rush. We shall discuss it after you possess the evidence to imprison Su Jinya. No need. I dislike being indebted. Just tell me directly. Su Hao insisted. Cao Mo awkwardly scratched his chin. I haven't quite figured out how to articulate it. Why is Su Hao in such a hurry? What about Su Jinya? He kindly suggested. That is of no concern to you. You need not involve yourself. If you require funds, provide me with the account. If you need my assistance, simply state the matter. Su Hao had regained his composure. While listening to the phone call, he contemplated reaching out to Uncle Hu for help in eliminating the entire Su Jinya family, sparing not even their dog. Rooting out the problem entirely was the most fundamental approach. After a brief hesitation, Cao Mo said, let us discuss it once you have resolved the situation. I'm not in a hurry. I will contact you again on the 12th. Su Hao frowned at his phone, realizing the call had indeed been terminated. Damn it. I did not even know the name, merely this number, with no means to trace the caller's location. He resolved to procure a device to ensure he could meet the individual during their next conversation. Setting aside that thought, a renewed wave of hatred surged within him. Uncle, my dear uncle, and my beloved Aunt Su Can, just wait. It shall not be long. No, my dear uncle. I want you to witness the demise of everyone in the second household before I send you down to join them. Family, after all, is destined to reunite. Is it not? He tore off a few sheets of tissue to wipe the blood from his wrist. By now, the area surrounding the wound had begun to swell. He hastily dabbed at it and approached the floor-to-ceiling window, contemplating how to ensnare the entire second household without alarming the authorities. Su Can and Su Zhe were both involved in the real estate business. Su Miaoshuan had likely just graduated, although she was studying film and performance in the capital. After his sister departed last night, he had called their father to confirm that the liquor had indeed been tampered with. The aphrodisiac dosage was sufficient to incapacitate a bull. It was evident that the adversary intended for him to be utterly spent. Therefore, Uncle Hu had likely already taken action. He just did not know the current situation. He attempted to contact Hu Wushuang, but while the phone was on, no one answered, leaving him in the dark about what they were occupied with. He did not go to the office, nor was he aware if his father had gone there. Glancing down at his wrist, he realized he should first head to the hospital for treatment, then address matters further. As for his sister's safety, he held no concern. 2 bodyguards, each armed with their respective cold weapons, accompanied her, and it was unnecessary to mention that she was not driving at all. A bodyguard would drop her off at work, and upon finishing, another would pick her up in a different vehicle. There was no opportunity for anyone to infiltrate the car. No, I must arrange for 2 more female bodyguards for my sister. The more I think about it, the more uneasy I become. Su Wanyue had not gone to the office. She was seated in her room, having opened her computer to work remotely. If she did not use the computer, she could operate her Nokia N95. That sliding brick of a phone, which was remarkably versatile. At least she could send and receive emails without any issues. However, after working for a while, she suddenly began to grind her teeth in frustration. Bastard. She had no intention of divulging her affairs. When she inquired of Su Hao, his response was to assure her that as long as she remained accompanied by bodyguards, there was no cause for concern. Before entering the car, she was to have the bodyguards inspect both the interior and exterior, particularly the brakes and brake pads. Beyond that, she need not worry. That bastard refused to disclose the details, and Su Hao was equally reticent. It felt as though she was acutely aware of the danger surrounding her. Yet those who knew remained silent. How could she find peace of mind in such circumstances? How could she focus on her work? Bastard, I swear if I find you. Chapter 17, Fratricide, 1. By the time Su Jinbong changed his clothes and stepped across the gangway onto another vessel, it was nearly evening. This was a fishing boat. After transferring to this boat, he would head to the island, an arrangement orchestrated by Hu Wushuang, to which he had no objections. Wushuang must have had his reasons for this setup. Soon, the small fishing boat veered around the island, disappearing from the sight of those waiting. On this side of the boat, 4 bodyguards remained, all armed, while 2 others accompanied him to the island. 2 individuals remained on the shore, observing the vehicle. Su Jinbong had always been exceedingly cautious. This was a habit ingrained in him from years past, one that he had been unable to shed. Accompanied by the rhythmic sound of the engine, the small boat made its way around the island before finally docking. This was a desolate isle, scarcely measuring a few square kilometers. Su Jinbong surveyed the dilapidated structures scattered across the island and nodded in approval. Indeed, this was a commendable location, without a vessel. Su Jinye could not possibly escape. Yet, he was confident that even in the absence of supervision, the second brother would not elude capture. Wu Shuang had likely already severed his tendons. Boss, you have arrived. A middle-aged man emerged from one of the buildings, bowing respectfully upon seeing him. The 4 burly men standing outside followed suit, albeit in silence. They were not in Su Jinbong's employ. They were entirely under Wu Shuang's command. Yet their actions were in service of Su Jinbong. Where is he? Su Jinbong inquired with a nod. Inside. He is incapacitated, so there is no need for concern. Came a response. Wu Shuang, attired like a fisherman, resembled one save for his skin tone, which set him apart. Su Jinbong trailed him into the dwelling, leaving 2 bodyguards stationed outside. The sun had yet to dip below the horizon, and the daylight remained bright. Su Jinye sat against the wall on the ground, his suit now devoid of its original color. To ensure his lucidity, his limbs had been rendered useless, but otherwise left unscathed, and even now, they were bound with gauze. Nearby, a few bottles of water and some bread lay in wait. Since his capture the previous night, he had been hastily transported and had said nothing since boarding the vessel. Of course, we have not resorted to violence, Wu Shuang added respectfully. Su Jinye opened his eyes, glancing at his elder brother. Brother, why? When I saw Brother Wu, I knew it was you. Why treat me this way? His voice was hoarse. Clad in ordinary attire, Su Jinbong showed no signs of disdain as he settled directly across from him. Second brother, after all these years, ask your conscience when I ventured into smuggling. Was it because I was unwilling to part with money or due to concern for your safety? He did not anticipate an answer, continuing on his own. In those days, I fought for cargo, and I have witnessed death countless times. Later, I engaged in fierce competition for contracts for river sand, for sand transport. Do you have any idea how many lives were lost? The river was stained red, a sight you have never witnessed, I presume. When I first embarked on the building materials business, I brought you along to ease your burdens and help care for our mother. You occupied an office while I toiled alongside the brothers from dawn till dusk. What was my aim? To establish a name for Su Zhenbong by the riverside. While you contributed nothing. Nothing at all. You engaged in petty theft, misappropriated funds. Have I ever reproached you for anything? My small company grew into a large corporation, into a conglomerate, and my brothers hold shares, yet they earned them with their lives. And you? You did nothing. I granted you a 3% stake, gifted you a building materials factory, and even arranged for you to manage a materials market. With annual dividends, you should be earning $30 million a year without question. Your two sons, Su Kan and Su Zhe, work in this company and, being members of the Su family, hold respectable positions with ample salaries and benefits. Tell me, where have I wronged you? He extended his hand, and Wu Shuang swiftly produced a cigarette, placing it in his palm before igniting it with a lighter. Su Zhenbong took a puff and declared, Second brother, should you articulate any grievance regarding how I have wronged your family, I will willingly offer you a hand. Your injuries? I shall arrange for you to receive immediate treatment. Speak up. Wu Shuang is here too. Let him hear how I have wronged you. After his statement, he fell silent. Smoking quietly, Wu Shuang stood by, wordless, merely observing Su Zhenbong. Su Zhenye coughed lightly, maintaining his silence. Indeed, he was acutely aware that his elder brother had not treated him unjustly. It was his own greed that had brought him to this predicament. Yet, he could not articulate this truth. Even now, he could not fathom why he had been brought here. He refused to believe that last night's events had been disclosed. Logically, Su Hao should be in custody, and his elder brother should be attending to matters in the city while contending with the media. He could hardly have had time to come here. He was uncertain of their location, yet it was undoubtedly the island, for he could still hear the sound of the waves. The duration of a cigarette is fleeting, merely a minute or two. Su Zhenbong extinguished the cigarette and stowed the butt in his pocket. What? Speechless? Very well. Allow me to ask you, why did you set a trap for Su Hao yesterday? Since I have never wronged you, nor committed any offense against you, why would you target my son? Su Zhenbong's expression remained tranquil. Yet Su Zhenye knew his elder brother's fury had reached its zenith. He was at a loss for words, having never anticipated that this matter would come to light. The change in Su Zhenye's countenance betrayed his guilt. Not only did you target my son, but will you also lay hands on my daughter? What benefits has the Li family promised you to treat your own brother in such a manner? With a sudden motion, Su Zhenbong struck him across the face. Given that Su Zhenye was seated, the blow lacked force. When our mother passed away, I promised to care for you. She only saw you at her side, oblivious to the sacrifices I made to ensure you could be there. I feared my own wounds would frighten her. I worried that the specter of my slain brothers would intimidate her. I even feared I might frighten your wife. Do you understand, second brother? I have shown you nothing but sincerity, and you repay me by harming my children? Another slap followed. Su Zhenye licked his lips, remaining resolute in his silence. Su Zhenbong sighed, propping himself up on his knees as he stood. Do you think that the young master of the Li family is someone of note? He is merely a member of the third branch of the Li family in the capital. That place is far more refined than our southern territories. Do you know why I refused the union with Wanyu? Because the moment I laid eyes on him, I discerned he was nothing more than a second-generation rich kid, utterly unworthy of being the heir of the Li family. His demeanor and gaze lacked the essence of that household. Upon further inquiry, it was confirmed that he was not from the main lineage. Is a side branch's second-generation scion worthy of your flattery? Do you hold the Su family in such low regard? Speak up, what has he promised you? What contingencies do you have? Su Zhenye clenched his jaw, refusing to utter a single word. The standoff was on the brink of becoming untenable. Suddenly, Su Zhenbong broke into a grin. Second brother, perhaps I should summon Su Kan and Su Zhe to inquire on my behalf. Chapter 18, Sibling Strife 2. Su Zhenye opened his eyes. As he opened his eyes, even Su Zhenbong and Wu Shuang were taken aback by the malice lurking within his gaze. His eyes were bloodshot, the whites tinged with crimson. Just moments ago, he had sat there motionless. Despite his limbs being incapacitated, at least his shoulders were still capable of movement. Su Zhenye's self-control was indeed something that instilled a sense of fear even in Su Zhenbong. He chuckled darkly, revealing teeth stained with the color of blood. Brother, doesn't the title of the foremost in Heir fill you with pride? A strange smile graced his face, tinged with a hint of calmness. Do you believe you have treated me well? Do you think that your relentless pursuit of wealth is a form of filial piety? He suddenly raised his voice. Do you remember where you were when mother passed away? You were behind bars. Su Zhenbang's expression changed. This was the most painful moment of his life. During the time of the sandboat robbery, countless bodies sank into the Huangpu River, and while he could not ascertain the exact number, he knew that at least dozens were sent to their demise by his own hands. That year, his mother required heart surgery, but, in truth, the medical standards in the country were far from adequate. He had been arrested, and no one had come to his aid. When his mother died in a hospital in the capital, he was still incarcerated. He only learned of her passing after his release. This was his greatest sorrow. He hadn't even been able to see her one last time. For 3 whole days, Su Zhenbang knelt before his mother's coffin, without food or water, nearly following her to the grave. Haha, Su Zhenbang, do you think mother wanted your money? I was the one who accompanied her. From the beginning to the final rites, it was I who handled everything. Do you remember? When Wan Yue was just born, and your wife bled to death. I took care of everything. Have I wronged you? Su Zhenbang, open your eyes and look at me. Tell me, how have I wronged you? Aside from providing money, what have you brought to our family? He shouted frantically, gasping for breath. He attempted to raise his hand, but only his shoulder moved, his arm remaining utterly still. He glanced down at his own arms, a bitter smile forming on his lips. I admit, I've been greedy. For so many years. You have valued your gang of brothers more than your own family. I am your biological brother, the only brother you have in this world. The one who cared for our mother for 8 years, looked after your wife, and helped raise your children. What have you given me? I am your own brother. Why should I receive less than others? Why? Su Zhenbang fell silent, lighting another cigarette and inhaling quietly. Brother, I know I won tea survive. Su Zhenye sniffled. Can you give me a cigarette? Su Zhenbang bent down and placed a cigarette between his lips. Su Zhenye took several deep drags. Hu Wushuang stood silently by, neither participating in the conversation nor moving. After they finished their cigarettes, Su Zhenye flicked the butt away. Give me a swift end, brother, he said softly, tilting his head back. After a moment of silence, Su Zhenbang asked, Li Wei, the one from the capital's branch, when did you begin plotting? I want to ask. But tell me who else is involved? Besides the Li family, who else in Heir is involved? Tell me everything, and I will spare Su Can and Su Jia. Su Zhenye smiled, then sighed deeply. The children will have their own fortunes. I intended to leave them something substantial, but alas, there are no others. Everyone involved was arranged by me. The Li family agreed to hand over the real estate sector to me after you all are gone. They will keep the development and investment. Additionally, 2 commercial banks will grant Su Can and Su Jia each a 15 stake. Su Zhenbang gritted his teeth. Who arranged for Wan Yue to be targeted? When will they act? Su Zhenye looked at him, shaking his head. If last night had succeeded, they would have acted after Su Hao was taken in. Now, they likely want to proceed. He did not understand how Su Zhenbang knew this, but it was of little consequence. All he wanted was for his brother to spare his family and children. As for himself, he was well aware he would not survive the day. In Heir, who are the people assisting you? Who connected you with Zhao Feng? The deputy general manager of the building materials market, Gao Wenxue. Do Su Can and the others know this? No, I haven't spoken a word to them. Does your sister-in-law know? Su Zhenye shook his head. What's the point of telling them? Even if it succeeded, I wouldn't tell them. Su Zhenbang lit another cigarette and placed it in Su Zhenye's mouth. How many people from the Li family are in contact with you? What are their names? Su Zhenye inhaled, watching the smoke dissipate in the sea breeze. 2 people, one surnamed Geng and the other surnamed Feng. Su Senban Saith. Is there anything else you wish to say? Su Zhenye shook his head. Everything was my doing. My grievances with you have nothing to do with the family. I only ask that you spare my family. Tears streamed down his face, dripping onto his soiled clothes. Brother, for the sake of my care for your wife and Wan Yue, please spare my family. Su Zhenbang stood, turning to gaze at the tumultuous sea beyond the dilapidated windows, remaining silent for a moment before he turned back. Second brother, may you rest in peace. He strode through the doorless entrance, with the bodyguards immediately following. Su Zhenye called out, Brother, spare my family. I owe you, and I will repay you in the next life. Unyielding, Su Zhenbang quickly reached the shore and boarded the boat. Moments later, 4 strong men dragged the gagged Su Zhenye onto the vessel, and after Hu Wushuang boarded, she waved her hand. Soon, iron chains wrapped around Su Zhenye multiple times. The small fishing boat chugged away towards the open sea, traveling over 20 nautical miles, with a cigarette clenched between his teeth. Su Zhenbang observed Su Zhenye precariously perched on the edge of the boat, while Hu Wushuang quietly regarded him. Su Senban Nadif. With a splash, Su Zhenye vanished beneath the waves. Wushuang, ensure not a single member of the Su Zhenye family remains. His daughter is in the capital. You personally lead a team there. Deputy General Manager of the Building Materials Market, Gao Wenxue, uncover everyone around him. Also, regarding Li Wei from the Li family, and the 2 others surnamed Geng and Feng. Investigate how many heirs the Li family's 3rd branch has and leave not a single one. Prepare however many people you need. He produced 2 cards, presenting them to Hu Wushuang, each containing 10 million. Purchase whatever is necessary, but leave no traces. When the task is completed, return. After a brief silence, he added, once the matter is resolved, upon your return, the building materials city and factory of second brother will be yours, and you and the other brothers can distribute the equity. Hu Wushuang said nothing, merely accepting the cards and carefully placing them in her pocket. Su Jinbong gazed sternly at the sea. If the funds are insufficient, return and inform me personally. Hu Wushuang acknowledged, yes, Brother Jinbong. If it doesn't succeed, I will ensure my body is brought back. Su Jinbong nodded. If it comes to that, I will ensure my sister-in-law and the children live as wealthy individuals for the rest of their lives. Shopta Noinsin, I'm Cao Mo. I made the call. Cao Mo gazed at the densely packed notes in his notebook, most of which contained the telephone numbers of various police stations in the capital, along with the feedback he had received after his inquiries. Little did he know, outside, the Su family had already eliminated Zhao Feng and Su Jinya within a single day. And soon the second branch of the Su family would face utter annihilation. As for everything else, he had yet to delve deeper. He was merely waiting for either Su Hao or Su Wenyu to personally call him. Until then, his focus remained on uncovering clues about his biological parents and preparing for the soybean trade and the subsequent transition to international crude oil dealings. However, just a few days later, on August 9th, he received a call from Su Hao, where he saw the caller ID displaying Su Hao's name. He did not hesitate and answered immediately. Good afternoon, Mr. Su, he greeted. Su Hao's somewhat abrasive voice resonated through the phone. I would like to invite you to dinner tonight. I will send you the address shortly. After all these days, you must have thought through whatever conditions you desire. As I said, as long as I, Su Hao, can manage it without harming my family, I am willing to agree to your requests. Cao Mo quickly grasped the implication. Did this mean that those who intended to target his sister had been dealt with? Su Hao did not directly respond to this inquiry, but continued, I will send you the dinner address shortly. Just come directly. There will only be 3 of us. You, me, and my sister. Whatever demands you have, tonight is your only opportunity. Come tomorrow. I will not entertain any of your requests. Even if you publicly accuse me of being ungrateful or anything else, I simply do not care. Cao Mo thought to himself, is this truly a pressure tactic to force my appearance? In such a short span, have all involved parties already been apprehended or eliminated? Could it be that a top-ranking private entrepreneur possesses such terrifying capabilities? If the Cao family has risen to prominence in Hangzhou, do they also wield similar methods and power? He recalled how in his previous life, Cao Kun could humiliate and suppress him at will. Would that still be the case now? No, it would not. If he lacked the means to earn a living, he would likely have endured until graduation before heading to the capital. But now, possessing the ability to generate income and with the Su family support, would Cao Kun resort to the darker tactics of the Cao family against him? Damn! The more he pondered, the more plausible it seemed. All right, send me the address and time. I shall certainly attend. Rest assured, Mr. Su, my demands will not be unbearable for you. Su Hao merely emitted a low hum before hanging up. 2 minutes later, Cao Mo glanced at the text message on his phone and then opened the map on his computer. The private dining establishment was somewhat distant, but that was hardly an issue. After acknowledging the message, he began to jot down notes. The dinner was set for 7 in the evening, and it would take over an hour by taxi to arrive. Thus, he had only about an hour to prepare. Of course, he could continue to contemplate how to maximize his benefits during the journey. However, he could not carry his notebook with him. It was prudent to take precautions and be well prepared. The notebook contained several pieces of information regarding future matters, all of which were publicly available from his previous life. Moreover, it held insights into investment opportunities over the next decade, including plans for succession, details that must remain undisclosed to others. After locking the notebook in the hotel safe, he took a blank sheet of paper and began to ponder whether to request cash or an investment from the Su family. In recent days, Su Wenyu had been accompanied by bodyguards whenever she went in or out, even while working in her office, where 2 guards remained stationed. It could be said that these days represented the most tense moments of her life, bar none. It was only when her father personally reassured her and her elder brother that the situation had been resolved, at least in terms of the danger in Haishur, that she truly felt a sense of relief. As for the individual who had issued the warning call, her father, Su Jinbong, had stated, the Su family's future belongs to both of you. Once you are married, it will be divided according to your current responsibilities. He also mentioned that he would be heading to the capital for a few months, temporarily leaving matters here in their hands. Whatever demands the caller might propose, Su Hao would decide whether to agree to them. Although Su Jinbong was only in his 50s and far from retirement, both she and Su Hao understood that this implied he was seeking an alternative route in the capital. Their father had departed that very morning, and now her brother Su Hao had invited her to dinner that evening, with the only guest being the mysterious individual who had chosen to remain anonymous. With her own peril resolved, she found herself less averse to the individual, though still harboring slight dissatisfaction. The icy beauty, Su Wanyu, was the first to arrive at the private kitchen, accompanied by her 3 bodyguards, who inspected the room before allowing her to enter while they remained outside. Although Su Wanyu had visited this place before, she was not entirely familiar with it, yet she felt somewhat at ease. Shortly thereafter, Su Hao arrived. The 2 siblings sat together. He was undeniably handsome, exuding an air of nonchalance, his pale skin framed by an expression of quiet contemplation. She, on the other hand, was breathtakingly beautiful, leaving any woman in her presence feeling inadequate. Despite being 25 years old, her skin remained delicate and flawless, complemented by her commitment to daily exercise, which kept her figure taut and curvaceous, along with her tall stature and slender waist. If one disregarded her expressionless, frosty visage, she could easily be deemed a goddess. Even at a height of 1.8 meters, she did not appear particularly towering beside her. Cao Mo arrived just after 6:50, hesitating momentarily at the entrance. Guessing that he would undoubtedly be subjected to a search if he entered, an experience he wished to avoid. He decided to call Su Hao instead. Su Hao, holding a teacup while engaging in light conversation with Su Wanyu, noticed the vibration of his phone, glanced at it, and answered. Are you here? Yes. But could I trouble someone to come and fetch me? I'm not familiar with Haishir. Oh, so you're not a local, he deduced. Or perhaps not part of the upper class, for otherwise, a renowned establishment like this would be well known to those in high society. Just a moment. I'll be right out. After hanging up, Su Wanyu turned to him. Brother, is it really necessary for you to go greet him personally? Su Hao smiled knowingly. It is essential. Such courtesy must be extended. Regardless of whether he intends to assert dominance or not, given that he made 2 calls, I should do this. Su Wanyu frowned slightly. Fine, I'll accompany you. Cao Mo was rather surprised to find that it was not Su Hao's bodyguards who came to greet him, but rather Su Hao and Su Wanyu themselves. He stood in the courtyard, just inside the entrance, dressed casually except for a single shoulder bag. Mr. Su, he called out. Both Su Hao and Su Wanyu halted in their tracks. A young man, slightly boyish in appearance, stood over 1.8 meters tall with a lean physique. He wore a white short-sleeved t-shirt and blue jeans, with a shoulder bag slung over him. His looks could be described as handsome, though the hint of youthfulness rendered his face even more youthful, perhaps suggesting he was barely in his 20s. Strangely enough, this young man's gaze did not reflect that of his peers. Upon encountering them, he exhibited no signs of restraint whatsoever. Su Wanyu cast a discerning gaze over Cao Mo, perceiving him as merely a young boy, and his demeanor did not suggest any virtuous character, as his eyes fixated on her figure. Standing at a height of 1.88 meters, Cao Mo was considered tall in the southern regions. He had seen the sibling duo in photographs, and had encountered them in person at Blue Moon. Thus, he called out to them, yet his gaze involuntarily lingered on Su Wanyu. She was extraordinarily beautiful, almost transcending the standards of her era. Her long hair was elegantly styled atop her head, revealing her slender, fair neck, accentuated by the striking ruby pendant that was impossible to overlook, nestled amidst the delicate, enticing curves that would captivate any man. Her waist was impossibly slim, embodying a perfect ratio that would not be conceived until years later. At 25, she appeared no older than a final-year university student. However, her frosty aura, which kept others at bay, imparted a sense of maturity far beyond her years. Regaining his composure, Cao Mo introduced himself, stating, I am Cao Mo. It was I who made the call. Chapter 20. First encounter. Su Hao observed his composed demeanor and stepped forward. Extending his hand with a smile, Cao Mo, it is a pleasure to finally meet you. Cao Mo shook his hand and continued, I am the adopted son of the Cao family from Hangzhou. You may verify this. There should have been reports circulating online and in the newspapers about half a month ago. Su Wanyu remained silent, not even approaching to shake hands. Instead, she produced a large, incongruous brick of a phone that clashed with her attire, found Cao Mo's number, and pressed the call button. Upon hearing the ringtone emanate from Cao Mo's phone, she slightly lifted her chin in acknowledgement. Su Hao stood by, a smile gracing his face as he observed the scene. Cao Mo glanced at his phone and then handed it to Su Hao, saying, This should serve as my own identification. Su Hao refrained from taking it, merely glancing at it before nodding with a smile. Cao Mo, please. At this moment, Su Wanyu managed a smile as she turned to lead the way toward a small private room. Su Hao and Cao Mo followed, their eyes unable to resist glancing at the sway of Su Wanyu's slender waist and pert posterior. Mr. Su, I have refrained from disclosing my personal information. I hope you will forgive me, Cao Mo said. Su Hao chuckled, noting their similar heights as he casually draped an arm over Cao Mo's shoulder. No worries. Had he not contacted my sister, the outcome might have been far less favorable. Thankfully, that is not the case now. Tonight, my sister and I have invited you to dinner. Please share how you came to know about this matter. In comparison to someone like Su Hao, who thrived in the business world, Cao Mo possessed little experience throughout his life. However, he understood that this evening was crucial for establishing trust with the siblings before him. Once Su Wanyue opened the door and stood aside to hold it for them, she entered after Su Hao and Cao Mo, casually closing the door behind her. During this exchange, Cao Mo noticed 4 bodyguards, with the rest likely stationed in vehicles or monitoring the surroundings. Although he did not see them, he would have arranged things similarly, considering his wealth necessitated heightened attention to personal safety. Cao Mo had never dined in such a private establishment before. After taking a seat, he placed his bag on the chair beside him. Su Hao poured tea for him while saying, "Since you are unfamiliar with heir, I took the liberty of ordering some dishes. Here, all the food is served at once, and they will not disturb us unless we ring for assistance." "That's perfectly fine. I am indeed unfamiliar with the place, and I am not particularly picky," Cao Mo replied. "What would you like to drink? Red wine, white wine, or something stronger?" "Nearly everything you name will be available here," Su Hao inquired cheerfully. Cao Mo shook his head. "I do not drink. Tea will suffice." "Suvanjuing terhiktif." "Not drinking is for the best. It would only hinder our discussions." Su Hao shot a playful glare at his sister, chuckling as he nodded. "Very well. We shall eat and drink tea, then discuss the matter at hand." Classical music wafted through the room from an unknown source, soft and soothing, creating a pleasant atmosphere that did not intrude upon their conversations. It instilled a sense of relaxation, which affected Cao Mo as well. He raised his teacup, standing to address them. "Mr. Su, Miss Su, I must apologize for concealing my information. The content of the phone call was of utmost importance. My name is inconsequential in comparison. Moreover, since you have graciously invited me to dinner, it indicates that the matter has been resolved. Am I correct?" Su Wanyue glanced at Su Hao, who raised his teacup and smiled. "It could be considered largely resolved. There are ongoing matters at home, the specifics of which cannot be disclosed at this time, but we can affirm that we are safe for now. That is the crux of the matter, is it not?" Su Wanyue then stood to raise her tea, sincerely stating for the first time, "Regardless, I must thank you for your call." Cao Mo note that, sipping his tea before settling back into his seat, confirming that the situation had been addressed. He noted that while Su Hao's words were not entirely truthful, they were not wholly untrue either. He believed this was inconsequential, as it bore no relation to the conditions he intended to propose. Once seated, Su Hao briefly inquired about the relationship between Cao Kun and the Cao family of Hangsheng, which was hardly a secret. Moreover, both he and Su Wanyue were business elites, sensitive to external information. They had followed the previous news reports, but it was only now that they encountered the actual subject of the events, the adopted son of the Cao family, Cao Mo. As the dishes had yet to be served, the trio focused their conversation around Cao Mo, while Su Wanyue remained silent, sipping her tea. Occasionally, Cao Mo's gaze would flit over her exquisite features. Such a striking woman remained icy even in the presence of her savior. He wondered what her demeanor was like with others. "Are you in heir to sever ties with the Cao family?" he asked. "Not entirely. I wish to begin searching for my biological parents, but my immediate priority is to earn some money." Su Hao nodded, aware that earning money was always paramount. However, few university students managed to earn income during their studies. Those who did usually did so merely to cover living expenses. Individuals with foresight and the ability to execute plans were exceedingly rare. "Cao Mo, you have been in heir recently. What do you intend to do? By the way, you haven't graduated yet, have you?" Cao Mo smiled. "I am in my final year, but I intend to drop out." He expressed no embarrassment, directly stating that Cao Kun would likely target him and that he preferred to avoid public humiliation. Better to leave than to face that. Suao Chakiv, choosing not to pursue that topic further. Knock, knock, knock. A bodyguard outside rapped 3 times on the door before pushing it open. 2 dining carts were wheeled in, ready to serve the dishes. After a brief silence, once the food was fully presented, Su Hao declared, "No wine. You may leave." "Understood, Mr. Su." The 2 chef-hatted individuals replied promptly, pushing the carts and turning to exit. Su Hao is well acquainted with Hangzhou cuisine, yet he possesses scant knowledge of Huaiyang cuisine. The culinary offerings of heir diverge significantly from those of Hangzhou, primarily leaning towards a sweeter profile, though it remains palatable. After Su Hao introduced a selection of dishes, he was the first to pick up his chopsticks, lest Cao Mo be left merely watching. No matter how beautiful Su Wanyue may be, she cannot substitute for sustenance. What brought Cao Mo a measure of comfort was the simplicity of the meal. Aside from presenting the dishes and inquiring about their flavors, Su Hao spoke little else. However, the meal concluded swiftly. Although Su Wanyue ate sparingly, her elegant demeanor and rare speech added to her allure. Su Hao's attentive behavior made Cao Mo feel somewhat awkward, even eliciting a sense of astonishment. It was only when he set down his chopsticks that Su Hao followed suit. "Haha, Cao Mo, your appetite is impressive. I can hardly manage any more. Su Wanyue offered a slight smile, which utterly astonished Cao Mo. This woman, while perhaps unremarkable in her usual demeanor, transformed into a breathtaking vision with that smile. Chapter 21. Two Matters. After rinsing his mouth with tea, Su Hao lit a cigarette. Once Cao Mo had followed suit, he gently tapped the dining table, signaling the shift to serious matters. Cao Mo, now that we're satiated, let us discuss the important issues at hand. Cao Mo nodded in agreement. As I mentioned over the phone, it stands. Su Hao exhaled a puff of smoke. Since you are here, it indicates that you have contemplated your desires. Speak freely. I shall not refuse what I can accommodate. This implied a cautionary note, suggesting that if you were to make excessive demands on account of being our family's benefactor, I would have to draw the line. Cao Mo lifted his teacup, took a sip, and then set it down, speaking earnestly. There are two matters. Both Su Hao and Su Wanyue fixed their gaze upon him as he continued. Firstly, as I mentioned, I am a foster son of the Cao family. With Cao Kun's return, my departure from the Cao family is my only option. I wish to find my biological parents. This endeavor may require significant time, and I shall not be efficient doing it alone. Therefore, I require your family's connections to assist me. This will not burden your resources excessively. Su Hao nodded. That is certainly feasible. Su Wanyue affirming that as long as arrangements were made, they could assist him in his quest, though 20 years had passed, and they could only do their utmost. We sincerely hope you find your biological parents soon. Cao Mo nodded, then continued. Secondly, I initially planned to request 200 million in cash from you, believing that such an amount would be manageable for you without causing substantial strain. However, I have changed my mind. Su Hao raised an eyebrow in silence. 200 million. Even if I possess the means to borrow and generate wealth, I lack experience, and it poses a significant risk for me. Hence, I wish to establish an investment company, primarily for external investments, ideally one capable of operating in international commodity futures and financial derivatives. I require your assistance in securing the necessary qualifications, and I request that you invest 100 million. I too will invest 100 million, but I must retain final decision-making authority. Additionally, you must commit to allowing me to repurchase all shares at the price of 100 million in the future. Is this condition agreeable to you? Su Hao stroked his chin thoughtfully before responding. In truth, providing you with 100 million as a token of gratitude is not an insurmountable task. However, I do not comprehend how, given the dearth of proficient futures traders domestically, you could possibly have amassed such a sum without having graduated from university. Moreover, isn't the domestic stock market underperforming? Are you aware of the risks associated with international futures? Cao Mo remained silent, merely gazing intently at Su Wanyue. His eyes burned with intensity, a sensation Su Wanyue sensed yet did not find offensive. On the contrary, she believed Cao Mo's aspirations were commendable, merely a matter of leveraging opportunities. Regardless of whether he could eventually reclaim his shares, his proposal was not excessively audacious. I am an investor, with numerous opportunities available domestically. Why do you insist on pursuing foreign futures? Could you share your experience? Cao Mo smiled. Upon leaving the Cao family, I sold my car and gathered approximately 2.7 million, which constitutes my entire fortune. After arriving in Haishur, I undertook only one venture. He reached for a backpack resting on a nearby chair, opened it, and retrieved a laptop. I invested over 300,000 USD to short American soybean futures, and I have now profited nearly 100 million. He powered up the laptop, connected it to his phone's hotspot, and after a brief wait, accessed his account. The laptop was heavy as he shifted it to present to Su Wanyue. As the two of them leaned closer to view the screen, he elaborated, in May of this year, following the USDA's announcement of a bountiful soybean harvest, soybean futures prices began to plummet from late May onward. The declines from June to July were exacerbated by domestic edible oil companies having contracted 48 million tons of American soybeans last year. Although the contracts pertained solely to premiums, a contract is a contract. With the current drop in soybean prices, domestic enterprises stand to incur substantial losses. This appears to be a conspiracy. I can assert that this is an international grain merchant scheme to manipulate domestic edible oil companies, with the added intention of decimating the domestic soybean farming industry. As genetically modified soybeans yield approximately 8% more oil than native soybeans. This is all quite predictable. I anticipate that soybean prices will continue to decline until the end of this year, coinciding with the signing of new import contracts. He refrained from specifying months, merely indicating the end of the year. In reality, the absolute lowest point would arrive in late November, but that detail was not for public knowledge. Across from him, Su Hao and Su Wanyue were left astounded. It was evident that from July 12th to the present, in less than a month, spanning merely 20 trading days, Cao Mo's account displayed only 245 contracts of soybeans, yet his profits exceeded $3 million, a figure reflecting net gains after all expenses. The profitability percentage was astonishing. At that moment, Cao Mo added, I currently have 7 accounts, totaling 715 contracts. Initially, I began with just 250 contracts in one account, gradually increasing to 715 across 7 accounts. Su Wanyue looked up, astonished. You are engaging in compound trading. Have you previous experience in futures trading? Cao Mo shook his head. This is my first foray into futures. Even my accounts were opened on July 10th at CITIC New International. If Miss Su has any doubts, she may verify it. Su Hao gritted his teeth, his expression one of incredulity. Could it be that you are a genius? Wanyue, can we examine his trading history? Su Wanyue nodded, but refrained from taking action, simply unable to believe the claims. Cao Mo, would you mind if I called to verify this? I have a friend in senior management at CITIC New International. Cao Mo lifted his teacup nonchalantly. Feel free to check. I have no objections. He truly remains indifferent. However, Su Wanyue promptly produced a hefty brick and tossed it away. Cao Mo cast a fleeting glance at his watch. It was not yet 8 o'clock. Indeed, merely dining. How long could that possibly take? Even if one began eating at 7:20, half an hour would suffice to satiate hunger. He lowered his gaze to sip his tea, while Su Wanyue's cool, melodic voice reached his ears. Yuhan, yes, it's me. Do you have a moment? I just finished eating. I need your assistance with something. And since you're at the office, it's perfect timing. Could you look into a gentleman named Cao Mo who opened an account with you on the 10th? Su Wanyue remained silent for a considerable time. Su Hao, seated nearby, likely overheard something, and his expression shifted through various emotions. Su Wanyue's face transformed into one of astonishment, disbelief, and then shock. Her enchanting eyes lifted to meet Cao Mo's gaze as she exclaimed, Really? Is that true? I'm not sure. I'll have to investigate to find out. If the opportunity arises, I'll definitely introduce you. All right, thank you. Let us have a meal together another day. Sure, goodbye. After hanging up, Su Wanyue regarded the composed Cao Mo, and after a prolonged silence, finally spoke. The senior management at CITIC New Era has taken note of your operations. Chapter 22. Is it acceptable if I consider it a loan? Su Hao inquired in astonishment. What does she care about this? Su Wanyue's gaze remained fixed on Cao Mo as she continued. Yuhan mentioned that Mr. Chao's operations are unprecedentedly precise, missing not a single fluctuation point. Especially during the transitions from short to long positions, all accounts operated in perfect synchrony, without a single fluctuation being wasted. The addition of accounts occurred exclusively at the day's extreme price levels. Yuhan described this as a characteristic of pre-placed orders. This implies that Mr. Cao possesses an acute awareness of the price points at which soybean futures will reverse, flawlessly, without any error, capitalizing on every fluctuation. She turned her attention to Su Hao, earnestly stating, Brother, if this were a single account, it could be attributed to mere luck. However, if multiple accounts are closing positions at the same price and then reversing to go long, it's only plausible through pre-placed orders. She hesitated, looking at Cao Mo, and asked, How exactly did you achieve this? Cao Mo chuckled lightly. I simply had a hunch that there would be a reversal at that price. Nothing more. However, that isn't the purpose of my visit today. I'm not here to showcase my prowess in futures. Rather, I aim to demonstrate that I possess sufficient capital to collaborate with you in establishing an investment company. My current earnings are approaching $15 million. My next step involves transitioning to West Texas Intermediate crude oil. After all, my current capital is still insufficient. I cannot even manage 3,000 contracts with just one account. Su Hao extinguished his cigarette, saying, I've already committed to this matter. If one doesn't invest, I will. It's merely 100 million. Even if it fails entirely, consider it a token of gratitude. He directed his question at Cao Mo, not Su Wanyue. A monthly profit exceeding 100-fold is what futures can yield, but more importantly, not everyone can achieve such profits in this arena. Those with such capabilities will naturally attract investors. Moreover, since this proposal originated from Cao Mo, it would be foolish to decline. As soon as he finished speaking, Su Wanyue interjected, I already have an investment company, and while we have financial products, we primarily focus on corporate investments. Essentially, my company aligns perfectly with your requirements as you just described. I can invest 100 million, but I hope to retain at least 30 million. Cao Mo pondered for a moment before shaking his head. I'm sorry, Miss Su, but what I seek is not your money. Within 2 months, I'm confident I can double the funds. This means my need for capital is merely temporary. Excluding the qualification application process, I will likely require your funds for only a month or two. If the market conditions are favorable, it won't exceed 6 months. Therefore, I apologize, but my condition is to utilize 100 million in funds without compensation, and afterward, I will redeem shares valued at that amount. Essentially, I will be profiting with your funds and then repaying you. Su Hao smiled. Cao Mo, money generates more money. That is a truth. However, only substantial investments can yield the fastest returns. If funds are insufficient, you risk missing the opportunity to profit. He glanced at Su Wanyue. What if my sister and I each contribute 100 million? Yet, like his sister, he hoped to retain a small portion of shares. As long as you can demonstrate your genuine ability to profit in the futures market within 6 months, I am willing to exchange 100 million for 10 of your company's shares, with the condition that I shall never withdraw my investment or transfer my shares. How's that sound? Su Wanyue chimed in. I feel the same. 100 million for 10 shares. If it all fails, consider it a gift. When opportunities for profit arise, those seasoned in commerce will not let them slip away. Moreover, the 200 million that Cao Mo originally sought is not impossible to agree to. Now, being able to exchange for a total of 20 shares is indeed a lucrative deal. Cao Mo was somewhat taken aback by their decisiveness. Yet, he understood that in terms of long-term value, offering one of shares for 100 million would already be generous. He could not agree to such terms under any circumstances. Seeing him shake his head, Su Hao began to waver. Could it be that this young man is so confident? The futures market is no trivial matter. It involves real money, and with leverage, errors can lead to free-fall consequences. What is your leverage on soybeans? Su Wanyue inquired. 10 times? Cao Mo shook his head. 12 times. That is the maximum I can apply for. Su Wanyue's eyes brightened. At that moment, she completely shed her icy demeanor, revealing her excitement. The fact that a newcomer could apply for a 12-fold leverage did not reflect the limits of Cao Mo's capabilities. Su Hao also grasped the implication of his words. What is the difference between an individual account and a corporate account? He genuinely knew little about this, having never dabbled in futures. However, Su Wanyue was well aware. Individual accounts have position limitations, whereas corporate accounts impose no such constraints. Currently, he is trading soybeans, where the position limit for an individual account cannot exceed 500 contracts over a month. Each account has a limit of 245 contracts, likely to avoid regulatory scrutiny from exchanges. If it were crude oil, the limit would be 500 contracts. If it were corporate, there would be no such restrictions, allowing for maximum capital utilization. Cao Mo nodded. Indeed, that is correct. Thus, I need your assistance with the qualification application. Su Wanyue closed her laptop and handed it to him, stating, do you need me to help you register the company? Cao Mo nodded. Yes, but we first need to register an offshore company abroad, ideally one that keeps my information hidden, which will then wholly own the investment company in Haishur. Su Wanyue blinked. No problem. Do you have a preferred location? Cao Mo zipli, that Hong Kong. Since it's my own country, and it would be more challenging for the United States to investigate. His assumptions were quite presumptuous. Su Wanyue did not explicitly point this out. She merely nodded and said, very well, I shall call you in a couple of days. You only need to provide your identification. Furthermore, this matter will require some time, as I must arrange for someone to come from Hong Kong. Regardless of Cao Mo's thoughts, she refrained from probing further. Su Hao waited for them to finish speaking before he interjected. Cao Mo, apart from this, is there anything else you require? Cao Mo shook his head. No, this is sufficient. That 100 million. How much equity will it afford us? Consider it an angel round investment. Feel free to propose a price. A somewhat awkward smile reappeared on Su Hao's face, which made Cao Mo feel a bit uneasy. Wasn't everything fine just a moment ago? Would it be acceptable if I regarded this as a loan? He was reluctant to part with equity. Having been impoverished in his previous life, he was unwilling to let anyone share in his wealth this time around. Su Wanyue gazed at him with her enchanting eyes, yet her expression had also grown calm. Although she had not entirely reverted to her icy demeanor, it was evident she no longer wished to elaborate. As for her thoughts, Cao Mo was uncertain. Suao continued. Cao Mo, I am a few years your senior, and I address you as brother. You must understand that we no longer live in an era of solitary struggle. Whether in market dynamics or technology, changes occur at a rapid pace. Ultimately, one individual cannot achieve monumental success. This is a fact. Moreover, while the resources of the Su family may not be omnipotent, utilizing them solely to assist you in locating your biological parents seems a gross underutilization. Chapter 23 in Audi. Cao Mo noted how stili. He too felt that his approach might have been somewhat unfeeling, considering that no one would lend such a substantial sum to a mere acquaintance. However, he genuinely wished to retain his equity. After all, he had endured significant hardship running food deliveries in his previous life. Brother Hao, Sister Wanyue, may I address you as such? If it's 200 million, I can offer you 10% equity in return. If agreeable, we can proceed. If not, then so be it. His expression was sincere. What I say now may not be readily believed, but I have confidence in myself. Alternatively, I can forego your funds for now. After I present my financial situation at the end of this month, we can then determine whether my offer of 200 million for 10% is reasonable. Furthermore, he had numerous matters to attend to and would remain in Haishur for quite some time. Upon hearing his address, Su Hao chuckled, rising to pat him on the shoulder. All right, from now on, you may call me Brother Hao. Haha. Su Wanyuan nodded demurely, not uttering a word. After all, she was a few years his senior. With the conversation having reached this point, Su Hao continued. Very well, let us conclude for today. Where are you staying? I will arrange for someone to pick you up tomorrow to sign the contract at the company. What does that sound? Cao Mo provided the address of his hotel. But Su Hao shook his head. While staying at a hotel is convenient, how about this? You move to the hotel beneath our group? If you prefer not to stay in a hotel, I work in real estate. We have an abundance of properties. You can choose one. Su Wanyuan nodded in agreement. 10% equity for 100 million. While it was difficult to discern whether it was a gain or a loss at this moment, considering the life-saving grace, gifting him an apartment seemed appropriate. Why not select a model apartment for him? She suggested. If you prefer not to do your own laundry or cooking, then staying in a hotel would indeed be quite convenient. Cao Mo, not one to be overly sentimental, readily agreed. Then I shall take an apartment. I can cook for myself and have a washing machine, so that is not an issue. Having lived alone in my previous life, there is nothing I cannot manage. However, he added, as for the contract, let us delay signing it until the end of the month after my current operations are fully concluded, and you can assess my profitability then. Both Su Hao and Su Wanyuan nodded in agreement. Upon returning home, Su Hao led Su Wanyuan to his room. Once seated, he looked at his sister with a smile and asked, I am not well versed in futures trading. You previously mentioned his type of embedded order. Could you elaborate? Su Wanyuan explained again. It was only then that Su Hao fully grasped the extraordinary nature of Cao Mo's operations. Are you saying that he essentially executes trades at both the highest and lowest points without any deviation? Su Wanyuan nodded and sighed, acknowledging how rare this was, particularly with both closing and opening trades at the same price, and not even on a single account. When Yuhan told me, I found it hard to believe. But she indeed has access to Cao Mo's account and transaction details. Su Hao began tapping the armrest of the sofa, and after a moment, he resolutely stated, if that is the case, then the 100 million should be considered a gift to him. Such talent should ideally be brought into the Su family. Su Wanyuan laughed lightly. Brother, few capable individuals are willing to serve under others. Building a good relationship is naturally beneficial, especially since he has indeed saved us. I plan to invest 100 million initially. In the long run, he cannot maintain such accuracy indefinitely, but if he engages in some stock trading, he can still ensure overall profitability. However, if he can consistently achieve precision, I will invest wholeheartedly in his company, regardless of whether he contributes financially. As for other investments, she paused before adding, how old is he? In equity investment, the most crucial factor is vision. Everything else pales in comparison. This, we must observe further. Su Hao regarded her thoughtfully. All right, I defer to your expertise in investments. After returning to his hotel, Cao Mo took a shower, brushed his teeth, and sat at the desk, opening his computer to check the market. Today U.S. soybean futures opened at 613 cents, closing at 614.75 cents, with a peak of 617 cents and a low of only 610.25 cents. A peak price of 710 cents was expected in 2 days, after which a decline would follow. He allocated available funds to a new account and continued to go long. For 2 consecutive days, Su Hao did not contact him, and he refrained from pushing until August 12th. Before the market opened, he set all accounts to close and short at 710 cents per bushel. On that day, U.S. soybeans opened at 638.5 cents, and as prices rose above 690 cents, Cao Mo lit a cigarette to ease his stress and tension. The day's highest price reached 710 cents, with a low of 637.5 cents, ultimately closing at 687.5 cents per bushel. Delightful. The benefits of reincarnation indeed left him exceedingly satisfied, although there were no enhancements to his physique or spatial abilities. This photographic memory provided him with a remarkable direction for generating wealth. On the morning of the 14th at 10 o'clock, while jogging in the hotel gym, his phone rang. Su Hao informed him that the apartment had been tidied up, a model unit, impeccably cleaned both inside and out, with everything prepared. He invited Cao Mo to come and see if he liked it, and if so, they could sign the transfer on site. If he did not fancy it, he could always opt for a luxurious suite on the top floor of the Su family's hotel. If he chose to stay at the hotel, the room would be his. After all, the hotel rooms were well equipped, providing great convenience. Moreover, they had always been reserved rooms, seldom occupied apart from regular cleaning. The choice was entirely up to him. Cao Mo hurried back to his room to shower and change clothes. The model apartment provided by Su Hao is indeed situated by the riverside, offering a splendid view of the water. It is a 3-bedroom, 2-living room, and 2-bathroom unit located on the 3rd floor, with a modest area. However, the meticulous attention to detail during its decoration is commendable. Cao Mo inspected each room, finding the European-style decor not to his liking. A simpler aesthetic would have sufficed. Such elaborate decor would be cumbersome to maintain, especially since he lives alone and possesses limited time. The apartment has yet to be equipped with internet access. Despite its favorable location, Cao Mo ultimately declined the offer. Never mind, how go? Let's just stay at a hotel. I am too lazy to cook or do laundry, he stated. Su Hao chuckled lightly. Indifferent. If you like it, just have the project manager come over to sign the contract. As for cleaning and cooking, you can hire a maid. To say nothing of other aspects, the maids in heir are of high caliber and quality. It is not as troublesome as you imagine. Cao Mo found it difficult to reject his kindness. The future development prospects of heir are boundless. Even if he wished to purchase a property here, he could certainly afford it. However, he saw no necessity in doing so. Although this apartment is trivial for the Su family, costing perhaps no more than 1 million, he ultimately decided to accept Su Hao's goodwill. After signing the contract and receiving the keys, the sales manager provided him with a dossier containing information about available maids. He could even select one skilled in a specific cuisine who could also assist with cleaning. It could be said that aside from providing companionship, there was little these maids would refuse, though the expenses would fall on him. Cao Mo saved the manager's contact information, who introduced himself as Qian Xiaoqiang, a rather humble name. Once the formalities were completed, as he followed Su Hao outside, he heard Su Hao inquire, "Last time you mentioned selling your car to raise funds. What kind of vehicle are you looking for? A Ferrari, a Porsche, or perhaps another brand?" Cao Mo pondered for a moment. He still had a fondness for his previous 911, but it was certainly not feasible to acquire another similar car now. An ostentatious vehicle was out of the question. "I am planning to buy an Audi. It is less conspicuous and more convenient to drive." Su Hao laughed heartily. "Given your current status, an Audi hardly seems fitting." Cao Mo chuckled in return. "It will be an Audi." Seeing his determination, Su Hao refrained from further argument and stepped aside to make a phone call. "Why not visit my company? I've arranged for an Audi A series to be delivered there shortly. By the time you leave, all the paperwork will be finalized. And since you prefer to remain low-key, I will have them send over an A6L. Cao Mo sighed inwardly. The advantages of wealth and influence were evident. As someone with a non-local household registration, he found it challenging to acquire an A-series vehicle. Nevertheless, he knew he need not worry. Su Hao would take care of it all. "Well then, thank you, Hao Go. What has to thank? It's merely an Audi," Su Hao replied. Chapter 24. The first target. When Cao Mo first entered university, his family gifted him a 911. Initially, he did exhibit a hint of ostentation, but he quickly tempered his behavior, largely due to the pivotal reminders from his older sister, Cao Peiting. Beginning in the second semester of his freshman year, he adopted a much more understated demeanor, truly dedicating himself to his studies. Typically, had he been a true scion of the Cao family, he would have continued his haughty demeanor, for money was never a concern. As the sole heir, he lacked for nothing. Throughout high school, he likely had already charmed countless girls. University was no different. However, that was no longer the case. He did not perceive Su Hao's generosity in gifting him an apartment and a car as significant, since he could easily afford them. And Su Hao was fully aware of his financial capacity. His nonchalant attitude elevated Su Hao's regard for him. He displayed any signs of gratitude or subservience. Su Hao might not have valued him as highly, perhaps even considering him a mere asset for profit. However, Cao Mo's worth extended beyond mere financial gain. He had saved the lives of Su Hao's family and showcased his own ability to generate income while proactively proposing a collaborative venture. Although he believed that a 5% equity stake for 1 billion yuan was somewhat inadequate, that was based on a purely investment-centric perspective. Taking into account the favor he had done, it could be said that Cao Mo merely agreed to lead them towards profitability. Yet, the two held entirely different views on their collaborative venture. Cao Mo was confident in his ability to seize opportunities that would secure a leading position in the market, potentially yielding returns in the hundreds of billions, if not trillions, for the 2 billion invested by Su Hao and Su Wanyu. However, discussing such prospects at this stage felt premature. Cao Mo had a clear understanding of his positioning. After all, his soul belonged to a man in his 40s. His composure left a lasting impression on Su Hao. Upon reaching the top floor of Jinbang Group, Su Hao's office was devoid of unnecessary trinkets, such as wine cabinets. Instead, the decor and items reflected the essence of a true business elite. The bookshelf was not adorned with pretentious tomes, but rather filled with various folders and project files. Nonetheless, his office featured a spacious reception area. Cao Mo settled onto the sofa with a teacup before him. attentively listening as Su Hao elaborated on the structure and operations of Jinbang Group. Although he was not particularly interested in the intricacies of these enterprises, he listened intently, recognizing that such knowledge was not imparted in classrooms and had eluded him in his previous life. As midday approached, their vehicle arrived. Su Hao glanced at the time and remarked, "Let us go. The car has arrived. Shall we grab a bite together?" Cao Mo contemplated for a moment and suggested, "How about inviting Miss Su to join us? She could bring along the agreement, and we could finalize everything at once. However, I am not very clear on the process of registering a company, so I will have to rely on you for that. The funds on my end will be available by the end of the month without significantly affecting subsequent operations." Su Hao smiled, casting a glance at him. "She works in this building too. Would you like me to take you to her?" Pretending not to know, Cao Mo followed him downstairs to the 48th floor. When Su Wanyu saw him, she appeared unfazed, asking, "I prepared the agreement. Would you like to review it now?" She retrieved a stack of documents from her drawer and handed them to him. Cao Mo was cautious, knowing this pertained to future interests. He meticulously reviewed the agreement, while Su Hao reclined on the opposite sofa, observing him closely. "The lawyer from Hong Kong will arrive tonight. Please make a few copies of your ID, and your passport will suffice. Then we will establish an offshore company in Hong Kong and subsequently form an investment company with us. If I remember correctly, that's the gist of it. For the domestic company, we will invest $2 billion for a 10% stake, correct?" Without lifting his gaze, Cao Mo affirmed, "Indeed. I already have my first investment target in mind, though I'm uncertain whether the counterpart is willing to accept the investment. This is not my area of expertise." Su Hao, intrigued, inquired, "Which company is it? What do they do?" Su Wanyu observed the tall young man, engrossed in the agreement, finding his serious demeanor quite handsome. Cao Mo shook his head, declaring that it was not yet the appropriate time, suggesting that they could discuss it further once his company was established. He set down the documents and lifted his gaze to meet Su Wanyu, who stood before him clad in a form-fitting skirt and crisp white shirt. His eyes inadvertently wandered to her ample bosom before he redirected his focus and stated, "Last month, or rather in June, a company acquired a Class A qualification for electronic navigation map surveying issued by the National Geomatic Center. This marks the first instance of a private enterprise in our country obtaining such a credential. The owner's surname is Zhang. I wonder if you've come across this news." Su Wanyu furrowed her brow, acknowledging her awareness of the company, which was called Digeo Maps. Cao Mo continued, "I intend to invest $200 million in this company, aiming to secure over 60 of their shares. However, my involvement will solely be as an investor. I shall not partake in any operational management, nor will I even assign anyone to oversee the finances, as I lack personnel in that domain." Su Hao rose and approached, inquiring about his confidence in the venture. Cao Mo nodded, extracting his Dopod phone and placing it on the coffee table. "This is my phone with a color screen. Brother Hao, you must be using a BlackBerry, while Sister Wanyu is equipped with a Nokia N95, a quintessential business device." The two produced their phones, glancing at him expectantly. Cao Mo quickly gathered his thoughts, reflecting on the evolution of mobile technology. In the beginning, phones lacked such multifaceted capabilities. Now, Mike can access the internet, browse websites, and even make purchases on various platforms, unlike yours. He retrieved a stylus from the side, adding, "With this, I can use it as a mouse or pen for inputting or browsing online. But do you remember how phones originally looked? I cannot predict what future phones will resemble, but I am certain that Digeo will likely collaborate with local automotive companies or public transport departments to provide real-time vehicle locations and electronic navigation functionalities." At this juncture, he paused. Su Hao interjected, "In the future, this functionality will be achievable on mobile devices." Cao Mo nodded in affirmation, acknowledging the prevailing trend. Su Wanyu's mind drifted to her close friend, Huang Yuhan. Recalling her words with uncanny precision, he approached the market as if withdrawing cash from a 24-hour bank, able to take as much as he desired, whenever he wished. A subtle smile graced her lips, erasing the icy demeanor of the Ice Queen. "Cao Mo, you're aware that my company is also an investment firm. Are you not concerned about me potentially preempting your plans?" Cao Mo shrugged, expressing that transparency was essential in a partnership. "Moreover, this is merely one project I am interested in. It does not signify the sole opportunity for investment. I trust that you, Sister Wanyu, will exercise discernment in your decisions." With a smile, Su Wanyu returned to her desk, her high heels clicking rhythmically, a sound that made Cao Mo's heart race. Despite possessing a soul of over 40 years, he found it challenging to fully control the instincts of this youthful body. As he discreetly observed her alluring figure, he turned to Su Hao and remarked, "Brother Hao, barring unforeseen circumstances, I expect to withdraw all my funds from futures by September 3rd. Converting it to RMB should yield over 400 million. Su Hao's expression sharpened, exclaiming, "What? That much. Your principal was barely 3 million. Su Wanyue's beautiful eyes were fixed on Cao Mo's profile, her mind racing with astonishment. Could it be that he truly had not made any errors? Such a return on investment was undeniably enviable. Indeed, Cao Mo affirmed, today is the 14th. I plan to exit soybean futures the day after tomorrow and shift my focus to international crude oil. My strategy is to maintain this until the end of the month. Regardless, I must withdraw by the 31st, with the funds expected to arrive around the 3rd. By that time, I will have sufficient capital to register a company in Hong Kong, followed by investments to establish it. The first project I intend to invest in will be DGAO. Chapter 25 Huang Yuan. Sister Wanyue, I will need your assistance in negotiating with DGAO. Under normal circumstances, they aren't particularly cash-strapped at the moment. Even if they do have a funding gap, it won't be substantial. The most effective approach would be to leverage the resources of the Su family to exert slight pressure, thereby widening their financial deficit. I surmise their aim is to collaborate with government departments. For electronic map surveying, they will need vehicles, so it is highly likely they will partner with automotive companies. As an outsider, I am not in a position to pursue this. Su Hao erupted into laughter. Haha. Cao Mo, I never anticipated you would possess such insights. This is precisely the right approach. Ha ha ha. Su Wanyue too found her perception of Cao Mo evolving. Such business acumen was commonplace for them, yet he was still merely a university student, entering his senior year next semester. He was a prodigy, seemingly destined for investment. I must inform Huang Yuan this afternoon to keep an eye on this fellow's maneuvers. No, I shall visit Yuan later to observe his specific operations. Suao Dikliv. Wanyue, this matter is entrusted to you. Have a conversation with them while I arrange for someone to inquire about which company they intend to partner with. Cao Mo turned to him, stating it is not entirely necessary to proceed in that manner. If they agree to an investment, securing a priority investment right would also be beneficial. I believe that monopolizing the opportunity is unlikely to succeed. However, as they have yet to generate any profits, it is probable that they have attracted some attention from investment banks, yet the timing for investment is certainly not ideal. It would be prudent to wait until they actively seek funding before negotiating terms. Su Wanyuan nodded in agreement, recognizing that engaging in discussions now could yield advantages, particularly in securing a lower price. Cao Mo smiled, affirming her reasoning, and emphasized the importance of approaching them soon. The ultimate goal was to acquire at least half of their shares. He had a hunch that this company would likely have no more than 3 financing opportunities before going public. Oh, what leads you to that conclusion? Suaoing Guayev. I am well aware that they only raised funds once before going public. Cao Mo hesitated for a moment before responding. It is about uniqueness. They're the first in the nation and are likely to advance rapidly. Once this technology is fully integrated into mobile devices, even if others attempt to replicate it with capital, they will most likely struggle to match the pace of innovation. This fundamentally hinges on the principle of first-mover advantage. Seated in her chair, Su Wanyue observed him articulate his thoughts with eloquence. He bore no resemblance to a mere university student. Rather, he exuded the aura of a seasoned investor with a sharp eye for opportunity. Moreover, he did not shy away from sharing his insights. She had also kept an eye on this company. In comparison, she had not yet made the decision to investigate them, while he, an outsider unfamiliar with the city, had resolved to invest without even conducting due diligence. He had not even possessed the capital at that time. Was this the essence of disparity? Cao Mo stood and retrieved the agreement, placing it on her desk, then pulled out his passport and set it atop the documents. Sister Wanyue, I've left the items here. Please return them to me once you're done. Su Wanyue nodded in silence. Su Hao rose, suggesting, let us go for a meal. Afterward, the car should be ready. He briefly explained to Su Wanyue, noting that since Cao Mo had no vehicle, he had arranged for one to be sent for him. Ultimately, he chose a low-key Audi A6L. Su Wanyue cast a glance at Cao Mo before turning to Su Hao, rising to ask, where shall we dine? Suao Diplaith. Let us keep it nearby. We can grab something casual. In the afternoon, I found myself with pressing matters to attend to. Grasping the car key, I descended into the underground parking lot, slipping into my own Audi A6. With a license plate marked A, there were no destinations beyond my reach within the city, granting me unparalleled freedom. This was quite a significant aspect, directly influencing the convenience of my travels. As for the car's specifications, my knowledge was rather limited. I had only driven it once since my rebirth, the occasion being when I sold it. Admittedly, my understanding of automobiles was scant, but the ability to drive was sufficient. Upon inspecting the contents of the vehicle, the first thing that caught my eye was a fuel card nestled within the armrest compartment. How thoughtful of the Su family to consider such details. It truly brings comfort. I was unaware of the card's balance and had not bothered to inquire, as the vehicle registration was also stored within the armrest. Engaging the one-button start, I suddenly found myself at a loss. I was out to navigate to Jianwei Garden. After accompanying my sister to find a personal trainer, Cao Kun did not join us for dinner. He preferred more down-to-earth meals. Yet he was well aware that upscale restaurants better suited his current status. As for his social circle, I regrettably had no permission to venture there. My daily free time barely exceeded an hour, a reality that weighed heavily on me. Listening skills and spoken language were my weaknesses, and with classes scheduled for the afternoon, where my sister had secured a financial management course from the university, my time had never been so tightly packed in years. Feeling overwhelmed, I was not naive enough to overlook that my family was striving to cultivate my potential. Returning to my room, I lit a cigarette, tossing my Dunhill onto the desk, and collapsed onto the sofa. I wondered where that rascal Cao Mo was hiding. Why was it so difficult to locate him? However, the school year was fast approaching, and I could hardly believe he would truly drop out. Lacking family resources, he seemed to possess little money. The information on this matter was too scarce. My sister and the others were tight-lipped, though my second sister claimed he still had over 100,000. It was a pity about that car. If I could get my hands on it, it would surely fetch around $1 million. Yet, consider my own Ferrari, I felt no sense of imbalance. Once school commenced, I would expose him for merely being the adopted son of the Cao family, leaving him with nowhere to hide. A month had passed, and while my distaste for Cao Mo had lessened, the thought of him still occasionally gnawed at me, especially recalling how he had paraded me around at the banquet that evening, inciting my ire. But that was of little consequence. When I saw him again at school, I would undoubtedly find a way to deal with him. In the afternoon, Su Wanyue did not arrive at work on time, accompanied by her ever-vigilant bodyguard. She made her way directly to the CITIC New Era office. The bodyguard remained in the car and outside, while she strode in her high heels straight to Huang Yuhan's office. Wow, yeah, you're here. Why didn't you call me in advance? Huang Yuhan, clad in a professional suit, sprang up excitedly, rushing over to embrace her, burying her head against Su Wanyue's chest in a playful nuzzle. Standing at just 159 centimeters, Huang Yuhan was petite, yet her curves were exquisite, with an impressive ratio between her bust, waist, and hips. If she were 2 sizes larger, she would be another Su Wanyue, though not quite the icy version. With a tender pat on her head, Su Wanyue released her, stating, "I have something to discuss." Reluctantly, Huang Yuhan let go, exclaiming, "Yeah, why are you so alluring? If I were a man, I would risk everything just to be with you." Chapter 26. Huang Yuhan was indignant. After saying this, she quickly adopted a serious expression, asking, "What do you need to see me about?" Their relationship had blossomed from classmates abroad to close friends. Ever since, Huang Yuhan had been envious of Su Wanyue's ample bosom. Initially, every mention would cause Su Wanyue to blush, but as time passed, she became accustomed to it. Furthermore, in Huang Yuhan's office, no one would enter without knocking first. Clearing her throat, Su Wanyue inquired, "Do you remember Cao Mo? I'd like to see his trading records." Huang Yuhan hesitated, saying, "Technically, I shouldn't show you that. It's illegal." Su Wanyue retorted, "I'm just observing." In less than 3 seconds, Huang Yuhan capitulated. This morning, he made a preemptive order, closing all 10 accounts at the peak price of 710 cents while simultaneously shorting them. Instead of allowing her to view the computer screen, Huang Yuhan remained seated, gazing at her. "Do you know Cao Mo?" "Su Wanyue Nadif. I had lunch with him and my brother just this afternoon." Mentioning Su Hao seemed to invigorate Huang Yuhan. "Why doesn't your brother notice me? Is it because I'm short?" Unfazed by her infatuation, Su Wanyue was acutely aware of what her brother was like, completely uncommitted. Only when he settled down would he take others seriously. He mentioned he would exit soybeans the day after tomorrow to focus on West Texas Intermediate crude oil, completely withdrawing from the futures market by the 31st. Su Wanyue did not conceal this information, but to Huang Yuhan, it struck like a bolt of lightning. That's impossible. No one can do that. Soybeans are still profitable. Why would he abandon them? Or does he somehow know the market trends for the day after tomorrow? Huang Yuhan's expression grew serious. If that is the case, how could he possibly disclose this information to you? Moving closer to her, Su Wanyue insisted, "Show me his trading records." With a resigned sigh, Huang Yuhan opened a new window, pulling up Cao Mo's account. "Look, this is the price point he opened on July 12th. It was the highest point of that day, not a fluctuation off. Observe the time he placed his order. He set his opening price right as the market opened. Additionally, this is the time he opened positions using his profits. Let me pull up the intraday trends from that day. See that? The new accounts entered the market at the day's extremes. Each subsequent new account followed this pattern. Look at this morning. He set his price at the market open. Once the price reached that point, it executed automatically. He closed positions while simultaneously opening short ones. In total, he executed 13 trades, each precisely timed to the extreme. Yeah, do you think this is achievable by one person? A single occurrence could be attributed to intuition, but 13 consecutive times? I genuinely suspect he has insider information about where the price is headed. This is practically insider trading. Su Wanyu stared at the screen, astonished. Though her expression betrayed none of her inner turmoil. I don't know. I only saw his account interface when we first met, and, at that time, I only glimpsed one. Huang Yuhan looked up at her. Yeah, how tall is he? What does he look like? Is he handsome? A slight smile if he sleeps. He is probably around 8 meters tall, about the same height as my brother. His appearance is undeniably handsome, yet he pales in comparison to my brother. He is yet to graduate from university. What do you expect? Huang Yuhan chuckled mischievously. Of course, my aspiration is to marry. If I could wed a man who treats the market as an ATM, do I even need to work? All I would need to do is to look beautiful and cater to him, willing to adopt any pose he desires. If I cannot manage that, I shall practice yoga to ensure I captivate him. Su Wanyu's gaze drifted downward, then shifted to the screen. Huang Yuhan huffed. What's wrong? I'm not that young anymore. She raised her hands, playfully squeezing her chest. 32C is perfection for me, she muttered indignantly. Su Wanyu stood tall and moved to the other side of the meeting area, crossing her legs. Encased in black stockings, her calves appeared more shapely. He gives me an odd feeling, Su Wanyu remarked thoughtfully. He claims he has never engaged in futures trading, implying this is his first foray. Who can be so precise on their initial attempt, akin to particle slicing? Huang Yuhan calmly analyzed. Yeah, he must possess insider information. Any commodity capable of futures trading is merely a tool for international capital to generate profit. Initiating transactions is fundamentally about profit-making or hedging, both inherently tied to monetary gain. Without collaborating with such capital, it is implausible for him to execute every embedded order with such precision, down to the last cent. Therefore, his background undoubtedly connects him to significant overseas capital. Su Wanyu Saident. She was uncertain whether Cao Mo had international backing, but the information gathered by the Su family during this period indicated that Cao Mo lacked any such credentials. He was merely a foster son of the Cao family, a pitiful youth compelled to depart and establish his own path following Cao Kun's return. Su Hao even possessed a photocopy of the contract for Cao Mo's sale of that portion 9/11. Furthermore, documents from Zhejiang University, including records of his advisor and 3 years of grades, lay before them. From any perspective, Cao Mo appeared to be an ordinary university student. Yet, the memory of his deep, tranquil eyes lingered in her mind. They held a depth and calmness, occasionally betraying a fleeting confusion, but predominantly radiating serenity and indifference, much like a middle-aged individual who has grown weary of worldly affairs. However, his performance in the futures market was astonishingly unnerving. Mere awe was insufficient to describe it. It could only be characterized by an almost unbelievable precision. If such a person could maintain these results, how could one reconcile the existence of such individuals in this world? It seemed impossible. Surely, he would stumble in the futures market. Enormous profits and unimpeded success could lull one into complacency and unfounded confidence. Yet the market remains ever cold, unyielding to individual influence. Indeed, he would soon, if not already, confront the market's harsh realities. Huang Yuhan continued her musings, articulating her speculations and judgments. However, Su Wanyu was far from attentive, her mind preoccupied with several perplexing matters. Wasn't it stated that they were to seek their biological parents? After so many days, there had been no progress. Her elder brother, Su Hao, had communicated openly with her regarding Cao Mo, and all information about him was shared. Cao Mo was simply too enigmatic. Moreover, how could he be so certain of transitioning from soybeans to crude oil on a fixed date? Did he believe he could maintain his current status, seamlessly entering and profiting? If it were that simple, wouldn't their years of labor be rendered futile? Huang Yuhan expressed her dissatisfaction. Chapter 27. Confidentiality. Suddenly, Su Wanyu burst into laughter. Yeah, what are you laughing at? Huang Yuhan pouted in displeasure. It's just that you sound like a little resentful wife, Su Wanyu giggled. If he truly possesses the ability to make money, that would be advantageous for me. Have you forgotten I mentioned that my brother and I plan to invest in establishing a company with him? The greater his capabilities, the more he can help me profit. Huang Yuhan inquired curiously. How much are you two planning to invest? My brother and I will each contribute 100 million. Goodness. Huang Yuhan gasped. I wouldn't have that much even if I sold everything. She moved closer, sitting beside Su Wanyu and wrapping her arms around her, taking the opportunity to snuggle against her softness. Yeah, what kind of company is this? Can I participate a little? A hint of embarrassment crossed Su Wanyu's delicate face. This girl was far too forward. She pushed Huang Yuhan away and replied, an investment company, and we will need to apply for investor qualifications for 2 American exchanges. Huang Yuhan paused, then asked, why require qualifications? The scrutiny is quite rigorous and the process lengthy. Su Wanyu explained, once we obtain the investor qualifications, there will be no limits on the position sizes of individual accounts. Huang Yuhan shook her head. Serious now. Yeah. You may not realize how stringent the review process is for all institutional investors at the two American exchanges. There are 3 categories of qualifications: individual speculators, corporate hedging accounts, and investment institutions. The strictest regulation applies to investment institutions. Seeing Huang Yuhan's seriousness, Su Wenyu straightened her posture as well. I do not recommend that you pursue this qualification. Huang Yuhan offered a direct conclusion without further elaboration. Su Wenyu, puzzled, asked why not. Oh, just don't ask. Are you worried that Cao Mo's operations may attract attention due to their precision? Huang Yuhan shook her head. That's about the process, not the outcome. After a brief hesitation, she lowered her voice and said, the final result could be account freezes and confiscation of all funds. Is it the outcome you desire? But our operations have not violated any regulations. That is inconsequential. The rules are dictated by others, and accounts are perpetually under their scrutiny. Just like Cao Mo's account. I could forcibly close it at any time. Huang Yuhan insisted, of course, I would not do that, as he has not violated any rules and is generating profits for me. Our company has no reason to act against him. However, if there were no position limits, what if he made several $billion? Do you believe your company could retrieve that money? Su Wenyu's expression turned cold. Why wouldn't we be able to? Huang Yuhan sighed, gently touching Su Wenyu's face. Oh my, yeah, that is not a realm governed by reason. They are not there to help you earn money. They are there to take your money. What world exists where one can freely seize wealth? Once they see you profiting, they can easily impose a new regulation and poof, your money vanishes. Why risk it? The best strategy is to diversify across several platforms, using multiple accounts, and ideally, avoid synchronized operations. This minimizes the risk of attracting attention while ensuring you can retrieve your funds, as they are personal accounts and do not incur excessive taxes. Su Wenyu pondered for a moment, finally responding, I understand. I will discuss this with my brother and Cao Mo when I return. However, I need you to do me a favor. What is it? Just say it. Huang Yuhan patted her ample bosom, which was quite substantial for her petite frame. Su Wenyu replied, keep it a secret. Please do not disclose the process of Cao Mo's operations to anyone. All right? Huang Yuhan chuckled. Maintaining the confidentiality of client accounts is a fundamental responsibility of our company, as clearly outlined in our agreement. Su Wenyu shook her head. No, I mean from this moment on, do not mention this matter to anyone. Just the two of us should be in the know. Huang Yuhan blinked and then extended one finger, followed by 2 more. 3 conditions? That's excessive. No 3 things. What are those 3 things? Speak up. First, I want to meet Cao Mo. I need to have dinner with him, and you must not reveal that I work at Zhongxin Xinji. I'll just concoct some job for the occasion. Second and third are one and the same. Create 2 opportunities for me to dine with your brother, and ensure he doesn't bolt halfway through. Huang Yuhan, are you so eager to become my sister-in-law? Su Wenyu couldn't help but pinch Huang Yuhan's cheek, gritting her teeth. Ouch, that hurts. Let go. After a moment, Su Wenyu released her grip, and Huang Yuhan rubbed her cheek, saying, what can I say? Your brother is the most handsome bachelor I've encountered since returning to the country. It's not that I'm after his wealth. I earn quite well myself. But the fact remains, he is not only handsome, but exudes an aura of affluence. Taking him out would be such a status symbol. Her gaze became dreamy. I can hardly imagine myself nestled in his embrace, on tiptoe, gazing up at him for a kiss. It's utterly intoxicating. Su Wenyu couldn't help but roll her eyes. You're such a lovesick fool. Huang Yuhan, you're hopeless. With 2 large suitcases neatly arranged, he unpacked his clothes and then went to find the property manager. When he and Su Hao had come earlier, they had already attracted attention, and now, upon seeing him, the staff was exceedingly warm. After all, they were associated with the Su family, and this individual was certainly not someone to be trifled with. Jiangwei Garden, though not extensive, is renowned for its exquisite charm. The greenery and density ratios are exceptionally high, and the property boasts a youthful workforce, with no elderly staff in sight. Upon learning that he was looking for a cleaning lady, the property manager promptly made a call to summon someone. The community had its own facilities for maintenance staff, including rest areas for cleaners and cooks. For cleaning ladies arrived swiftly. Cao Mo briefly inquired and selected a woman in her 40s, whose fingers did not appear overly large. The pay was $3,000 a month just for cleaning and laundry. After signing the contract, Cao Mo escorted the lady to his residence. Aunt Shui, I want TB cooking here. While you clean, please wash the sheets, duvet covers, and clothes as well. Once you finish cleaning, just hang them out to dry from the washing machine. For undergarments, use the dryer directly. Other than that, there's nothing else to worry about. Aunt Shui nodded in understanding. Cao Mo added, I have one more condition. The study is off limits. Aunt Shui nodded in agreement. Cao Mo gestured towards the room. Please take out my clothes from the suitcase and wash them. You can start now. I need to step out for a while. Please lock the door when you're done. After they agreed, Cao Mo drove away from Jiangwei Garden, intending to purchase a few items of clothing. The refrigerator in the house was quite bare, containing only coffee and tea, presumably arranged by Su Hao. There was nothing else he required. He still needed to buy towels and bath linens. Chapter 28. The funds were still limited. Su Hao exhibited remarkable patience. From the very beginning, he had not pressured Cao Mo regarding the search for his biological parents. Ultimately, it was a matter of the individual's own will. As Cao Mo resumed his normal work routine, he even came across Su Hao's latest updates online. Indeed, Su Hao had taken on a new girlfriend. Meanwhile, Su Wanyue had not contacted him for 2 days. Cao Mo paid it no mind. His focus was solely on soybean futures. On August 16th, the third day of living in his new home, he woke up exceptionally early. Rising at 6, he drank some water and set out for a run. The previous day had been spent confirming whether the crude oil trends aligned with his understanding. As expected, there was no discrepancy. What slightly vexed him was the persistently slow internet speed. Accustomed to high-speed connections, he found the current era's internet speed rather lacking. By 6:30, after running just under 5 kilometers, he returned home, placed the breakfast he had purchased on the dining table, took a quick shower, and turned on his computer to set today's closing price. 565 cents per bushel. He planned to close all 10 accounts at this price. The other prices of the day were of no concern to him. Today's lowest point was indeed 565 cents. This data was stored in his mind, easily recalled like images. Once this task was completed, he finally sat down to eat breakfast. He also prepared a cup of coffee using the machine Su Hao had provided and returned to the study. At exactly 7 o'clock, the opening price for American soybeans was 581.25 cents, having briefly reached that high before beginning to decline. The market sentiment was largely unified, given the bearish outlook stemming from the May Agricultural Department report predicting a bumper soybean harvest. By midday, the lowest point of 565 cents appeared precisely as he had anticipated. To the exact cent, by 5 o'clock in the afternoon, the closing price was 575.50 cents. All preset orders were executed. 450 contracts, some having been held since the very beginning, others having transitioned from short to long positions, and some gradually added later. Each account yielded different profits. However, without a doubt, the first account had the highest gains. With a profit margin of 630 cents, each contract representing 5,000 bushels, totaling 245 contracts. With 5 contracts having capitalized on that sharp decline in July. Just from his one account, the profit approached 8 million. As he gazed at the sum total calculated within his accounts, Cao Mo felt a parched sensation in his throat. 73 million. After accounting for the principal, there was just under 340,000 remaining, totaling 24.09 million. This equated to 200 million yuan. Unfortunately, he could not withdraw the funds directly. On August 20th, he intended to enter WTI. That day marked the optimal point for entering international crude oil in the short term. Overall, the trend indicated a long-term upward trajectory. Regrettably, he could only operate a few accounts, and each individual account had to avoid regulatory scrutiny and reporting restrictions. Still, the funds were limited. Huang Yuhan stared intently at the screen. Upon witnessing Cao Mo's account closing in an instant, she immediately checked the other 9 accounts that belonged to him. No surprises there. All accounts were closed at 565 cents. Remembering what Su Wanyue had told her about Cao Mo closing positions today and not continuing with soybeans, she rubbed her face vigorously. This was outrageous. After expenses, Cao Mo had earned nearly 65 times his investment in just 1 month. Robbing a bank is not nearly as swift, is it? The crux of the matter is that everything is entirely legal and compliant, and it perfectly circumvents the regulations imposed by the Chicago Exchange. Although the company does earn a substantial amount in fees, that money does not line our own pockets. If I were oblivious to this, it would be one thing, but I am acutely aware of every maneuver made by the other party. It is akin to watching someone leisurely stuff money into a sack while I remain bound and unable to move, merely a spectator to the unfolding scene. Company employees are strictly prohibited from engaging in futures trading. This is an unyielding rule, utterly inhumane. Alas, who can truly understand the sentiment? She picked up her phone and dialed Su Wanyue. At this hour, it was still before the typical work commencement for ordinary individuals. She had deliberately arrived at the office early to observe Cao Mo's operations for the day. However, it was only after she had steadfastly waited until the afternoon closing, confirming that Cao Mo's exit point was indeed the lowest of the day, that she decided to contact Su Wanyue. At 5 o'clock, as Su Wanyue was tidying her belongings, she refrained from participating in the company's dining engagements, typically leaving such matters to the deputy general representative. On one hand, it was due to her older brother's unsavory character, which left her with a general disdain for all male counterparts. On the other, She was keenly aware of her own beauty and wished to avoid the sticky, lingering gazes of others. When her phone vibrated, revealing Huang Yuhan's call, she promptly answered. Hello. Yeah, let me tell you that Cao Mo has completely liquidated his positions today. He has seized every bit of potential from the short sell. Missing not even a single fluctuation, Huang Yuhan exclaimed, barely able to contain her excitement. Su Wanyue's elegant brows furrowed slightly. I understand. Yuhan, tell me if this continues. Won't the exchange inevitably discover Cao Mo? If that happens, my investment could be at risk. Huang Yuhan paused momentarily before responding. The exchange's screening mechanisms will undoubtedly uncover this. It is an inevitable outcome. But didn't you say he wouldn't engage in soybean trading again? In that case, the risk diminishes significantly. Even if he were to trade in crude oil, that would be with the New York exchange. So, yeah, there is no need for concern. At least this round appears to be concluded. Perhaps you should advise him to avoid such extreme trading in the future. It draws too much attention. Su Wanyue acknowledged with a soft indicating she had heard. Yet, she quickly inquired, do you have time tomorrow? I intend to invite Cao Mo to dinner. Would you like to join? Weren't you eager to share a meal with him? Sure. You should hurry and arrange it. I need to tidy up here as I'm wrapping up for the day. Do you have plans for the evening? Su Wanyue replied. Then you choose a restaurant. We can dine together tonight. All right, I'll think of a nice place and text you. After hanging up, Su Wanyue toyed with her substantial Nokia N95, deliberating on how to invite Cao Mo for dinner. Moments later, she dialed his number. At that moment, Cao Mo was meandering through a supermarket, contemplating preparing a meal for himself. When his phone buzzed, he glanced at the screen to see it was Su Wanyue, and he quickly answered. Hello, Wanyue. Cao Mo, would you like to join me for dinner tomorrow evening? Cao Mo took a second to process this, replying, Oh, sure, but I'm not very familiar with Haishur. There are some places I can't locate. So Vanjo responded coolly, no worries. Tomorrow, I'll send someone to pick you up from your home, and they will call you when they arrive outside your community. All right then, is there anything I need to prepare? Wanyue Jia? Nothing much, just a meal. Additionally, there are a few matters that require the insight of a professional. She refrained from elaborating, and Cao Mo did not probe further. After finalizing the arrangements, he resumed his grocery shopping. Chapter 29. The company collaborating with Cao Mo does not belong to Jinbao. Over half a month has passed since Su Hao fell into the trap. The disappearance of the Su Jinya family has begun to attract external scrutiny, with some even posting online speculations that they may have perished. Conspiracy theories always find a substantial audience. Fortunately, the internet has not yet reached the level of transparency that it will achieve decades later. Su Hao set down his phone, his expression heavy with concern. His father had been in the capital for over a week, and he was well aware of the purpose of that visit. Earlier, his father mentioned that matters regarding the second branch had been entirely resolved, urging him not to worry. He also conveyed that all individuals related to the affairs of him and his sister had been dealt with, an operation carried out by Wu Shuang's personnel. However, the next step would require him to remain in the capital for a while, at least until he could establish a foothold for the Su family there. The affairs in Haishur would be entirely his responsibility. Additionally, the second branch's construction materials city and factory were entrusted to Wu Shuang's people, with instructions to refrain from any interference, treating it as if they were unaware. After reiterating his instructions, Su Zhenbong ended the call. Thus, the Su family was not only banking on the booming real estate industry, but was also becoming increasingly conspicuous in Haishur. His father's journey to the capital likely harbored intentions of dividing the conglomerate. Hence, the discussions of separating the entities into tangible and light asset investment sectors between him and his sister were likely born from this notion. Yet, what can I offer to the Su family? He sighed and rose to the bedside. His office shared a wall with his father's, offering a view of the ocean. Lighting a cigarette, he took a deep drag. In addition to their existing industries, they must expand their portfolio. The core industries of Jinbong Group presently include construction and real estate, alongside the investment banking division overseen by his sister. However, this does not encompass the entirety of Jinbong Group. There are also trade, entertainment, pharmaceuticals, and maritime logistics, though these ventures are collaborative. Only the first three core sectors truly belong to the Su family. The real estate and construction sectors visibly exhibit the most promising trends. As a semi-captain steering the ship, he is acutely aware of national policies. Yet as a private enterprise, he remains exceptionally sensitive to crises. Presently, he feels a profound insecurity surrounding Jinbong Group. While it possesses the capacity to generate profit, and the board is content, he cannot shake the feeling of vulnerability. Capital is aggressively acquiring land. He has the funds, but lacks investment acumen. His sister excels in investments, yet her vision does not seem as remarkable as he had imagined. For instance, why could Cao Mo conceive of the Degao venture when his sister did not? Standing before the floor-to-ceiling window, He replayed his sister's explanation in his mind. Brother, when its profitability is not visible, no one is willing to invest real capital. Everyone operates under this premise. Unless it yields profit, who would invest? Yet, when a project is genuinely viable, the number of interested investors surges. This encapsulates the paradox of investment. Jinbang Investment does not engage in angel round investments. This principle was established by their father from the outset. He wholeheartedly endorses this principle, which is why, despite being aware of the Gao, he never considered investing. However, the company collaborating with Cao Mo does not belong to Jinbang. As Cao Mo exited the community, he was greeted by a red Volkswagen Beetle. The vehicle appeared vintage. It was anything but inexpensive. Naturally, such a design would only appeal to a young woman. The voice he had heard on the phone moments ago belonged to a woman. Yet as he exited the community and rolled down the car window, he was greeted by the sight of a remarkably graceful young lady. Hello, I am Cao Mo. He introduced himself with a smile, standing a meter away. Please get in, she replied after scrutinizing him for a while. I am Huang Yuhan, a friend of Su Wanyue. Cao Mo circled around, opened the passenger door, and took a seat inside. As he closed the door, the scent of perfume wafted through the air, fresh, not overpowering, and quite delightful. Only after fastening his seatbelt did the vehicle engage its engine. Huang Yuhan had been observing him since he emerged. This young man is rather handsome, though he appears to be under 20. He is indeed tall and exudes a clean Wamoha. Furthermore, during his introduction, his eyes were remarkably calm, devoid of any fluctuation. As someone considered beautiful herself, she thought that at least from the car, he wouldn't notice her height, but he certainly could see her face. Yet, his gaze was strikingly clear. Forget it, he is not my type. After driving a few dozen meters, Huang Yuhan felt an urge to inquire about how he had made such precise predictions. But she quickly remembered not to disclose her identity or her company's affairs, promptly sealing her lips. Meanwhile, Cao Mo was unsure of what to say to this seemingly petite and delicate sister, choosing instead to gaze out at the street scenery. Huang Yuhan, he recalled that during a previous meal with Su Hao and Su Wanyue, the name Yuhan had been mentioned when Su Wanyue made a phone call. Thus, this woman was likely a high-ranking official from Zhongxin Xinjia. What could be the purpose of inviting him to dinner tonight? Perhaps he should continue feigning ignorance. He could discuss what was necessary while remaining oblivious to the rest. As the car glided through the streets, Cao Mo contemplated the traffic lights and avenues ahead, increasingly convinced that investing in DGAO would be prudent, especially in the realm of automotive electronic navigation systems. Particularly, with the golden 2 decades of real estate driving the growth of various industries now underway, people would grow wealthier and more willing to spend. Automotive navigation was undoubtedly a substantial opportunity. After a 10-minute drive, Huang Yuhan could no longer resist asking, "Young man, how old are you this year? How'd you come to know Su Wanyue?" Cao Mo turned to glance at the unblinking Huang Yuhan and replied, "We met by chance." He mused that this was not a lie. If she had come to pick him up, it implied a good rapport with a seemingly aloof beauty, Su Wanyue. Since she didn't know, it meant that Su Wanyue had not mentioned it, and naturally, he would not divulge anything either. Huang Yuhan chuckled. "You're not local, are you? Unfamiliar with Heir, I presume? The restaurant we are dining at tonight is quite close to your home. It's only a half-hour away. A local would surely know it." Cao Mo nodded. "Indeed, I'm not a local. I have only been here for a month." Huang Yuhan turned the steering wheel. Making a left turn, "Where are you from?" "Hangzhou," he replied. "Oh, the housing prices in Hangzhou are comparable to those in Heir, right?" "Ah, I really wouldn't know. I haven't made any comparisons." The two engaged in casual banter until they arrived at the restaurant, a modestly sized, renowned establishment serving local cuisine, bustling with patrons. However, the private room in the back was reserved for those who had made reservations or had a close relationship with the owner. Yet, like all establishments, there was a reserved private room available. As Huang Yuhan walked beside Cao Mo, she discreetly compared their heights. She barely reached his chin. Upon entering the private room, they were greeted by 2 female bodyguards stationed outside. Cao Mo, possessing an excellent memory, instantly recognized them as Su Wanyue's personal guards. Huang Yuhan stepped forward to push open the door. "Yeah, I brought him here." Chapter 30, A Dinner for 3. Cao Mo took a step forward, Sister Wanyue. Su Wanyue's appearance today was striking, with her hair elegantly styled into a half-updo, delicate strands cascading down her face. Her subtle makeup enhanced her mature and captivating allure. She wore a black tulipel half-sleeve dress that crossed over her chest, cinched at the waist with a matching belt, accentuating her impressive figure. A deep green necklace dangled at her neckline, swaying slightly as she stood. "Come in and take a seat. It's just the 3 of us tonight, making conversation easier." Su Wanyue noticed his gaze, but after a fleeting moment of astonishment, he returned to his previously clear-eyed demeanor. Huang Yuhan sat down with a smile, placing her bag aside. Yeah, you look absolutely stunning today. Su Wanyue ignored her compliment and stated, knowing you're unfamiliar with this area, I've already ordered the dishes. They will be served shortly. Huang Yuhan inquired, what shall we drink tonight? Su Wanyue looked at Cao Mo. Would you like to drink? Cao Mo shook his head. Huang Yuhan cast a disappointed glance at Su Wanyue and sighed. Then we won tea drink. A round table that could seat 8 was occupied solely by the 3 of them, making Cao Mo feel somewhat uneasy. He stood up, poured a cup of tea for Huang Yuhan, and noticed there was still tea in Su Wanyue's cup, so he poured himself a cup as well. Sister Wanyue, do you have something to discuss with me today? Su Wanyue replied, you two have already introduced yourselves, so I want to repeat that. Yuhan works in finance and is well-versed in futures. I recall you showing me your trading records before. Later, I did some research, and it appears that all your transactions occurred at extreme price points. Do you not think this poses a risk? Cao Mo felt a jolt of surprise. Indeed, trading at such extreme price points was highly conspicuous. Each account required reporting for 250 hands, and since he was at 245 hands, he was exempt from reporting. However, the trading records would undoubtedly be known to Zhongxin Xinjia. This meant that Miss Huang had knowledge of his trading situation. Moving forward, he would need to exercise caution. Nevertheless, he planned to only operate this once with soybeans. He would reassess in the future, as he certainly could not continue trading at extreme prices. It was wise to remain as discreet as possible. I mentioned to Yuhan that I wanted to collaborate with you, but her suggestion was that the company should not possess such qualifications. Cao Mo turned to glance at the smiling Huang Yuhan. Sister Huang, could you elaborate? I truly do not understand these matters. Oh, don't call me Sister Huang. You've already addressed her as Sister Wanyue, so call me Sister Yuhan. Huang Yuhan replied with a giggle. Cao Mo acquiesced. Sister Yuhan, why not apply for qualifications through the company? Is it that personal accounts are more convenient? Su Wanyue picked up her teacup to sip while Huang Yuhan had already briefed her on the situation, so she focused on Cao Mo's profile. His eyelashes were fairly long, and his Adam's apple was quite pronounced. Huang Yuhan then explained earnestly that in such cases, opening multiple accounts was the best strategy, specifically in Hong Kong and other locations. If the capital was limited, 3 to 5 accounts would suffice. After all, crude oil required 3,000 barrels per contract, and for personal accounts, the maximum was 20,000 hands per account, which should be adequate. However, since Ia had mentioned that he managed to execute trades at extreme price points, she advised him against doing so, as it was too conspicuous. Once or twice is acceptable, but repeated occurrences will lead to the system filtering them out. Oh no, I completely overlooked this matter. No, it's not that I forgot. Rather, it never even crossed my mind. I was solely focused on making money. His heart suddenly quickened its pace, and a slight dampness began to form in the palms of his hands. He reflected that he had been rather careless. The woman before him was indeed right to remind him of this. However, it should not pose a significant issue. At least, I won't be engaging with soybeans in the near future, and even if opportunities arise, I won't be using these accounts again. By September 1st, these accounts will be deactivated. Cao Mo maintained a calm demeanor, with no discernible change in his expression. He smiled at Huang Yuhan, saying, Sister Yuhan, it was merely a coincidence. Even if I were confident in my ability to make money, I truly cannot guarantee that I will always capture the entirety of the profit margin. I can hardly believe you. Huang Yuhan and Su Wanyue simultaneously cursed him inwardly. This boy, who appears so innocent, does not speak a single truth. Su Wanyue, observing his nonchalant smile, felt a twinge of discomfort. Originally, she intended for Huang Yuhan to convey this risk to him, something so evident he ought to comprehend. Why must he feign innocence? Huang Yuhan returned a smile, stating, it's best not to be overconfident. After all, I came today merely to get to know you. Yaya has sung your praises to the heavens. Cao Mo turned in surprise towards Su Wanyue, who was seated beside Huang Yuhan. Her exquisite features bore a slightly lowered gaze, her expression as cold as ever, seemingly oblivious to the comment. Sister Wanyue, you flatter me. I am merely fortunate, Cao Mo replied with a slight smile. There is no need for concern. I lack such capabilities. In truth, he truly did lack those capabilities. He was simply operating based on memory. He was not even aware of the daily opening or closing prices. Yet he had a clear understanding of certain small trends peaks. This bore no relation to skill. Su Wanyue remained silent, and as the dishes had yet to arrive, Huang Yuhan continued. By the way, I heard you are still a university student? Yes, at Zhejiang University. I will be entering my senior year next semester. Ah, that's impressive. Zhejiang University is considered a top-tier institution. What is your major? Finance. Cao Mo found himself somewhat grateful to this sister he had just met. No wonder she was studying finance. However, I still believe that if one is to study finance, it would be better to go to the United States. At least the teachings there are at the forefront, and professors often analyze the latest real-world cases, Huang Yuhan remarked, adding that domestically, the education still lags slightly behind. Cao Mo nodded in agreement, acknowledging that Zhejiang University is quite good, but he had no intention of continuing to his senior year. Su Wanyue appeared somewhat surprised, her beautiful eyes turning towards him. Why is that? Huang Yuhan inquired curiously. It's simply that I no longer wish to continue my current lifestyle. I no longer need formal education to acquire knowledge. What I require is practical experience to accumulate wisdom, Cao Mo explained. Su Wanyue nadit sotfili. If you are merely investing, then indeed, having capital and vision suffices. The rest can be entrusted to lawyers. I must admit, you are correct in that regard, Cao Mo replied with a smile, choosing not to elaborate further. Huang Yuhan then asked, do you plan to start your own company? Cao Mo nodded. Yes, Sister Wanyue is already assisting me in registering the company. Just as he finished speaking, the trio heard a knock at the door. Upon its opening, the dishes were served. In total, there were 6 dishes and 1 soup. Su Wanyue remarked, the dishes are here. Let us eat first. Yuhan, do you have anything else to say? We could discuss it while dining. Chapter 31, another discussion. The dishes were delicious, a sentiment Cao Mo wholeheartedly echoed. To speak candidly, he had not tasted such exquisite food in over 20 years. The last time was when he dined with Su Hao and Su Wanyue. Since his rebirth, he had primarily subsisted on street food and small eateries. The atmosphere felt somewhat chilly, as he did not drink alcohol. Su Wanyue, the icy beauty, was naturally reticent, while Huang Yuhan took on the bulk of the conversation. She probed Cao Mo on various aspects, and while Cao Mo, with limited experience in corporate work, found it somewhat challenging, he felt Huang Yuhan bore no malice and thus did not take it to heart. After all, he had nothing that Huang Yuhan would covet. Once the meal concluded, Su Wanyue remarked, regarding the offshore company, it should be finalized in a couple of days. The registered capital is set at $30 million, with no fixed contribution deadline. Additionally, if you wish to invest domestically, a portion must be paid, with a minimum of 1 million renminbi. I have already contributed 2 million renminbi on your behalf. Cao Mo set down his teacup, meeting her beautiful gaze. Thank you, Sister Wanyue. I will repay you promptly. Huang Yuhan glanced between the two. Are you collaborating on a company? No. I wish to establish an offshore company in Haishur with Sister Wanyue and brother how to form an investment firm, Cao Mo clarified. Su Wanyue did not respond directly to this inquiry. The company you mentioned has been investigated by my team. They're still negotiating a collaboration with Haishur Dajong. Lifting her teacup for a sip, she refrained from mentioning the specific company name, yet in Cao Mo's eyes. This was enough to demonstrate Su Wanyue's immense trust in Huang Yuhan, believing that such information held no significance for her and would not be leaked. Observing Huang Yuhan's somewhat bewildered expression, Cao Mo chuckled. Sister Wanyue, please proceed normally. I am still gathering information on several other companies. Afterwards, I will return to school to handle my withdrawal procedures. During this period, I will be relying on you. Su Wanyue waved her delicate hand. No worries. I merely want to update you on my progress. When you have the time, we can go take a look together. Cao Mo no det vigo dusin anzai. Thank you, Sister Wanyue, for treating me to this meal. I see it's getting late. I need to return and monitor the crude oil trends. You're truly done with soybeans? Indeed. I will observe the crude oil situation over the next few days, selecting a good moment to enter and earn some profit. Otherwise, I want to have sufficient funds for upcoming investment projects. Su Wanyue glanced at the time. Very well then. Will Yuhan be driving you back? Huang Yuhan smiled warmly at him, causing him to feel a bit embarrassed, were it not for his unfamiliarity with the area. He certainly wouldn't need someone to escort him. No, I could take a taxi back. Upon hearing this, Su Wanyue did not press further. After the three exited the private room, Su Wanyue's bodyguard immediately followed. Up until now, there has been no shortage of online mapping services, including Turing, Tomo, and Seaway Tushin, the 3 main players. Among them, Turing has already established collaborations with the public transportation companies and government in Beijing, primarily for information services. Other web-based platforms also exist. DGAO's partnership with Dajong primarily relies on its own navigation hardware, likely utilizing DGAO's electronic mapping and navigation engine. However, whether the collaboration will succeed remains uncertain. Cao Mo raised his Dopod 696, stating, "This phone of mine can be considered a PDA. It runs on the Windows mobile system and can access electronic maps via the web. However, a pressing issue remains. The existing functionalities utterly fail to meet my needs. I find myself unable to simultaneously navigate while driving, as the map is static. This necessitates adjusting the display with a pen while driving, akin to maneuvering a mouse across the screen. I am often left oblivious to my precise location on the map." Su Wanyue was clad in a sleek black professional outfit, her fitted blouse accentuating her figure, particularly as she had a penchant for wearing necklaces, the pendants invariably capturing Cao Mo's attention. This admiration bore no relation to his psychological age. It was simply an appreciation of beauty, indeed, sheer beauty. She regarded Cao Mo, who was intently focused on his phone aimed at her. What I desire is for the map to intuitively convey my exact position on the street, the distance remaining to my designated destination, and an estimation of the time required to arrive. It would be advantageous to include information about traffic signals as well. At this juncture, the interface is of little consequence. Sister Wanyue, consider this, since I possess such needs. Is it not plausible that all taxi and private vehicle drivers share similar requirements? Hence, this is the rationale behind my decision to advocate for investment. Upon returning home after dinner yesterday, he received a call from Su Wanyue, requesting his presence in her office the following morning to discuss investment concerning Digao. As a result, he was compelled to research extensively. Yet despite the plethora of resources available on the internet, he found himself sifting through them one by one, which proved quite tedious. However, this is reality, and it must be accepted. There is no need to delve into form mapping software. Sister Wanyue, what I wish to express is that current maps present only static images, devoid of any interactivity, and the route planning information is overly simplistic. There lies another factor. He paused to gaze at Su Wanyue. She gestured toward the PDA in his hand. Is it this? Cao Mo was not surprised by Su Wanyue's perceptiveness. In truth, they had discussed smartphones during their last conversation, albeit without delving into specifics. Moreover, this matter could easily wait another 2 or 3 years, long before Jobs uttered that iconic phrase. Indeed, Sister Wanyue, Cao Mo beamed at her. The smartphones available to us now are inadequate, but that does not imply that future iterations will be as well. I am confident that more powerful smartphones will emerge, with an ever-increasing array of applications designed to meet the diverse needs of society at large. I can envision numerous scenarios in which we utilize our smartphones. Returning to the Digao project, the notion is that a smartphone could accurately inform me of my speed, how to circumvent congested areas, and whether I should proceed straight or turn at the next intersection. I would need to manage nothing. I could simply heed the directives of a navigation software to reach my destination via the most efficient route. This, I believe, epitomizes true electronic navigation, does it not? Su Wanyue gazed at the young man's clear eyes and the confident smile that graced his face, momentarily lost in thought. Yet, the scene he described began to materialize vividly in her mind. If such an effect could be achieved, one could only imagine how many users across a nation, and indeed the world, would benefit from this feature. Even if it were merely a matter of selling software for vehicle navigation, the potential profits would be substantial. I can assert with certainty that the domestic market will not harbor more than 3 similar applications. A triad is the most stable structure. Yet there will undeniably be a hierarchy, and I firmly believe that Digao, as the first to obtain surveying qualifications, will undoubtedly lead the way. Su Wanyue found herself smiling in unison with him and inquired, "Your intention to engage in international crude oil trading tomorrow is to generate profits for investing in projects you deem promising. Is that correct?" The once-icy beauty, upon shedding her chill, revealed her extraordinary allure. Cao Mo nodded. "Sister Wanyue, your experience in investment far surpasses mine. I have no experience to speak of. The payback period for investments is typically lengthy, often spanning several years. Exiting an investment can occur in 2 primary ways: selling shares during subsequent financing rounds or divesting post-IPO. Su Wanyue acknowledged, "Indeed, those are the primary methods. Investment is akin to business. One buys low and sells high to realize a profit, though dividends can also be enjoyed along the way." Chapter 32. Crude Oil Futures. After speaking, she rose and retrieved a bottle of water for him, adding, "Investing in crude oil futures may require a more substantial capital outlay. Do you require assistance with your current trading capacity?" Cao Mo accepted the water with gratitude. "Thank you. Naturally, the more principal I have, the better, but as Miss Wang mentioned last night, if my account draws attention from the exchange, the risk of freezing my account would escalate, severely diminishing the likelihood of accessing my funds. I cannot afford such a risk. However, I possess 10 accounts. Utilizing all of them would effectively mitigate this risk. I have reviewed the regulations of the New York Stock Exchange, and as long as I avoid coordinated actions, executing trades at the same price point simultaneously, I can evade scrutiny." Su Wanyue returned to her chair, and as she bent down, the view inadvertently caused Cao Mo to avert his gaze. "How much capital do you currently have?" she inquired. "Not quite 2 billion, approximately $24 million, he replied. Su Wanyue's hand instinctively grasped her thigh beneath the table, the pressure causing her discomfort even through her stockings. She feigned surprise, though not excessively so. "Is that so? In such a short time, you have escalated from under 3 million to 2 billion. At this rate, Do you still find it necessary to invest in Digao? Cao Mo reflected. I cannot afford to miss out on numerous investment opportunities. How will I compete with Cao Kun in the future? The Cao family may forgive me, but I cannot let Cao Kun, who led me to destitution in my previous life, escape unscathed. Sister Wanyue, one must always engage in endeavors. After all, I am merely 22 years old. Should I earn 1 billion over 2 years and then retire to seek out my parents? You, with a fortune in the hundreds of billions, are you not also diligently working? Moreover, after leaving the Cao family, I must prepare for whatever may come next. A subtle smile graced Su Wanyue's lips, not solely due to her father founding Jinbang Group, but also because of her own success in the investment realm. She had yet to encounter a losing project. Even through the project she had signed, her earnings exceeded 200 million. Having wealth is undoubtedly advantageous, and possessing even more would be even better. Do you have any idea how many contracts in crude oil can be purchased with $24 million? Cao Mo pondered briefly before responding. With a 10x leverage, it could be amplified to $2 billion, allowing for approximately 4,000 contracts. However, the associated risks are considerable. Su Wanyue shared his concern. She retrieved a calculator. I have reviewed the recent prices, whether you're shorting or going long. Assuming a price of $50 per barrel, one contract represents 1,000 barrels, and a single account cannot exceed 20,000 contracts, correct? Without waiting for Cao Mo's response, she continued, the margin per contract is now typically 20x, meaning a 5 margin. Thus, 1,000 barrels multiplied by $50, then multiplied by 0.05 equals 2.5 cents $. Based on your $24 million, that would allow for less than 10,000 contracts. The threshold for triggering a large report is set at 500 lots, and you will require at least 10 accounts to proceed. Her slender fingers danced swiftly across the calculator, quickly calculating the number of operations he could undertake. Cao Mo observed her fingers, as delicate as jade, in motion, and upon hearing the final figure, he remarked, I understand that my funds are limited, Sister Wanyu. Please refrain from mocking me. Su Wanyu lifted her gaze to meet his, stating, I am not mocking you. Rather, if you feel your funds are insufficient, I can lend you some. Consider it a form of asset management on your part, and we can split the profits evenly. With 2 days remaining until Cao Mo planned to enter the market. No, merely 1 day. He felt a surge of excitement at the prospect of a bull market that could sustain until 2008. The idea of leveraging resources was not unfeasible. How much can you lend me? He inquired. I can help you double it, up to $25 million, Su Wanyu replied thoughtfully. However, as Rainhan mentioned yesterday, we should avoid operating under the company's credentials. What are your thoughts? After some contemplation, Cao Mo responded, we should still secure the credentials. Whether or not we operate under the company's name is a separate matter. Ideally, I would prefer the funds to be available in my account at CITIC New Era by the day after tomorrow, allowing me to allocate them across several accounts. Su Wanyu smiled, saying, no worries, I will handle the accounts for you, and I can also assist in finding a trader. However, it is imperative that all operations occur within my company. I will arrange for 20 traders. How does that sound? Cao Mo remained silent as he reached for the calculator resting on her desk, lowering his head to perform his calculations. After a moment, he looked up and said, if we utilize a 20-fold leverage, the risks are excessive. With her red lips parting, Su Wanyu replied, I trust you. Cao Mo opened his mouth, then placed the calculator back on the desk. Each account can operate no more than 500 lots without necessitating a COD report. So, Sister Wanyu, I require an additional 40 accounts, totaling 50, each with varying positions. However, I do not need a trader. I can manage on my own. Noticing the hesitation on Su Wanyu's face, he added, I prefer to set my orders in advance at anticipated levels. Thus, presetting them suffices. Moreover, I wish to keep this matter discreet. This must be your primary concern. Su Wanyu sighed inwardly, nodding, if that is the case. Will you not miss the opportunity to close your positions? What if you are unable to act in time? I will not, Sister Wanyu. This will likely be my final foray into futures trading, lasting perhaps a month. From then on, my futures engagements will focus on long-term expectations. Once HiSure Company is registered, I will operate an account under the company's name without position restrictions. Cao Mo's demeanor was exceedingly earnest. Unable to discern whether Su Wanyu's intentions were literal or a further test, he recalled his saying, sincerity is a killer skill. Being forthright about his initial desire for compensation and now seeking collaboration, he had begun to perceive greater support and assistance than he had anticipated. With these advantages, coupled with his rebirth, how could failure possibly be within the realm of possibility? He refused to believe it. I will arrange for 50 accounts to be opened this afternoon, and I will provide you with all the account passwords shortly. Additionally, Please send me your bank details so I can transfer the total amount of $25 million to you. You can then allocate the funds across each account as you see fit. I have but one request. What is it, Sister Wanyo? Do not allow each account to have identical funds, and do not maintain uniform positions during trading. While I have begun to trust your abilities, this sum is merely an experiment. If you profit, return my principal and split the profits with me. If you incur losses, I expect an additional 10% of the company's shares. Now, that is reasonable. Cao Mo nodded in agreement. I will send you the account details once I return. It was not until dinner that Cao Mo received the account information from Su Wanyu. At least, there were no new emails appearing on his phone screen. He even drove to an ATM to check his foreign currency balance, which revealed a complete absence of funds. Had Su Wanyu failed to come through? Or was there a need to wait until tomorrow for verification? However, tomorrow was the 18th, leaving him little time. A total of 60 accounts needed preset orders. Merely inputting the account details would take an hour. This meant he would need to commence inputting by 6 o'clock. He knew that the oil price trajectory on August 20th would likely see a drop after an initial rise, only to recover slightly before closing. A long green candle would form. Finally, at 8 in the evening, he received a call from Su Wanyu. Cao Mo, I have established 3 companies in Hong Kong and opened a total of 60 accounts. I have deposited $50 million. I will send you the account details and passwords via email shortly. The installation disk for the trading software will be available for you to collect tomorrow afternoon. It will not arrive from Hong Kong until noon. If you can withdraw from your CITIC New Era account, please remember to return the funds to me tomorrow. Cao Mo was taken aback. Why switch to a company in Hong Kong? Is there something wrong with CITIC New Era? He found it difficult to comprehend, but as long as he had operational accounts, it sufficed. Besides, if Su Wanyu was willing to take such a gamble, what was there for him to fear? After expressing his gratitude and ending the call, he brewed himself a cup of coffee, preparing to continue watching international crude oil futures, when his phone rang again. It was an unfamiliar number. After a moment's hesitation, he answered. In the midst of a noisy background, a voice emerged. Hello, Cao Mo. Although it was the first time he had heard this voice over the phone, he immediately recognized it as Cao Kun's. Cao Kun, what do you want? Cao Mo asked coolly, memories of past humiliations flooding back. In his previous life, the first public disgrace he endured occurred on the very first day of school, when he went to the cafeteria for lunch. Cao Kun, accompanied by 2 lackeys, had searched for him and found him in the 3rd cafeteria. Brother, why are you eating this? Cao Kun's expression had been one of shock. You are from the Cao family, albeit an adopted son. You should not bring disgrace upon us. He had seized Cao Mo's tray and dumped its contents into the trash, standing beside it and proclaiming, order whatever you wish. Today, it's on me. Cao Mo would never forget the expressions on the faces of the other students. He had never revealed his identity at school, yet most were aware that he owned a Porsche 911 and was certainly not impoverished. There had even been girls who had approached him, some even confessing their feelings. The public humiliation had left him trembling with rage, while Cao Kun had loudly declared their relationship and revealed that Cao Mo was an adopted child of the Cao family. Shaking off the memories, he heard Cao Kun's voice again. Brother, it has been a month since you left home. Our parents and sisters miss you. Why don't you come home tomorrow for dinner? There was a hint of laughter in Cao Kun's tone. It took me considerable courage to make this call. Mom has always discouraged me from bothering you, but I can see she misses you dearly. Did you not say you wanted to honor her? Tomorrow, come back for dinner and spend some time with Mom and Dad, he suggested. Cao Mo immediately declined, saying, it's inconvenient. I am not in Hangsheng. Let's wait until school starts, then I'll return. Not in Hangsheng? Where have you gone? Cao Kun replied, let me clarify. It's not that I want to drive you away. I've even pleaded with Mom and Dad to let you stay with the Cao family. Cao Kun's tone shifted instantly. Cao Mo chuckled coldly within, realizing that he merely sought some assurance from him. Engaging in conversation with Mom and Dad does not necessitate a face-to-face meeting. I can go back now, but I could call them later, or you could hand the phone to Mom right now. I'm not at home either, he replied. From the background noise, Cao Mo discerned that he was likely out having fun. Then let us discuss this when I return. Is there anything else? I'm quite busy here. Cao Mo wished to avoid a lengthy conversation, but did not want to escalate the situation into an argument. Cao Kun chuckled a few times and said, all right, let me ask you something. Where did that Porsche 911 go? Cao Mo exhaled slowly. That car was a birthday gift from my parents 2 years ago. Do you want it? I'm not really wanting it, but the Ferrari is too loud. I just want to change things up a bit. Cao Mo could almost envision Cao Kun's expression at that moment. Want to show off? Fine, I'll indulge you. After leaving the Cao family, I have no financial support. I sold the car. He replied coldly. I really like that car, but I had no choice. Without selling it, I wouldn't have any money to use. You know, even though I'm an adopted son, I've always been accustomed to a lavish lifestyle. What car are you driving now? Cao Kun asked after laughing for a while. I was thinking of getting a cheaper BMW, but I decided against it. Oh, Cao Mo, you're still a member of the Cao family. How can you take the bus? Why not buy you a car? Choose any car under 300,000 and I'll gift it to you. How can a member of the Cao family not have their own car? Cao Mo sneered. Fine, just transfer the money to me. This is your phone number, right? I'll send you my bank account number shortly. But I suggest you consult with mom and dad first. I'm concerned about your spending habits. They want to provide you with a better education, not to encourage your extravagant spending. Although 200,000 or 300,000 isn't much. It's just a night of drinking for you, the young master of the Cao family. It's better to clear this with them first, lest they become upset when I mention that the car was a gift from you. Oh, in that case, never mind. You might as well take the bus. Just remember to let me know before you return, and I'll pick you up at the airport. We'll see when the time comes. If there is nothing else, I'll hang up now. I truly have things to do. Cao Mo, you're not off to work in another city to earn tuition money, are you? Cao Mo deliberately let out a cold snort before hanging up. On the other end, Cao Kun laughed heartily for a while, stuffing the phone into his pocket and turning to his companion. Damn it, he has not in Hangshan. Young Master Kun, if Cao Mo isn't here, how can we confront him? Cao Kun fumed. If it weren't for my parents being overly strict, I could have caught him before he left Hangshan. During this period, he had been extravagantly spending, surrounded by at least 2 or 3 rich second-generation heirs, all with families seeking favors from the Cao group. These young heirs were well-versed in social dynamics and relationships, knowing who to curry favor with and who could be disregarded. Being with Cao Kun, they enjoyed his generosity while also serving as a vital link to strengthen familial ties. Young Master Kun, a fake young master will always remain a fake young master. The Cao family is vast and prosperous. Uncle Cao would never grant him any privileges. The family's assets are predominantly yours alone. Just like my family, though ours is worth a few billion, we place great importance on bloodlines. My cousin 1TC a penny. Another one chimed in, young Master Kun. How about going to Night Fragrance tonight? A new batch of girls has arrived, and they are extraordinarily beautiful. I've also heard that there are university students working part-time. Cao Kun laughed. University students, please. They're just pretending to be pure. For the right price, there is nothing they 1T do. So are we going or not? I've been holding back for several days. Of course we're going. How can we not? My father has been keeping a close watch on my studies, and I can't take it anymore. After Su Wan Yu hung up the phone, she set it down. Su Hao, sitting nearby, asked, does he really have such faith in the future of smartphones? Su Wan Yu was indifferent to her brother's focus, as he was undoubtedly capable in business matters, given his control over the group. In truth, it was only after her brother suggested investing that she considered trying it out. However, her views and attitudes had since shifted. Chapter 34. I want to invest in him as a person. Brother, I don't know if he believes in me, but what he said is at least correct. We can see the evolution of telephones from hand cranks to rotary dials to keyboards and now PDAs. The trend is undoubtedly accurate. As for DGAO, I'm also waiting for the right moment. I will participate once they finalize discussions with the public. At least then, they will have a clearer understanding of their own value. Su Hao replied casually, that Mr. Zhuang is not young anymore. I've looked into his background and found nothing particularly impressive. A few companies have met with them, but it seems no substantial results came of it. Su Wan Yu scoffed. They're merely trying to pick the fruit. At this point, securing investment wouldn't cost much. However, Mr. Zhuang from DGAO has stated that they are currently unprofitable. They merely believe themselves to be valuable. They either don't need the money now, or if they collaborate with the public, even a trickle of income is still income. If it works well, it could create a benchmark effect, leading to further collaborations with other automotive manufacturers. Therefore, I'm not worried about whether I can invest. Rather, I am more concerned about whether Cao Mo will stumble in the futures market. Ideally, I hope he stumbles greatly. Suao Chakith, shaking ash from his cigarette onto the carpet. So, you actually hope that after his downfall, you can acquire more shares, and then leverage his keen insight in investments to yield greater returns for you. Su Wan Yu raised her hand to glance at her pink nails and replied coolly, brother, I want to invest in him as a person. Even if that is how I feel, it's merely for profit. Don't read too much into it. Su Hao stood up. Repaying kindness is one thing. Business is another. If we can combine the two, I have no objections. Cao Mo is currently an adopted son of the Cao family, now regarded as a discarded pawn. The Cao family's overall assets are not significantly less than the Su family's, so he lacks the capacity to confront them independently. Even if he earns substantial money in the futures market, having money alone is insufficient. The Cao family holds a high status in Hangshan and possesses deep connections. Even his father likely does not wish to confront them directly. For Cao Mo, establishing ties with the Su family would be more beneficial than being given a few billion. Additionally, when Dad called earlier, he mentioned that the situation in the capital wasn't good. Though he didn't say it outright, I understood his meaning. Li family's issues may still be unresolved. Su Wan Yu suddenly looked up. Li Wei? Yes. Su Hao's expression darkened. his brows furrowing. Although he is merely from the third branch, he is still a member of the Leaf family. That fact will never change. To move against him is to strike the Leaf family. However, if we don't resolve this, Dad will be uneasy. Su Wanyue fell into silence. Su Hao glanced at the cigarette, but in his hand, and extinguished it in the ashtray. All matters concerning Haishur had been resolved. He refrained from speaking extensively, for some things were better left unknown to his sister. Nevertheless, he was aware that she could surmise certain aspects. Upon leaving the study, Su Wanyue approached the desk and sat down, gazing at the photograph of their parents placed atop it. A slender finger, delicate as jade, gently caressed the face of the woman in the picture. After obtaining the CD and materials, Cao Mo visited Zhongxin Xinji, canceled 10 accounts, and subsequently transferred the funds to Su Wanyue at the bank. Once home, he installed the software, familiarized himself with the operations, and tested whether his top-tier computer could seamlessly run 3 programs simultaneously. Fortunately, everything proceeded smoothly. He even purchased a separate keyboard to connect to his laptop, ensuring a swift input of numerical accounts. On that day, he ventured out only once. Upon his return, he dedicated himself to mastering the software. The electronic trading platform operated round the clock, allowing him to observe the principal within these accounts. $50 million, with the least active account holding less than 300 contracts, while the most active exceeded 380. Upon witnessing these figures, he couldn't help but commend Su Wanyue's capabilities and meticulousness. On August 20th, he awoke shortly after 5. After completing his morning routine, he powered on his computer and began preloading orders. For 60 accounts, he entered each one meticulously, setting different short selling prices between $494 and $4,925 for the opening. Following this, he needed to cross-check the entries. Merely inputting and verifying these 2 actions consumed nearly an hour and a half of his time. The reason he did not require additional traders was his desire to keep his operations concealed from everyone. The quantity bought for each account varied slightly. The electronic platform allowed for continuous trading, yet he refrained from placing orders the previous night. Though time was ample, he preferred not to act too hastily. At 7 in the morning, as the market opened, he observed a modest rise of merely 0.17 cents before the price reached $494 per barrel and subsequently began to decline, only exhaling a sigh of relief when it dipped to $487.77. The 5% margin left him with little room for maneuvering. The confirmation of all account transactions took a full 40 minutes. By the time he stepped out for breakfast, it was nearly 8 o'clock. Upon returning home, he continued monitoring the market until 5 in the afternoon, when WTI closed at $488.33. Cao Mo reviewed all the accounts once more. Profits had already been realized, albeit modestly, yet sufficient to withstand further drawdowns without the need for additional margin. The pressure within him could only be alleviated through financial means. Now, feeling somewhat at ease, Cao Mo resolved to undertake another significant task, to withdraw from his studies. This inevitably required a return to Hangzhou University, yet this time, he planned to drive himself back, experimenting with the navigation system of this era along the way. The formalities of withdrawal needed to be completed by the 26th, while new students would not commence until the following month. The distance from Jiangyue Garden to the Financial College of Zhejiang University was nearly 200 kilometers, as indicated by the onboard navigation. However, the interface was quite lamentable, lacking real-time traffic updates and voice prompts, and it could only be operated via a knob. He found it impossible to place his PDA beside him, as there were no mobile phone holders at that time. After testing Audi's navigation system, Cao Mo returned to his room, retrieved his laptop, and began seeking suitable investment opportunities. Based on an estimated total investment of $50 million, a position in the Dow 30 could yield close to 3 times the net profit. If he continued to operate, the earnings would undoubtedly increase. The trading cycles could persist for 5 years, particularly during the significant downturn of 2008, which was not merely profit-taking, but akin to a money-printing machine. Returning to the present, his principal could reach $100 million, and factoring in profit sharing, it could amount to at least $13.5 billion. He was quite certain that no peer could amass such wealth in a mere 2 months. Naturally, the vast majority would struggle to even reach the necessary principal. For the Degao map, he intended to invest at least $100 million, anticipating a future round of financing, followed by an IPO and a comprehensive acquisition into the Alibaba system. While he could not guarantee specifics, the $100 million was projected to transform into $600 million within a decade. As for the earlier request made to Su Wanyue and Su Hao regarding acquiring more than 50% of the shares, that was merely a suggestion. Whether it could be achieved and to what extent remained uncertain. Consequently, with several $100 million in funds still available, he would continue investing in other companies. In fact, From this moment until the next 4 years, there seemed to be no familiar companies with promising investment opportunities emerging. Or rather, existing companies presented little in the way of good investment prospects. Having missed the 2001 internet bubble, he decided to quietly accrue wealth now, biding his time until the impending financial crisis arrived. On the morning of the 24th, he departed Haishur, preparing to head to Hangzhou University to process his withdrawal. By this time, the school's leaders and teachers were already in place. He simply needed to locate the counselor. As for meeting classmates, that was unnecessary. Chapter 35. Why? When Su Wanyu called again, he had just arrived in Hangzhou, barely reaching the university. Cao Mo, the offshore company has been registered. If you have time, come discuss the investment company matters and take the materials for your offshore company with you. Cao Mo replied, "Oh, let us do it in a couple of days. I'm in Hangzhou, preparing to withdraw from school." Su Wanyu was taken aback. Was he truly going to drop out? Noticing her silence, Cao Mo asked, "What is wrong, Sister Wanyu?" She snapped back to reality and replied, "Why don't you hold off on the withdrawal? I'll have Su Hao check if you can transfer to Fudan's finance program in Haishur. It's quite reputable domestically, at least in terms of international finance. It aligns well with global standards. Thank you for your concern, Sister Wanyu, but I've made up my mind not to continue. No school can teach me more directly than the market itself. I'll be at the school shortly and should return by tonight. Tomorrow I'll come to your company to discuss the investment matters. However, I need your assistance with the power of attorney for shareholding. I wish to avoid appearing on the shareholder list and do not want my name to surface in any business documentation. Would that be feasible?" Su Wanyu replied, "Let us discuss it when we meet tomorrow. How about we schedule for 2 p.m.? I'll have my brother join us as well. I have a few meetings in the morning and may not have time." "All right, 2 p.m. it is. I'll be there without fail." After hanging up, Cao Mo pondered while driving. This was truly a trying time. Small businesses held no interest for him. Large enterprises were out of reach due to a lack of resources, personnel, and, most importantly, talent. He was not a technical expert and was utterly unfamiliar with programming. Moreover, he lacked the enthusiasm for creating websites now, as many things were impossible before the advent of smartphones. Having once lived in the lower echelons of society, he possessed a wealth of knowledge, but was painfully aware of his ignorance regarding deeper complexities. Why not consider establishing a news website on your own? However, one must ponder whether there will be sufficient funds for such an endeavor. Balancing external investments while simultaneously launching a company to create a website is indeed a formidable challenge. It undoubtedly requires a substantial amount of capital. Throughout his journey, he was lost in contemplation until he arrived at the school, where he parked in a hotel parking lot across the street. In this day and age, the number of car owners has surged. Vehicles belonging to non-faculty members are simply not permitted entry. The process of withdrawing from school was surprisingly swift. He personally handled the formalities, and although his advisor made earnest attempts to dissuade him, Cao Mo's resolve was unwavering. Within just over an hour, he completed the necessary procedures, returned various campus cards and documents, accomplishing everything before 11 o'clock in the morning. Cao Mo had never contemplated visiting the Cao family to see his foster parents, nor did he wish to encounter Cao Kun. By 4 in the afternoon, he had already returned to his residence in Haishur. This round trip provided him with a profound experience of the current in-car navigation systems. He visited a bookstore to purchase some books before heading out to buy groceries. The next day, Cao Mo resumed his physical training, completing his run before picking up breakfast to take home. He brewed coffee, savored his meal, and then immersed himself in reading. At 2 in the afternoon, he arrived punctually at the 48th floor of the Jinbong building. Su Wanyu's assistant was strikingly beautiful, possessing a hint of the same icy elegance as her superior. Aside from being slightly less statuesque than Su Wanyu, she was equally impressive in all other respects. Height was hardly an issue, as both women appeared similar when donned in high heels. Perhaps due to their previous encounters, the assistant, surnamed Yao, graciously invited him into Su Wanyu's office. Upon seeing him, Su Wanyu immediately stood up and said, "Cao Mo, we must make haste to the top floor to meet my brother. I have a meeting in an hour." "All right, I have no objections," Cao Mo replied, naturally compliant. Su Wanyu picked up a thick folder and a document bag from the side and approached him. A waft of fragrance enveloped the air. This contains the information and necessary documents for the offshore company, including the seal and some items related to the bank's online banking. Cao Mo accepted them, expressing his gratitude. Su Wanyu, evidently pressed for time, did not engage in pleasantries. Following her into the elevator, Cao Mo smiled and nodded at Assistant Yao, who stood outside. As the elevator doors closed, Su Wanyu remarked, "My brother may not have much time either, so I wanted to inform you. Although you have provided the funds, it is still insufficient." Cao Mo quickly clarified, "Sister Wanyu, it's not that I don't want to, it's just that I currently lack the necessary funds, falling short by nearly $1 million. However, I assure you that I can fully compensate you by tomorrow. You are aware that I previously had just over 2,400. Su Wanyue glanced at the changing figures and replied nonchalantly, "That's fine. You can make up the difference later. The funds are drawn from the company account, and we can simply supplement a few documents. Just ensure the figures are accurate." Without waiting for Cao Mo's response, she continued, regarding the holding of shares. "Would you prefer it to be me or my brother? Or do you have someone else in mind?" Cao Mo chuckled wryly. "Either is acceptable. If Hao Gu is unable to manage the investment company in the future, I believe it would be better to have you hold the shares on my behalf, considering you're already engaged in the investment sector." Su Wanyue did not turn her head, merely curving her lips slightly. Upon reaching the top floor, the pair exited the elevator and headed straight for Su Hao's office. Upon entering, Su Hao was on a call. Were it not for Su Wanyue, the assistant likely would not have permitted their entry. Su Hao gestured towards the seating area and moved to the floor-to-ceiling window to continue his conversation. After a few minutes, he finally approached and sat down. "Cao Mo, I apologize for keeping you waiting." Once seated, Su Hao directly addressed him. "Wanyue mentioned that you wish for us to hold your shares?" "Indeed. Hao Gu, I prefer to keep my status as the largest shareholder of the company under wraps." "May I ask why?" Su Hao inquired with keen interest. Cao Mo cast a glance at the impassive Su Wanyue and replied, as someone new to the field, "Without even having graduated from university, if I were to represent the company in investment discussions, anyone who meets me would likely find me untrustworthy. This is the first reason. Furthermore, I have previously disclosed my circumstances to you both. I do not wish for the Cao family of Hangsheng to take any actions against me. Hence, I prefer to remain out of the media spotlight. Is that all?" Su Hao questioned. Cao Mo note that earlier in the elevator, he expressed a desire for me to hold his shares. Su Wanyue interjected. Su Hao nodded in acknowledgement. "If holding shares is necessary, you are certainly more suitable than I." Su Wanyue then asked, "In that case, let us approach this from the perspective of a partnership. Cao Mo, how do you envision the company operating? You are aware that I have my own company to manage." Seeing her agreement, Cao Mo exhaled with relief. "It's quite simple. The operation of the company does not require a large number of personnel. Should there be a need to invest in establishing a physical company, we can hire professionals for finance and technical positions." Su Hao raised a hand. "Wait, you mentioned investing in a physical enterprise?" Cao Mo nodded. "I do have such intentions. Although the conditions are not yet ripe, that can be discussed later. You will hold the majority of shares in the company, and you will have the final say on investment projects. However, what about daily management? Will I be responsible for that as well?" Cao Mo zet. "Not entirely. After I select a project, I will consult with you. I will certainly provide a detailed proposal. However, I will not manage the company. I will only identify industries suitable for investment, at least those that can yield a steady and stable income without much effort on my part." Su Wanyue pressed further. "What if our views diverge?" Chapter 36. What? He dropped out? Cao Mo met her beautiful gaze with determination. "I will not invest in any project that I do not agree with." Not a single cent. Su Hao remained silent at this point. After all, it was merely a project that carried a hint of gratitude. This investment company was of little consequence to him. There was no need to expend so much energy on it. Cao Mo continued. "Zhenbong Group is engaged in real estate, and it is well aware that, based on the documents and current conditions, the real estate industry is the largest source of revenue for local governments and is a vital pillar of the national economy. Not to mention, the industries it stimulates are countless. Therefore, the real estate sector will likely remain robust for at least the next 20 years without issues. As for how much profit can be made during this time, that will depend on how much land can be acquired. However, I will not venture into the real estate and construction sectors. I cannot navigate such investments. Thus, I will focus solely on projects that require a substantial number of highly skilled technological talents. If I were to establish my own company, my investments would be confined to these areas, such as the internet sector or fields like drones and robotics." He articulated his stance clearly. These few industries were his focus, and he would not invest in anything else. Su Wanyue raised an eyebrow. "De Gao also requires networking and positioning. This falls within the realm of angel investments." Cao Mo smiled. "Indeed, but imagine a future where everyone possesses a mobile phone. Every driver will require De Gao maps. Every vehicle will come equipped with in-car navigation systems. Once the company goes public, my intention is for it to list in the United States. It will then be able to sell to car manufacturers worldwide." Su Hao regarded him thoughtfully. Su Wanyue, too, could not help but nod in agreement. After all, the siblings were not naive newcomers fresh out of school. They understood the implications behind his words. Su Wanyue inquired, "Do you possess confidence in this venture?" Cao Mo, "Undoubtedly. I have immense confidence in the first privately owned enterprise in the country to obtain mapping qualifications. The mere acquisition of such qualifications signifies that General Manager Zhuang possesses considerable capabilities. Moreover, I'm certain that I can gracefully withdraw once their growth stagnates. I believe it will not be long before a second online mapping service emerges in our nation. Therefore, I must expedite my financial endeavors to secure an investment in Digeo Maps. Su Hao chuckled. This endeavor is feasible. They have yet to capture Volkswagen. And Toyota's system is performing admirably as well. Cao Mo nodded in agreement, affirming that he had been researching relevant information recently. In the automotive navigation market, Toyota's G-Book holds a relatively monopolistic position, making it challenging for Digeo to secure contracts. In terms of mapping, K-Lead and Seaway Tushin dominate the landscape, and it is true that they lack notoriety. Additionally, the procurement of satellite positioning data, as well as the costs associated with mapping and research upgrades, require substantial capital. Consequently, they are currently viewed unfavorably and are in dire need of funds. I believe that if I can provide them with an investment of 100 million, I could potentially acquire at least 40 of the shares. Prior to their initial public offering, there may be another round of financing, which could elevate my stake to over 50. Should a company seek to fully acquire them, we could simply divest our shares for profit. Wouldn't that be splendid? Su Hao smiled. I shall refrain from delving into the specifics. My role is merely to invest the 100 million. Yu, please ensure the contract is signed once it arrives. I have a meeting to prepare for shortly. Su Yu opened her folder and placed the documents on the coffee table. The signatures of Su Yu and Su Hao indicated that the investment was personal. Meanwhile, Cao Mo retrieved documents related to the offshore company from his portfolio, perused them for a moment, and then affixed his signature and seal. The delegation agreement was finalized once he and Su Yu signed it. Upon returning to the 48th floor, Su Yu did not linger with him for long. Cao Mo suggested that Su Yu should appoint someone to serve as the CEO of the company, while her company would handle the recruitment of financial and other personnel. As for salaries, they could be aligned with those of her investment firm. The choice of office location was of little consequence. Any registration would suffice, while operational matters could be arranged with 2 rooms at Zhenbong Investment, one for finance and the other for his use. Su Yu did not refuse. She merely cast a lingering glance at him, evoking a sense of profound significance within him. Upon returning home, Cao Mo commenced drafting the investment plan for Digeo. In truth, the necessity of such documentation was questionable at present, yet it would undoubtedly be required in the future. While he was not entirely versed in the intricacies of capital operations, he had gleaned insights from countless videos in his previous life, providing him with an understanding of why some companies endure consecutive losses while their owners thrive financially. His strategy involved investing funds and urging Digeo to acquire additional qualifications, particularly expediting the acquisition of Tumun's influence in the capital. He emphasized the necessity for Digeo to obtain the Class A qualification for aerial surveying and mapping before New Year's Day in 2006, the highest qualification in the country. Without exception, though this may have appeared somewhat ostentatious, the document truly represented the limits of his current capabilities. He sought not immediate profits, but rather a significant market share, anticipating the subsequent influx of venture capital to amplify the company's valuation. Following their public listing, he could either exit or remain poised for a future acquisition by the Alibaba consortium, potentially nearing a valuation of 10 billion. It is essential to recognize that virtually all high-quality vehicles and applications in the future will necessitate positioning services, indicating an almost limitless market. Even if he were to exit within 5 years, he was confident in generating substantial profits, easily multiplying his investment by 5 or 6 times without incurring any risks or dedicating excessive time or energy. His ambition was to invest in a website akin to Tushio, eventually integrating it with a microblogging platform and short videos. Although these initiatives would require fully intelligent mobile devices, beginning the process gradually was certainly feasible. Moreover, these ventures would demand minimal exertion on his part, allowing him ample time to search for his biological parents. What? He dropped out? Cao Kun, leaning against his Ferrari, suddenly straightened, his expression contorting into a grimace. Indeed, young Master Kun, Cao Mo withdrew 2 days ago. On campus, Cao Kun's Ferrari was conspicuous. It was not uncommon for luxury vehicles to enter with the appropriate permits, nor was it unusual for female students to approach him for contact information. Just moments ago, the impeccably stylish Cao Kun now found his spirits plummeting upon receiving this news. Never mind, you carry on with your business. I'll devise another plan. Let's have some fun tonight. After a while, Cao Kun hung up the phone, muttering an expletive. He had initially intended to ascertain which classroom the fellow attended, to humiliate him thoroughly, only to discover that he had dropped out entirely. With Cao Mo's departure from school, how could he possibly subject him to ridicule? Damn it. He had envisioned several methods of humiliation that were now rendered futile. Presently, Cao Kun donned an outfit entirely devoid of any brand, crafted through bespoke, handmade artistry. a testament to Wang Meijuan's unwavering focus on him. While not entirely subservient, she was certainly inclined to indulge his desires. Apart from adhering to Cao Jianye's guidance regarding academics, she had procured 4 supercars for him to rotate between. She also provided him with a supplementary card for pocket money, allowing him to spend freely. Seated in the car, Cao Kun, wishing to conceal his discontent from prying eyes, dialed Wang Meijuan. Mom, today someone informed me that Cao Mo has dropped out. Perhaps you could inquire if he requires any assistance? I cannot bear to see him languish in despair. Maybe you could ask Dad to help locate him. If he is still in Hangzhou, we could extend a helping hand. He doesn't need much. I would like to offer him some of my pocket money. Even if he ceases his studies, he is yet to graduate, making job hunting quite challenging. Chapter 37. How do you know? Wang Meijuan's thoughts were transparent to Cao Kun, yet his intent was to leverage this approach to subtly compel her to relinquish her attachment to Cao Mo. He had employed this tactic several times before. Alas, Cao Mo, the coward, had fled. Nevertheless, it mattered little. Their paths would inevitably cross again. For now, the priority was to focus on his studies and maintain a satisfactory living condition, lest his sister and father cease to indulge him. On August 30th, Cao Mo liquidated all his international crude oil short positions and remained inactive, holding no positions. With 60 accounts, his overall profits were in close alignment with his estimations, because he did not focus on buying at peak prices and selling at the lowest. Minute discrepancies in profits did not concern him. Overall, his capital had quadrupled, with profits reaching 3 times his initial investment. Upon calculating, with a principal of $50 million, he had generated a profit of $152.8 billion. He captured screenshots of all account interfaces, packaged them, and sent them to Su Wanyu, stating in the email that he had attempted a few operations with satisfactory results and was now awaiting the next opportunity. Less than half an hour after sending the email, he received a call from Su Wanyu, inviting him to visit his new office. This coincided with Cao Mo's own desire to see his office, but more importantly, he yearned to meet Su Wanyu. After more than half an hour, he entered Su Wanyue's office accompanied by assistant Yao. Unlike her usual attire, Su Wanyue was today clad in a snug, slightly futuristic stepmother dress. Her hair was loosely pinned up, exuding a relaxed aura. Once assistant Yao exited, Su Wanyue rose, revealing her enchanting figure. Cao Mo, perhaps it would be best to forego any further investments and delve directly into futures trading. With such prowess, what need is there for investments? It is akin to mere money-grabbing, she remarked with a smile. Cao Mo reciprocated her smile, replying, Sister Wanyue, you are more beautiful than ever. Su Wanyue shot him a sidelong glance and said, Follow me. I shall show you your company. As she walked past him, a fragrant breeze wafted in her wake. I have arranged 3 offices for you, located on this floor. However, this is only a temporary arrangement. Should the company expand in the future and you wish to relocate, we could discuss it then. Cao Mo followed her, responding, That works for me. The office was situated on the 48th floor of the Junbong building, on the opposite side of Su Wanyue's office, separated by several other offices. The space encompassed nearly 100 square meters, comprising 3 rooms, the largest being his office, which included a lounge area presumably for meetings, a financial office, and finally, a room for his assistant. All the office supplies have been prepared. It is merely a matter of when you choose to commence work, Su Wanyue stated. The business license will be ready in a couple of days. What do you think? Cao Mo sat behind his designated desk, savoring the moment, and looked up with a smile. Thank you, Sister Wanyue. It is truly splendid. Su Wanyue crossed her arms and inquired, Have you truly dropped out? Yes, he affirmed. The procedures have been completed. He stood and moved to the lounge area. Su Wanyue followed suit, settling onto the sofa with her chin propped on one hand. When you have time to visit Digao and discuss matters with him again, you have already had an initial encounter with President Zhuang, and I have relayed the situation to you. Cao Mo replied, I still prefer not to go. Sister Wanyue, you have been in the investment industry for many years, and your experience far exceeds mine. My role is simply to generate funds from the futures market and invest them entirely. The company need only focus on these 2 tasks. Other considerations are secondary. Furthermore, I do not require an assistant. I doubt I will frequent this office often, as the majority of my work can be efficiently conducted from home. Regarding Digao, I have already conveyed my requirements to Brother Hao and you. They include acquiring Tuming and obtaining the Class A qualification for aerial surveying and photography. Other aspects are relatively unimportant. In fact, Digao's capabilities alone are sufficient to surpass their competitors. If they refuse, we can pursue contracts for electronic navigation with BMW and Audi within the same time frame. Cao Mo's gaze lingered upon the stunningly alluring figure before him, accentuated by her outfit and hairstyle, which radiated maturity and charm, causing his fingers to fidget. He acknowledged his own proclivity for beauty. In his previous life, he had never married, perpetually toiling at the bottom, with neither wealth nor a home, what was there to marry for? With millions absent and even hundreds of dollars lacking, he had no such luxury. In short videos, his preference lay with the allure of a stepmother dress, emphasizing ample bosoms, slender waists, shapely rears, and long legs. As for the face, he was not particularly discerning. Now, having been granted a second chance at life and possessing considerable wealth, his standards had naturally risen. Yet, none could surpass the captivating presence of the woman before him. Su Wanyue remained oblivious to his gaze. Although it was somewhat excessive, it was still within the bounds of normalcy, as she at least recognized the need to avert her eyes. She smiled faintly. May I offer you a suggestion? What? You have not completed your university education, which equates to a lack of comprehensive training. While this may not be significant for you at present, embarking on a business venture necessitates experience in managing a company. I can assist you now, but what of the future when the company grows? Su Wanyue fixed her gaze upon him, continuing, I recall you mentioning a desire to start a high-tech company in the future. Cao Mo grinned, yes, that is indeed my intention, but not at this moment. Regardless of the endeavor, a process of development from nothing to something is essential. While it is true that your starting point is higher than others, the company's finances fundamentally belong to you, and I presume you understand the nature of that $2 billion. Since you're no longer in school, would you consider taking a part-time role in my company? I could arrange a small team of 10 for you. How does serving as a fund manager sound? Cao Mo immediately grasped Su Wanyue's intentions. No, Sister Wanyue, I do not wish to engage in finance extensively. I will retain that $50 million as principal for crude oil futures. With that capital, the returns for your investments will be substantial, even exceeding those from your investment company. However, I have other matters to attend to. Su Wanyue furrowed her brow slightly. Is it concerning your biological parents? Cao Mo, note that. To what extent have you progressed? I have been researching since university. I now know that my biological parents are likely in the capital. I have contacted all the police stations there, but I still lack detailed leads. After a moment of silence, Su Wanyue remarked, have you discussed this with my brother? Cao Mo shook his head. Su Wanyue raised her hand to her forehead. If he has promised to assist you, he will surely do so. You are misaligned in your approach, starting from the ground up. Do you have any idea of the approximate year when this occurred? Efficiency is maximized by pushing from the higher echelons of the Public Security Bureau. Never mind. I will speak to my brother and ask him to find someone at the upper levels in the capital to help expedite the investigation into the missing children cases from those years. Cao Mo smiled broadly. Thank you, Sister Wanyue. As for Digeo, I will not be attending. Do your utmost to secure as many shares as possible. In about 2 to 3 years, you should be able to exit, and a 5-fold return is certainly achievable. Su Wanyue uncrossed her legs. How can you be so certain? Cao Mo replied candidly. Such high-tech enterprises have a market direction that will span the globe. Many can see this potential, yet they hesitate to invest, primarily due to the fact that the mainstream in-car navigation systems are dominated by Toyota. Once we obtain that Class A qualification for aerial surveying and photography, the company's valuation will surely exceed $20 billion. Presently, I suspect it hovers around $2 billion. Chapter 38. This is not an impossibility. Su Wanyue did not find his figures particularly surprising. He was correct. Digeo's current valuation was indeed below $2 billion, approximately around $18 billion. And this figure was not even based on the assessment by her dispatch team, but rather the estimate provided by Digeo itself. She was merely intrigued. Cao Mo had not visited Digeo. His valuation seemed to stem solely from their acquisition of the first domestic license. And he had mentioned obtaining over 50% equity for $1 billion. Coupled with his performance in futures trading, these factors had continuously piqued her interest in Cao Mo otherwise. Would she be so proactively assisting him simply out of gratitude for saving her life? The two siblings offering $2 billion was already an exorbitant sum. Once the payment was made, it would be a clean break with no further contact. Such is the manner in which these affluent families repay their benefactors from the lower strata, blunt, unrefined, and devoid of repercussions. Very well, when you depart shortly, seek out Assistant Yao. The access pass has been prepared, allowing you to visit at your convenience henceforth. However, I surmise that you may not frequent this place often. Am I correct? Cao Mo smiled and nodded, stating, it's not that I don't wish to visit. Rather, there exists no necessity for it. The management and investment of the company are your forte, Sister Wanyue. I am more suited to identifying worthy target enterprises for investment. Upon returning to Su Wanyue's office, Cao Mo seated himself across from her as she handed him a folder. Please assist me in reviewing these companies. Which one's mere investment? Cao Mo felt a twinge of awkwardness but accepted the folder, perusing its contents one by one, while Su Wanyue attended to her tasks. Glancing at him occasionally, Assistant Yao entered, placing a cup of tea beside them before departing. Cao Mo scanned the list, noting that none of the enterprises were familiar to him. In his previous life, he had been a mere delivery worker, and, in his spare time, he had only perused videos about prominent companies, nothing more. He was well aware that those who dominated the platform or held the largest market share were the most profitable, mastering the rules of the game. The former included companies like Taobao, while the latter referred to the likes of DJI drones. Yet, among these dozen or so companies, not a single one stood out. However, he did notice a company named Tai Ekai Electric, which piqued his interest. Upon closer examination, he discovered that it specialized in vacuum cleaner manufacturing and was currently researching smart cleaning technologies, albeit without any products in the market. If his memory served him correctly, this was akin to the future market leader, Ecovacs, surpassing even Xiaomi's Roborock. Nonetheless, as an OEM, they were unlikely to face financial constraints, which left him puzzled as to why Su Wanyu had her sights set on them. Sister Wanyu. He opened the folder and pushed it toward her. After a brief glance, she raised her gaze to meet his. Cao Mo inquired with a smile. Such OEM factories are rarely short of funds. They should be disinclined to accept investments, wouldn't you agree? Su Wanyu nodded lightly. Indeed, the owner is not in want of money. I am aware of his recent acquisition of land in Suzhou, which caught my attention. Do you consider this company worthy of investment? Cao Mo replied, certainly. It is worth investing in. Yet the issue remains that they are not in need of capital. Are you familiar with the American Roomba 400? I have two at home. Su Wanyu paused momentarily before shaking her head. Cao Mo then took a pen from her holder and wrote down iRobot and Roomba. Sister Wanyu. These are robotic devices for sweeping and mopping. They are quite advanced in terms of intelligence and efficiency. Priced at over 1,000 yuan each, they are not exorbitant. But there exists a significant issue regarding market recognition domestically. Should the owner accept investment, I believe it could be a viable opportunity. The others, in my opinion, are not worth investing in. Su Wanyu set aside her tasks, intertwining her fingers on the table, her demeanor becoming considerably more serious. Why? Cao Mo hesita. The concept of smart home technology is still too premature, and it seems unnecessary. Yet, I'm merely a novice. Sister Wanyu, I once mentioned the transformations in mobile technology. One can easily extrapolate the future trajectory of mobile development from that. Why not apply the same reasoning to the evolution of cleaning tools? Look at brooms and mops, staples in every household. Now, we have vacuum cleaners, correct? Su Wanyu blinked. Are you suggesting that this is the future direction? Cao Mo chuckled. Sister Wanyu, there is nothing new under the sun. It is merely a matter of changes in channels, technology, and tools. This sentiment, though borrowed, held truth. After a moment of contemplation, Su Wanyu's expression shifted. I have never considered it in such a light. He is so young, attending a domestic university, not receiving the finest education or studying abroad, and not even completing his degree. How has he come to such realizations? This insight alone is invaluable. With such understanding, could he not excel in any business venture? Precisely. There is nothing novel under the sun. The essentials of life, food, clothing, shelter, and leisure, are devoid of novelty. It is simply the evolution of channels, technology, and tools. Just that. Cao Mo, you astonish me, she remarked, unable to suppress her curiosity. What sort of books do you typically read? Cao Mo smiled and continued, since Mr. Qian is not in need of funds, what do you intend to do? Su Wanyu regained her focus, shaking her head. If he lacks financial need, then I shall not invest. I have other projects to consider. My company and yours are, in essence, rival entities, albeit not entirely so. This sometimes leads me to hesitate in discussing which projects might be worth investing in. He maintained a smile. Su Wanyu raised an eyebrow, leaning back in her chair. Jinbang Investment has only existed for 6 years. We have invested in fewer than 20 projects, and so far, only a portion of the initial capital has been recouped, while the remainder awaits market expansion. However, I do possess my own financial team, and we hold substantial investments in the stock market. Cao Mo's smile remained unchanged. Sister Wanyu, when I have grown more formidable, I shall acquire your investment company. Only then can I share all my thoughts with you without reservation. Su Wanyu regarded him coolly. Cao Mo scratched his head. Honestly, I have no idea what Jinbang Investment is valued at. However, I anticipate that by next year, I may very well be in a position to acquire your company. That will put my mind at ease. Such an outcome was not entirely implausible. Suguan Jue contemplatif. Recalling how, last month, Cao Mo had been cast out by the Cao family, possessing less than 3 million yuan. Now, within a mere month and a half, his fortune had surpassed 800 million. Not to mention, he could potentially earn at least $1 billion in futures trading alone. Wouldn't that mean her company could genuinely be at risk of acquisition? As she grappled with her indignation and contemplation, Cao Mo spoke again. Sister Wanyu, in a couple of days, I shall distribute your share of the profits to you. I am confident that I can achieve even more within a year. Consider whether you would like to merge Jinbang Investment with my company. What if I refuse to sell? Su Wanyu retorted through clenched teeth. Cao Mo zipli. If you choose not to sell, then so be it. I could simply work here daily, or perhaps find another office. After all, it is not difficult to recruit individuals. With auditors, accountants, and legal firms collaborating, most tasks could be delegated, requiring only an assistant, a financial officer, and an accountant to handle all matters. I'm quite confident in this, Sister Wanyu. Cao Mo then departed. Su Wanyu remained in a state of vexation, irritated not by the improbability of Cao Mo's assertions, but by her own inability to counter them. Chapter 39. Inquiring after Cao Jiangwo. A person capable of uttering such words could not be merely Cao Mo alone. Yet among those in their early 20s who had yet to graduate from university, he was undoubtedly the first. She even believed that such statements would rarely be articulated so straightforwardly to anyone. Her social circle dictated that they were all competitors, devoid of friends, unless the industries are entirely disparate, meaning they do not share the same competitive landscape. Cao Mo's company possesses a 5% stake, equating to a valuation of $2 billion. He is fully capable of employing legitimate means to consistently diminish the proportion held by himself and his elder brother, despite the initial indifference shared between them. In retrospect, this indeed seems a plausible scenario. In other words, even if the company remains uninvolved in external investments, he merely needs to engage in the compounding of futures trading, rapidly accumulating sufficient funds to formally propose an acquisition of Jianbong. The only requirement from him is capital. Nonetheless, all of his projects and team members will subsequently become his own. What a twist of gratitude, inadvertently conjuring a rival. Cao Mo did not contemplate Su Wanyue's feelings or reactions. His interest extended beyond her. He coveted her team. The concerns of career and ambition seemed trivial in comparison. Upon returning home, he reclined on the sofa and dialed his adoptive father, Cao Jiangwo. The phone rang 3 times before being answered. "Dad, it's me." He spoke in a calm tone. "Mo, I heard from Kuiner that you dropped out." Cao Jiangwo's voice carried a hint of regret. "Yes, that's correct. I no longer wish to continue, so I withdrew." "Dad, I called to ask if you found any information about my biological parents when I was adopted." After a brief pause, Cao Jiangwo replied, "We uncovered no details regarding your birth parents. At the time, Kuiner was missing and your mother was in tears daily. I decided to adopt from the welfare home. The policies were chaotic then. You were sent to the welfare home by the police. I distinctly remember inquiring whether any information about your parents could be found, at least a trace where the traffickers obtained you. Those traffickers claimed you were also sold from Hebei, but they were unaware of your origins. The police had no choice but to place you in the welfare home. Montakia. That era was tumultuous. Many children were abducted, and being rescued by the police was a stroke of luck." Cao Mo listened silently, without uttering a word. There were no clues left behind. "I apologize, Mo, for all these years." "Dad," Cao Mo interjected, "I understand. There's no need to elaborate. I withdrew from school to spare you and Mom any distress. I bear no ill will toward Cao Kun. The fact remains that he is your biological son. While I cannot claim to have wronged him, the familial affection that rightfully belongs to him should remain his. I do not wish to usurp what was never mine. By the way, do you have any photographs of me from the welfare home? I only possess pictures from my childhood with you and Mom." Cao Jiangwo fell silent again. After a while, he sighed. "Mo, are you doing well now? If you encounter any difficulties, please let me know. Gao Morgan Li Zipli, Zat, Tang Ju. Please take care of yourself and Mom. I have matters to attend to, so I shall hang up now." Cao Jiangwo hastily replied, "Mo, if you need my assistance in locating your biological parents, do not hesitate to reach out. Thank you." Cao Mo concluded before disconnecting the call. He wished to avoid sentimentality, deeming it unnecessary. His future prospects might not be inferior to anyone else's. The afternoon sun streamed through the curtains, illuminating the room. A foghorn echoed across the river, prompting Cao Mo to approach the window and gaze at the distant waterway. He retrieved a cigarette and lighter from his pocket, hesitating briefly before lighting one. Hebei, therefore, the information from his previous life is largely credible. Yet, he had perished too swiftly, never having had the opportunity to acquire more accurate leads. Nevertheless, it is now reasonably certain that his biological parents reside in the capital, and the claim regarding their potential prominence likely bears truth. This implies that, at least in the foreseeable future, his biological father is a significant figure. Must he truly await another decade? What if that individual claimed he bore a resemblance to the prominent figure in his youth? Ultimately, the search must continue. Waiting is unequivocally unacceptable. 2 approaches present themselves. One is to publicly expose himself, leveraging investment projects to gain visibility, making headlines, and allowing more people to recognize him. Simultaneously, he could insinuate that he is a tadpole searching for its mother. What advantages would such exposure confer? Aside from potentially prompting his biological parents to seek him out, the risks are formidable. possibly even perilous. Fame is not inherently beneficial. The alternative is to quietly and gradually pursue the search. Turning back to the study, he retrieved a notebook, opening it to review his communication records with the police station in the capital. His birth likely occurred around 1982. A bone age assessment should suffice, though he was uncertain if such technology was currently available. In any case, the birth date is likely imprecise. The time of his disappearance should be around 1983 or 1984. This is the extent of the information he possesses. However, the capital harbors a vast population. These are historical records, and who knows if they still exist. After taking 2 photographs of himself, he sent an email to Su Hao. The content detailed the approximate year of his disappearance, requesting assistance from the Su family network to facilitate contact with local police in the capital to filter through families who reported a missing boy around 1983 or 1984. As for photographs from his childhood, he already had those stored in his album, which would need to be rephotographed and subsequently sent along. After dispatching the email, he texted Su Hao, reminding him to check his emails. Once he received confirmation of the text reply, he set the matter aside. The next step was to await developments. On September 10th, Cao Mo employed 3 brokerage firms, utilizing a total of 10 accounts to short crude oil within a 20-cent range below the peak of 4,509, setting a closing price near 428. With nothing else to occupy his time, he thought to earn a little. By employing this strategy, the prices across all accounts varied, significantly reducing the risk of regulatory detection while yielding substantial profits. With less than $10 million at stake, he netted over $8 million within a month. One day's endeavor, Cao Mo sat before his computer, observing the profits accrued on the screen, momentarily lost in thought. This method generates wealth too swiftly. Yet, it brings no joy, lacking the process, the labor that often accompanies true achievement. It is no wonder that among individuals engaged in futures trading, only a select few manage to endure. Once one begins to earn and taste the speed of profit, it becomes nearly impossible to resist the accompanying temptation. Reflecting upon this, he realized he was being somewhat sentimental. Earning money is simply that, earning money. Industry distinctions are irrelevant. The rapidity of profit merely underscores his capabilities. Beyond that, there is indeed little joy to be found. Therefore, such methods of earning hold little allure for him. What he seeks is genuine interest. This interest can be interpreted across multiple dimensions or aspects. Yet, engaging in such pursuits often entails a slower earning process, ultimately raising concerns about final returns. He leaned back in his chair, lit a cigarette, and watched the smoke spiral upwards before dissipating. How uninteresting. Alas. Chapter 40, Truly Bold Indeed. September 17th, Thursday. Having been reminded of the informal meeting with Gao, which he was expected to attend despite his lack of social engagements, Cao Mo drove himself to the location. Upon receiving the news, he made a few simple preparations before setting off. On the phone, Su Wanyue had explicitly stated that his presence was not required for any specific task. Rather, it was merely an opportunity for him to learn. The previous day, he had methodically purchased crude oil across 60 accounts, taking long positions at the prevailing prices. Given that today, as market opened with a significant gap up and continued to rise throughout the day, he was unconcerned about incurring losses from his investments. His next step in the futures market was simply to bide his time until the end of next month. The objective behind this strategy was to ensure that the transaction prices across these accounts varied significantly, rendering their unified actions indiscernible. He resolved to adopt this approach moving forward. Furthermore, to facilitate the transfer of $25 million in profits to Su Wanyue, he withdrew $75 million, which was to be sent directly to her personal account rather than to Zhenbong Investments. Upon arriving at Gao, Cao Mo parked his car and emerged, placing his shoulder bag atop the engine hood while he lit a cigarette, leaning against the vehicle as he awaited Su Wanyue and her associates. He had arrived approximately 20 minutes early. When Su Wanyue arrived, she was greeted by the sight of a tall young man clad in a formal suit, his sky blue tie complementing his attire, his head bowed as he focused on the PDA in his hands, perhaps browsing the internet. With a tall and slender frame, he appeared rather intriguing, balancing on his toes as he waited. Assistant Yao stepped out of the car, opening the door for her, and retrieved both a handbag and a briefcase from the passenger seat. By the time Su Wanyue exited her vehicle, Cao Mo had already approached her. "Miss Su," he said, standing a meter away with his shoulder bag in hand. "Why are you here so early?" she inquired. "Typically, arriving 10 minutes ahead of schedule suffices. From the looks of it, you've been here at least 10 minutes already." Cao Mo smiled and turned to greet Assistant Yao. Alongside him was another male figure whom he did not recognize. Assistant Yao introduced, "Mr. Cao, this is Zheng Chuan." Cao Mo immediately extended a friendly hand to Zheng Chuan. determined to maintain a humble demeanor regardless of the other man's role. Su Wanyue waited for their handshake to conclude before striding directly into the building. At this time, Digao did not possess its own independent skyscraper, instead occupying 2 floors within a nearby office building, housing a considerable number of staff. Cao Mo followed dutifully behind, accompanied by the front desk staff as they entered the conference room. Su Wanyue confidently took her place at the head of the table, while Cao Mo sat at the far end, merely serving as a presence. Across from them sat only 3 individuals, and Cao Mo did not bother to memorize their names, recognizing only that their leader was named Zhuang Chun. The rest held no significance for him. Their titles were irrelevant to his role in this meeting. The discussion lasted nearly an hour, during which Cao Mo became acutely aware of Su Wanyue as commanding presence throughout the negotiations. Simply put, she articulated the financial difficulties currently faced by the other party, emphasizing that further research and development, as well as acquiring road information, would necessitate substantial funding. Whether through their own vehicles capturing street footage or hiring personnel, money was essential. The existing electronic navigation systems were unattractive and ineffective, commanding virtually no market share. The purported valuation of 200 million was, in reality, grossly inflated. However, Switching Investments was willing to invest 100 million for a 60% stake, with the stipulation that it would be a purely financial investment, without involvement or interference in the company's operations. Su Wanyue even referenced the future trends that Cao Mo had shared with her, demonstrating the audacity of capital investors, who in pursuit of their objectives, disregarded all notions of face or friendship. Zhuang Chun maintained an unflappable demeanor, despite the evident discomfort of his 2 deputy general managers, a technical expert and a finance director. After outlining the company's current challenges, he candidly acknowledged the necessity for financing, albeit without an urgent sense of desperation. His understanding of the market landscape for navigation systems was commendable. At least in Cao Mo's view, Zhuang displayed a clear self-awareness. The company was willing to offer 30% equity, requiring only 60 million in funding. Su Wanyue, however, rejected this proposal, presenting 2 alternatives. Either she would invest 100 million for 60%, or they could offer 80 million for 50%, contingent upon the signing of a betting agreement that mandated the fulfillment of 2 conditions by New Year's Day, 2006, as proposed by Cao Mo. One condition was the acquisition of Tuming, and the other involved obtaining a Class A qualification for aerial surveying. Failure to meet these criteria would result in a 10% dilution of equity for Switching Investments. Cao Mo observed that the negotiations were quite arduous. He witnessed Zhuang Chen's steadfastness against Su Wanyue's aggressive monetary approach. He felt compelled to offer his counsel. But Su Wanyue occasionally shot him glances filled with warnings that were impossible to ignore. Lacking experience in venture capital negotiations, he instinctively believed that a mutually beneficial outcome should be attainable. The expectation that heavy-handed tactics would yield the desired results was misguided. However, Zhuang Chun showed remarkable patience, choosing to continue the dialogue rather than severing ties. Throughout the exchange of facts and terms, Cao Mo gleaned insights from Zhuang Chun's perspective. The company was not on the brink of collapse without this investment. They still had access to bank loans. Yet, a lack of additional capital would gradually erode the competitive advantage they held in the market. Zhuang Chen's primary objective was to secure contracts with Volkswagen and then BMW, which would require multiple negotiations in Changchun. The market share held by Toyota was conspicuous, yet competition with Jiaxi was not out of the question, especially since Digao had the advantage of cost-effectiveness. In truth, most navigation systems available were quite similar, and with local companies possessing superior access to electronic maps, Zhuang Chun asserted that success was feasible. Furthermore, the company had already established preliminary cooperation with Volkswagen. Nevertheless, Zhuang Chun faced significant challenges, primarily stemming from insufficient map data and the need for system upgrades. The financing plan he outlined essentially revolved around 3 key areas of investment: purchasing electronic map data, system upgrades, and marketing efforts. At this juncture, Cao Mo was unaware that Digao had very few vehicles assigned to street mapping and seemed disinclined to expand investments in this area. Although electronic map data could be acquired, it was subpar, yet still adequate for current needs. Zhuang Chen agreed to an investment of 80 million, but insisted on only offering 40% equity, maintaining his stance that the valuation of 200 million justified no more than 40% equity financing. He recognized that Tuming held a significant market presence in the capital, while Digao's focus was on Haishur, but the vast expanse of the country, nearly 10 million square kilometers, presented ample opportunity. When Zhuang Chun mentioned aspirations for an IPO within 5 years, Cao Mo could not suppress his immediate reaction, exclaiming, 5 years? Impossible. There is hope for an IPO in 8 years, but 5 years is simply unfeasible. Su Wanyue's piercing gaze immediately bore down on him, while Assistant Yao looked on in astonishment, fully aware of Cao Mo's collaboration with Su Wanyue. However, she had never encountered anyone bold enough to speak directly in front of Mr. Su. Truly, how audacious. Zhuang Chun was momentarily taken aback, and then turned his gaze towards the last seat where Cao Mo sat. Why would Mr. Cao believe that there was hope within 8 years, yet deem it impossible within 5? Chapter 41. Leave at once. Cao Mo smiled at Su Wanyue, saying, "This is not mere idle talk, Mr. Su." Su Wanyue shot him a sharp glance and replied, "Fine, then please share your perspective with Mr. Zhuang." The two vice presidents beside Zhuang Chen also turned their attention to him. Yao Mena was scribbling notes in her notebook, while Zheng Chuan wore a peculiar smile, clearly believing that Cao Mo had offended Su Wanyue and was eager to witness the ensuing drama. Cao Mo addressed Zhuang Chen, "Mr. Zhuang, to put plainly, whether you consider going public domestically or in the United States or Hong Kong, there is no hope domestically, as you have been operating at a loss. Hong Kong similarly demands profitability, and you lack the capacity to achieve it. At least, I do not foresee any possibility of profitability within the next 2 years. Employee salaries, system upgrades, and the purchase of electronic map data packages all require substantial funds, not to mention the marketing budget, coupled with the considerable expenses incurred from mapping and surveying. Regardless of whether you provide mapping services to the government or enterprises or collaborate with the automotive industry, these are your potential revenue models. However, I fail to see how many orders you have secured. As for corporate partnerships, such as those in the transportation sector, even if you manage to secure orders from the automotive industry within 3 years and successfully pre-install your navigation system in vehicles, the revenue generated would still be insufficient to cover your various expenditures. Moreover, I must emphasize that this is contingent upon obtaining a Class A qualification for aerial surveying. Of course, I'm not implying that losses preclude the possibility of going public. After all, in the United States, the game is primarily about concepts, and a complete concept can suffice, but you currently lack that. Furthermore, I can reasonably assert that to pursue an initial public offering, you will need at least 3 to 5 years to penetrate the market, with the automotive sector being paramount. If you cannot achieve this, do not entertain thoughts of going public, regardless of the location. It is simply unattainable. Most critically, you do not possess sufficient funds to continue investing. Even if venture capitalists are optimistic about your company, the mere existence of this singular profit model is enough to keep them at bay. If you fail to secure additional investment, such as funds from our Zhuching investment, the sustainability of your operations may be in jeopardy. Hence my remarks. However, if you possess ample confidence, consider my words as unspoken. Having said this, he spread his hands in a gesture of helplessness. Yao Mena diligently took notes, while Su Wanyue contemplated earnestly. In truth, she was well aware of these issues, but she refrained from sharing this information with Cao Mo, as bringing him along was intended for his learning. Even if discussions with Gao did not yield results, there was no need to sour the relationship. The ultimate goal remained successful investment, as this project had been proposed by Cao Mo himself. You should not be oblivious to the fact that all actions and dialogues ultimately aimed at securing investment, rather than debating the feasibility of going public. In terms of capital, the ability to go public is fundamentally inconsequential. What truly matters is whether, after investing funds, it is possible to elevate the valuation and attract potential buyers. Therefore, Cao Mo's assertions were not unwarranted, particularly as his concluding remarks underscored the critical nature of Zhuching Investments' funds for Gao, essentially a lifeline. She did not possess insight into Gao's financial status. They were not a publicly listed company and had no obligation to disclose financial reports, which are not core concerns for venture capitalists. But that was not all. After spreading his hands, Cao Mo continued with a smile, "Mr. Zhuang, I hope I have not overstepped. Should there be any offense, I ask for your forgiveness. We are willing to invest and possess ample funds. However, both parties must exhibit sincerity. We wish to invest 100 million. With more funds, there are more possibilities. What may have taken 2 years to accomplish could potentially be completed in 1. Without new capital influx, once cash-rich companies enter this industry, your competitive edge may diminish further." Once Cao Mo finished speaking, Su Wanyue admonished him in a commanding tone, "Leave at once." Cao Mo chuckled and stood up. "Apologies, Mr. Zhuang. I spoke without restraint." He grabbed his backpack, pushed back his chair, and departed. Gone. Zhuang Chun was left in shock. My goodness, how could Su Wanyue, who appeared so stunning, treat her subordinate so harshly? Who dismisses someone in front of outsiders? Do employees not deserve any dignity? Those who bring value to the company should be its backbone. And the young man spoke with some merit. Moreover, he was genuinely facilitating investment, and Zhuang Chun was tempted to acquiesce. Why then did she expel him? Should I persuade him to stay or let him go? Once the door closed behind Cao Mo, a smile curled at the corner of his mouth. Su Wanyue was intriguing. She sought neither face nor to spare Zhuang Chen's feelings. Rather, she intended to leverage her words to persuade the other party to accept the investment. Whether it was 100 million or 80 million was ultimately inconsequential. What mattered was the investment. This aligned perfectly with his thoughts and did not deviate from the initial objective. As for his own reputation, it was trivial. By dismissing him, she signaled a deeper intention, not to disclose his identity as the true owner, even to those around her. Aside from Yao Mena, it seemed no one at Jinbang Investment was aware of his true identity. Upon reaching the lobby, a charming receptionist approached him and inquired, "Sir, how may I assist you?" She assumed he was seeking the restroom, located at the end of the corridor. Cao Mo waved his hand and replied with a smile. "No worries, I merely stepped out for a smoke. By the way, could you fetch me a bottle of water? I just need a drink while I smoke." Cao Mo stepped outside, lit a cigarette, and then sat in his car to escape the sun, while also using his PDA to connect to the internet via WAP. At this time, it was still GPRS, slow but functional. He had even previously connected his computer to the internet this way. He checked what could be accomplished after obtaining the Class A qualification for aerial surveying. To summarize, securing this qualification primarily allowed for several key benefits. Firstly, the ability to provide high-precision map data. Secondly, the opportunity to participate exclusively in large-scale interprovincial surveying projects for profit. And thirdly, to use this qualification to solidify an industry-leading position. The third point was the most crucial. As for the other possibilities, one could speculate about three-dimensional mapping, a feature that only began to gain traction after the advent of the iPhone. However, for now, these 3 points sufficiently underscored its significance. With this qualification, at the very least, industry insiders would recognize that there were no alternatives beyond DGAO. Thus, this was the true asset that could ensure DGAO secured more collaboration orders from automotive companies. He wondered whether Su Wanyue had researched this area. One would assume she had. I must admit, accessing the internet via GPRS at this juncture is indeed excruciatingly slow. However, with nothing else to occupy his mind, he felt a surge of joy upon being ushered out. He even began to think that perhaps Su Wanyue and he shared an unspoken understanding. After a span of more than 20 minutes, he spotted Su Wanyue emerging, accompanied by Zhuang Chun and others. He set aside his computer, stowed his phone, and stepped out of the car. Chapter 42. I do not gamble with you. Assistant Yao, you shall drive. Zheng Chuan, you will remain in my vehicle while I take Cao Mo's car. Following a brief exchange of pleasantries, Su Wanyue assertively issued her commands, without heeding the opinions of others. She promptly opened the passenger door of Cao Mo's car and settled inside. Cao Mo, jovially trailing behind Yao Mena, lowered the car window to wave goodbye to Zhuang Chun and the others. As they hit the road, Su Wanyue observed him steering with one hand while his right hand lightly tapped the center console. Did the negotiation conclude successfully? He inquired. Will further discussions be necessary? Yes. Another round of talks should suffice, Su Wanyue replied, her gaze fixed on his profile, her tone icy. You ought not to phrase it that way. It deviates from script. It is imperative to remember that every negotiation requires a contingency plan. The timing and wording of our statements are meticulously orchestrated. Cao Mo, I understand. I shall be more mindful next time. Su Wanyue continued. It is not that you cannot speak, but rather that you should at least communicate with me in advance. Otherwise, we risk being caught off guard. Cao Mo maintained his smile, responding with a casual, yes. I comprehend. After a brief pause, he added, however, I believe the outcome should be quite favorable. Su Wanyue momentarily faltered before nodding. The outcome is indeed promising. It has, at the very least, clarified their true circumstances. Cao Mo glanced at the rearview mirror. What I stated is factual. They cannot possibly go public within 5 years. Yet the company's valuation can certainly be elevated. This is essentially a game of passing the baton in capital. Unless they possess sustainable long-term profitability, subsequent investors will merely be our successors. But have they committed to the aerial survey qualifications? There is a plan in place. Zhuang Chun is fully aware of its significance, and they initially intended to apply. However, they are currently in dire straits financially, exceedingly so. I understand. There is no shame in lacking funds. Which company isn't strapped for cash these days? I, too, am in need of capital. Su Wanyue adjusted her seat for added comfort. What are your thoughts? Can you give me some insight? The next discussion is likely to be our last. If it fails, there may not be another opportunity. Cao Mo regarded her for a moment. Just fulfill the conditions I outlined, but I cannot relinquish the terms of the bet. I will offer him whatever amount he desires. But at a minimum, I require a 40 equity stake along with the betting conditions. Otherwise, I would prefer not to invest at all. Cao Mo resolved to share his complete thoughts with her. I do not fully grasp your investment principles and criteria, but my motivations for investing extend beyond mere financial gain. What I seek is discrete investment in the early stages, and my criteria for selecting investment targets may differ from those of other firms. I will not invest a single penny in traditional industries, nor will I provide high-interest loans. Do you recall what I once said? Su Wanyue furrowed her brow. Which statement? There is nothing new under the sun. The future direction of DGAO's mapping technology is to offer their mapping data integrated within in-car navigation systems for enhanced convenience. As smartphones become ubiquitous, navigation will be directly accessible through mobile devices, applicable not only to automobiles, but also to motorcycles, bicycles, and pedestrians. This evolution reflects shifts in channels, technology, and tools. Achieving this level of advancement will require considerable time, but I will not retain their shares indefinitely. Once I go public, I will divest all my equity. If the subsequent B-round financing offers a lucrative price, I will sell then as well. Su Wanyue appeared perplexed as to why he would choose to sell. Why? If events unfold as you predict, wouldn't that be more advantageous? Cao Mo extended a finger, addressing the crux of the matter. How does he intend to generate profit? Su Wanyue answered matter-of-factly. Naturally, utilizing DGAO's navigation services will incur fees. There are also other avenues, such as selling electronic map data packets and pre-installed vehicle navigation systems, all of which are chargeable. Cao Mo shook his head. Charging is feasible in the absence of competitors. However, for the majority, fees imply superior service. The extent to which they could deliver navigation functionality is not solely dictated by their claims. It also relies on the smartphone platform. What if smartphone development does not progress as swiftly? What if a competitor offers free electronic navigation systems? Su Wanyue's eyes widened. How could that happen? Cao Mo Juka Sopti. What if someone were to do just that? For instance, a company that does not profit for navigation, but incorporates it into their services. What then for DGAO? Su Wanyue shook her head. I do not believe any company would undertake such an endeavor. The investment and returns would be completely disproportionate. Even as an ancillary free service, it would still need to ensure that other profit points sufficiently cover these expenses. I had an estimation done, and to reach the level you described, DGAO would need to invest hundreds of millions in surveying and hardware software. Even if competitors emerge, they could simply sell electronic data packets and charge monthly fees. This would likewise secure DGAO's profits. Hence, your scenario is unlikely to materialize. Cao Mo turned to glance once more at the captivating woman before him. While her beauty was undeniable, her intellect seemed to lag behind his pace. How about this, Sister Wanyue? Let us make a wager. If free navigation services emerge in the future, you agree to my condition. If they do not, I will agree to yours. Su Wanyue was uncertain of what Cao Mo was scheming. While she was confident he would not propose anything excessive, his current demeanor exuded an unwavering certainty that made her wary. No, I refuse to gamble with you. If Cao Mo were to artificially expedite DGAO's development, then other competitors would similarly adjust their timelines. By this logic, it is likely that within 7 years, completely free electronic navigation will exist. In 2013, Baidu introduced free navigation, even refunding customers who had previously made purchases. This is a historical reality. Sister Wanyue, heed my advice. Investments can be made at will, but the timing of exits is critical. Follow my lead. DGAO is merely at the nascent stage. In a few years, its user base will expand significantly, leading to the elimination of the fee model. Navigation is inherently a non-essential feature. In the future, any reasonably good vehicle will be equipped with navigation, making paid services unsustainable. Even upgrades to navigation systems will likely become a matter between car owners and dealerships, requiring no additional expenditure for upgrades. Just as Brother How develops real estate and sells houses, the quality of service or property management is merely an add-on. If the management company performs well, then it is retained. If not, it is replaced. After all, there are numerous service providers. The technology involved is not exceptionally advanced, and it will not be long before at least 4 or 5 companies offer similar services. It is merely that DGAO has seized the initiative, embodying the principle of a step ahead leads to a swift progression. Su Wanyue fell into silence. Cao Mo continued to inquire, Sister Wanyue, when do you typically exit from the companies you invest in? Chapter 43. This matter is not urgent. He presumed that Su Wanyue would divulge information to him, genuinely. Up until this moment, the collaboration between the two was undeniably authentic, and today's meeting was inherently part of a practical lesson. However, there exists the matter of commercial confidentiality. Su Wanyue cast a cool glance in his direction, her lips parting to utter 4 frosty words. Cao Mo turned in astonishment, gazing at her frigid visage. What is happening? Did I say something? Wasn't everything fine a moment ago? Why is she suddenly transformed into an ice queen? After a quick reflection, he realized he hadn't uttered anything inappropriate. Perhaps it was a matter of tone? The atmosphere in the vehicle grew somber. Su Wanyu was disinclined to speak, while Cao Mo remained perplexed as to why she was upset and chose not to press further. They continued in silence until they arrived at the Jinbong building. Before exiting the car, Su Wanyu stated, "You need not participate next time. I shall inform you to sign once there are results." "All right, please let me know then." Watching Su Wanyu depart, Cao Mo fixated on her slender waist and subtly swaying figure, clicking his tongue in admiration. Such a temper, quite inexplicable. Hu Wushuang exited the car, flanked by two subordinates. Su Jinbong had flown back to Haishur in the afternoon. Now, it was just him and his men remaining. Despite their prolonged presence, the Li family had made no move. Yet he had thoroughly grasped the whereabouts and habits of every member of the third branch of the Li family. He had accompanied Su Jinbong to visit several influential figures, both to probe the political landscape in the capital and to establish a foothold there. His employer had instructed him to keep a vigilant eye on the third branch of the Li family, but action could not be taken at this juncture. Previously unclear, he now understood fully that while the third branch of the Li family may not hold significant sway within their own clan, directly confronting Li Wei was still not an option. The reasoning was straightforward. Akin to his subordinates, he could strike, but others could not. Targeting his subordinates would be tantamount to striking his own face. Targeting Li Wei would equate to striking the Li family's face. Though the Su family was not afraid of competing with the Li family in terms of assets, the Li family was not solely engaged in commerce. Their first branch wielded considerable political power. It could even be asserted that without the older generation of the Li family, they would amount to little. However, it was precisely this reason that allowed the first branch to navigate the political arena while the second and third branches engaged in business, thus rendering the Li family a formidable entity. Unless evidence was impeccably crafted and circumstances appeared entirely natural, the repercussions would be beyond what the Su family could endure. Su Hao had already taken over all of Su Jinya as assets in Haishur, transferring them to Hu Wushuang's two sons, effectively alleviating any concerns he had. For so many years, his employer remained true to his word. He wished to eliminate Li Wei. At the very least, he could not allow that individual to thrive comfortably. "You two should return for a while," he instructed. "Once back, do not discuss anything over the phone. Everything must be conveyed face to face. Understood?" The two men, one named Hu Si, his cousin, and the other called Lei Lao Lu, whose real name was inconsequential, nodded in unison. "I'll book tickets for tomorrow," Hu Si declared. Hu Wushuang glanced at him, saying, "Once you procure what you need, drive over and contact me. I want to be returning." Hu Si nodded in silence, while Lei Lao Lu said not a word. Both were men of resolve. Hu Wushuang had brought 8 men with him. Upon arrival, they purchased several second-hand vehicles, including the license plates, which were the most expensive. Such a plates ensured they could access any part of the capital without restriction. They resided near the third ring road, renting several apartments separately, maintaining a low profile while coming and going, leaving no one aware of their true activities. However, at this time, everyone was striving to earn money. No one had the leisure to pry into others' affairs. Su Hao personally went to the airport to pick up Su Jinbong. Driving the car, his bodyguard followed closely behind. "You have performed well over the past month," Su Jinbong remarked coolly. Su Hao understood this was merely because no one had reported any grievances to his father. In that month, he had not engaged in any unnecessary activities. Aside from his regular duties, he awaited the final designs for the 2 plots of land just acquired. He had already reviewed the first draft. While the final version would take time, he knew he would need to report back to his father upon his return. "I sent the first draft for the 2 plots in Lujiazui back, requesting they heighten the floor designs and enlarge the individual unit areas. Additionally, I asked for an increase in the plot ratio and green space, along with the addition of a small internal park." Su Jinbong, seated in the back, glanced at the rearview mirror, briefly meeting Su Hao's gaze and nodding in acknowledgement. Su Hao continued, "Everything else is operating normally, but, Dad, do you remember the informant?" "Susenban Riman Saident. He is a senior student named Cao Mo from Hangshan." I summarized his background, emphasizing his performance in futures trading. "The collaboration primarily involves my sister, with a company named Zhuoqing Investment, located on the 48th floor, the same floor as my sister. However, that fellow seldom appears, delegating nearly all responsibilities to my sister." Su Jinbong appeared somewhat displeased, though his expression remained neutral. Su Hao grinned and remarked, "That lad possesses considerable acumen. It seems the investment into Gao is nearing fruition. What are your thoughts?" "What do I think?" "Susemandi Tortif. Though the Su family currently comprises only the 3 of us, we lack not in wealth. Our current fortune is sufficient for 10 lifetimes. Is that fellow perhaps interested in your sister?" Su Hao hesitated for a moment before shaking his head. "That remains uncertain. But I doubt my sister would take a fancy to him. After all, he is merely a college student, albeit he has dropped out." Su Senban scoffed. The Cao family in Hangsheng is of the same caliber as ours. His ability to decisively leave indicates a certain ruthlessness. With such skill, he could easily earn enough to last a lifetime. Why would he choose to collaborate with us? Remind one you not to be deceived by that lad. Suao Chakiv. Deceived? My sister is no ordinary person. The most beautiful woman in Haishur, also an investor, is likely more attuned to traps than I am. It seems improbable, Dad. Su Zhenbong did not engage with this line of thought, stating, "We cannot provoke the Li family in the capital. Their first branch operates in politics and holds lofty positions. They are not to be trifled with by ordinary individuals. The second and third branches rely on the first branch's influence for their business, which is why Li Wei is so arrogant. Had it not been for the Li family situation at that time, your sister might have been truly harmed." Mantuning Li Bei. Su Zhenbong felt a swell of unexpressed frustration. "Have you accomplished all that I asked of you?" Suao Nadith. Stating that the construction materials city and factory were now under the names of Uncle Hu's two sons, with all business registration changes completed. He had not inquired further about the remaining matters. "By the way, I visited Aunt Hu and presented her with some supplements and cosmetics. They did not ask any questions, simply accepted my offerings. Moreover, she has already commenced work over there and has handled her resignation internally. Well, giving them these gifts is of little consequence. It amounts to a trifling sum," Su Zhenbong remarked. "As for Wu Shuang, she hasn't returned. I've instructed them to remain vigilant over there. If a suitable opportunity arises, Li Wei must be eliminated. Otherwise, the tension in my heart will remain unbearable." Su Hao sighed. "Father, there is no need to rush this matter." Chapter 44. Digeo accepts investment. Just as Su Hao was about to voice his thoughts, Su Zhenbong interjected, "No need for your reminders. While we cannot act against the Li family, I have previously asserted that all members of the third branch of the Li family must perish. And since Li Wei is their only son, he must die. Otherwise, once he recalls this matter, your sister's safety will be jeopardized." Su Hao let out a deep breath, reflecting on the peril that comes with beauty. If it weren't for his sister's birth into the Su family, she might have been exploited during her university years. He had engaged in similar deeds himself, albeit with financial compensation that was substantial. In this era, a virgin could command 20,000 yuan. Any family in dire circumstances willing to partake would unequivocally agree. Some even vied for such arrangements. Upon seeing money, these university students could hardly contain their desires. If he were not particularly inclined towards virgins, favoring instead more mature women, one could only ponder how many innocent young ladies had fallen prey over the years. His actions had always been consensual, merely transactions. Additionally, Cao Mo had commissioned him to inquire about his biological parents in the capital. Looking at the strings of red K lines, Cao Mo chuckled, exhilarated by the significant gains he had experienced in the futures market. This surge was the most substantial since he had entered the market. Lasting a full month, crude oil futures had risen from approximately 428 to around 549. The precise points no longer mattered, as his opening and closing prices would differ. However, the total position remained the same, with a vastly increased profit margin of $12 per barrel. With a single contract representing 1,000 barrels, he stood to gain $12,000 per contract. Having nearly 24,000 contracts spread across 60 accounts, it was evident that he could amass a staggering $2.8 billion from this wave alone. Notably, this fortune was entirely his, with no one sharing in the spoils. Regrettably, he could not expand further. He would have to close out part of his positions early, awaiting a more opportune moment to short the market. However, the number of accounts was no longer necessary. Once in the capital, he could amass a substantial company simply by leveraging his cash reserves. It was likely that Lu Dongxiang's ambitious plans were already in motion, set to commence execution at the beginning of next month. As of today, he had not seen any online promotions, although Lu Dongxiang had begun shuttering offline stores en masse. He was not short on funds. Nevertheless, actions speak louder than words. Once he arrived in the capital, he needed to ensure he had at least $500 million in cash to invest. With a keen sense of foresight, he was confident he could persuade that exceptionally formidable individual. He spent his days at home, engrossed in books, studying market trends, and perusing domestic futures news. Though he refrained from active trading, he had acquired numerous books, all pertaining to finance, and even sought advice from Su Wanyue. Life flowed by with a serene simplicity. On September 27th, after repositioning his holdings, he declined Su Wanyue's invitation to attend the final negotiation with Digeo Map. "Sister Wanyue, I shall refrain from attending, lest my youthful exuberance leads me to utter something inappropriate. Please take charge. Regardless of the outcome, it matters not. Additionally, may I trouble you for the contact details of the law firm that assisted me in registering my company? I plan to visit Hong Kong for a few days soon." After considering, Su Wanyue agreed. In the event of a contract signing, Cao Mo's name would not appear on any company documents. He would essentially be an invisible entity within the company. After hanging up the phone, Su Wanyue reflected on her elder brother Su Hao's earlier admonitions. Although somewhat vexed, she was not prepared to completely abandon her collaboration with Cao Mo. The channels, techniques, and tools he had shared had left her in awe, insights that were difficult to fathom. It was a common experience for many, yet few analyzed it, and those who did often kept their findings to themselves. However, Cao Mo openly shared his knowledge. Upon hearing his statements, both her brother and father had fallen into a long silence, digesting the information, and ultimately, they too could not help but regard Cao Mo with newfound respect. He was indeed unlike other young individuals, particularly given his background, achieving such accomplishments while maintaining a humble demeanor after leaving home. In contrast, Su Hao and many other young people had behaved rather disgracefully during their university years, a fact that remained evident even now in Su Hao's actions. The signing ceremony between Zhuoqing Investment and DGAO did not involve any formalities. However, DGAO announced on its official website that it had secured 80 million yuan in Series A financing, primarily for software upgrades and further development, disclosing little else. Cao Mo learned of this through a phone call, during which Su Wanyue informed him in a matter-of-fact tone that the company had become DGAO's second largest shareholder, with the largest being Zhuang Chun, who held nearly 56% of the shares, while the remainder was distributed among several executives. This marked DGAO's first financing round, which would likely also be its last, a notion Cao Mo found hard to believe. In actuality, DGAO had undergone 2 financing rounds prior to its public listing, the first amounting to $30 million and the second exceeding $200 million, culminating in a complete acquisition and delisting post-IPO. What Cao Mo sought was the opportunity for DGAO to be acquired by the Alibaba Group. According to the metrics from his previous life, the $80 million he invested now could potentially grow to approximately $600 million over a decade. Of course, if DGAO were to go public sooner, he could reap his rewards even earlier. From this perspective, the investment was already proving to be a success in terms of both timing and returns, especially for Zhuoqing Investment, as it marked their inaugural project and was indeed a cause for celebration. However, Su Wanyue declined an invitation to dine together, leaving Cao Mo with no choice but to accept her decision. During the National Day holiday, Cao Mo traveled to Hong Kong. He transferred nearly $2 billion from his futures account to an offshore company. Electronic transfers were no longer a challenge, as even domestic banks had adopted online banking. He opted not to request a check. Instead, after depositing the funds into the offshore company, he enjoyed 3 days in Hong Kong, purchasing various items before returning. Among his acquisitions were gifts for Su Hao, Su Wanyue, and Assistant Yao. He bought each of the Su siblings a Patek Philippe watch, the most prestigious brand he knew of, at a total cost nearing 12 million yuan. For Assistant Yao, he selected a Gucci bag costing under 200,000 yuan. Upon returning to his homeland, the activities of Lu Dongxiang during the moonless, windy nights had been extensively promoted online for several days. Much like in his previous life, Cao Mo remained indifferent. His desire to invest in Lu Dongxiang stemmed primarily from the haunting memory of his past demise while delivering food, which instilled in him a profound aversion towards those clad in yellow vests, particularly the loathsome owner of the ugly group, a creature whose fate was seemingly destined for doom. Scanning through various reports and speculations online, he scoffed and shut his laptop. The time for liquidation was fast approaching, and he redirected his focus towards futures trading. As for the news from the capital, he preferred to await an update from Su Hao. Gift-giving presented a splendid opportunity. Chapter 45. A persistent avoidance, Brother Hao. When shall we find time to sit down together? Cao Mo inquired, cradling his newly purchased Sony P908 as he dialed Su Hao's number. Aren't you working just downstairs? How about we grab a box lunch at noon, and you can come up to my office to eat and chat? Su Hao responded with a smile. Actually, Brother Hao, I'm not at the company, Cao Mo admitted awkwardly. He genuinely could not fathom what kept the investment firm's personnel so perpetually occupied. Once money was invested, it seemed there was little left to do. That was his understanding. Su Hao appeared taken aback. Then where are you? I'm at home. Forget the boxed lunch. How about I order something and bring it to you? No need for that. Why don't you come by after work? I'll be waiting for you in my office, and we can have dinner together. All right, I'll be there by 5. After hanging up, Su Hao's smile gradually faded. Standing before the floor-to-ceiling window, he gazed at the river, his expression tinged with confusion. Why was Cao Mo calling him for no apparent reason? He had already contacted friends in the capital to inquire at the Public Security Bureau about finding his biological parents. But there was still no news. At 4:30 p.m., Cao Mo arrived at the company and headed straight to Su Wanyue's office. Upon seeing him, Assistant Yao exhibited a hint of respect, knocking on Su Wanyue's door to usher him in before closing it behind him. Su Wanyue looked up as he approached, dressed casually and devoid of the typical air of a boss, a smile adorning her face as she held a bag. "What brings you here today?" she inquired, setting down her documents. Cao Mo replied straightforwardly, "I visited Hong Kong a few days ago and thought of you, so I brought you a gift." A smile crept onto Su Wanyue's lips. Her mood visibly brightened. The thoughtfulness of receiving a gift, especially after such a long time without one, was indeed delightful, despite her not being in need of anything. "Let me see what you brought me." Without hesitation, Cao Mo retrieved 2 packages from the bag, a watch and a smartphone, both of which were among the most advanced available on the market. Upon seeing the packaging, Su Wanyue immediately realized the watch was quite expensive. As she unwrapped it, revealing a Patek Philippe, she asked, "How much is this watch?" Cao Mo answered nonchalantly, "Less than 6 million. And you might want to take a look at this phone too. While it may not cater as much to business as your hefty brick, it's certainly one of the best smartphones available." Glancing at the phone's box, Su Wanyue noted a design that didn't particularly appeal to her. However, she understood that Cao Mo's intention was to showcase the phone's smart features. "Thank you. I shall accept your gift." Su Wanyue admired the watch for a moment before opening the phone's packaging. The device featured a foldable design, revealing a relatively large screen, complete with a stylus. "Imagine if you mounted the phone in your car. You could navigate electronically while driving," Cao Mo remarked with a smile. "If the phone had even more software to provide various functions, envision what that scenario would be like." Su Wanyue nodded, taking the phone into her hands to assess its size. Admittedly, it was rather large, but significantly more aesthetic compared to her bulky device. "Shall I help you switch the SIM card?" "No need." Su Wanyue declined, understanding his implications. Once she had swapped the SIM card, Cao Mo continued, "Just think, if I developed an app compatible with these smartphones, it could be phenomenal. With so many people worldwide, even if we charged just a dime per person each month, the revenue would be astounding." Casting him a sideways glance, Su Wanyue resumed exploring the new phone's features. These devices have photography and video functionalities, but the pixel quality is still lacking. Imagine in the future, with cameras boasting tens of millions of pixels, being able to upload your photos online. Akin to having your own blog. "Do you have a blog?" Su Wanyue inquired. Cao Mo shook his head. "I wouldn't share any personal information online. I suggest you refrain from posting anything about yourself as well. This world is rife with malice." Su Wanyue found herself in agreement with this sentiment. The Su family was merely a generation of affluence, and she discerned through her father's and older brother's conversations the vast chasm that separated them from true aristocracy. Nonetheless, such matters did not concern her. "Do you have any other business?" "I have work to attend to," she said, her gaze turning cold as she regarded him. Cao Mo stood, saying, "Very well, I have a meeting with Brother Hao at 5. I brought him a gift as well." As he turned to leave, Su Wanyue watched him go, and upon exiting, Assistant Yao approached. Cao Mo retrieved a gift box from his bag. "Assistant Yao, I brought you a small gift for my trip to Hong Kong." Yao Mena's eyes brightened with a smile. "You even thought of me. Thank you, Mr. Cao." Cao Mo chuckled lightly. "No need for thanks. You've always been considerate of me. Mr. Cao, allow me to escort you downstairs." Yao Mena accepted the gift, but did not open it immediately. "Really, no need. I have an appointment with President Su on the top floor," he replied, as she accompanied him to the elevator, pressing the button for the ascending car and watching him enter. Returning to her desk, she unwrapped the packaging to discover a Gucci bag. Though it was small and couldn't hold much, it was indeed Gucci, and she could carry it on the streets during her breaks. If she were to buy it herself, it would take a year and a half of frugal living. Cao Mo placed the watch's packaging on Su Hao's desk. Su Hao glanced at it and exclaimed, "Oh, a Patek Philippe. Is this for me?" "Cao Mo note that. It's nearly 10 million. Quite pricey indeed." Su Hao erupted in laughter. "This business deal is quite advantageous. The house and car I gifted you totaled around 4 million. Now, you've given me something so extravagant, I must ponder what else I should gift you in return." Cao Mo chuckled along. "There's no need. I'm not in want of money at the moment. The investment into Gao Map has already materialized, as you should know. I estimate that in a few years, it should yield returns in multiples." Su Hao opened the packaging and, in front of Cao Mo, removed his current watch, placing it in a drawer before adorning the one Cao Mo had gifted him. After a moment of appraisal, he nodded, "Not bad, not bad. Your taste is impeccable." With laughter still echoing in the air, the atmosphere remained buoyant. "Your visit is not solely for the purpose of presenting me with gifts, is it?" Cao Mo inquired directly. "Brother Hao, have there been any updates regarding the search for my parents?" Su Hao replied with composure. "I have enlisted the help of a friend in the capital to make inquiries and have reached out to several leaders at the district level. Your photograph has been sent as well. Verifying records at the district level should not take an excessive amount of time. However, you must understand that 20 years have elapsed. Some individuals have departed from the capital, while others have relocated. It is not a simple task. Nonetheless, rest assured, I will inform you as soon as I have news. Cao Mo sighed. Alas, Brother Su, if this proves futile, I will have to resort to alternative measures. Su Hao regarded him with curiosity. What measures? Cao Mo forced a smile. Aside from making my face known to as many people in the capital as possible through the news, I can think of no other way. However, this would prevent me from maintaining a low profile. At the very least, the Cao family would be monitoring my movements, which is something I have been striving to avoid. Chapter 46. The subordinates of Su Jinbong are on the move. Su Hao picked up a cigarette and gestured towards him. Cao Mo waved his hand dismissively. He seldom smoked, indulging only occasionally. After lighting the cigarette, Su Hao remarked, based on what you have shared regarding the Cao family, along with my own investigations, it appears that they treated you quite well prior to Cao Kun's return. Why then do you seem so eager to avoid him now? Cao Mo found himself at a loss for words. It was impossible to admit that he wished for the demise of that young man. Yet, from an outsider's perspective, it would be commendable for him to willingly distance himself upon the return of his biological son. However, there was no necessity to become adversaries with the Cao family. After all, they had nurtured him for 20 years, providing him with a life of comfort and indulgence, during which he had not faced significant hardship. Conversely, the circumstances of Cao Kun's adoptive parents remained shrouded in mystery, as there is no public information regarding them. In any case, now that he had departed from the Cao family, it mattered little whether he reduced or eliminated his encounters with Cao Kun. Yet, there was no reason to fear or feel indebted to him. His residence within the Cao household had not been a choice of his own, implying that he had no obligation to share such sentiments with Cao Kun. Each could pursue their own path in peace, and that was perfectly acceptable. Nevertheless, in his previous life, Cao Kun's actions toward him were undeniably real. Although they had yet to transpire, he alone understood that had he not dropped out of school, his identity as the Cao family's foster son would have undoubtedly been exposed at Zhejiang University long ago. Moreover, the entourage surrounding Cao Kun would have exaggerated the narrative that he had usurped 20 years of Cao Kun's life, robbing him of his familial ties and affluence. Cao Kun, Cao Mo pondered carefully, is a mystery to me. On the surface, he appears quite amiable, yet in private, his demeanor radiates pride and satisfaction. I struggle to discern which version of him is authentic. When I left the Cao household, he even advised my adoptive parents against expelling me. I have always maintained a respectful distance from that which I do not understand, which is why I prefer he remains unaware of my whereabouts and activities. I have not even disclosed my location to my adoptive father. Su Hao flicked the ash from his cigarette. I believe I comprehend the situation now. However, you need not evade him entirely. In terms of personal achievements, you have amassed wealth through your own efforts. Can Cao Kun compare? The education you both received is on entirely different levels. I have seen his photograph, and he is not nearly as handsome as you. I fail to grasp why you would fear him. Cao Mo chuckled bitterly. Let's not dwell on this any longer, Brother Hao. I must still trouble you to seek assistance from your contacts in the capital. Meanwhile, I shall devise my own strategies. If all else fails, I will have to create a stir. Otherwise, I feel as though I am an orphan, utterly alone in this world, with no kin to rely upon. Ha ha ha. That is hardly the case. Su Hao chuckled, offering no comfort. Cao Mo rose. Brother Hao, I shall forego dinner. Given the circumstances, I will return home to contemplate how to make some noise. At the very least, I need to create some commotion in the capital. Even if Cao Kun sees it, he will be powerless against me. The question remains, what should I do? He stood up and took his leave. Su Hao observed the weight of concern upon his face, but did not attempt to retain him. In the capital, Hu Si exited the vehicle, followed by Lei Lao Lu, who wearily opened the driver's side door. I can't go on. I need to catch some sleep, he murmured. Hu Si glanced at him. Eat something first, and then sleep. After you wake, I will contact the boss. The two had driven nonstop from Haishur, and upon finding a hotel, they hastily consumed some food before retreating to their room for a deep slumber. At 9 in the evening, Hu Si roused Lei Lao Lu, and they settled at a barbecue stall, ordering a plethora of dishes before calling Hu Wushuang. The latter took nearly an hour to arrive, sitting down after a long journey. After downing a glass of beer in one go, he inquired, when did you arrive? Shortly after 4 in the afternoon. I took a nap before calling you. Hu Si replied, very well. Let us eat first and discuss matters upon our return. By the time they reached their rented accommodation, it was nearly midnight. Lei Lao Lu went straight to bed, while Hu Si accompanied Hu Wushuang to his room. Did you bring the goods? Yes, 100 grams, Hu Si said, producing a cigarette box from his pocket and handing it to Hu Wushuang. Hu Wushuang opened the box and revealed a tightly sealed plastic bag containing a white powder, along with a used syringe. He regarded Hu Si, then carefully stowed the items away, placing a reassuring hand on Hu Si's shoulder. You are my cousin, and I will not betray you. Tomorrow, you and Lao Lu will return home. Everything here is of no concern to you, and do not speak of this to anyone. Once back, you and Lao Lu will work at the construction materials market, living as ordinary individuals. Regarding the shares, I will ensure that Xiao Jie and Xiao Tao distribute them among the brothers. With the Su family's real estate company involved, we need not worry about business opportunities. Upon your return, seek out Xiao Jie. He will make the arrangements as I have instructed him. Aside from Hu Wushuang, the other 8 individuals brought along were oblivious to their true mission. They had merely been following for an extended period, knowing only the identity of their target without ever receiving further instructions. This substance had been procured solely by Hu Si, and not even from Haishur, but rather through connections in the south. In this era, such items were not commonplace, yet they thrived in certain regions. He sensed a foreboding in his heart. Brother. He began to speak, but was abruptly interrupted by Hu Wushuang. Go get some sleep. We leave tomorrow. Do not leave the local license plates here. Wu Si Nojit pushed open the door and exited. After securing the door, Hu Wushuang returned to the bedroom, turning on the light to examine the contents of the plastic bag closely. He knew precisely how to utilize this substance, having witnessed its effects before. The next step was to find an opportunity to abduct Li Wei and administer the injection, thereby accomplishing his task. That night, Hu Wushuang pondered for a long time. The boss had not instructed him to take action, only to keep watch. Yet, he was the only one who understood the underlying reasons behind it all, unbeknownst to others, who merely focus on their tasks. The entire Su Jinye family now lies submerged beneath the sea, with several associated individuals having perished. Those surnamed Zhao and Gao have vanished without a trace. They have disappeared from existence. Su Hao and Su Wanyue, whom he has watched grow, evoke profound anger within him. The mastermind behind this tragedy is Su Jinye. Yet Li Wei is undoubtedly targeting the child, Wanyue, who cherished Hu Wushuang during her childhood. Accompanying her in her formative years were Su Hao and his 2 sons. Thus, he resolved that simply eliminating Li Wei would not suffice. Rather, he aimed to render Li Wei incapacitated. An heir afflicted by drug addiction and AIDS? How amusing it will be to witness how you explain your innocence to the Li family. He retrieved a new mobile phone and made a call. The line was swiftly connected. Hello. A deep northeastern accent resonated. Hu Wushuang slowly articulated a commission to kidnap someone, 10 million, with a 30 to 70 payment structure. How much? 10 million. 30% in advance, 70% post-operation. I will respond to you by this time tomorrow evening. Chapter 47. Beautiful women are also greedy. Upon returning home, Cao Mo busily scribbled in his notebook, contemplating how to make his mark in the news. Should he create a website? Although he was familiar with the ICP qualifications, he pondered how to procure them. What type of website should he establish? While short videos were an option, the exorbitant mobile data fees posed a significant hurdle. And even moderately advanced smartphones came at a steep price. Even if the youth were willing to splurge on phones, uploading content remained a challenge. While broadband was available and digital cameras were abundant, the requisite hardware for users was sufficient. However, the concept of UGC had yet to emerge. Lu TV was the first video site in the country, yet it had not yet launched, likely to debut by year-end or next year. Following that would be Tudo and Youku, also expected to arrive next year. In comparison to other ventures, short videos held a distinct advantage, particularly since no one was currently exploring this avenue. If funding and talent were secured, he could potentially launch this venture within 6 months. Moreover, once established, he could invest additional capital into promotions and various marketing activities. He pondered the timeline for a microfilm titled A Bloodbath triggered by Steamed Bun, which seemed absent from his recollections, likely a project for the following year. Refocusing his thoughts on potential collaborations with the government, television stations, and schools, he concluded that user subsidies would be necessary to attract UGC content creators. He realized he needed a well-formed concept regarding subsidies. As he continued to think and scribble on paper, he ultimately resolved to create a short video website and then proceeded with his evening routine before retiring for the night. The following morning, after breakfast and brushing his teeth, Cao Mo resumed his deliberations on his future endeavors. Having decided to pursue short videos, he was determined to do so earnestly. While profit was not the primary goal, raising awareness of his existence was paramount, ideally through interviews. Once he had formulated his plan, he drove to Junbong Building. He intended to persuade Su Wanyue to continue as his partner and hoped to involve Su Hao as well. He certainly would not relinquish the substantial support of the Su family. Entering Junbong Building with a backpack, he ascended to the 48th floor, heading directly to his office at Zhuoqing Investment. Once inside, he settled at his computer and began typing fervently. He contemplated the name Shunying or Xuanxi, both signifying short videos. He planned to rent a separate office space, uncertain how many personnel would be required initially, but estimated needing at least 20 to 30. As for the registered capital, he aimed for 10 million, which should suffice for a while. Should additional funds be necessary, he would consider increasing the capital later. He did not plan to seek external financing, but would procure funds from the futures market if needed. He researched the technical talent required to build a website, finding detailed information on Baidu, which he noted down. Ultimately, he would need to engage headhunters to assemble a team. Regarding salary levels, he decided to offer 10% above the market rate to attract talent. After identifying a well-regarded headhunting firm, he began making calls. Naturally, he contacted the renowned Corey International, arranging for a representative to visit while he awaited in his office. During the call, he elaborated on his requirements, unsure of whom they would send. After an extensive conversation lasting several minutes, he turned to find Assistant Yao Mena standing at his door. Assistant Yao? Yao Mena's waist was remarkably slender. Mr. Gao, President Su is aware of your arrival. She asked me to inquire if you need any assistance. I can arrange things for you directly. After contemplating, Cao Mo realized he needed an office space capable of accommodating 40 to 50 people, as the company would also need to be registered there. Actually, there is something I need to discuss. Let's go. Together, they proceeded to Su Wanyue's office. Su Wanyue was on a call, and Yao Mena gestured for Cao Mo to wait outside, which he acknowledged with a nod. Upon noticing them, Su Wanyue waved them in. Yao Mena then extended her hand. President Su, please go inside. I will fetch you some tea. No need. I won't be long. Cao Mo declined, pushing the door open and entering, closing it behind him. Sister Wanyue, he greeted, taking a seat on the sofa opposite her. Su Wanyue set down her phone. What brings you to the office today? Cao Mo chuckled. Sister Wanyue, I am also a diligent person, not one to be idle for days on end. I came primarily to discuss some matters regarding that office. Oh, what matters? Su Wanyu inwitted. Had curiosity pijuit. Cao Mo laughed. Of course, you are involved. I want to start a company focused on short videos. Su Wanyue paused momentarily, then asked, is this about the software for future smartphones you mentioned? Cao Mo shook his head, producing his phone. Sister Wanyue, I wish to create a website. Just a website for now, but I intend for it to be different from existing ones. Su Wanyue's expression grew serious. Go on. This smartphone is from Sony Ericsson, currently one of the best smart devices available domestically. However, that is not my primary focus. Broadband is now widely accessible, with most schools and workplaces equipped with high-speed connections, providing a solid foundation for my project. Registered users will be able to upload videos, share interesting events, and disseminate news, including resharing articles from other websites. Su Wanyue listened intently, not interrupting. Cao Mo continued. The initial concept is to create a news and short video website encompassing various aspects of daily life. I require a minor stakeholder and a workspace for about 50 individuals. Su Wanyue smiled. So the last part is the crux of the matter, is it not? She reclined against the back of the chair, exuding an air of relaxation. The blouse adorning her chest was noticeably puffed, capturing attention effortlessly. Cao Mo found himself compelled to avert his gaze, fearing that he might succumb to temptation. His subtle movement did not escape Su Wanyue's notice. She chuckled softly. Cao Mo, if you require a shareholder, why not approach my brother? For matters pertaining to office space, he would be the most suitable contact. The buildings under Zhenbang Group have several floors available for lease. You can inquire with him. Her reasoning was undeniably sound. Cao Mo deeply. It's merely a matter of securing a shareholder position. Otherwise, I'll one T be able to register the company. The regulations set by the Industry Bureau prohibit the establishment of sole proprietorship, else I wouldn't trouble you. As for the office space, I shall consult with Hao Ge shortly. Su Wanyue inquired, so you're suggesting that you hope I might invest some funds? To become a minor shareholder of little consequence? A sheepish smile crossed Cao Mo's face as he responded. Not quite. It's simply that a single individual cannot register a company. Su Wanyue scrutinized him for a moment before declaring, I agree, but I must hold at least 20%. I will provide the funds. But I also require to see your website's blueprint and operational strategy, in addition to understanding how you plan to generate revenue. Such a beautiful woman, yet so avaricious. Chapter 48. Su Wanyue is unfazed by financial losses. Wanyue Jia, are you truly considering a partnership with me? Cao Mo pundu alao. Su Wanyue nodded. However, it won't be a personal collaboration. It'll be Zhenbang Investment partnering with you. We must adhere to standard investment protocols. I need to review your comprehensive and detailed business plan. Without that, I cannot proceed with the collaboration. Cao Mo immediately shook his head. What a joke. I came seeking assistance solely because an individual cannot register a company, not due to a lack of funds. Furthermore, this company is likely to incur substantial losses in its initial years. Most internet ventures face similar predicaments. They appear unprofitable on paper, yet their valuations continue to rise. The short video sector is still in its infancy, and within a year, there will likely be at least 3 competitors, with only those adapting to film and video content surviving. The true boom for short videos is still 7 or 8 years away. I do not seek corporate partnerships, nor am I lacking the funds to establish a company. Moreover, the profit model you propose would be untenable for at least 7 to 10 years, during which the company will be operating at a loss. I simply require a company, not a studio, as this would diminish the allure of attracting top talent. Su Wanyue interjected, if you were establishing a company, a newly founded entity may not be particularly appealing to talent either. However, Jinbong's reputation still holds some weight both domestically and in Haishur, which could attract the individuals you seek. You approached me as an individual, not Jinbong Investment. I am here representing Jinbong because I recognize your investment acumen. As for losses, I am unperturbed. Cao Mo rose. Wanyue Jia, if you are unwilling, that is perfectly fine. I will approach Hao Gu instead, although I only require him to invest 1 million yuan for a mere one stake. Suan's pupils dilated. You require a registered capital of 100 million? Cao Mo nodded. Indeed, it must be actualized. Otherwise, a newly registered company will struggle to attract talent. I intend to increase the registered capital annually, and I will not entertain any investments until after the company goes public. Why reject my proposal? Cao Mo was somewhat perplexed. Su Wanyue regarded him in silence, seemingly lost in thought. Her elder brother had advised her to be cautious of Cao Mo, expressing concerns about potential romantic entanglements. In truth, she had never contemplated this possibility, despite his occasionally suggestive glances, which were far from repulsive. She was acutely aware of her own allure and reputation. Often referred to as the Ice Queen or the most beautiful woman in Haishur. Disregarding trivialities, it was evident that Cao Mo possessed a unique perspective. While other young individuals might envision the next 3 to 5 years, he delved deeper into the fundamental issues at hand, reflecting on his notions regarding channels, technology, and tools. She found his insights to be remarkably profound for someone of his age. Cao Mo, she suddenly smiled, a radiant expression gracing her features. Want equity? Surely, that is too meager. Su Wanyue teased. I know you have acquired wealth and are willing to invest. How about this? Since you aim to formally register a company, it is clear you intend to embark on a serious endeavor. While we acknowledge your vision, without a solid business plan, the company, even if established, would become a bottomless pit. I do not deny that it may eventually turn profitable. I suggest you draft a business plan to convey your vision, clarifying how the company intends to generate income. Helping you establish a company is quite feasible. However, your approach could leave an impression of aimlessness and lack of direction. Although you do not intend to seek investment, drafting a plan would also help you clarify your thoughts. Cao Mo found himself in agreement, yet the challenge lay in his uncertainty regarding how to proceed. After a moment of contemplation, he inquired, Wanyue Jia, if I were to say that I only have a vision for the type of website I desire and am entirely ignorant of content enrichment and operational models, do you believe success is attainable? Without hesitation, Su Wanyue replied, of course, it is possible, but lacking technical expertise will undoubtedly hinder progress. You need individuals who understand technology and operations to assist you. You merely need to articulate your desired outcomes. The rest is fundamentally a technical issue. Did you not state that everything revolves around the evolution of channels, technology, and tools? Cao Mo nodded in agreement. Indeed, I only know what I want the website to be like and the methods I envision. I am confident that with the right technical, management, and operational personnel, the website can be developed and launched successfully. I believe I can significantly increase both registered and active users in a relatively short period, transforming it into a leading website within the country in just a few years. He was fully intent on replicating the model of Tushio. Having reviewed the publicly available background of its founder, he recognized that he, too, was a technical expert, initially delving into search engines and data collection before embarking on 5 entrepreneurial ventures, ultimately leading to the inception of Tushio. Such confidence? Su Wanyue observed, a smile playing at the corners of her mouth. Cao Mo replied, contemporary websites primarily acquire registered users through advertising, yet this approach lacks appeal. I intend to adopt a different strategy. The content on the site will be sourced through technical means from other platforms, while a substantial portion will be user-uploaded. Furthermore, if their uploaded content garners a certain number of views, I will compensate them. Say, if someone uploads a local event or shares a story that exceeds 1,000 views, I will reward them with 50 cents. Once individuals realize that they can earn money from my website, who would hesitate to register? Wouldn't you agree this is distinct from other platforms? Moreover, the content they upload is not limited to mere text and images. It can also include brief video clips, albeit of limited duration. After all, the current internet speed is rather sluggish, and data usage is exorbitantly priced. A vivid image flashed through Su Wanyue's mind. Their funding, relying on your subsidies? Cao Mo chuckled. I will contribute, especially since this provides college students with a platform to showcase themselves. I believe there is significant potential here. Su Wanyue fixed her gaze upon him and inquired, "How much do you intend to allocate for user subsidies?" "There is no upper limit, but the unit price will gradually be adjusted. The goal is simply to retain users. Prices will be revised every 2 years, or according to circumstances at that time." What Cao Mo did not disclose was that, at this moment, the actual number of users capable of registering and submitting content was quite limited, particularly concerning the personalized recommendation, which is at the very core of the concept. It necessitates a robust recommendation algorithm, requiring not only an exceptional algorithm, but also data collection, something that, at present, even the petite Zhang has yet to fully comprehend how to execute. The reason for not mentioning this is that it is central to the operation and cannot be discussed openly at this stage. When the time comes to recruit individuals and sign labor agreements, then it can be pursued further. Chapter 49. Let us discuss this matter later. This I can understand. Companies in this industry have yet to turn a profit since their inception. They are all merely playing the capital game. However, your approach of subsidizing registered users is, to my knowledge, unprecedented. There are no such precedents, either domestically or internationally. Su Wanyue bit her luscious red lip, pondering for a moment before stating, "Attracting users through this method is undoubtedly feasible, but are you certain that allowing users to upload news or other content is viable? Furthermore, can the content pass the review process?" She leaned forward, revealing a deep, alluring neckline. Although it was merely the neckline, her skin was exquisite, causing Cao Mo to avert his gaze and remark, "This is not my primary concern. Content review merely needs to adhere to national regulations. The task of news gathering and editing is not significant to me. It can be entrusted to the users. For instance, if I see a news piece on Sina and share it on my site, as long as it receives over 1,000 clicks, I can earn 50 cents. To avoid duplication, a review process is necessary, but these details are comparatively trivial." Cao Mo gently tapped the armrest of the sofa, emphasizing the core issue is copyright. Merely purchasing content authorization from other media will entail considerable expenditure. If it leads to legal disputes, I'm certain to lose. Thus, this aspect requires thorough contemplation. The regulations from the State Administration of Radio, Film, and Television need to be meticulously studied. He harbored a desire to recruit Su Wanyue into his company, as, to be candid, she undeniably possessed a captivating allure for men, especially for Cao Mo. Although he may not be a novice psychologically, his current physical form is, and he openly acknowledges his own lasciviousness. There is no shame in it. After all, having been reborn, why keep up appearances? Su Wanyue listened intently. While she had some knowledge of the internet industry, it was limited. Her interest in investing in internet enterprises had never crossed her mind. In Heir, Jinbang Group is a prominent name, primarily due to its early entry into the real estate market. Their construction company is also the largest private enterprise in the region, alongside numerous unlisted companies. Both she and Su Hao firmly believed that real estate was the most lucrative industry at present. Moreover, as Cao Mo had remarked, Su Jinbang also believed that real estate could prosper for at least 20 to 30 years. Following China's accession to the WTO, economic growth and explosive trade expansion have led to an increasing number of wealthy individuals, thereby stimulating the development of various industries. Consequently, Su Jinbang's understanding of Cao Mo's remarks was more profound than that of Su Hao and Su Wanyue. Currently, Su Wanyue was experiencing the concept of new channels. The new avenue to acquire users, presented by Cao Mo's yet-to-be-established website, lies in the gimmick of earning money through content registration and submission. She believed that Cao Mo would indeed fulfill his promise of compensating users, as this fellow is adept at generating funds rapidly, particularly by sourcing money from abroad to subsidize the domestic market. The issues you mentioned are not significant. We have friends in the capital, and any new policies that will also come to our attention. However, with the multitude of media outlets in the country, let's say there are 5,000, if you were to subsidize each one with 20,000, it would amount to 1 billion annually. As far as I know, no domestic company operates in this manner. If spending in this regard reaches a few million, that would be quite remarkable. You're absolutely right, Sister Wanyue, which is why I want to pursue this. Just tell me whether you agree or not. Cao Mo replied nonchalantly. Su Wanyue quickly calculated in her mind. She certainly wished to join, but the issue was that the shares offered were far too meager. Cao Mo, the shares you are offering are insufficient, she stated candidly. I won't beat around the bush any longer. 20 is my minimum requirement. Cao Mo stood up, preparing to leave. Sister Wanyue, if it weren't for an individual hindering the registration of the company, I wouldn't have sought you out. I'm going upstairs to discuss leasing a floor with Brother Hao and then meeting with Zhuqing and others for talks. I'll take my leave for now. We can revisit this matter later. Su Wanyue maintained her poised demeanor, watching him turn and exit without uttering a word to retain him. Once the door closed, she swiftly seized her phone to call Su Hao. Cao Mo did not ascend the stairs. Instead, he returned to switching investment and resumed his work at his desk. He resolved to first register studio. Once the company law confirms the establishment of a single-member limited liability company, he would proceed to make the necessary business alterations. In his previous life, he had worked for nearly 3 years across more than a dozen companies. Although he had been compelled to move about due to Cao Kun's pressures, he certainly had not accumulated an insignificant amount of experience. By October of next year, a single-member limited liability company could be registered, so he merely needed to wait a year. This year would be adequately utilized for website development and testing. Even if he was uncertain about the duration required to establish such a website, having knowledgeable individuals on board would suffice. He noticed Yao Meina's figure passing outside. Suddenly, he felt that Su Wanyue's ambitions were perhaps not as expansive as her physical allure. Furthermore, she seemed somewhat avaricious. While it is entirely justifiable for the capital side to act thusly, experiencing it firsthand is truly less than pleasant. As for whether Su Wanyue might embark on creating a website due to his suggestions, he held no concerns. Jinbang Group's business was not oriented in that direction. Even Su Wanyue had never invested in this realm. Apart from switching investments' inaugural project, De Gao, her investments had all been in tangible enterprises. The concept of light assets likely had not even emerged at this time. As he pondered, his phone rang. He retrieved it and answered. Hello, is this Mr. Cao? I am Ning Hongwei from Kelly Services. I have arrived at Jinbang Building. Should I head directly to the 48th floor? Cao Mo replied. No need. Please wait for me at the entrance. I will come down, and we can discuss in a different location. My company is not located here either. Oh, all right. I will wait for you at the entrance. My backpack is quite distinctive. Cao Mo smiled slightly. All right, I shall come down shortly. Ning Hongwei felt a flicker of excitement. Mr. Chao's voice sounded youthful, suggesting he was quite young. This deal is significant. It's imperative that we secure it completely. Cao Mo descended the stairs with remarkable speed, and upon exiting the elevator, he glanced toward the main entrance. Indeed, there stood a man holding a briefcase. It must be Ning Hongwei. He stepped outside and inquired, May I ask if you are Mr. Ning? Ning Hongwei turned around, his first impression being one of youthfulness. Yes, you must be Mr. Cao. I am Ning Hongwei. After they shook hands, he produced a business card holder and handed a card to Cao Mo with both hands. Cao Mo glanced at it briefly before placing it in his pocket, saying, I apologize, but I do not have a business card. However, you have my number. It's not convenient to talk here. Shall we go for a cup of coffee instead? Do you have any recommendations? Ning Hongwei was somewhat taken aback. Wasn't Mr. Cao a local? No, I'm merely unfamiliar with this area. I came here today to discuss a matter with a friend and decided to wait for you. Chapter 50, Ma Kuei and 10 million. As a headhunter, Ning Hongwei was naturally well acquainted with the entire Haishur area, especially within such commercial hubs. Before long, the two settled into a cafe. Mr. Cao, you only outlined your general requirements over the phone. Could you please elaborate? Ning Hongwei took out a voice recorder and placed it beside him. If you don't mind, I would like to record your needs. I fear I may not be able to jot things down quickly enough. Cao Mo glanced at the recorder, a Sony model. It's fine. I have no objections. Very well. Ning Hongwei pressed the record button. Mr. Cao, your needs represent a highly significant business opportunity for us. I wish to be forthright in stating that I will mobilize all available resources to provide the best service our company can offer. Cao Mo notet, Tangju. Allow me to share my thoughts. Ning Hongwei promptly produced a notebook and pen, preparing to take notes. I intend to establish a studio. As current corporate law does not allow for the registration of a one-person limited liability company. Once new regulations are enacted, I will transition to a formal company. When communicating with others, it is essential to convey this. I plan to develop a website. Thus, I require individuals proficient in the latest cutting-edge programming technologies to join my team. I have recently been reviewing materials related to this, such as Java and Python. I need your assistance in recruiting primarily for managerial talent and core technical personnel. Ning Hongwei diligently noted this down. We require a general manager, a technical director, a structural engineer, and streaming technology personnel for long-term recruitment, in addition to human resources, an administrative head, and financial staff. Other positions can be determined at your discretion, but ideally, I prefer to recruit from other companies. Technical personnel should not be fresh graduates. Only experienced individuals will suffice, and their age should not exceed 30. These are my stipulations. Ning Hongwei raised his head and asked, Mr. Cao, what is the scale of your company or studio? What about compensation? Cao Mo smiled. The registered capital of the studio is 100 million yuan, not merely subscribed capital, but fully paid up capital of 100 million yuan. As for compensation, I leave it to them to propose their expectations, as long as it aligns with their capabilities. I can and am willing to meet those expectations. The two conversed in the cafe for quite some time, with Cao Mo merely stating the type of individuals he required. Given the stringent age requirements, Ning Hongwei instinctively felt that this task would not be easy. However, the compensation he proposed met with Cao Mo's complete agreement. Then, Mr. Cao, I will compile the details and contact you tomorrow to sign the contract. Does that sound acceptable? Cao Mo nodded. That works, but my studio has yet to be registered. Is it all right if the payment is made in my personal capacity? That is not an issue, Ning Hongwei assured him. We can treat it as a personal commission. Upon returning home, Cao Mo sought the contact information of a chain real estate agency to assist in securing an office floor for rent. He then set this matter aside for the time being, recognizing that both recruitment and office leasing would require time. His primary requirement was that the office be situated in the most bustling office district. On October 14th, Cao Mo began liquidating positions between 5465 and 5488. From the time he initiated his long positions until now, the range had hovered around $12. Due to discrepancies between purchase and liquidation prices, some accounts yielded a few cents more or less. Overall, he recorded a profit of nearly $2.8 billion across 60 accounts. Without a second thought, he withdrew all profits, leaving $1 million in each account, transferring the majority to an offshore company, while the remainder was directed to his personal bank account. For investments, it was only natural to operate through an offshore company, allowing him to take a hands-off approach while entrusting the rest to the talents recruited by Core International. The next wave of operations awaited. 2 weeks later, on October 27th, he planned to short positions below 5565. The 2 weeks allowed him to locate an office building and arrange for basic renovations, which were not particularly significant. He was not a professional and had no need to concern himself with such details. He would leave that to the general manager. The contract had been signed. He paid the advance as stipulated, with the remaining balance to be settled once the recruitment was complete. Core International would oversee the hiring of a general manager, a vice president who would also serve as technical director, followed by structural engineer, content editor, streaming engineer, and graphic designer, as well as a human resources manager doubling as administrative head, and 2 financial staff members, 1 accountant and 1 cashier. Other positions would be recruited as needed later. After all, the petite Zhongming was not graduating until next year and was still in his senior year. They estimated that around 30 to 40 employees would suffice to get the company operational, but the timing and specific needs remained unclear to both of them. Thus, securing the general manager and technical director was the immediate priority, leaving the rest to be handled subsequently. In the ensuing days, Cao Mo inspected several office buildings, but none within the core business district had entire floors available. Either the ceiling heights were inadequate, with the highest reaching only 3 meters, creating a somewhat oppressive atmosphere. In summary, nothing met his expectations. However, this was the state of the market, and he felt powerless. Buying an entire building was within his means, but it was unnecessary. And besides, who has an entire building for sale? It had been over a week since he last met with Su Wanyue after their previous encounter, and he had not contacted Su Hao either. The thought of this left him feeling somewhat melancholic. His reluctance to offer equity in the company was one aspect. On the other hand, the core personnel of the company were not in a position to discuss equity incentives. It was merely a studio, and simply attracting talent would be a significant achievement. Therefore, he deemed it unnecessary to propose any equity incentives. Direct compensation would suffice. He believed that the company as personnel would grow rapidly, especially with the content review team, which would require a considerable number of staff. After much contemplation, he decided to approach Su Hao. This wealthy heir undoubtedly had access to newly constructed office buildings. He needed to discuss matters face-to-face with Su Hao. Time rewinds to a few days prior. Hu Wushuang understood that once Li Wei encountered trouble, it would indeed be a significant matter. The individual hailing from the northeast harbored no fear of anyone. A sum of 10 million. What does it truly signify in this era? In truth, no one possesses a concrete grasp of its value. Ma Kuei, a native of Liaoning province, commanded a cadre of over 30 subordinates. Yet his reputation extended only within the local sphere. However, each of these 30-odd men had their own connections, meaning Ma Kuei could mobilize a considerable number of individuals. In this day and age, it is inconceivable to assert that there are no ruffians in various locales. Even the capital is riddled with countless territorial divisions. The reason Hu Wushuang was able to locate him was due to a prior encounter last year when he had traveled to the northeast on business and shared drinks, thus acquiring his contact information. Now, using a new phone number, he called Ma Kuei, who, naturally, was unaware of his identity. Chapter 51. Brother Hao, what do you say? However, he would not let go of a 10 million yuan contract, stating that he needed a day to deliberate, not out of reluctance, but to ponder the implications. A 10 million yuan ransom for an abduction indicates that the target holds such worth. But conversely, it also suggests that the kidnapped individual is quite affluent. Either that, or their family is exceedingly wealthy. Such matters are not without precedent, and there have been more than a few instances of failed rescues. His primary concern was whether he could make a clean getaway after committing the act in the capital. But Wu Shuang did not wait for him to return the call. Instead, he contacted him again the following afternoon. Your number was provided by another, so do not inquire further. I will not divulge anything. I know who you are and where you're located. I will prepare 3 million in cash for you up front. Once you deliver the person to us, the remaining balance will be paid in full. Ma Kuei held the phone to his ear, listening intently before inquiring, is the target an adult or a child? Male or female? He did not question the background of the individual. After all, 3 million is at stake. Regardless of the circumstances, securing the initial amount was paramount. As for the assertion about knowing who he was and where he was, he felt no apprehension. After all, there remained another 7 million. Who is the target? You will know once you bring the person to the capital. Remember, it is only right to receive payment for services rendered. Failing to deliver after receiving payment has its consequences. I wouldn't mind spending an additional 3 million to buy your entire family. Ma Kuei erupted into laughter. Brother, since you were able to find me, it is clear you trust my capabilities. As for your concern about receiving payment without fulfilling the task, that is simply not an option. My people will arrive in the capital in 3 days. I will call you at midnight. After a moment of silence, Wu Shuang responded, ensure your people bring a phone capable of sending multimedia messages. They must call me. No need. I will contact you directly at that time. I will personally oversee this contract. After hanging up, he instructed his subordinates to select personnel and to begin monitoring unfamiliar faces appearing in their territory. Jinbang Group. Dad, he hasn't come to see me, Su Hao said with a look of helplessness. Su Wanyue lowered her head slightly, remaining silent. The day that Cao Mo had just left, she had called her elder brother, urging him to agree to Cao Mo's demands and strive to secure at least a 20 stake. Otherwise, he should not acquiesce to Cao Mo's requests. However, to her surprise, many days had passed since, and Cao Mo had not reappeared. No phone calls, no emails. It was Su Wanyue who informed Su Jinbang of the situation. And Su Hao only learned today what Cao Mo had said to Su Wanyue. Upon hearing his daughter's account, Su Jinbang was left astounded. The Su family did not engage in the internet sector, yet they were aware through media reports that the industry was poised for significant growth, fundamentally altering lifestyles. Nevertheless, he did not endorse Cao Mo's proposed method of subsidizing users. Money cannot be squandered in such a manner. Attracting users by giving them money is no different from the online claims of distributing eggs to the elderly. Money spent without a means of recuperation. Is that viable? Su Senban Pandev. Investing such a vast amount, can merely the advertising cost be recouped? I have my doubts. He turned to Su Hao, gesturing towards the table. If he approaches you, then invest a little. As for any other assistance he may require, you may decide how to proceed. However, Wanyue mentioned she does not wish to part with too much equity. I believe it is worth exploring. Su Wanyue had been listening to her father and brother converse and interjected, Cao Mo's true intention I have already articulated. He desires a company that is entirely his own. If policies allow, he would undoubtedly register a sole proprietorship rather than merely establish a studio. My interest lies not in this company, but in his vision. He is unlike any other young person I have encountered. From the futures market, he could effortlessly amass tens of billions and then funnel it all into this site, even without fully comprehending his intentions. I believe we should strive to secure a larger stake, even if it means not participating in any management. Su Hao paused his fidgeting with a lighter and replied earnestly, if he were to approach me, I would certainly seek to invest. If he declines, I would not press the matter. His approach to business seems distinct from others. He does not appear to desire any advantage from the Su family. He has never mentioned any favors. For this reason, I hold a certain admiration for him. However, Wanyue, do you not think your current ambitions are becoming increasingly mercenary? Su Wanyue shot him a glare. I merely wish to bring greater benefits to the company. Is that wrong? Earning money is commendable, but if you truly value him, you should cultivate a good relationship rather than think of how to extract something from him. Su Hao retorted without reservation. Su Wanyue trembled with anger. Every investment project I have undertaken is currently profitable. I am responsible for my work and my family. Is that not right? Why should I not strive for the benefits I can obtain? Cao Mo left without uttering a word, clearly intending to grant me no favor. I only requested he prepare a business plan. This is merely standard procedure. Su Senban Diman Saident. Su Hao sighed, if I recall correctly. You stated that he sought you out merely to register a company rather than a studio. Otherwise, why would he only offer 5 equity? This clearly indicates he is asking for your assistance. I appreciate money, but there are some funds one should not pursue, and our family is not currently in need of money. With the national economy on the rise, real estate will not falter in the next 30 years. The profits will surely satisfy shareholders, and the company's stock price will steadily increase. What more could you desire? The investment company has entrusted you with responsibilities. Yet there are no demands placed upon you. Su Wanyue glared at him, sullen and refusing to meet his gaze. Clearing his throat, Su Jinbong interjected, Wanyue, do you believe Cao Mo is worth investing in? Su Wanyue nodded, reluctant to speak. Su Hao added, if he truly possesses keen insight and the ability to profit in the futures market, he will undoubtedly venture into other businesses in the future. Establishing a good rapport with him could lead to further collaborative opportunities. The Group's annual profits already exceed our expenditures. There is no need to create discord with him. Wanyu, I comprehend the state of your emotions. However, your temperament leaves me at a loss for words. If you are uncertain, it would be wise to remain silent. I am fully aware of my actions. Just then, the sound of a ringing phone interrupted Su Wanyu's unfinished sentence. Su Hao glanced at his phone. It was Cao Mo. Please remain quiet while I switch to speakerphone, he remarked as he answered the call. Hello, Cao Mo, brother Hao, are you busy? If not, I would like to inquire about something. Cao Mo's voice was subdued yet clear enough for everyone in the room to hear. I have no pressing matters at the moment. Coincidentally, I also wish to hear your perspective on a topic, Su Hao replied with a smile. Oh, what is it, brother Hao? You are not yet 23, right? Wanyu interjected, rolling her eyes at Su Hao as he continued. They say you possess a keen business acumen and a far-sighted vision. What are your thoughts on the real estate and construction sectors, which are pivotal for Jinbong Group? After a brief pause, Cao Mo responded, it is quite simple. Joining the WDO is the most significant step for the next few decades, perhaps even a century, ranking paramount in importance. It will usher in foreign investment and the establishment and development of a complete industrial system following the opening of our borders. Among all industries, only real estate possesses a unique characteristic that none other can claim. It can stimulate the development of at least 70 other sectors. Therefore, the government's emphasis on this sector is self-evident, even at the local level, regardless of whether it is provincial or municipal. Land auctions will remain a principal source of fiscal revenue. Thus, brother Hao, Jinbong Group should consider investing more in real estate, particularly in provincial capitals and coastal southeastern cities. In other regions, partnering with local landowners to acquire land is advisable. After all, the majority of funding comes from bank loans, ensuring this industry has at least another 20 years of viability. The crux lies in land acquisition. Securing land in major urban centers across the nation is of utmost importance. And that is a given. Su Hao then inquired, and what about the construction sector? Cao Mo promptly replied, as the populace gradually gains wealth, the nation's infrastructure must keep pace. Highways, railways, and provincial roads will see increased investment from the national level, although securing contracts will depend on one's capabilities. Even if the real estate market stabilizes, there remains the option to venture abroad for engineering and real estate projects. This is hardly debatable. Su Hao Zhuge, Cao Mo, you truly are impressive. I appreciate your insights. What about other industries? What are your thoughts? Cao Mo mused to himself that his current company would undoubtedly become the most formidable in the future. As for other sectors, he could only think of metals and battery production, and beyond that, he was uncertain. However, he knew he could not disclose anything about the battery sector or new energy initiatives just yet. That would have to wait at least a decade. Furthermore, there were many industries he had no inclination to engage with. Even if he were willing, those were endeavors he wished to pursue himself. As for semiconductors, he recognized that the Americans would never provide an opportunity, no matter how much one tried. Developing them independently, pouring hundreds of billions into that venture might yield no response. Nevertheless, he believed that the pharmaceutical and healthcare sectors, along with film and entertainment, would remain stable. In the long term, the focus should be on pharmaceuticals and healthcare, with film and entertainment also holding potential, though these investments tend to be substantial. However, brother Hao, my advice is this. In short term, concentrate all efforts on real estate, as it is the most lucrative venture. The construction company can be put on hold. Su Hao exchanged glances with his astonished father and younger sister, then playfully asked, by the way, what did you want to ask me? Cao Mo quickly replied, brother Hao, does Jinbong Group have any office buildings? I would like to rent an entire floor. Su Hao, somewhat flustered, admitted, I am not entirely sure about that. I will inquire for you later. Do you have any specific requirements? Cao Mo responded, nothing too specific, just a higher ceiling and a prime location. I might need a server room, which could have electrical supply requirements, but I'm not entirely certain yet. Additionally, I would prefer ample parking space. Ideally, a sufficiently large underground garage. All right, I will find out if those buildings are still available for sale. By the way, why not consider purchasing an entire building? We have office properties in Lujiazui, Su Hao suggested. Cao Mo inquired, how many floors do they have? What is the price for an entire building? Su Hao continued, I will call you after I gather the information. Okay, thank you so much, brother Hao. After hanging up, Su Hao looked at his father. Su Senban Said, Trudiri Markebet. He is not yet 23. yet his vision is indeed formidable. Su Hao sighed in response. Wan Yu, what industries does your investment company primarily focus on? Su Wan Yu replied earnestly, Brother, you're already aware of the industries our investment company engages with, so there is no need for inquiry. However, I will be looking into investment opportunities in pharmaceutical companies and private hospitals in the future. I will also keep an eye on the film and entertainment sector. I have great faith in his insights, even though he may not actively participate in those industries. If the opportunity arises, I will try to glean more about his reasoning. Su Jinbong lightly tapped the table, urging the siblings to quiet down. Let's leave it at that. You are siblings, and with so few of us at home, must we create discord? Su Hao, be kinder to your sister. Wan Yu, temper your disposition. I will not rush you. But do you both truly wish to remain unmarried? How long must I wait to hold my grandchildren? Wan Yu, even if your brother marries at 30, that is perfectly fine, but you cannot delay any longer. A woman who reaches 30 without marrying will surely endure the whispers of society. Su Hao averted his gaze, focusing on the ceiling. Su Wan Juedi Tortif. Whether you can bear it, I cannot say, but I am perfectly fine. Su Jinbong waved his hand. Now off you go. Cao Mo remained unaware that the conversation he just had with Su Hao was being overheard by two others. He had never contemplated deceiving anyone regarding these matters. To this point, he had altered the course of events in his second life, primarily concerning his own affairs and those of the Su siblings. Without his intervention, it could be said that Jinbong Group would likely have been transformed into Su Jinye's possession within 6 months. As for who else might be involved behind the scenes, he truly had no knowledge. From Su Hao's tone, he surmised that Su Hao was quite pleased with his responses. It wasn't merely a matter of wanting a free floor. It was about securing a complete floor, a rarity in the current market of high-share. In no time, Su Hao was quick to act, and within half an hour, he returned the call. Cao Mo, where are you? I will arrange for someone to meet you and take you to see the building. It was evident that Su Hao's spirits were high. Huh? Brother Hao, so soon? Cao Mo expressed surprise while informing him that he was at Jianwei Garden. Suaori Plaith. In half an hour, Fang Shiais will call you and accompany you. Any requests you have, just convey them to him. He will certainly accommodate your needs. If you wish to rent an entire building, that could be arranged as well. Cao Mo was taken aback, but upon reflection, he realized that while renting was an option now, securing a satisfactory location and floor count could lead to a future purchase. It merely requires Su Hao to promise not to sell to others for the time being. Brother Hao, I cannot utilize that much. I won't need an entire building for at least 6 months. I'm uncertain whether you initially intended to sell or lease it. If selling is your plan, I would advise you to wait a few years before proceeding. The future of property prices is assuredly on the rise, be it commercial office spaces or residential properties. Su Hao chuckled heartily, saying, Rest assured, if you have your eye on it, just inform Fang Shiais and I will reserve it for you. Whenever you wish to purchase, I shall sell it to you. However, my sister has mentioned your aspirations for a company. Perhaps you could grant me 1% or even 0.5% of your shares. Otherwise, if you establish a studio, it may lack considerable allure. Recently, I have been delving into the realm of internet companies, and it is evident that lesser-known firms struggle to attract talent, especially as the prominent companies are aggressively vying for personnel. Cao Mo did not hesitate. All right, I will first inspect the building, and afterward, I will discuss matters with you in your office. Chapter 53. Su Hao's Unexpected Delight. Fang Shiais arrived remarkably swiftly. Cao Mo found himself somewhat incredulous as he exited the residential complex. Fang Shiais appeared to be at least in his 40s and displayed a demeanor of utmost respect upon their meeting. Undoubtedly, Su Hao had conveyed something to him. Cao Mo greeted him politely, shook his hand, accepted the business card, and then entered the vehicle. He did not directly respond to Fang Shiai's probing inquiries and was reluctant to disclose his connection to the Su family. Noticing his lukewarm demeanor, Fang Shiais proceeded to show him 2 newly renovated office buildings, also situated in Lujiazui, though formal occupancy would require at least 2 weeks. Mr. Gao, you merely need to choose your preferred floor. If you have specific renovation requests, you may inform me later. We are currently finalizing internal renovations and inspections, and assisting with your renovations would be a simple matter. Standing on the vacant 8th floor, with blueprints in hand, he detailed the building's specifications to Cao Mo. The first floor spans nearly 300 square meters, and Cao Mo felt that retaining 7 or 8 floors would suffice for his needs, at least for now. As for the renovations, he believed it best to leave that to the technical director in the future, as he could not articulate precisely what he wanted. I have no specific requests. Your standard renovations will suffice. For the time being, 1 floor is adequate. Mr. Fang, if this building were to be sold, what would be the asking price? Fang Shiais recalled what Mr. Su had said. If this young gentleman desired to purchase, he would sell it at market value. He promptly quoted a price. Mr. Cao, this building comprises 49 floors with a height of 36 meters and each floor covers 12,837 square meters. If we consider the market price, the total value would be approximately 1.8 billion. Cao Mo believed he was being truthful. He had conducted his research and found that the cost of A-grade office buildings ranges from 20,000 to 25,000 per square meter, with selling prices typically exceeding 30,000. However, he was merely inquiring and did not intend to purchase at this moment. What if I were to lease? He inquired. Fang Xiai smiled and replied, Mr. Su's intention is that regardless of how many floors you lease, it would be at a rate of $1 per month, with all property management and utilities complimentary. Cao Mo was taken aback and quickly responded, No, let us keep it conventional. Generally, a business-grade office building of this caliber is considered A-grade, with a unit price of around $5 per square meter. Calculating for 300 square meters, that amounts to approximately 500 per day, around 200,000 monthly. And 4 million annually. I'll lease it for 2 years. Mr. Cao, Fang Xiai's had just begun when he was interrupted. Mr. Fang, there's really no need. I am friends with Mr. Su, and business is business. Collaboration is one aspect, but wouldn't it be right to let a friend suffer a loss? Let us finalize this. Please bring a rental agreement tomorrow, as 1 floor will suffice. He turned toward the elevator, adding, You need not feel awkward. I will explain everything to Mr. Su. Fang Xiai was hesitant to act on his own accord. The favor belonged to Mr. Su, and it would be inappropriate to accept it for himself. Mr. Cao, please hold on. I must consult with Mr. Su. He hurried to catch up. Cao Mo paused, pulled out his phone, and said, It's all right. I will inform him now, so you won't be put in a difficult position. He called Su Hao and, after connecting, switched to speaker mode. Cao Mo, have you settled on which building you prefer? Su Hao's voice was quite loud. Perhaps it was the phone, but this was Cao Mo's first experience with the speaker function of his new device. Brother Hao, I must extend my gratitude to Mr. Fang. The place he introduced me to is quite appealing, and I intend to lease a floor. However, Mr. Fang mentioned charging me only $1 in rent. How can that be acceptable? Just charge me at market rates. Don't blame Mr. Fang. I insisted on this arrangement. Besides, you know I'm not short on funds, correct? Su Hao remained cheerful. Very well, since you are insistent, I shall not press further. However, regarding your new company, could you allocate me a bit more equity? 1% sounds rather meager. Cao Mo pondered. He would undoubtedly grant shares or options to core executives in the future, so offering Su Hao a bit more would not pose an issue. As for post-IPO, it was not impossible that someone might acquire shares on the open market and enter the board. Brother Hao, how much do you desire? Cao Mo inquired with a hint of seriousness. Su Hao laughed, the more the better. Cao Mo switched off the speakerphone, holding the device to his ear as he walked aside, while Fang Xiai discreetly moved to another part of the room. Brother Hao, the greater your request, the higher the unit price. I can offer you no more than 5%, but you must invest 10 million. And the investment cannot be from yourself or sister one U.S. company. It must come from the parent company of Jinbang Group. After a brief pause, he continued, This is a prerequisite. Additionally, regardless of whether the company eventually goes public, I will retain my veto power, which will be stipulated in the company's articles of incorporation. If you agree, I will prepare the documents in a few days and come see you. Su Hao did not respond to this matter. Have you settled on a name for the company? Since there would be 2 shareholders, I propose naming it Heir Shunqi Technology Company, Limited. That is acceptable. I agree to your terms. Leave the company registration and related matters to me. I will arrange for someone to expedite the process. The normal procedure takes about 2 weeks. Su Hao showed no hesitation and responded almost immediately after Cao Mo finished speaking. Once the call ended, Cao Mo gestured to Fang Xiai, prepare the contract tomorrow. Have it stamped on your end, and then deliver it to Su Hao. When I visit him in a couple of days, we can sign it together. Fang Xiai was delighted. As long as it did not implicate him, he would not have to worry about the high salaries at Jinbang Group. Although Mr. Su was young, he could be quite ruthless with those beneath him. After finalizing their arrangements, the two descended to the ground floor, where Fang Xiai instructed the driver to take Cao Mo home while he himself hailed a cab back to the office. Meanwhile, on the other side, after ending the call, Su Hao could hardly contain his smile. He never anticipated that this young man, Cao Mo, would be willing to part with 5%. Initially, I presumed that merely 2 or 3 points would suffice, yet the revelation of 5 points was entirely unexpected. Although Su Wanyu provided a brief overview of the company's general situation, he did not fully comprehend it. However, he was acutely aware that since Cao Mo was willing to invest and committed to seizing market share through subsidies to users, success was inevitable. Moreover, what does 20 million signify? The exact amount Cao Mo intends to invest remains uncertain, but proportionally, he must inject 38 billion, even if it is not an instantaneous endeavor. In comparison, he would not mind losing this 20 million and Cao Mo likely feels the same. The greater likelihood, however, is that Cao Mo will not incur any losses. At least in the long run, profitability is assured. He is well versed in the intricacies of capital. Losses on financial reports are hardly a concern. What truly matters is that the company's valuation will inevitably rise. He would certainly never relinquish his shares. Perhaps in a decade or so, this 20 million investment could yield returns in the hundreds or thousands of times. Who knows? Profits, huh? Su Hao laughed heartily in his office. Chapter 54. Preparing for candidate interviews. In the following days, Cao Mo finalized the contract and registered the company. The major shareholder is his offshore company in Hong Kong, while the minor shareholder is Zhenbang Group. For this, Zhenbang Group issued a shareholder resolution and a board resolution. These two resolutions undoubtedly altered Su Yu's perception of Cao Mo, while it did not reach the level of conspiracy theories. The transformation from personal investment to that of a corporate entity was akin to leveraging Zhenbang Group's reputation to bolster his own venture, instant technology. Throughout the completion of the company's licensing, Cao Mo neither called her nor visited her office, which left her somewhat disheartened. Meanwhile, Cao Mo was eagerly awaiting news from Core International while preparing to re-enter the international crude oil futures market with substantial funds. Maki brought along 3 individuals and drove to the capital. After renting 2 vehicles with counterfeit identities, he finally contacted Hu Wushuang. On October 25th, Maki's subordinate retrieved 3 tote bags in the locker room of the sports arena, containing cash alongside a dossier. This had been prearranged, and Maki was unperturbed by having his associates seen. He had not even contemplated whether he was being watched. Back in his hometown, there were no unfamiliar faces exhibiting unusual behavior. The city was bustling with countless people daily. Yet, he firmly believed that the other party was fully aware of his identity and family circumstances. Anyone capable of producing such a sum was undoubtedly beyond his reach. If someone truly intended to harm him, even a bounty of 3 million in their city would suffice to annihilate his entire family. Thus, he harbored no dubious thoughts. On one hand, he recognized that he had to see this assignment through, and on the other, he was awaiting the remaining 7 million after its completion. Inside the dossier was a stack of photographs, all depicting a young man in various poses across different occasions. Although there was no identification provided, it included his name, frequently visited locations, personal preferences for fine wine and beauty, and even a detailed account of Li Wei's daily movements and timings over the past month. The deadline for the task was stipulated as 2 months, specifically before New Year's Day, with a requirement to return the entire 3 million, if not completed. Maki ordered his underlings to investigate Li Wei's background. With a cigarette dangling from his lips, he instructed them to ascertain his background before determining the next steps. Prior to taking action, each of them would receive 100,000 to send home, with the remainder allocated for operational expenses. This was Maki's method of winning loyalty. He had always been generous, distributing 30% in cash directly to those who assisted him while keeping the remaining 7 million for himself. In Liaoning province, his monthly income was at least 2 million, yet the maximum he actually received was 1 million, as he had to maintain normal expenses and facilitate connections. Such external commissions allowed him to secure a bit more. Maki opted to rent a countryside homestay instead of a city location. Both the house and vehicle were leased, leaving him with no other recourse. He parked the car directly in the courtyard. Should a situation arise requiring action, and if the vehicle could not enter the city, he would devise another solution. Once the client had paid, all difficulties were his to resolve, a reality he understood well. Meanwhile, Hu Wushuang put down his camera, listening to his subordinate's report. Boss, they only drove 1 car, comprising 3 individuals, and the items have already been retrieved. Hu Wushuang gestured to the camera, instructing, send the photos to my phone. Arrange for personnel to continue monitoring the locations Li Wei frequently visits. There was no need for any further action. They simply needed to observe his daily whereabouts. In truth, Li Wei's movements were relatively predictable. Home, company, and entertainment venues. The entertainment spots primarily included high-end private kitchens, clubs, and upscale KTVs. The opportunities for action were limited, and the only leverage they had was Li Wei's penchant for indulgence. He was often accompanied by several affluent youngsters, either sent by their families to curry favor with the Li family or drawn together by mutual interests. Most visits to clubs were for debauchery, and even KTVs were never devoid of women. At this juncture, Hu Wushuang's involvement was minimal. All the intelligence gathered was shared with Maki, and now it was up to the northeaster Maki to execute the plan. The rationale behind choosing him was to ensure that once the task was accomplished, the trail would lead northward, avoiding any links back to himself. Beyond that, he held no real fears. Moreover, in recent days, he had invested in acquiring a syringe, fully preparing for various contingencies. The only task remaining was to wait, even if he felt impatience creeping in. Over 2 months had passed since Su Hao's incident, and he had yet to take action against anyone in the Li family. On the 27th, Cao Mo once again engaged in crude oil trading. This time, his strategy was to short the market, initiating positions at a starting price of 5,560 and gradually opening short positions. His goal was to exit by mid-next month, targeting a price above 45.25. He anticipated approximately a $10 profit margin, estimating profits in the billions. He had already devised a plan. Upon completion of this transaction, each of the 3 brokers would only require no more than 5 accounts to trade 5-year crude oil futures, allowing for sustained profitability. Prior to 2008, the market was booming, but following the financial crisis, prices plummeted by over $100 within a year. Now, that was a substantial opportunity. Furthermore, before 2008, he had sufficient funds to venture into another industry. He resolved to limit his involvement in internet-related sectors to 3 or 5 projects, leaving the rest for others. The renovations at Feng Xiai's place were still ongoing, with the final floor treatment process requiring approximately 3 to 4 more days. Ning Hongwei had already sent him 6 resumes. He could not discern their quality and could only make a preliminary judgment based on their past performances. If he desired to be a hands-off manager, the experience of those responsible would be of greater significance. The candidates hailed from prominent companies such as Sina, Sohu, Baidu, and NetEase. He did not dwell on the matter for long, but simply requested Ning Hongwei to invite them over for a discussion at the cafe where the two had previously met. If all went well, they would proceed to sign the contract and agree on a start date. Cao Mo's straightforwardness brought great delight to Ning Hongwei. In truth, he possessed other resources at his disposal, yet among these 6 candidates, he deemed them the finest based on his professional judgment. Moreover, with Cao Mo promising to reimburse travel expenses and offering a generous salary, this arrangement was advantageous for all parties involved. Who could ascertain the current financial circumstances of these individuals? On the morning of October 31st at 9 a.m., the interviews would take place directly at High City's Wudong Shadow Cafe. This was the message Ning Hongwei sent to the 4 candidates, which included the precise address. Among them, 2 aspired to be general managers, while the other 2 sought positions as technical directors, accompanied by an architectural engineer and a streaming media engineer. In reality, the latter 2 hardly provided Cao Mo with much choice, yet he remained untroubled. His philosophy was simple. If they were capable, they would be hired, and should he find them unsatisfactory, he could effortlessly demote them or adjust their salaries. As for the interviewers, Cao Mo had engaged 3 professionals from Korn Ferry International to evaluate the candidates from multiple perspectives. He was indifferent to this arrangement. Chapter 55, The Interview. Many perceive time as fleeting, while others feel it drags on interminably. Su Wanyue was among the latter. She could not quite articulate why, but she fervently wished to receive a call from Cao Mo, or at the very least, catch a glimpse of him on the 48th floor. However, as the month drew to a close, a fortnight had elapsed without her encountering Cao Mo. Reflecting on her lack of excuses, she decided to cast aside her thoughts of him in a fit of stubbornness and devote herself fully to her work. Unbeknownst to her, Cao Mo remained entirely unaware of this. By the 30th, the 6 candidates had arrived in High City and made contact with Ning Hongwei. After reviewing the company's business license and visiting the office building nearing completion, Ning Hongwei instructed them not to be late the following day. Although the future boss was young, the company was backed by shares from the largest privately owned enterprise group in High City, the Jinbang Group. This undoubtedly bolstered the candidates' confidence. Meanwhile, Cao Mo had printed out the resumes of these 6 candidates. Yao Chongli, the technical deputy director from Baidu, whose parents resided in High City and who had been striving in the capital for several years, now eagerly anticipated the opportunity to return. Zhang Haochuan, also from Baidu. An architectural engineer, Zhang Zhuwei, an architectural engineer from Sina. Sun Xiaohua, hailing from Sohu. Deng Feng, from NetEase, and Gao Jijia, also from NetEase. All were under the age of 30 and, according to Ning Hongwei, were recognized technical talents within the industry. However, none of them were qualified to stand at the forefront, at least not in their previous companies. Each individual had their own needs and aspirations, perhaps stemming from competition and infighting in their former workplaces. Ning Hongwei and Cao Mo maintained daily communication. According to Cao Mo, should these individuals truly possess capability, they would be directly hired, and if they could bring others along, that would be even better. On Sunday, the 31st, Cao Mo arrived promptly at 8:40 a.m. He had just taken a seat, yet to place an order, when Ning Hongwei arrived with 2 others. After brief introductions, He Hongliang and Wang Xiun, both senior managers from Korn Ferry International, who primarily engage with the IT sector, whether in software or hardware, were presented. Ning Hongwei himself specialized in headhunting within this industry. Mr. Cao, it is a pleasure, they said, shaking his hand and presenting their business cards. Cao Mo felt somewhat awkward. However, he was not without his own preparations. I apologize. I do not have business cards, as the company has just been registered and is yet to be renovated. Nevertheless, he retrieved 3 red envelopes from his bag and handed them over. Regardless of whether this is part of your professional duties, I feel rather embarrassed for taking up your weekend time. Please accept this as a token of appreciation. Such a gesture was quite rare in this era. Moreover, their presence was already part of the contractual agreement, as they were merely assisting in recruitment, which was on one hand an invitation from Ning Hongwei and, on the other, a responsibility of Korn Ferry International. Ning Hongwei was the first to accept the red envelope. Mr. Cao, you're too courteous. I will accept it and ensure everything goes smoothly. Upon seeing him accept the envelope, He Hongliang and Wang Ziyun exchanged glances. Mr. Cao, then we shall accept. It was prepared for you. No need to be polite. Your assistance is greatly appreciated, and I genuinely feel uncomfortable occupying your weekend time without showing my gratitude. Cao Mo smiled as he watched them accept the envelopes. What would you like to drink? Feel free to order. Today I am treating. Although a cup of coffee accompanied by light snacks and pastries did not cost much, such words at least brought comfort to the heart, did they not? In his previous life, while delivering food, he would comply with reasonable requests to garner favorable reviews, whether it was bringing cigarettes, disposing of trash, or even carrying a 5-kilogram bag of rice. As a delivery person, these tasks were merely trifles, as long as they were not excessive. Thus, during his time as a delivery driver, his earnings were decent. It was only later that time constraints increased, compounded by the oppressive nature of the platform owner's management. Alas, speaking too much brings tears, and overthinking leads to sorrow. Coincidentally, just as the 3 had accepted the red envelopes and coffee was being served, the candidates arrived. Cao Mo glanced at his watch. It was 8:50 a.m., 10 minutes early. Both he and Ning Hongwei had seen photographs of the 6 individuals, so it was natural for Ning Hongwei to rise and greet them. A few minutes later, Ning Hongwei returned with Deng Feng. Deng Feng, an engineer from NetEase, was applying for the position of streaming media engineer. After a brief introduction, he looked towards Cao Mo. Cao Mo stood to shake his hand before taking a seat. I am not well versed in technical matters. You may proceed, and we will discuss everything once the interviews are complete. He gestured invitingly, indicating that he would merely listen in. He Hongliang and Wang Ziyun smiled in response. Deng Feng, holding a modest briefcase, appeared somewhat nervous in his impeccably tailored suit. Ning Hongwei had already briefed them on the situation at Shunxi Technology, a newly established company with a registered capital of 100 million yuan, with plans for further investment. He had also provided a brief overview of the company's future direction. Otherwise, they would not have genuinely considered switching jobs to attend the interview. What followed was a more specialized discussion, and Cao Mo listened attentively, having a clear understanding of the topics being discussed. He maintained a composed demeanor, casually sampling snacks and sipping coffee, yet he paid close attention to the projects Deng Feng had previously undertaken. It was not until 10 a.m. that their technical discussions concluded, and it was then Cao Mo's turn. He beckoned everyone to take a seat. 2 tables needed to be moved together, and soon 3 tables were combined, making it a bit cramped for the 10 individuals present. The name of the company, Shunxi Technology, signifies seizing the moment, with 11 implying sharpness. As you have observed from earlier, I am not a technical expert, but I am acutely aware of the type of website I desire. I will continuously increase my investment, so there is no need for you to worry about the possibility of unpaid salaries. Currently, the capital of 100 million yuan has already been secured. As for your expectations regarding salary and benefits, I harbor no objections. As long as you ultimately receive the offer from Corey Recruitment, you shall obtain the desired remuneration. I am fully capable of accommodating both salary and welfare. The shareholders of the company are my offshore enterprise and the foremost private enterprise in Haishur, the Jinbang Group, of which I trust you are already aware. My primary objective is to establish the company with the assistance of several core technical personnel. Those with managerial capabilities will be granted higher positions. This principle of promoting the capable will be steadfastly upheld moving forward. I have already secured office space, and decisions regarding the decor and the number of hires will rest upon you. I shall not involve myself excessively. Moreover, discussing options at this juncture holds little significance. At least in my view, the company is unlikely to be profitable within the next year, and I am even prepared to incur losses for several years ahead. Nevertheless, I do not dismiss the possibility of offering options. However, the specifics will be designed by a professional consulting firm. He paused, concluding his remarks, and invited any questions you may have. Chapter 50 Xiao Mo. After the 6 candidates departed, each with a red envelope containing 10,000 yuan, He Hongtao, Wang Ziyun, and Ning Hongwei submitted their comments and scores for each individual to Cao Mo. Mr. Cao, we now await your decision, Ning Hongwei said with a smile. The trio presented their evaluations and scores from the interviews conducted with the 6 candidates. Cao Mo replied, "I will provide you with a formal email response after reviewing everything." In truth, he had already made his decision. He wanted all 6. With no personnel on his roster at present, the more, the merrier. After all, he could easily afford it. In the futures market, his daily earnings reached tens of millions, rendering such sums inconsequential. The general manager's salary was set at 800,000 yuan per annum, while the technical director would earn 600,000. Even the entry-level salary would be no less than 150,000 annually, and the company would forego a receptionist. At least, that was his current thought. All told, the staff would not exceed 40, meaning the total expenses would be manageable. He could recoup that amount in a single day. This was his straightforward and direct approach. Reflecting on the 6 candidates, he initially envisioned Shunxi Technology following a similar path as Tushio and Douyin, believing that the diminutive Zhang, with his data collection expertise from Baidu, could handle the general manager role effectively. However, the 3 professionals from Kori International unanimously deemed Sun Xiaohua from Sohu as the more suitable candidate for the general manager position. Conversely, he felt that the capable Yao Chongli, the technical deputy director from Baidu, was ill-suited for the general manager role. Rather, he was best suited for the position of technical director. Naturally, their recommendations were merely advisory and did not dictate assignments. Having received their compensation, the evaluations they provided were relatively detailed. As a non-professional, he recognized the necessity of heeding the advice of experts. He promptly sent an email to Ning Hongwei, confirming the designated positions for each candidate. As for the job responsibilities, well, that would be content modified by Ning Hongwei, easily copied and pasted. It was agreed that they would commence work no later than New Year's Day, with the earliest start date no sooner than December 1st. Once this matter was concluded, Cao Mo felt a profound sense of relief wash over him. What remained was to browse various websites, discerning which ones were unsuitable or unnecessary for his needs. He had a preference for Google's web page design, simple and straightforward. Nonetheless, the nature of his site differed. While one served as a search engine, his would curate user-preferred content based on registered users' interests. As for the upload subsidies, he considered a rate of 0.5 yuan per 1,000 clicks quite reasonable. The rest, he would leave to Sun Xiaohua. Brother Ma, the bald man, entered the room. Xiao Mei and the others have arrived, and Hao Gu and his group are here too. After a brief pause, he added, not on the same train. Ma kui noted it, extinguishing the cigarette in his hand. Taizhu, let us distribute the funds. There were 16 of them, each to receive 100,000 yuan, which they would send back home. Taizhu nodded. I calculated that we need at least 6 vehicles, all of which must be of plates. Let the rats handle the rentals. Additionally, let's purchase 5 new cars in the capital. Any license plate will suffice, and they need not be expensive. Once that's settled, they can be returned to Northeast China for use by the team there. This expenditure would come from the remaining 1 million. Makui kadamdi instructed. After the funds are distributed, each of the 6 women will receive 20,000 yuan to update their wardrobes, cosmetics, perfumes, and anything else they desire. Subsequently, arrange for them to work at several locations to receive clients, with 2 people assigned daily for their transportation. Understood. I will take care of it, Taizhu acknowledged, turning to exit through the open door without closing it behind him. Before long, Taizhu returned, leading a man and a woman. Both appeared youthful. The man was under 30, while the woman seemed to be in her early 20s. Particularly striking was Xiao Mei, tall and at least 7 meters in height. Despite the frigid weather, she wore only a windbreaker, which accentuated her impressive figure. While her bust was modest, her slender waist was notable. The belt cinched at her waist revealed her hourglass silhouette, and her long legs appeared even more elongated in high heels. Yet that was not all. The woman possessed an oval face, exuding an innate allure that was neither contrived nor artificial, but rather a natural charm manifested in her features. With elegantly arched eyebrows, captivating eyes, a straight nose, and full lips, she carried an undeniable aura of seduction in her every movement. Upon entering, Taizhu closed the door and stood silently at the threshold. Brother Ma, they greeted respectfully, standing still. Ma Kuei waved his hand. Have a seat. You're among friends. Taizhu, you 2 sit down. Once the 3 were seated, Ma Kuei smiled and asked, have you received the money? Yes, thank you, Brother Ma, Xiao Mei replied, loosening her windbreaker belt and shedding the outer garment to reveal a high-neck cashmere sweater. This showcased the contours of her figure distinctly. While not excessively large, her bust appeared quite pronounced, thanks to her undergarments. The rat merely nodded. Ma Kuei glanced at Xiao Mei's figure and chuckled. Indeed, Northeasterners are unfazed by the cold, haha. He turned and retrieved a folder from the nearby sofa, placing it on the coffee table. This is the individual you need to keep an eye on. The rat remained still. Xiao Mei giggled. Brother Ma, I assure you that the individuals I bring are the most beautiful among my ranks. Once seen, they will surely captivate. Ma Kuei gestured towards a folder. Take a look at the photos, then distribute them so everyone can remember these faces. We can't have anyone failing to recognize them when the time comes. The rat reached for the folder, opened it, and began to sift through the photographs. Some have been taken by others, while some were captured during this period. Taiju interjected, there are several places this individual frequents that we cannot access. There are 4 nightclubs and 3 KTV venues we can visit. Xiao Mei, each of you, including yourself, should visit a different location. It is preferable to establish good relations with all 7 places, allowing for flexible changes later on. Throughout the workday, including shifts and transitions between venues, there will be drivers from the rat gang to escort you. Should Li Wei be spotted, it is imperative to inform the others immediately so they can converge there. If you are selected, do your utmost to serve well. Xiao Mei retrieved a portion of the photographs from the rat's hands, examining them one by one. Upon hearing this, she spoke up. Rest assured, we are here to earn money. Serving anyone is part of the job. Moreover, I've heard that the wealthy heirs in the capital pay generously. If it weren't for Brother Tai Zhu's stipulation of only 6 people, I'd have wanted to bring everyone along. In a few years, we could open our own establishment. She expressed this while fully aware that the current situation was anything but ordinary. Receiving an advance of 100,000 yuan without having done anything? There is no such thing as a free lunch in this world. Pies do not fall from the sky, only bird droppings and hail. The profits you earn belong to you. We will not take a single cent. However, if someone from the photographs visits your establishment and you fail to notify me, you can imagine the consequences, Tai Zhu stated slowly. That cannot happen, Xiao Mei quickly replied with a smile. I can distinguish that clearly. By the way, Brother Ma. She raised her gaze to Ma Kuei. Should I notify Brother Tai Zhu as soon as this person steps into our establishment? Is there anything else? Chapter 57, The Rat. Yes, Ma Kuei nodded, lighting a cigarette from the box on the coffee table. The 100,000 yuan is contingent upon notifying Tai Zhu immediately if he enters the club, regardless of who sees him. That's the only condition. Each person receives 100,000 yuan. I have already given you the money. If you fail to perform, what do you think will happen? The rat interjected. Without an A license, we cannot enter the city's nightclubs. Taiju immediately replied, you will rent an A license. The cost will not fall on you. For Xiao Mei's group of 6 vehicles for transportation will suffice. The rat nodded, then I have no issues. Ma Kuei exhaled a puff of smoke. All right, that's settled. Taiju, give Xiao Mei a few photographs and then accompany her to purchase clothing and cosmetics. Hot. You stay behind. I have matters to discuss with you. Taiju rose and stored the photographs back into the file. Xiao Mei also stood up, clutching her trench coat, and nodded at Ma Kuei, saying, Brother Ma, I'm off to show them the photographs and help them remember the faces. Ma Kuei waved her off. Once the door closed, Ma Kuei asked, how are the people you brought? The rat quickly listed a dozen names, adding, they're all quite ruthless. You need not worry about that, Brother Ma. They do not belong to the same boss. They were selected from several establishments. Have they seen blood? Yes. But they have not taken lives, so they're still relatively clean. Only then did Ma Kuei speak seriously. Afterward, send out the photographs. Once viewed, I expect every last one returned. Each vehicle should have 3 people to escort a woman to and from work. Then, wait at the nightclub entrance for them to finish their shifts. This will be your nightly task. However, if Li Wei appears, regardless of which nightclub he frequents, once you receive word, the 6 vehicles with a total of 18 people must subdue and abduct him, then drive directly to the new port dock. Call me once it's done. The rat looked surprised. Brother Ma, is that all? We're not just going to kill him? Ma Kuei's Hulk, he's hit. No need for that. The buyer doesn't want his life, just that he remains alive until delivery. The exact drop-off location will be determined once you have him in custody. The rat scratched his face. He should have at least 3 to 4 bodyguards, not to mention friends. There will be at least 6 or 7 people when he shows up. Ma Kuei interrupted. You have more than a dozen people. With your equipment. Are you afraid you won't be able to capture him? The rat pondered and then asked, but what about Xiao Mei and the others? With daily pickups and drop-offs. Won't they be easily spotted? That is a consideration for you. You won't let them take taxis to work or drop them off near the nightclub. Establishing a designated pickup point instead. When the target appears, you can drive over, monitor him, and act midway, or even at the nightclub entrance. I only care about the outcome. The process is not my concern. However, rat, I must remind you, this cannot fail. If it does, I will send you all to the black coal mines to dig. The rat did not react much to this ultimatum. He merely nodded. It won't fail. If one blow doesn't work, we'll just strike a few more times. There's nothing we cannot accomplish. Before coming here, everyone had prepared a fake ID. There will be no traces left behind. Ma Kuei's demeanor turned icy as he stated, I've said it before. I only need you to call me after you've captured him. Everything else is inconsequential. The rat was cautious by nature, though this caution seemed to wane when it came time to act, which was precisely why Ma Kuei had summoned him. The rat did not linger in the room for long before stepping out. Ma Kuei retrieved a beer from beneath the coffee table, opened it, and took a hearty swig. He believed the task could be accomplished, yet he also suspected that once it was done, these individuals might need to flee south for a while. Guangdong is a fine place, with pleasant weather and ample wealth. If necessary, they could gather some funds to open a bar in the south, sending Xiao Mei and her crew to work there, which would also be profitable. Furthermore, the Southerners tend to be wealthier, with savings and the 7 million, totaling nearly 30 million in capital. While a grand bar may be unattainable, surely opening a venue in Dongguan would be feasible. The administrative officer of the company is a woman under 30, with a particularly melodious name, Lu Zhihua. Upon encountering her resume, Cao Mo even believed she rivaled the icy beauty Su Wanyue. At 26, she has a 3-year-old daughter. Moreover, this woman is divorced and has no custody of her child. She came alone from Chongqing seeking employment. Previously, she worked at her husband's company, but after he cheated on her with a mistress, a woman of fiery temperament typical of the Sichuan-Chongqing region, divorced him, taking the money and the house, which she then rented out before coming to Haishur. The reason for selecting Lu Zhihua is her familiarity with the needs of an internet company's office decor, as her husband also operated in that field. Although Cao Mo intended for son Xiaohua to make the final decision, someone was still needed for the office layout and procurement. Thus, after reviewing her resume, he chose her. Additionally, her beauty would surely motivate the team to work harder. The finance department consists of a man named Yang Yang, while the cashier was chosen by Ning Hongwei. There is nothing to critique there, as anyone who understands basic accounting suffices. As for the accountant, Cao Mo did not require one since Yang Yang was sufficient. When Lu Zhihua arrived in Haishur, Cao Mo found her even more attractive in person than in her photographs, with a commendable demeanor. Skipping the pleasantries, this woman is indeed efficient and decisive in her work. After she and Yang Yang visited the new office building and requested the blueprints from the property management, they began discussing the renovation and zoning. After Cao Mo painted a simple design for the centralized office space, Lu Zhihua immediately expressed that such a desk would require customization. With a cheerful smile, Cao Mo reassured her that she only needed to oversee the decoration of the office area, leaving other spaces vacant until the technical personnel from the general manager arrived to tailor the design according to their specifications. Lu Zhihua's task was merely to establish the office area, relaxation zone, and water bar, while the other company regulations could be addressed by the administrative and financial departments individually. This hands-off approach was indeed quite refreshing. At Yang Yang's request, Cao Mo agreed to visit at least once a week for signatures and payments before leisurely descending the stairs to continue his reading at home. Another significant matter, however, required patience. If memory served correctly, a batch of counterfeit red wine was to be exposed in Haishur early next month, just before Christmas. This incident not only caused a certain young master to lose face, but also resulted in a financial loss of over 10 million. To make matters worse, the remaining red wine stored in the customs supervision warehouse was also counterfeit. According to news reports from his recollection, this batch was expected to arrive at the port by the end of this month. Hence, there was still time to wait. Through this event, it was highly probable that he could forge a friendship with this young master. In his previous life, someone remarked that had it not been for this incident, that young master's father would have been able to advance to a higher position in the capital. However, due to this debacle, those aspirations were utterly dashed. Coincidentally, Su Hao was also acquainted with this young master, and their relationship was relatively amicable, often indulging in drinks together. The distinction between them lay in the fact that while the young master engaged in romantic escapades discreetly, Su Hao did so openly. In particular, Su Hao had a penchant for married women. The thought of this made Cao Mo envious. In his previous life, although he was merely a delivery man, he too harbored similar inclinations. Chapter 58, Family Banquet. In the capital, Li Wei finished signing the documents that required his attention in the office, keeping in mind his father Li Wei's admonition about having dinner with the Lu family that evening. He was also aware that Lu Yujing would be attending. Since transferring to school in high school, Lu Yujing had been infatuated with him. This was understandable. Given their circumstances, he was quite handsome, and with wealth. His appeal naturally escalated exponentially. Yet, Lu Yujing merely expressed her affection, willing to hold hands or share a kiss. But any desire for deeper intimacy was out of the question. Lu Yujing's father, Lu Jiqiang, held a prominent position, having been transferred from Southern Province directly to the Planning Committee, which later transformed into the National Development and Reform Commission, where he now wielded considerable power. Li Beiwu, his own father, was not someone to be trifled with. Lu Jiqiang looked down upon him, and he was well aware of that. However, Lu Jiqiang's willingness to meet was due to the connections of his uncle and grandfather. The Li family, while not the most powerful in the political arena, boasted strength not only from his grandfather, but also from his uncles and his own father. Commanding influence in both political and business circles, one of the strongest families in the capital. He was willing to dine with Lu Jiqiang primarily due to his father's insistence. He dared not defy him. However, if a union with the Lu family were to be considered, he insisted on first securing a relationship with Lu Yujing. Otherwise, he would never agree. What if they were incompatible? Li Wei, like many men, harbored a certain lecherousness. Lu Yujing was aware, as was Lu Jiqiang. In fact, everyone knew, with the exception of Lu Yujing, who remained oblivious. Lu Jiqiang sought advancement, aspiring for the Li family's patriarch to speak favorably in crucial meetings, which could save him a decade of effort. As competition intensified at higher levels, ordinary individuals were hardly privy to such realities. He, being in the midst of it all, could hardly be unaware. With no son and only 2 daughters, he found himself lacking an heir. However, if these daughters could yield greater benefits, he was indifferent to whom they married. Dad, I just got off work. I'll take a shower and change clothes at the office, aiming to arrive on time. Li Wei proactively called his father to inform him, signaling for him to mention it to Uncle Lu to avoid any perceived rudeness later. It's fine. Why not check in with Lu Jing to see when she'll arrive? Li Wei Wu raplia calmly. Dad, we don't share the same route. Just make the call. Since she returned from her studies at the party school over 2 months ago and just started at her new job, you Haven T spent much time with her. I want to mention your past escapades, but from now on, behave yourself. Once you're married, I'll feel at ease. Li Wei involuntarily tugged at the corner of his mouth, understanding. I'll try to arrive early. He finally reached the hotel just after 7, where his father Li Wei was. Mother Zheng Qian and younger sister Li Zixin had already gathered in the private room. The Lu family had also arrived. With Lu Jiqiang and Li Wei was seated at the head of the table, Li Wei was flanked by his mother and sister, while Lu Jiqiang was accompanied by his wife Tang Yuling, Lu Yujing, and a rather aloof young lady. As Li Wei pushed open the door to enter the private room, his gaze immediately fell upon the strikingly beautiful yet cold-faced girl he had never seen before. Uncle Lu, Dad, my apologies for being late. Lu Jiqiang chuckled. It's all right. We just arrived a short while ago. Li Weiguo shot him a disapproving glance. Have a seat. Arriving late? Was I clear in asking you to hurry? Traffic was quite heavy. There were too many cars near the office. In truth, had he come directly after showering and changing clothes, he would not have been late. He merely wished to minimize the time spent dining. Li Wei took several gift boxes from the bag he carried. Uncle Lu, Aunt Tang. It's a pleasure to meet you both. I brought a few small gifts as a token of respect. He presented a silk scarf to Tang Yuling, a watch and a bottle of perfume to Lu Yujing and Lu Yushi respectively, while he brought nothing for Lu Jiqiang, as it seemed inappropriate. Seeing that he had indeed prepared something, Li Weiguo sighed in relief. Li Zixin, however, looked at him expectantly. What about me? Li Wei smiled and produced another bottle of perfume for his sister. How could I forget you? Only then did Li Zixin relent. From a moment he entered. Lu Jiqiang's family scrutinized him. Lu Yujing had liked him for many years, naturally regarding him with a different gaze, but since Li Wei's arrival, his attention had mostly been on Lu Jiqiang and subsequently on Lu Yushi. As for Lu Yujing, her aloof demeanor could be excused as an attempt not to appear overly obvious, yet he felt compelled to show warmth toward her family. After taking his seat, he appraised Lu Yushi. She was exquisitely attractive, with a delicate oval face that bore a cold expression, reminiscent of Tang Yuling. When she stood to accept the gifts, her figure was equally impressive, with a slender waist and a well-proportioned build. She was a bit shorter, perhaps just over 1.60 meters. However, that mattered little. Upon seeing Lu Yushi, an image suddenly flashed in his mind. A face equally frigid and distant, yet infinitely more alluring, both in form and features, completely eclipsing the young lady before him. Recently, he had been unable to reach Su Jinye, with no news to be found, and he was too busy to leave the capital. Oh well, if there was no opportunity, so be it. That Su Wanyue was simply too alluring. The allure of her presence was truly captivating, to the extent that merely contemplating it sparked a reaction within him. Dining, particularly in such a social setting, was inherently an unpleasant endeavor. Yet, this was the reality of their meals. The act of eating was not the objective. Everyone needed to partake in sustenance. Thus, Li Wei maintained his composure under Lu Yujing's gaze, responding to a barrage of questions posed by those across the table, all the while feeling a tempest of agitation within. His eyes repeatedly drifted towards Lu Yuqian's face. It was not until the meal concluded, and Lu Jiqiang announced his departure, citing the necessity of work the following day, that the dinner reached its end. Xiao Wei, why don't you escort Xiaojing home? Li Weiguo suggested, though the meaning behind his gaze eluded Li Wei. Lu Jiqiang merely nodded slightly, while Zheng Qian cheerfully interjected, Yu Qian, come with me. We'll take your father's car back. After exchanging pleasantries, the Li family descended the stairs to bid farewell to Lu Jiqiang, who was departing with his wife and daughter. Li Zixin, who had been largely silent during the meal, mainly as the parents had engaged in conversation, suddenly came to life. This gathering had been relatively formal. Indeed, it marked the first encounter between Zheng Qian and Li Wei. In the back seat, Zheng Qian observed Li Wei, noting his decent appearance. Yet she had heard rumors of his unsavory reputation. Lu Yuqian promptly retorted, "Mom, you flatter him. I've heard of more than 5 university students who ended up pregnant and had to terminate their pregnancies due to him." Lu Jiqiang was well aware of Li Wei's notorious reputation. Casting a glance at his youngest daughter in the passenger seat, he wondered if such remarks were appropriate for a young woman. Zheng Qian sighed, choosing to remain silent. In the capital, such matters were alarmingly commonplace. They were often mutual and subjective, devoid of clear right or wrong. She felt a sense of injustice for her daughter, but within their household, her voice held little sway. Ultimately, everything hinged on Lu Jiqiang's decisions. After a moment, she remarked, "Yu Qian, in the future, be sure to assess a man's character before becoming involved." Lu Yuqian huffed, asserting, "I will make my own choices." Lu Jiqiang remained silent, while Zheng Qian sighed once more. Chapter 59. Shally, are you heading back to your dorm or home? Once the Li family had departed, the first words Li Wei directed towards Li Zixin were inquiring about her destination. "Sister Jing, where do you wish to go for fun?" she asked, reaching for Lu Yujing's hand. Lu Yujing cast a glance at the tall and handsome Li Wei, her eyes reflecting a hint of admiration. As a well-behaved girl, she had always been drawn to boys like Li Wei, who exuded a charmingly rebellious spirit, yet came from a good family. During her high school years, his smoking, drinking, fighting, and romantic escapades had captivated her. Now that she had reached the age for marriage, Li Wei remained undeniably her favorite. I don't know. I need to go home soon," Lu Yujing replied, her gaze fixed on Li Wei. "We're not going anywhere. I'll just drop you both off. Then I have plans to meet friends for drinks," Li Wei stated plainly, turning down her suggestion. The sparkle in Lu Yujing's eyes dimmed, but she still smiled at Li Zixin, saying, "Your brother's other plans. How about we go watch a movie?" Li Zixin looked up at Li Wei, "Brother, are you going to a bar? Sister Jing and I could join. You do your thing, and we'll enjoy ourselves." Li Wei scoffed, "Even though it's dark. Don't get your hopes up. Bars are not suitable places for respectable women. Either go home, or I'll take you back to school. It's going to snow tomorrow, and the temperature will drop tonight. You both should head home. My destination isn't appropriate for you." While he wanted to take Lu Yujing to a hotel, he was acutely aware that she would never agree to it. He preferred to drop them off at home and then go out for drinks. 2 nights prior, Cao Mo had mentioned a girl from the northeast at the moonlit flower venue, boasting an impressive figure and looks. Moreover, if needed, she could summon a few fellow townsfolk to join in their revelry. Those women were undoubtedly well-trained, with an indescribable flexibility that promised immense pleasure. The thought alone was tantalizing. Gazing at Lu Yujing, he felt the frustration of wanting what he could not possess. Coupled with the contrasting images of Lu Yuqian and the enchanting allure of Su Wanyu, he was driven to seek an outlet for his pent-up desires. "You needn't worry. Sister Jing and I can go to karaoke bar, enjoy some music, sip on red wine, and then head home," Li Zixin retorted, somewhat displeased. She held a fondness for Lu Yujing. Personality-wise, they were polar opposites. She was both conservative and open, while Lu Yujing was steadfastly traditional. This had nothing to do with a love for adventure. With favorable family backgrounds and personal attributes, why shouldn't they be allowed to enjoy life? After all, their lineage commanded respect, and in the capital, few dared to cross them. Li Wei chuckled, observing Lu Yujing's lowered gaze, and pulled her closer, gripping her chin and leaning down to plant a heavy kiss on her lips. In that moment, he thought to himself, "So what if I'm a scoundrel? A taste is still a taste." Li Zixin was taken aback, while Lu Yujing remained utterly stunned. After releasing her, he suggested, "Let's part ways here. You do your thing, and I'll do mine. We can pretend we don't know each other to avoid any discomfort." "Brother, are you even human?" After Li Zixin finally voiced her thoughts, Lu Yujing grasped her hand and turned to leave. Li Wei stood there, amusement on his face, pulling out his phone to call Su Jinya again, only to receive the same response. The line was unavailable. With a grunt, he dialed Cao Mo, and after arranging a time, he got into his car. Cao Mo, clutching his phone, stared at the number for Song Yanbin, the young heir from Heir. That Su Hao had sent him, feeling a surge of indecision. He had acquired the number, yet he was uncertain when the shipment of liquor would arrive at the port. Heir was currently the most desirable location in the country, a status it had maintained for at least 3 decades. He struggled to comprehend the mindset of the youth in Heir, an issue perhaps stemming from his past life experiences, having always existed at the fringes of society. To those who considered themselves part of the upper echelons, he was hardly worth a glance. Socialites and bourgeoisie were of little concern to him. Making money was his primary focus. He estimated that by the end of the month, things should be close to sorted. But he feared that he might not have enough time, and perhaps the shipment had already arrived, yet Song Yanbin was delaying its release. Christmas, for university students, for young couples, and for the youth of Haishur, was undoubtedly a significant holiday. He remained undecided, contemplating whether to wait a little longer. As for Su Hao's inquiries about his absence from Jinbong Building, even Su Wenyu had mentioned that it had been quite a while since they last saw him. He offered brief replies, stating he had been busy securing funds for the company and attending to several other matters. He believed his responses were adequate. Yet Su Hao interpreted them as signs that Su Wenyu may have displeased Cao Mo Xiaoli, whose real name was Li Chunli, was the most fortunate among Xiaomei's group in terms of innate qualities. At 9 o'clock, upon her arrival at the venue, she learned that young Master Tao was waiting for her in the private box above. Young Master Tao is well known to her. They have met twice, and she has served him on both occasions. She feels quite pleased, for young Master Tao possesses remarkable stamina, and most importantly, he is exceedingly generous with his payments. Over the course of those two encounters, she has earned nearly 8,000 yuan, inclusive of commission on consumption and generous tips from young Master Tao. For the third meeting, she invited her friend Xiao Mei and a few others to join. And that night, in the largest private room, was truly delightful. That evening alone, she earned 20,000 yuan just from drink commissions, not to mention additional income. She reflects on the current state of affairs, feeling that it is remarkably favorable. Making money seems effortless. So much so that she feels her past life in the Northeast was a sheer waste of time. After changing her outfit in the dressing room, she ascends to the third floor, clutching her small bag. The largest private room, naturally, is room 39, as 9 is the highest number. Young Master Tao always opts for this room. Upon pushing the door open, she finds young Master Tao and two other young men seated, engaged in conversation over beers. Young Master Tao, she calls out softly, placing her bag down before gliding over to sit beside him. Her attire is intentionally chosen for ease of access, with the top two buttons of her white shirt undone and a very short skirt adorning her legs. Young Master Tao wraps an arm around her waist, while his other hand begins to explore. "Call your sisters over. Let us have a grand time tonight," he suggests. Xiaoli feigns shyness, playfully resisting his advances, but young Master, "There are others here." Her eyes scan the other young men. Regrettably, none of them are the person she is keenly watching for. Her bashfulness goes unnoticed. The two men chuckle, sipping their beers, seemingly unfazed as they watch young Master Tao's hands wander. "We have a total of 6 sisters," she breathes, her voice barely above a whisper, yet sufficiently audible. Young Master Tao laughs heartily. "No worries, there are plenty of us tonight. Li Wei will be bringing a few more over shortly." Xiaoli's heart skips a beat. Chapter 60 confirms it. Li Wei. That name resonates, though she wonders if it is indeed the same individual. Perhaps there exists another Li Wei? She extricates herself from young Master Tao's embrace, stating, "I'll call Xiao Mei and the others to come over." After a moment, she shyly inquires, "Is that Li Gongzi as formidable as you, young Master Tao? If so, my sisters and I might struggle to accommodate." As she speaks, she stands to retrieve her bag. Young Master Tao playfully smacks her behind, yet he does not answer her question. The other two men can hardly contain their laughter. In their 20s, nearing 30, who among them lack stamina? They have undoubtedly entertained countless women, but to truly let loose, one must venture into this line of work. Xiaoli's heart races, enough to leave her breathless. If it is indeed that Li Wei, the first to make the call, stands to gain a handsome sum. This was something Sister Xiao Mei mentioned just days ago, though the money would not come from her directly. Xiao Mei has even reached out to contacts back home, urging them to test the waters in the south. If profits are promising, they could all venture southward together to seek fortune once their current affairs are settled. She lingers by the door, extending her hand to pull it open, ensuring young Master Tao sees she is not left. The call takes merely a few minutes. They are able to communicate swiftly. After finishing the call, she re-enters, taking her place beside young Master Tao, her phone resting on the coffee table. He, however, playfully smacks her leg clad in stockings and urges, "Bend down for them to see." Previously, they had been skeptical of her sister's prowess. Xiaoli promptly rises, approaching the coffee table without removing her high heels, bending backward at a relatively slow pace. To the astonishment of the two men, she manages to grasp the heel of her shoe. After maintaining the position for several seconds, she braces herself on the ground, performing a backflip before standing upright and clapping her hands. She hears applause. Truly, she must have practiced this. One of the men remarks, "Xiaoli, right? Weren't you part of a dance troupe?" Xiaoli smiles. "Indeed, gentlemen, I was. I'll go wash my hands," she adds, heading toward the restroom. Although there is one within the private room, she prefers to step outside. Young Master Tao interjects, "No need. There's a restroom here. Wash your hands and come back to drink. Once your sisters arrive, put on a show for us." Xiaoli chuckles, I think I'll use the restroom outside. And perhaps check on them to see when they LL arrive. Facing you three alone is a bit daunting. Indeed it is, regardless of young Master Tao's demeanor. The other two men, though silent, clearly exhibit anticipation for her companions. The restroom is located midway down the corridor. This floor features only 3 vast private rooms, with surprisingly soundproof walls. At this hour, it is still relatively early, barely before 10. Although patrons are present, they are from the lower floors. She can even faintly hear the sound of singing. Li Wei parks his car and ascends directly to the lounge. Today, he is unaccompanied by bodyguards. Typically, he does not have them nearby, especially tonight as he dined with family, rendering their presence unnecessary. Moreover, he has been without incident for over a year with them by his side. However, due to the nature of the evening involving drinks and women, he does call his bodyguards, instructing them to arrive around midnight for his return. As he walks through, a woman approaches, her white shirt slightly disheveled, appearing to be a server. Yet she also has the air of a hostess. Upon noticing him, she glances up, then bows her head slightly, murmuring, "Good evening, sir." Li ignores her. Continuing past a room 999, Xiaoli instantly recognizes him the moment she sees him. He is indeed the man from the photograph. Tall and undeniably handsome, though his eyes carry a hint of aloofness. I must call. However, my phone remains in the private room. As she washes her hands, Xiaoli contemplates her next steps. After drying her hands with a few paper towels, she adjusts her attire and heads toward the private room. Pushing the door open, she is unsurprised to find Li Wei already seated, a cigarette lit. Young Master Tao is pouring him a drink. As she enters, young Master Tao chuckles, "Xiaoli, why not call your sisters to see when they LL arrive? Young Master Li is already here. I didn't invite any other ladies tonight. You understand my meaning, don't you?" Xiaoli quickly bows, "Good evening, young Master Li. I apologize. I will call them right away." She bends to grab her phone from the coffee table, then turns and exits. Indeed, she makes calls to each of them, but her first call is to Heise. "Young Master Li is already here. What is taking you all so long?" "Xiaoli? What did you say?" "I said, young Master Li has arrived. How long until you all get here?" "Are you sure it's the same person from the photo?" Indeed, young Master Tao has extended an invitation, clearly indicating his affluent status. "The potential earnings for tonight hinge upon your efficiency." After speaking, she called Cao Mo and proceeded to contact others one by one. Before returning to the private room, she deleted her call history with the rat. The rest was inconsequential. They would soon meet. When Cao Mo entered, she was clad in a lightweight down jacket, which she promptly discarded upon arrival, placing her bag down before bowing to introduce herself to the 4 gentlemen in the room. Hardly 3 minutes passed before the door opened again. Within the next 5 minutes, everyone Cao Mo had brought from the northeast had arrived. Cao Mo and Xiaoli accompanied Li Wei and Tao Xiaoming, while Huahua sat on the opposite side, effectively pairing Cao Mo and Huahua with Li Wei. The remaining individual began selecting songs, inquiring about everyone's preferences while simultaneously placing orders on stage. The table was laden with drinks, fruit, and seeds, creating an atmosphere that appeared entirely normal. However, when Xiaoli made her call, Cao Mo was in the rat's car. The two of them were uncertain about the veracity of Xiaoli's claims, necessitating Cao Mo's confirmation within half an hour. Currently, 6 vehicles were stationed near the club, no further than 100 meters away, all parked along the roadside, ensuring that no matter where Li Wei exited, he could not evade their gaze. Moreover, the affair would not conclude until after midnight. At exactly 11 o'clock, the well-endowed Huahua had already attended to Li Wei in the restroom. After he washed his hands and emerged, Cao Mo had gone to the restroom to confirm with the rat. It was indeed him, although she did not know his license plate. The rat grinned, saying, "No worries, just carry on with your work as usual after your shift. You can find your own way home." After Cao Mo ended the call, the rat contacted Taiju. "Brother Taiju, Cao Mo has confirmed it is Li Wei." Chapter 61. That is indeed Li Wei. Li Wei's bodyguards arrived promptly, within 10 minutes of Cao Mo managing to make her call. As their vehicles pulled into the parking lot, snowflakes began to fall from the sky, heralding the year's first snowfall. They descended like delicate white silk from the night sky, reflecting hues of white and yellow under the glow of the lights. "Rat, tonight is the night." Tieju's voice resonated through the phone. "I have arranged 2 vehicles to assist you. Once you succeed, head straight to Jinggang City, and I will provide you with the exact address en route. After your people arrive, we'll stage an accident behind you to block the road, and once you reach Jinggang City, call me." Sitting in the car, the rat gazed at the snowflakes falling outside. "All right, after delivering the people tonight, we'll abandon the cars there and head back to the northeast." After hanging up, the rat took a drag from his cigarette and addressed his companion in the passenger seat. According to the information, Li Wei has bodyguards. He will undoubtedly be drinking upstairs, so his bodyguards must be waiting in the parking lot, or they have a prearranged time. Cao Mo interjected, "There are 4 men upstairs. If each has a bodyguard to escort them, it could complicate our efforts." "Brother, it's not that complicated. What to say, bodyguard? They can be dealt with swiftly. The rat retorted. Stop talking nonsense. This isn't our hometown. Killing is absolutely out of the question. Let us have them come over and discuss it together. Time crawled for Cao Mo, as well as for the rat and Li Wei's bodyguards waiting outside. One side was in torment, while the others were merely uncomfortable in their waiting. Lu Yujing and Li Zixin were enjoying drinks at a music bar, blissfully unaware of the snowfall outside. The band on stage played melodious tunes, and the guitarist, despite his deliberately tattered sweater, exuded charm. The two girls chatted and giggled, occasionally stifling their laughter and delight. Meanwhile, the rat observed at least 7 or 8 cars in the parking lot, their exhaust pipes emitting steam, yet no one had exited, indicating they were there to wait for someone. However, they still could not ascertain which vehicle housed Li Wei's bodyguards. Just past midnight, chaos erupted in box 999, where Cao Mo and Xiaoli took turns cleaning themselves in the restroom. They muttered curses under their breath at the wealthy young man who had treated them as mere objects, their bodies marred with bruises from the evening's encounters, some actions leaving them utterly disgusted. Perhaps, in the eyes of these men, they were not even worthy of being considered as mere outlets for release. Their only redeeming quality was their willingness to pay generously. The men, however, could simply wash their faces and reappear looking pristine. Once the men in the private room departed and the door closed, Cao Mo took out her phone, sent a brief message, and then deleted it. They've just left, she reported. The rat glanced at the message before discarding his cigarette, but forward this to everyone. Once they emerge, keep an eye on which car they take, follow them, and find a place to force them to stop and apprehend them. No talking, and avoid revealing any accents. Li Wei did not exit immediately. After coming down with Tao Xiaoming and the others, he made calls to their respective bodyguards on the first floor. This habit not only reassured them, but also alleviated their families' concerns about potential mishaps during their revelries. Soon, several individuals emerged from the vehicles in the parking lot, entered the building, and quickly exited again. After greeting each other, Tao Xiaoming climbed into a bodyguard's car, while Li Wei followed suit, accompanied by his 2 bodyguards as they descended the steps. It really is snowing. Li Wei remarked, Chigarette in mouth. Have you all come to drive my car back tomorrow? Yes, young master. Where to now? Not home. Let's head to the hotel. Understood, young master. The roads were slippery from the snow, and although traffic was light, it would take approximately half an hour to arrive. He referred to the Li family's hotel. Li Bei nudda silanli. As soon as he got into the car, he tossed the car keys to the bodyguard in the front seat and settled into the back to rest. He was unconcerned about having only 2 bodyguards with him that night. The Mercedes glided slowly down the nearly deserted streets, and as Li Wei closed his eyes, a wave of exhaustion washed over him. The layer of snow on the road was shallow, minimally affecting speed, but was not entirely negligible. The bodyguard maintained a cautious speed, especially since the young master was resting in the back. As a car overtook them on the left, the driver remained oblivious. At that moment, vehicles were present in the rear, left, and right lanes, albeit traveling at different speeds. Suddenly, the car on the left veered towards the Mercedes, seemingly under control, but it slid diagonally towards them. The bodyguard lightly tapped the brakes, but refrained from hard braking, wary of the vehicle behind. When the 2 cars collided, Li Wei jolted awake from the noise. He had just fallen asleep and was instantly irritable. However, he sensed that his vehicle was also losing traction. Watching the car slide sideways in front of him, he suppressed his anger and growled, "Give them some money and let them scram." No sooner had he spoken than bang. The car jolted violently from being rear-ended. Just as Li Wei was about to express his frustration, the bodyguard in front interjected, "Wait, the car behind us didn't T-brake." The bodyguard opened the door to exit, and in an instant, 6 or 7 people surrounded them as the doors of both the front and rear vehicles swung open. There were no words exchanged, only the palpable tension in the air. As a rat emerged from the vehicle, he grasped a wrench purchased from a hardware store, while others similarly clutched various items. Li Wei was entirely awake, yet he remained motionless in the back seat, oblivious to the objects in the hands of his assailants. When 2 bodyguards were abruptly tackled to the ground, both front doors of the car were ajar, causing Li Wei to gasp in shock. Without uttering a word, his instinctive reaction was to lock the doors. Unfortunately, the front driver's side and passenger doors had not been secured, rendering the locks inoperable. He hastily retrieved his phone to call for help, but time was not on his side. The door was yanked open, and he was violently pulled from the car. He had not even had the chance to discern the faces of his attackers before they sprayed pepper spray directly into his eyes. "On my eyes. Damn it. Do you know who I am to dare lay hands on me?" However, no one responded, as the bodyguards had already been rendered silent. When a dozen assailants confronted 3 individuals, armed with weapons, resistance was futile. Soon enough, the bodyguards were rendered unconscious, their mouths and noses covered with towels, and all their belongings, including phones and wallets, were seized. After being dragged out, Li Wei clutched his eyes cursing incessantly, but his voice soon faded. After being incapacitated, a bag was placed over his head, and his limbs were bound before being unceremoniously tossed into the trunk. The execution of these actions was remarkably smooth, indicating that it had been performed many times before. The three vehicles accelerated away, while the rat and Taiju blocked all lanes to maintain a steady speed. Despite the late hour, traffic was not entirely absent. However, the vehicles behind could not overtake. Scrapes and scuffles were of little concern, especially on this snowy night past midnight. 20 minutes later, the lead trio of vehicles had turned around, heading east towards the city center, soon followed by another 5 cars. Due to the late hour and falling snow, they did not reach the port until after 4 a.m. Ma Kuei, accompanied by his men, had 6 brand-new cars awaiting them. Upon glancing at the MMS photos sent to him, Hu Wuxuang immediately recognized the figure bound like a silkworm cocoon, Li Wei, lying motionless in the trunk. He was unmistakably Li Wei. After months of searching for the right opportunity between Beijing and Tianjin, he had ultimately chosen the latter. Having scrutinized Li Wei's photograph countless times, he was certain. "Which dock are you at?" Hu Wuxuang inquired over the phone after confirming the identity. "I'll send 2 individuals to drive over for immediate verification and payment." Ma Kuei relayed the precise location after hearing Hu Wuxuang's voice. "Good. I'll await your arrival." Chapter 62. Poison upon poison. Ma Kuei was not entirely convinced that the other party would promptly settle the remaining payment. He instructed Taiju to count the cash amount, warning him to alert him immediately if anything seemed amiss. He then brought the remaining men along. 3 vehicles were left on site, while the other 5 were parked at a distance, with the personnel hiding nearby. What he did not anticipate was that a person like Hu Wuxuang was less concerned about the money and more focused on the successful completion of the task. Within 20 minutes, a local business vehicle arrived. 2 masked individuals emerged, their ages indeterminate, and they immediately opened all the car doors, pulling out several large bags and tossing them onto the ground. Taiju approached them as they walked over. "Where is he?" he inquired, his Mandarin impeccable, leaving Taiju unable to ascertain their origin. "Where's the money?" he asked, hands tucked into his pockets, his fingers adorned with brass knuckles, ready for a confrontation. To his surprise, the individuals merely pointed to the bags on the ground. 7 million, all cash, you may begin counting. This cash had been withdrawn in increments over time, arranged to be driven from Haishur. The previous 3 million had been withdrawn under the pretext of paying a contractor. Taiju nodded, and his subordinates promptly moved to retrieve the bags for inspection. Under the beam of a flashlight, the sight of bundles of cash was visually striking. They meticulously opened and checked each one. Taiju remained vigilant. The 2 men paid no mind to the process, fixated instead on Taiju. "Where is he?" they pressed. Taiju turned, opening the trunk of the vehicle behind him to reveal Li Wei, still unconscious. "He should be waking soon," Taiju noted, glancing at the time. He had at most half an hour before Li Wei regained consciousness. One of his men approached, pulling a bottle and towel from his pocket, dousing the towel with liquid before covering Li Wei's mouth and nose once more. After 7 or 8 seconds, he withdrew his hand, stowing the towel back in his pocket and stepping aside. The 2 individuals delivering the money took out their phones to photograph the scene, then turned to ask, "Can we keep this vehicle?" Taiju shook his head. "No." He watched as his men used knives to slice open the bundled cash, inspecting it for authenticity. The entire process took nearly half an hour, with everyone waiting in anticipation. "Boss, the amount is correct, and all the bills are genuine. There are 7 bags, each containing 1 million. Taiju directed his subordinates to transfer the individual to the opposite vehicle. He turned back to the 2 men delivering the money, stating, "The transaction is concluded. We part ways now." The 2 men observed as those carrying the cash loaded it into the trunk and drove away before returning to their vehicle. Immediately afterward, they donned plastic gloves. One retrieved a plastic bag, while the other produced a sheet of aluminum foil, pouring the white powder onto it and igniting it with a lighter. In no time, the powder melted into liquid. One of them opened a box, extracted a syringe, and drew up 20 milliliters of the liquid. The other pried open Li Wei's eyelid under the flashlight, examining his pupils, then drew a knife to cut the ropes binding Li Wei, rolling up his sleeves to reveal a Sony T4 camera, and began taking photographs of Li Wei's entire body, face, clothing, and arms. Subsequently, he injected the liquid into Li Wei's vein. The photography concluded, and the 2 men ceased their conversation, dragging Li Wei from the vehicle and discarding him by the roadside after robbing him clean, covering his body with a cotton coat. The aluminum foil, syringe, and remaining liquid were disposed of in the ditch by the roadside. As per Hu Yi's explicit instructions, to leave this clue for the police to discover Li Wei's drug use. Whether the snow would obscure the evidence was of no concern to them. The vehicle turned around and sped away. The light snow continued to fall undeterred. 20 minutes later, At another dock, Ma Kuei beamed at Taiju, tossing him 50,000 yuan. Well done. Take 2 men back to Beijing. Have Xiao Mei and the others get new phones, and then return leisurely. No rush, understand? Taiju nodded. As for the rented vehicle, push it into the sea. Taiju, just drive the car back. Ma Kuei continued with his arrangements. Rat, you, and the others drive straight back. The rat acknowledged, leading his team to push the vehicle into the sea before turning to board their own car. In Beijing, the police received the emergency call at 12:27 a.m., arriving on the scene by 12:43 a.m., only to discover 2 bodyguards, bloodied and nearly frozen, lying on the ground. At 1 o'clock in the dead of night, 2 bodyguards were rushed to the hospital. As news began to spread following the inquiry into the license plate number, Li Weiguo arrived at the police station at 1:30. Regrettably, due to the snowfall, although there were cameras at the intersection, they were unable to provide clarity and no one could ascertain which vehicle was involved. The bodyguards had not even caught sight of the license plate of the other vehicle. In the not-so-distant Jinggang city, Li Wei, who was supposed to remain unconscious for 2 hours, had not awakened due to the similar central nervous system suppression effects of methamphetamine and the sedative. It was not until the morning when the guard at the freight department ventured out to clear the snow that he stumbled upon Li Wei and promptly called the police while dragging him back to place him by the heater. The Jinggang police swiftly arrived at the freight department, transporting him directly to the hospital and subsequently notifying the Beijing police after verifying his appearance and information. Thus, the ordeal of Li Wei's abduction came to a close, but he did not regain consciousness until the afternoon of that day. However, he found himself unable to move or speak. The sedative and the virus had severely damaged a portion of his nervous system. Li Weiguo and Tang Ling braved the snow to reach Jinggang Hospital, accompanied by the Beijing police and his 2 bodyguards. The snow had fallen throughout the day, albeit lightly, insufficient to obscure the traces left on the road outside the small freight department. Yet, by the time the situation was clarified, the road had already been traversed by countless freight vehicles, obliterating all traces. Following the case registration, even the police held no illusions about solving the case. Boss, the matter is settled, Hu Wushuang said, seated in the waiting lounge as he called Su Zhenbong, informing him that he would arrive in Haisher that evening. He refrained from divulging any details over the phone, and Su Zhenbong did not inquire further. All right, once it's done, come back, Su Zhenbong replied. What time is your flight? I will arrange for someone to pick you up. No need, it's already arranged. I'll explain everything in person tonight. Very well. I'll be waiting at home for you. After hanging up, Su Zhenbong smiled for a while in his expansive chairman's office before gradually composing himself. Approaching the floor-to-ceiling window, he gazed at the confluence of rivers and softly murmured, "No one can harm the children of Su Zhenbong without facing consequences." However, he felt it necessary to send someone to further investigate the situation. Perhaps it would be prudent to discuss a project with the Li family from Beijing. Standing before the window, he pondered for a long while before turning to pick up his phone and dial Su Hao. Do you have any interest in the gaming industry? I intend to send you to Beijing to collaborate with the second branch of the Li family. The youngest son of the second branch, Li Zhiyong, had established a small gaming company. Your task would be to partner with him and invest some capital. Even if it ends in loss, it matters not. We can discuss the specifics when you return home tonight. Su Hao hesitated for a moment before responding, Dad, shouldn't that investment matter be handled by my sister? Chapter 63. Choosing an industry is essentially choosing an adversary. After the housekeeper brought in the meal, she returned to the kitchen to eat by herself. With only 3 people in the house, it felt rather desolate. However, both Su Hao and Su Wanyue had long since grown accustomed to it. With Su Zhenbong seated at the head of the table, flanked by his 2 children. After receiving a piece of news that morning, Su Zhenbong swallowed his food and remarked, "It seems the Ministry of Information Industry is about to introduce a policy. The core regions of the IT industry domestically are either Beijing or the Guangdong and Shenzhen areas. There are hardly any robust companies in between. Wanyue, keep an eye on this industry in the coming period. If there are promising companies, we can invest some capital." Su Wanyue merely nodded in acknowledgement. Su Hao then asked, "Dad, you mentioned wanting to collaborate with the Li family from Beijing?" Hearing those 4 words, Su Wanyue immediately halted her chopsticks and looked up at her father, Su Zhenbong. Why pass up a chance to make money? Moreover, Li Zhiyong's company is not substantial. Investing a bit and establishing a connection with the Li family would be beneficial. Su Wanyue slowly chewed her food. How could he propose collaboration with the Li family from Beijing? Did he not know about Li Wei's situation? Cao Mo had made it quite clear. Why did her father say such a thing? Could it be that the gaming industry was genuinely that lucrative? The image of NetEase's resurgence through Journey to the West flashed in her mind. Even if NetEase's financial reports had become considerably more appealing and their stock prices had risen, that was in the American market, and it did not imply that Li Zhiyong's game would also yield profits. Su Hao glanced at his sister, who was still eating, then turned his gaze back to their father. Dad, why the Li family? Su Jinbong chuckled lightly. It's not absolutely necessary to collaborate with the Li family. The Tencent company in Shenzhen certainly does not require any investment. Their current games are quite profitable. I have also been contemplating what Cao Mo thinks about the future of the gaming industry or the IT sector. Su Wanhua lifted her teacup and took a small sip. Isn't he the one who invested in a company? Isn't Jinbong Group holding a 5 stake? Of course I know about that. It was your brother who discussed it with Cao Mo. I did not oppose it, since Cao Mo is optimistic about this industry. I hope we can also stir the pot a bit. Su Hao chimed in, rest assured, Dad, there is still time. Cao Mo mentioned to me that the future of the internet industry is crucial. However, it is still in the accumulation phase, and it will not explode for at least another 4 to 5 years, so he is not in a rush either. The matter with Xuanxi technology is progressing slowly. He shows no signs of impatience. Su Jinbong smiled. Let us eat. We can discuss it further after the meal. I am eager to hear your thoughts. Su Hao stole another glance at his father's expression, noticing the persistent smile on his face, which puzzled him. Yet he restrained himself from asking directly. After finishing their meal, Su Jinbong beckoned his children to the living room. Once seated with tea brewed, he lit a cigarette while Su Wanhua, somewhat disdainful, sat at the far end. Su Jinbong inquired, has Cao Mo been in touch with either of you lately? Su Hao replied, no. He seems to have been busy with company recruitment matters. I haven't probed, and besides, he made it clear from the start that I need not be involved. That small stake was merely his generosity. Otherwise, he might have just registered a studio. Su Wanhua added, no contact at all, not even a phone call. Su Senban chuckled, feeling inexplicably cheerful today, and decided to share some insights gleaned from his decades of experience. Su Hao paused for a moment before laughing. Dad, is there good news? You've never shared your insights with us like this before. I still remember how you would return home after being out, eat, and then sleep. My sister and I often felt like orphans. Su Wanhua loret hergaze, maintaining hersidenge. Su Jinbong nodded, chuckling. If I weren't out there striving, you would hardly be able to call yourselves orphans. After laughing, he sighed. Previously, I mentioned wanting to enter the gaming industry. It wasn't because I personally wish to delve into it, but rather because we lack any experience in this new technology sector. Cao Mo's statement that there is nothing new under the sun is well known, but the latter half of that saying is truly classic. New channels, new technologies, and new tools. In the past, making money depended on people. Later, it relied on connections. Now, it hinges on technology. You both understand these nuances better than I do, so I want to elaborate further. I hold a firm belief in the significance of innovative technologies, novel channels, and tools, which is why I intend to engage in this endeavor. The prospect of financial gain is secondary. The paramount objective is to penetrate this industry, ensuring that it is not one in which everyone is already participating. It is crucial to comprehend the nature of the individuals one will encounter upon entering a new field. Decades ago, when I ventured into the river sand business with a group, my only awareness was that it could be lucrative. The reality, however, was about discerning which formidable competitor we could outmaneuver. What insights can you glean from this statement? Su Hao shook his head. Su Wanhua pondered for a moment before responding. To know oneself and one's adversary? Su Jinbang countered, not quite. To put it simply, selecting an industry is essentially about choosing one's opponents. Later, when we delved into construction materials and real estate, what did you face during your last bidding for land? Well, was it not the other companies bidding alongside you? Understanding who your competitors are is essential before entering. It is not a matter of discovering them afterward. This insight is a synthesis of my experiences over the past few decades. While not a classic adage, it serves as a critical reminder for those lacking capital, connections, and resources. Should one not first assess the likelihood of defeating their rivals? Su Hao slapped his thigh, exclaiming, Father, you are absolutely right. Su Wanhua shot him a disdainful glance, remarking, flatterer. Su Hao laughed heartily. I am merely praising our father. There is no shame in that. Su Jinbang chuckled and waved his hand. I have familiarized myself with the gaming industry. There are companies of all sizes. Yet the major players are fundamentally just 3 or 4. NetEase, Tencent, Shanda, and Zishanju. The market is vast, and I wish to explore it, albeit not by charging in head first. We must leverage our connections. Su Hao furrowed his brow, instinctively reaching for a cigarette from his pocket. Father, why the Li family from the capital? Su Wanhua replied coolly. The existing large, reputable gaming companies are neither short of funds nor development talent. Not to mention their substantial market shares of well-known games. Would you propose a partnership to them? I fear they would not even acknowledge you. Su Jinbang shook his head, not entirely. The Jinbang Group is financially stable, yet not without risks. Thus, our approach is not one of investment, but of allegiance. We need the backing of the power elite in the capital. This is akin to my agreement to collaborate with Cao Mo, albeit he is leveraging the name of Jinbang. But why? Su Hao inquired, igniting his cigarette. A moment of silence enveloped the spacious living room before Su Hao's voice broke through. Father, why the Li family? Is there no alternative? His tone was soft, tinged with confusion. A few months ago, my sister and I nearly encountered disaster, and it was related to the Li family, was it not? Suan YQS expression shifted, hadiating a shirinyoha. Susemban stativ kamli. I need you to establish a connection with Li Ji Yong from the second branch of the Li family. Su Hao remained silent for a moment before continuing. Setting aside our youthful relationships, even from a corporate perspective, the resources and connections within the political and business spheres should ensure that, even if the company faces challenges, they will not be insurmountable. In fact, he flicked the ash from his cigarette. Even if I were to abandon the Zhenbang group now, I possess sufficient funds to make a comeback. I'm still young, am I not, father? Su Wanyu could not fathom why the conversation had suddenly veered toward a sense of impending collapse. Su Zhenbang remarked, there are trust funds in place, so you need not worry about your livelihoods, but after that incident, I have come to realize another truth. He lifted his teacup, took a sip, then set it down, the porcelain clinking delicately. Even though I can accomplish anything in Haishur, we remain vulnerable when confronted by individuals from the center of power in the capital. Is that not the case? After Li Wei regained consciousness, he was sent back to the capital. Tang Ling was in a state of distress, weeping uncontrollably to the point of being unable to stand. Li Wei Guo was equally furious, erupting in rage. Upon returning to the capital, his first act was to summon the two unfortunate bodyguards to inquire about the entire sequence of events. Third Master, after the collision occurred, I realized they were intentional. But it was too late, one bodyguard reported. Did you not see the license plate? Li Wei Guo asked sternly. No, there was no opportunity. When the car behind struck us, we opened the doors to exit and warn Wei Xiao. But as soon as we opened the door, they lunged at us without uttering a single word. I did not even witness what happened to Wei Xiao inside the car before I was knocked unconscious. The bodyguard, his head bandaged, wore a look of indignation. Having worked as a bodyguard for the Li family for nearly 3 years, he knew that if he were to betray them, the opportunities were plentiful. The road surveillance footage had been reviewed, revealing numerous suspicious vehicles, and the police had begun contacting the owners for investigation. It must be noted that power is quite useful at such times. All vehicles that passed along that route between midnight and 1 a.m. were investigated. Among those leaving the capital, only 14 vehicles were identified. Each of these vehicles was headed in different directions. Some were returning from meetings the following day, while others had legitimate reasons for their return. Among them were both company vehicles and private cars, as well as rentals. Notably, 6 vehicles were rented in the capital, with their destinations remaining unknown. To date, there has been no information regarding them. Li Wei Guo instinctively believed that the individuals responsible for his son's plight were connected to those 6 vehicles. Unbeknownst to him, those 6 vehicles had been submerged at sea. While they could potentially be spotted in clear weather, no news had emerged thus far. Last night, Tao Xiaoming and 2 others who had mingled with Li Wei had been contacted, and Li Wei Guo was present during their police statements. There were no indications linking them to the incident. The club entrance was not devoid of surveillance, and everything appeared to be in order. At least, it seemed normal. Before getting into the vehicle, Tao Xiaoming had entered the car with his family's bodyguard and left. The other 2 departed a full 20 minutes after Li Wei had entered his vehicle, and they drove away themselves. A subsequent vehicular collision occurred on their return journey, but they were released from the detention center within 2 hours after being picked up by their families. As for the hostesses who accompanied them, he did not suspect any wrongdoing. They were merely working and could not have dared to act against him, especially since they did not even know his son and were meeting him for the first time. Even the vehicles passing by on the street outside the parking lot exhibited no abnormalities, particularly given that the surveillance was positioned at a considerable distance. Regardless, should the police truly wish to solve this case, they would not overlook any leads, and every necessary inquiry would be made. Moreover, their efficiency was commendable. Yet there remained no results or clues. What Li Wei Guo could not comprehend was why it was his son who bore the brunt of this misfortune. Another perplexity lingered in his mind. Why had they not demanded a ransom after abducting his son? Blood tests revealed traces of methamphetamine in his son's system, along with injection marks on his arm. This was highly improbable for his son, who, despite his penchant for reckless behavior, had always steered clear of drugs and gambling. His meticulously nurtured son was now utterly ruined. This was clearly an act of vengeance. It was a vendetta that would not attract undue attention from the police, as it was not a homicide. Thus, the third inquiry arises: at what point did the son offend someone? Subsequently, the fourth question follows: what shall become of this vast family estate now that the son is incapacitated? Must it be handed over to the elder brother? Or perhaps to the second brother? According to the father's customary line of thinking, this estate undoubtedly belongs to the Li family, regardless of whether it is inherited by Li Wei. Now that Li Wei is incapacitated, he cannot safeguard this inheritance. But on what grounds? Tang Ling continues to weep. and their daughter, Li Zixin, is also in tears. In their eyes lies a profound confusion and helplessness, accompanied by a glimmer of hope when they gaze upon themselves. Li Weiguo lights another cigarette, taking a deep drag. It is true that his son is indulgent and frivolous, even prone to bullying others. Yet which child in the capital circle does not exhibit such behavior? The art of elevating oneself while trampling upon others is, after all, a necessity for survival. Moreover, it mirrors the very essence of his own generation. Despite fierce rivalries, they would ultimately collaborate again for the sake of mutual benefit, devoid of any profound animosity. Therefore, it is implausible that this matter was orchestrated by those ruffians from the capital circle. Either the son harbors an unknown enemy, or it could be the second brother. The hospital corridor is littered with cigarette butts. The sheen of oil glistens on Li Weiguo's face, while a darker glimmer lurks in his eyes. On the morning of the 15th, the first thing Cao Mo did upon waking was to power on his computer. He intended to liquidate all positions above 525. Since shorting for below 565 on October 27th, there is now a profit margin of nearly 10. Once the funds are secured, he plans to seek out new endeavors. He finds it particularly intriguing that every time he makes a move, it invariably ties back to the Su family. Whether it is a meeting with Su Hao or an encounter with Su Wanyue, today he has an appointment with Su Hao, who mentioned an important matter to discuss at 10 a.m., followed by lunch with Su Jinbong, the chairman of Jinbong Group. Since calling Su Wanyue, he has yet to meet Su Jinbong in person. The last time he saw this man was on the news, where he appeared as a frail, elderly figure, having lost his daughter and with his son imprisoned. As for whether he perished therein, he remains uncertain. However, a more vivid memory lingers of Su Jinya attending a ribbon-cutting ceremony for a commercial bank. It seems he has not heard any news regarding Su Jinya lately. Perhaps he has already departed from this world. Cao Mo stroked his chin, lost in thought. Chapter 65. Isn't real estate tempting? Cao Mo placed his order before heading to breakfast. The renovations at the company are nearing completion, yet the technical experts have yet to arrive. Fortunately, Lu Zhuo is indeed decisive. After obtaining his approval, she rented an apartment in Haishur for employee accommodations and coordinated with Sun Xiaohua, the newly appointed general manager, regarding the renovation plans for the server room and executive offices. As for Cao Mo, he merely requested a modest office for himself. Financial officer Yang Yang also recruited a cashier through headhunter Ning Hongwei, while he himself stated that given the current state of the company, there is no need to hire a dedicated accountant, as he can manage it himself. Cao Mo is quite satisfied with these arrangements, as it alleviates the necessity for him to micromanage everything. After visiting the company to inspect the nearly completed renovations, he leisurely drove his Audi to Jinbong Building. Unlike previous occasions, when he was ushered into Su Hao's office by the assistant, Su Hao was not seated at his desk working. Rather, he was lounging on a sofa in the relaxation area. Upon Cao Mo's entrance, he merely waved him over and had a pot of tea brought in. He instructed his assistant not to disturb him for the remainder of the morning. The assistant acknowledged and gently closed the door behind him. Cao Mo's gaze swept across the coffee table, puzzled, as he took a seat and reached for a cigarette resting there, lighting one for himself. The ashtray on the table already contained several cigarette butts. He does not smoke much, especially since his rebirth. He has only consumed a few packs. Brother Hao, is something troubling you? Su Hao nodded seriously. Indeed, otherwise why would I be smoking so much this early in the morning? Cao Mo's lips curled into a slight smile. In all the time I've known you, this is the first time I've seen you like this. Since you summoned me, I presume this matter pertains to me? Su Hao flicked the ash from his cigarette. Not entirely. Consider this a conversation among shareholders of Shunxi Technology. At this, Cao Mo was genuinely baffled. However, he merely nodded slightly. Well, let's discuss it after the tea arrives. If Brother Hao requires Sister Wanyue to represent Jinbong Group in this matter, I have no objections. Su Hao stood and walked to his desk, retrieving a folder and bringing it over to him. This contains a list of all the notable gaming companies currently operating in the country, along with their launched games and registered player counts. Please come over. I am more interested in hearing your thoughts on how to approach this industry, should I wish to enter it, or if your switching investment desires to do so as well. Cao Mo opened the folder, finding it contained merely a single sheet of paper. After a cursory glance, he closed the folder and inquired, isn't real estate enticing? As long as the construction quality is assured, nearly every aspect can yield profit. Why venture into a field that is entirely foreign to you? Is this perhaps Sister Wanyue's suggestion? Does Jinbong Group genuinely wish to invest in the gaming industry? Su Hao pondered. It's merely an idea at this stage, but we are uncertain if we should invest, and if so, with whom we should partner. A knock sounded at the door, and Su Hao's assistant entered with a teapot and cups, setting them down before exiting. Cao Mo poured a cup for both of them. Taking a sip before responding, it's not that the gaming industry is unfavorable. Rather, the likelihood of significant changes in the future is slim. NetEase, Shanda, and Tencent essentially dominate the landscape. Additionally, foreign games are formidable contenders, but that has no relevance to your investment. It is merely a matter of competition. Not to mention, brother Hao, none of the top 3 would welcome your investment, even if you could invest in a few of the subsequent companies. Do you truly believe they stand a chance against any of the top 3, even if they banded together? This does not even consider the market share occupied by foreign games. The competition among domestic gaming companies is already cutthroat. Su Hao fixed his gaze on him. What if I genuinely want to pursue this? Cao Mo frowned in disbelief. Isn't that rather illogical? Real estate is currently a lucrative industry. Acquiring land incurs minimal costs, and constructing houses is hardly expensive. Aside from finance, this industry is among the fastest in the world for generating revenue. Why compete for scraps with others? As I previously mentioned, the most crucial aspect right now is land acquisition. As the president of Jinbang Group, how can you not recognize this? What is truly happening? What has transpired? Cao Mo imlot ao set stili. Brother Hao, my advice is to refrain from this path. What you should focus on now is acquiring land relentlessly. Invest all your funds, including bank loans, pre-sale funds, and deposits, into purchasing land. I would not recommend any other investments. Su Hao extinguished his cigarette, and inquired. Then why did you decide to start a company? One, Switching Investment. The other, Shunchi Technology. Oh, right. Aside from your earlier claim of seeking fame, what drives you to invest from a profit perspective? How can you be certain that these 2 companies will be lucrative, especially Shunchi Technology? Cao Mo hesitita. He was reluctant to discuss Shunchi Technology in depth. Even the aspects he could share, yet remaining completely silent would not suffice. He could only embellish upon what he had already disclosed, avoiding any further elaboration. Brother Hao, you are far more aware than I am of what it takes to turn a profit in business. However, when entering an industry in which you have no prior experience, you must first contemplate what qualifies you to venture into that domain. Is it your superior sales channels or models, or perhaps your technology is more advanced than others? Alternatively, do you possess an undisclosed advantage? With these elements, can you outmaneuver your competitors? I established Switching Investment because of the Gao map, which prompted the founding of the investment company. My focus is not on how much capability and resources I possess, but rather on how Gao assists me in generating profits. That is the essence of an investment firm, devoid of any mystique. As for Shunchi Technology, the products I offer are not vastly different from those of existing internet companies. My revenue streams primarily derive from advertising income or reselling data packets. The distinction lies in my pricing strategy, which deviates from that of current websites. In fact, I could assert that my monetization tools differ from theirs. Even if I do not possess any significant technological edge, you are aware of my sales model. For instance, I mentioned to Sister Wanyue and you that I would subsidize registered users, allowing them to upload content within the existing legal framework, ultimately vying for advertising revenue based on user volume. However, Brother Hao, have you considered that within 5 to 7 years, I could potentially create a system where users must pay to access the complete content posted by registered users? Wouldn't that enable content providers to earn income while my platform, as a content conduit, shares in the revenue while still accruing advertising profits? Moreover, this website is merely the initial step of my comprehensive plan. I possess a complete strategy, ample funding, and sufficient time. In the sector I have chosen, there are no competitors. Do you realize that I have no rivals, Brother Hao? Selecting an industry essentially equates to choosing your competitors. If we return to the gaming venture you intend to pursue, what do you hold an advantage that others lack? If you do possess one, you could easily profit without much effort. If not, you might as well spend that money on drinking, pursuing women, or buying a sports car. Even investing in a bar or cafe would yield greater returns than developing a game. Chapter 66. Today should not have happened. Cao Mo resolved firmly to say no more. After expressing his thoughts in one breath, he lifted his teacup to continue sipping his tea. Su Hao, seated opposite him, held his teacup but was internally reeling in shock. Choosing an industry essentially equates to selecting your competitors, Brother Hao. This statement echoed his father's words verbatim. Upon further reflection, regardless of whether Cao Mo was overly confident, he clearly understood this principle. Both he and Su Wanyue were cognizant of the rationale behind Switching Investment's choice to back the Gao. As for Shunchi Technology's existence, he also recognized that providing monetary subsidies to registered users was indeed something no existing internet company had attempted. The opportunities for profit offered by gaming companies to players are limited to selling equipment, accounts, leading players, or providing boosts. What other models exist? Perhaps there are some, but as he did not engage in gaming, he was not entirely certain. He sipped his tea, setting the cup down as he casually extracted a cigarette from the pack and lit it. Cao Mo, You must realize that what you just articulated is far beyond the capability of someone your age to express, let alone accomplish. Cao Mo shrugged, saying nothing, merely extinguishing his cigarette in the ashtray. Su Hao continued, yet not only can you achieve these feats, but you also excel in making profits in futures trading. What kind of enigma are you? Cao Mo chuckled. Brother Hao, why must it be games? Is there a captivating story behind this decision? Su Hao smiled and shook his head. It's not a story. From the moment I met you, I never regarded you as an outsider. I believe my father and sister feel the same. Had he not alerted me back then, my family might have fallen apart. However, my desire to venture into gaming stems from considerations of a different nature. Cao Mo was intrigued, but refrained from pressing further. It's all right if it's inconvenient. Then perhaps it's best not to elaborate. Knowing too much about your family's affairs might not be advisable. He said this, but his curiosity was piqued. Why would a wealthy company, primarily involved in real estate and continually amassing wealth, entertain the notion of delving into online gaming? Yet, it was indeed none of his business. And he had subsequent matters to attend to that he did not wish to disclose to Su Hao. It simply was not necessary. Suao Said Raidi. It's my father's decision, though I don't quite comprehend it. Regarding the gaming venture, he has designated me to collaborate with Li Jiong, the youngest son of the second branch of the Li family in the capital. Cao Mo pondered whether there was another Li family in addition to the one he was familiar with when Su Hao added, that Li Wei is from the third branch of the Li family. Cao Mo was taken aback. Why? Does the Li family hold any significance? Su Hao met his gaze and rose to retrieve a piece of paper from his desk drawer, approaching to hand it to him. Cao Mo shook his head, instinctively declining to accept the paper. He had a gut feeling it might involve a significant complication. He even considered leaving the premises. Knowing too much could only lead to trouble. His refusal went unnoticed by Su Hao, who sat down and placed the paper on the coffee table. Jinbang Group is a private enterprise that has achieved certain successes in Haishur, and both my father and I have connections and friends throughout various sectors there. However, following the incident involving my sister and me, my father believes that safety is still a concern. Stop. Don't say anymore. Cao Mo raised a hand, urgently interrupting. Let's not discuss such matters. Brother Hao, has that issue been resolved? Su Hao met his gaze and nodded. It has been resolved. He refrained from elaborating. But Cao Mo already felt a chill run down his spine. Su Jingye was undoubtedly dead. It was even possible that his entire family had perished. He had done some research. Su Jingye was Su Jinbang's only brother, with only the two of them in the family, and their parents having passed away long ago. If Su Jinbang could eliminate his only sibling, then it would be a simple matter for him to make Cao Mo disappear should he ever feel that he knew too much. Brother Hao, he said, forcing a smile and raising both hands in a gesture of surrender. I beg you, please stop. I do not wish to know, nor do I dare to involve myself in such matters. I am merely 22 years old, still an ungraduated student. While his words carried a joking tone, his refusal was abundantly clear. Just let me know if you need me to assist with anything, but refrain from sharing anything else. All right? Su Hao regarded him with a half-smile, and after a moment's pause, he cheerfully said, in truth, I simply wish to hear your thoughts on how to enhance the security of the Jinbang Group. You comprehend my meaning, do you not? Cao Mo's expression grew even more forlorn. Brother Hao, I'm just a mere child. What do I know? Chairman Su must have already made preparations in this regard. Surely, you have your own ideas, perhaps even actions underway. By asking me, are you not seeking wisdom from one who is blind? I truly know nothing about these matters. At this moment, Su Hao appeared somewhat more relaxed, gazing at him with a gentle smile, choosing to remain silent. Feeling a wave of awkwardness, Cao Mo stammered. How about this? I could offer you a suggestion. Oh, pray do tell. Brother Hao, I was referring to matters regarding collaborative projects. For instance, investing in a bank, surely. You must have contemplated this? With commercial banks sprouting up one after another, the common folk often resort to loans when they fall short of funds to purchase a home. This business is exceedingly lucrative. Generally, one can recover the cost of a home with a 30-year loan. Moreover, after acquiring shares in a bank, you could participate in national high-speed rail projects, provided policies permit. It's a matter of diversifying investments, is it not? Local governments also seek achievements. It is a win-win situation. Were it not for my lack of funds, I would gladly engage in such endeavors. Truly, it is a matter of earning while reclining. Su Hao nodded with a smile. Indeed, I'm already aware of these matters. Furthermore, Jinbang Investment has been involved in such project for some time now, a notion my father introduced long before I met you. Speak of something I do not know. Cao Mo scratched his head, inwardly lamenting, damn. I should have come today. He appeared visibly distressed, tugging at his own hair. Suddenly, a thought crossed Su Hao's mind. Does this lad ever find himself a loss? Or does he perhaps possess even better projects, but is reluctant to share with me? Do not be anxious, Cao Mo, he said. Not many are acquainted with you, and I currently have no intention of introducing you into our circle. So, do not overthink it. I summoned you partly because I felt stifled, and partly to seek an alternative means to appease my father's demands. Cao Mo gazed at him, pondering what exactly Chairman Su's requirements could be. Is he seeking to align himself with the powerful elite of the capital? The Su family already enjoys considerable influence in Heir. Why must they seek validation in the capital? Su Hao pointed to the ceiling. Not enough, still not secure enough. Cao Mo sighed, I see. As long as you refrain from engaging in illegal activities, it should be exceedingly secure. If it is the sort of situation your father fears, it likely dates back many years. Given the current scale of the Su family, few would dare to act recklessly. As for other matters, if they pertain to business tactics, that is a realm where I can offer no assistance. I have exhausted my imagination and can only come up with so much. Chapter 67. The birthday of the foster mother approaches. Cao Mo wished to leave, yet found himself unable to. He anticipated that while he was awkwardly fiddling with his toes, his phone would ring. Upon glancing at it, he exhaled in relief. The caller ID displayed his elder sister, Cao Peiting. After a moment of contemplation, he dismissed the call and sent a text message. Elder sister, please hold on. I will call back shortly. I am currently unavailable. After sending the message, he looked up at Su Hao and said, Brother Hao, that was my elder sister's call, the eldest daughter of the Cao family. She treated me quite well during my time with the Chaos, so I'll step outside to return her call. Su Hao waved his hand. Go ahead and make your call. There is a small conference room outside with excellent soundproofing. Cao Mo nodded and stood to leave. Perhaps something significant had occurred within the Cao family, compelling him to return to Hangqing. Although he would likely accomplish nothing upon his return, at least he could avoid Su Hao's relentless demeanor. What a situation. Here I am, being interrogated by the president of a trillion-yuan conglomerate, while I, a mere orphan, find myself so utterly powerless. It's truly inhumane. Were it not for my genuine need for the Jinbang group, I would never be so accommodating. One wonders what my sister seeks from me. I now possess but one merit: wealth. In other words, when confronted with that scoundrel Cao Kun, I am frighteningly formidable. The conference room was indeed small, enclosed by glass walls. Cao Mo pushed the door open and took a seat to return Cao Peiting's call. As soon as the line connected, he immediately said, Elder sister, you called for me? After 4 months without contact, curiosity tinged his tone. Cao Peiting replied, Cao Mo, Mother's birthday is the day after tomorrow. Will you not return? Cao Mo was about to protest, but upon reflection, he reconsidered. It might be worthwhile to return after all. The torment he endured at the hands of Cao Kun would certainly not be repeated this time around. Additionally, he was not without his own grievances. After being bullied by Cao Mo a couple of times, he should have developed the fortitude to leave Hangqing. Perhaps it was his unwillingness to depart and lingering expectations of the Cao family that inadvertently bolstered Cao Kun's arrogance. He had contemplated this matter, recognizing its potential truth. Yet the events of his past life were difficult to ascertain. They were bygone after all. This time, they would not recur. Cao Mo, where are you now? In Hangqing? During dinner yesterday, Father unexpectedly mentioned you, and then remarked that Mother's birthday was approaching. I wondered whether you would return, hence this call. Cao Peiting's voice suddenly carried a hint of anticipation. Cao Mo snapped back to attention. Elder sister, I do wish to return to celebrate Mother's birthday. Yet you know well the nature of her feelings toward me. She raised me for 20 years, and I cannot speak ill of her. However, I am concerned about how his second sister and Cao Kun might treat me. Should I retaliate or endure? Cao Peiting refrained from addressing this query directly, instead saying, Yao Yao will also be returning. She arrives tomorrow afternoon. Do you not wish to see her? Moreover, aside from your second sister and brother Kun, you still have me and your third sister. We miss you greatly. Miss me? This was debatable. Yet it was a fact that both sisters had provided him with financial assistance when he departed the Cao family. Very well, elder sister, I shall prepare a gift. I can drive for an entire day tomorrow and should arrive in Hangqing, though I am uncertain whether Mother's birthday celebration will be at home or a hotel. Cao Peiting's voice evidently brimmed with surprise. The house cannot accommodate everyone. Most of the business circle in Hangqing has received invitations, so it will be held at that hotel banquet hall once again. She did not elaborate further, yet Cao Mo comprehended fully. It would be hosted at the same hotel banquet hall where the Cao family had announced Cao Kun's identity. Understood, elder sister. Shall we meet the day after tomorrow? I will arrive at 5 p.m. By then, the family should have gathered. I will deliver my gift and take my leave, to avoid providing fodder for gossip among the guests and to spare my parents any displeasure. His stance was clear. He would attend, present his gift, but would avoid mingling with other guests to prevent any unflattering remarks that might upset Wang Meiwan. Despite being the catalyst for his departure from the Cao family, he understood her perspective. Given that achieving an equitable situation was both impossible and unnecessary, It was better to cut through the chaos decisively. This would not only benefit Cao Kun, but would also serve his own interests. In both lifetimes, he never believed Mei acted wrongly. Before Cao Kun's return, he had always treated himself exceptionally well. However, later on, perhaps due to Cao Kun taking every opportunity to speak ill of him, the Cao family gradually began to view him with increasing disdain. Regardless of the circumstances, prior to encountering Cao Kun, everyone, except for the perpetually critical Cao Peiyu, had indeed treated him quite kindly. Admittedly, upon receiving the news that he was to leave the Cao household, he felt an immense surge of anger, yet he was powerless to change his fate. After a brief exchange, Cao Peiting mentioned that she had other matters to attend to, prompting Cao Mo to end the call. He was uncertain whether his mention of driving for an entire day would leave the impression that he was deliberately keeping his distance. However, the issue of the car was negligible. The Audi bore Haishi's license plate, specifically an A plate, and he could easily claim it was borrowed. After much contemplation, he felt that he might be approaching the situation with a somewhat distorted mindset. Had he still been in school, as in his previous life, he would assuredly have avoided being present at Meijuan's birthday banquet due to the humiliation inflicted by Cao Kun. No, he would not have appeared before the Cao family at all. There would have been no opportunity for that. How go? I have urgent matters to return to Hangsheng, Cao Mo stated after knocking and pushing open the door to speak with Su Hao. I apologize. Su Hao hesitated for a moment, his gaze appraising and discerning. Although Cao Mo's expression was rather neutral and his eyes remained calm, he was acutely aware that his adoptive mother had saved his life. All right, are you driving back? Yes. I need to purchase some gifts to bring along. A smile broke across Su Hao's face. Safe travels. Be sure to return early. I'll explain to my father about lunch. Cao Mo quickly expressed his gratitude, then turned to leave. Inside, Su Hao's phone screen lit up. He glanced at it. Meijuan's birthday? Having left the Cao family, what could Cao Peiting possibly want with him? Typically, injecting methamphetamine would result in an extreme euphoric sensation, detectable for the subsequent 3 days. This, however, largely depended on the individual's unique metabolic situation. Li Wei's case was particularly unusual. After being subjected to nerve anesthesia, he was injected with methamphetamine, ultimately saving his life. Yet, it had taken him 2 days to regain the ability to speak, albeit not fluently, and he could finally stand. Nonetheless, he struggled to walk in a straight line. According to the foremost neurologists in the capital, his condition was improving, yet the timeline for full recovery remained uncertain. However, Li Weigua held a different perspective. He understood the ramifications of this incident. Not only had Li Wei been rendered incapacitated, but so too had the third branch of the Li family. All his lifelong endeavors and ambitions had been rendered futile. His disappointment in Li Wei and despair for the future overshadowed any consideration for the profound disgrace this incident brought upon the Li family. He was solely focused on uncovering the perpetrator, leaving no room for leniency towards Li Wei. Even when the police suggested waiting for Li Wei to recover before questioning him, Li Wei refused. Thus, Li Wei and the 2 unfortunate bodyguards were compelled to endure repeated interrogations from the police. Meanwhile, news of Li Wei's situation began to circulate within the small circles of the capital. Had the 2 individuals responsible for injecting him with meth been present, they would undoubtedly find it perplexing that the police had yet to discover the foil and syringe carelessly discarded in the gutter after 3 days. Having already returned to Haisher, they remained unaware that it had snowed for 2 days in Jingang City. The snowfall was not substantial, merely enough to necessitate clearing the roads, with the snow piled into the ditches. Chapter 68, Coward. Have you heard? Li Wei is finished. What happened? Elaborate. I heard he was kidnapped outside a nightclub on the night it snowed, and he developed a drug addiction and contracted syphilis. Where did this news come from? Is it true? It can't be false. It's an internal report from a hospital. I have to say, he had it coming. Isn't that a bit excessive? The little servant must have crossed someone. I don't even need to ask. I know it was definitely someone from out of town. How do you know? You don't understand. He may seem docile in the capital, but when he was out of town, he was incredibly arrogant, practically shouting to the world that old Master Li was his grandfather. He had no qualms about coercing others. I wouldn't dare to be that brazen outside. Come on, how many female students has he assaulted in the capital? It's a foregone conclusion that he would face retribution. Exactly. If you've got money, no one will bat an eye at you keeping a few mistresses. But he insists on using force. He deserves every bit of this. If that's the case, doesn't that mean the Li family's third branch is hopeless? Need you even ask? His father, Li Weigua, is no saint either. What a piece of work. Who would do such a thing? This is downright ruthless. They left him no way out. Who could argue? I'm starting to believe he got what he deserved. Unless there was a life-and-death vendetta, no one would have gone this far. The most astonishing part is that they merely injected him. They didn't kill him outright. The police likely still haven't found any leads. Don't forget it snowed that night. Then what of Li Zixin? What are you implying? Don't you think Li Zixin has a lovely waist and figure? Would you dare approach her? Aren't you afraid of catching something? I find that hard to believe. No way. I need to call Li Jijun. Li Jijun, the eldest son of the second branch of the Li family, is the son of Li Aigua and a mother with the surname Jing, and his family has military connections. The primary business of the second branch revolves around securing military contracts, particularly in uniforms, boots, and police equipment. This is the second branch's most stable venture, but is not a long-term solution. Once old Master Li passes, this business will likely be handed over to someone else. Additionally, the second branch engages in import and export trade, with textiles and mineral products being the most significant exports, alongside the import of machinery and medical devices. While the business is not particularly large, especially in a place like the capital, even after old Master Li's passing, the eldest son, Li Jianguo, is currently at the deputy minister level and is undoubtedly a rising star. If old Master Li can hold on for another decade, Li Jianguo is poised to reach the pinnacle of success. After 30 years of hard work, starting as a town mayor and progressing steadily without error, his capabilities are evident. With Li Jianguo at the helm, the future of the second branch's business remains uncertain. However, now that young people in the capital have caught wind of Li Wei's predicament, it is inevitable that the news will spread due to vested interests. Everyone has an eye on the business of the third branch of the Li family. Yet they also fear old Master Li and Li Jianguo. It could be said that the prominent families in the capital are waiting for the day when Li Weigua completely collapses. However, some have already begun seeking evidence. Their only regret is that Li Wei's illness was not self-inflicted. It was a vendetta against him. After leaving Su Hao, Cao Mo felt quite apprehensive. Although he struggled to understand why Su Hao would choose to pursue gaming instead of a promising real estate career, what truly unnerved him was Su Jinbang's methods of problem-solving. The implications of that were indeed somewhat alarming. In the realm of the affluent, those who occupy the pinnacle of the pyramid are invariably tainted. Regardless of the city, the narrative remains unchanged. Over the past few decades, particularly a decade ago, the entire nation was engulfed in chaos. The southeastern coastal regions were in utter disarray, with smuggling reaching unprecedented levels. Was Su Jinbang truly unblemished? Certainly not. What knowledge does Su Hao possess? By age alone, he was undoubtedly uninvolved. Yet it is said that a hero begets a hero. This seemingly affable Su, who appears solely interested in amassing wealth and indulging in pleasures, is far from the benign persona he projects. As for Su Wanyue, despite her desire for conquest, it must be candidly stated that her inflated sense of self-worth stems from the newfound wealth she clutches. One may be reborn, but it does not guarantee the audacity to stir the tempest. A sense of trepidation looms. It is prudent to focus on one's own enterprise, treating the Su family merely as business associates. As for other matters, it is best to refrain from undue involvement. No, however, the affairs of the Prince of Haishur demand a modicum of engagement, as long as his endeavors do not falter. His father will likely secure a position in the capital within 2 years. This, too, is a matter of life-saving grace. If wielded wisely, an additional ally in the capital could prove invaluable. The leads concerning his biological parents lie within the capital, yet, regrettably, the previous life yielded no definitive clues. There is no rush, even should a return be necessary. It must be on solid footing. Seated in his study, Cao Mo reflected on his actions post-rebirth, increasingly aware of the missteps he had made. Indeed, one must not become complacent. He had indeed floated too high. Su Wanyue arched an eyebrow at her elder brother, acknowledging his discerning eye. Just yesterday, she had conversed with General Zhuang of Digao, following an infusion of 80,000 in capital. Digao is now in discussions with Tumon in the capital, aspiring to obtain qualifications. Convincing the relevant departments in the capital is essential, and Tumon enjoys a robust foundation there. I too hope for Digao's successful acquisition of Tumon. The street information collection software has also been upgraded. I genuinely admire Cao Mo's vision. Even from a partnership perspective, while he established Zhuoqing investment, he scarcely involves himself, and presently, I lack the energy to oversee it. Per his stipulations, investment only occurs at his behest. Thus, I plan to leave the investment firm dormant unless he expresses interest. Su Hao cleared his throat. Wanyue, you don't harbor any grievances against him, do you? Let me tell you, I'm quite optimistic about Cao Mo's Shunxi technology, but I'm even more impressed by the man himself. We are not in want of funds. And with real estate as a pillar under current policies, this industry can thrive for at least another 2 or 3 decades. A person with such foresight makes for a fine friend. There is no need to bring him into Junbang's fold. Besides, as you witnessed, my attempt to recruit him merely frightened him away. Suvanjuas Northed, Mutterin, Govarth. All right, Su Hao retorted. Have you completed the materials I asked you to gather? With a sidelong glance, she retrieved a document from her drawer and handed it to him. Time is tight. It has only been 3 days, and the information compiled by the team is rather rudimentary. The company of Li Jiong from the second branch of the Li family, as mentioned by father, is hardly noteworthy. I do not support collaborating with him, especially given Li Jiong's poor reputation in the capital. As Su Hao began to peruse the document, Su Wanwei continued, Brother, is it true that the matter regarding our second uncle has been entirely resolved? I have refrained from asking you, or father. Without lifting his gaze, Su Hao reassured her. No need for concern. The situation has been addressed. Second uncle's family has departed from Haishur and has been sent overseas. Su Wanwei frowned slightly before shifting the topic. Brother, if you could persuade father, I believe it would be wiser to seek opportunities abroad directly. Chapter 69. Cao Mo brother. Su Hao glanced at her, shaking his head. That's not your concern. The timing isn't right yet. The group's financial focus is currently on real estate. I am working on a plan for a rights issue and also considering financing through a listing in Hong Kong. At least one thing Cao Mo said resonates with me. The priority now is to secure land. Various regions have mandates that development must commence within 2 years, along with urban renewal projects that necessitate substantial investment. Observing the current market trends, land prices are escalating, and the conditions are increasingly stringent. Our advantage lies in our liquidity. However, our debt ratio has also risen considerably, and I am exploring solutions. With a sigh, Su Wanyu interjected, Brother, I meant venturing into the cosmetics industry, supporting a domestic brand. Su Hao pondered briefly, carelessly tossing the document aside. Do you have a target company in mind? Are you considering acquisition or investment? Funds from the futures market will not be accessible for another 2 days. After purchasing gifts, Cao Mo had not brought his computer and set off after lunch. By the time he arrived in Hangzhou, it was nearly 5 in the afternoon. The journey was slow, primarily due to the time spent traversing the cities. He had chosen a hotel by Westlake. After bathing and changing clothes, he stood by the window, admiring the view, and called Xiao Peiting. The call connected promptly. Xiao Mo, have you returned? His eldest sister sounded quite cheerful. A slight smile crept across Cao Mo's face. Yes, I've returned. Has a little sister arrived yet? Did she fly over from Haishur? Xiao Peiting replied with a laugh. No. I took the day off work and went to pick her up at the Haishur airport. We're on our way home now. It should take about half an hour. Do you want to talk to her? Thinking of his adorable younger sister, Cao Mo's smile widened. Sure. It's been over a year since I last saw her. I wonder how she's been. A soft, sweet voice came through the phone. I'm back. Hearing that voice instantly lifted Cao Mo's spirits. He envisioned a little girl with large eyes, her lashes resembling tiny brushes, sporting a bun and speaking cheerfully into the phone. How have you been abroad, little prodigy? Cao Mo chuckled. I'm no longer with the Cao family. Has Daji told you? Cao Peiyong responded without elaborating, merely affirming her understanding. You returned without a break. That won't cause any issues, will it? No, I took a week off, and my advisor agreed, she said. Yeah. Did you drop out? Daji mentioned it. Yes, I did. Are you still in Hangzhou after moving out? Cao Mo refrained from answering that question. The journey back from America spanned over 10 hours. You must be tired. Rest well in the car. Around 6:30, after I deliver gifts to Mom, we can find a place to chat. Cao Peiyong paused before replying. Okay, I understand. Go. Immediately, Xiao Peiting chimed in. Xiao Mo, what time will you arrive? Xiao Mo replied. Between 6:30 and 7. Tomorrow is Mom's birthday banquet, so I want to be attending. I'll just drop off the gifts tonight. With that, Xiao Peiting reluctantly accepted. After hanging up, Xiao Mo glanced at the gifts resting on the bed. In truth, it was merely a scarf he had purchased at the New World department store in Haishur. He did not wish for the Cao family to learn of his current circumstances, nor did he desire to give rise to any snide remarks from Cao Kun regarding a more extravagant gift. Not to mention, when he departed from the Cao family, his eldest sister had insisted on giving him money, a fact that his second sister undoubtedly relayed to Cao Kun. In the past few months, it is generally understood that a fourth-year student who has withdrawn from school would not earn much. Thus, gifting a scarf worth several thousand yuan might, in Cao Kun's eyes, already be considered his utmost limit. Inside a Maybach, Cao Peiyao leaned against Xiao Peiting's shoulder. Sister, is Cao Kun really as good as second sister claims? Her voice was soft, lacking the usual sweetness. Xiao Peiting sighed. I suggested he pursue further studies abroad, but he refused. Mother is reluctant to let him go, and father agreed for him to stay in the country. He is in his 4th year, and we have even hired several professors to teach him. Yet, I can't shake the feeling that his vision and aspirations are rather limited. Cao Peiyao had seen the photos sent by her family, yet she had never spoken to Cao Kun over the phone, not even once. It's all right, sister. Once we return, I will ask father and mother in person. You mentioned before that his adoptive parents' family is relatively well off, but, sister, for an ordinary family, that is acceptable. At least they wouldn't raise a useless child. What worries me are those small-scale businessmen, Such individuals are often the ones who spoil their next generation. She braced herself to meet her elder brother, determined to assess him properly. Wrinkling her nose, she added, if he turns out to be unworthy, I won't bother with him. Cao Peiting affectionately ruffled her hair. Don't speak so carelessly. When you meet him, you should call him brother. As for Cao Mo, it's best not to call him brother in front of mother and father. You can refer to him as Mo Gu instead. After saying this, she felt the term Mo Gu sounded rather peculiar. Cao Peiyao tilted her head, looking at her with a quizzical expression. Sister, are you serious? Montak gay. She erupted into laughter, and Cao Peiting joined in. Do as you wish. You're not afraid anyway. She lovingly embraced her youngest sister, known as a prodigy in Hangshan. However, do not hold too high expectations of your brother. Cao Peiyao hummed in acknowledgement, resting her eyes against her sister's shoulder. Meanwhile, Cao Mo was timing his departure. He carried a few bags and took a taxi straight to the Cao residence. Standing outside the gate, he rang the doorbell. Moments later, with a click, the door began to open automatically. He stepped inside. The distance from the gate to the villa was several dozen meters, and from afar, he noticed several cars parked at the entrance, with 3 figures standing on the steps. As he approached, he recognized them. His eldest sister, third sister, and youngest sister, Cao Peiyao, waiting for him. Continuing forward, he was still about 10 meters away when he caught a steady gaze from Cao Peiyao, his most cherished sister from his previous life. Dressed in a new outfit, Cao Peiyao bounded over, scrutinizing him from a distance of 2 meters. Cao Mo held the bags and smiled back at her. Little sister, it's been a while. You've grown taller. The young lady stood approximately 165 meters tall, which is considered quite tall in the Jiangnan region. Clad in a cropped-down jacket that revealed a high-neck cashmere sweater, paired with jeans and ankle boots. She had her hair styled in a bun. Brother, Cao Peiyao suddenly welled up with tears and threw herself into his embrace. Cao Mo was momentarily taken aback. Why are you crying? I'm doing just fine. Brother, it's been so long. Cao Kun's voice unexpectedly rang out. Cao Mo looked up to see Cao Kun standing on the steps, a look of surprise on his face. Chapter 70. Why aren't you calling me elder brother anymore? Cao Kun's voice boomed. Whether his surprise was genuine was certainly debatable. Cao Mo's gaze darkened as he looked at Cao Kun, managing a forced smile. Eldest sister. Third sister, I'm back. He attempted to move forward, but Cao Peiyao firmly pressed against him, preventing him from advancing. Brother, I don't like Cao Kun. She whispered softly, her voice barely audible, but Cao Mo was certain that the distance of 7 or 8 meters up the steps made it inaudible. All right, I came back to deliver Mother's birthday gift. I initially planned to come tomorrow, but given my current status, it's not suitable for me to appear in front of so many guests. It would only embarrass the Cao family. It's better to give it to Mother today. By the way, I also brought a small gift for you. He pushed past Cao Peiyao and retrieved a box from one of the bags, handing it to her. Perfume? Cao Peiyao opened the bag and took a quick glance. Cao Mo nodded. Yes, it's my favorite scent. You should spray some on. Seeing him revert to the way he used to speak with her, Cao Peiyao wiped her eyes and replied, all right, I'll spray some right now. She tore open the packaging and quickly sprayed herself with the perfume. In less than a minute, another person emerged from the house. Cao Peiyu. Cao Mo, come inside quickly. Mother and father are waiting. Cao Peiting smiled as she spoke. Eldest brother, knowing you were coming, Mother Woon Ti let us touch the chopsticks. She has been waiting for you. Cao Kun grinned widely as he approached, extending his hand towards Cao Mo brother. Where's my gift? Cao Mo observed the smile on Cao Kun's face and then glanced at the expressions of his 3 sisters on the steps, pondering. Is it really necessary to put on such a show? Our relationship has always required me to yield to you. We played this game a few months ago. Are you still not satisfied? Do you have to act like this to find an opportunity for Wang Meiwan or Cao Peiyu to find fault with me? Cao Peiting got Cao Kun and Di Li, clinging to Cao Mo's arm. Brother, let us go. I'm starving. Cao Mo smiled back at Cao Kun. Of course, I have prepared a gift for you, but I hope you won't be too picky. How about we eat first? I've been on the road all day and I'm quite hungry. He decided not to speak the truth, even altering the prior agreement with his eldest sister to come tomorrow. Today was Mother's birthday, and he was delivering the gift early. As for the reasons, he had already provided some explanations over the phone to his eldest sister, at worst. He would clarify them face-to-face later. As they conversed, Cao Peiyao had already pulled him away. Cao Kun's gaze followed the two of them, feeling utterly disregarded. How outrageous. I am to be the future head of the Cao family. Everything within the family belongs to me. You all will have to live under my authority. His youngest sister had barely acknowledged him since their meeting, and even her words were sharp, often probing into his previous adoptive family's situation. Did this little brat not realize how embarrassing this was for him? Of course, she did. She was doing it deliberately. Cao Kun lowered his head. concealing the malice in his eyes from the sisters on the steps. Almost the moment Cao Mo stepped onto the stairs, he raised his head, wearing a bright smile. Cao Peiyu, dressed in a cashmere sweater without a coat, was standing with her arms crossed, accentuating her curves, yet her expression was far from pleasant. "Oh, are you back seeking affection?" Her voice was not loud, but it was sufficient for all to hear. Cao Peiting and Cao Peina descended the steps, seemingly unfazed by Cao Peiyu's remarks, which only deepened her scowl. "Cao Mo, it's truly wonderful to see you again. Where have you been all these months?" Cao Peiting asked, pulling at his sleeve. Cao Peina gazed at him with a beaming smile, exuding an air of vitality. "Your second sister is just that way. Pay her no mind." Cao Mo chuckled and nodded, saying, "Eldest sister, second sister, third sister, I have returned this time to wish mother a happy birthday. And I have also brought small gifts for you. I hope you won't be displeased." He was rather straightforward, retrieving 3 boxes from his bag and handing them over one by one. "I'm not very adept at shopping, so I got you all the same perfume." Naturally, they were identical. He wished to leave no room for criticism, yet he understood that each of the women in his family had distinct preferences when it came to fragrances. However, he had little knowledge of such matters and was too indifferent to select more carefully, so he simply purchased the scent he liked. Cao Peiyu did not accept the gift. Instead, she huffed and turned to enter the house. It was indeed somewhat chilly outside. The temperature in Hangzhou in mid to late November was not particularly low, but it was not warm either. A cashmere sweater paired with a light down jacket sufficed. Moreover, the villa was equipped with air conditioning, so as long as one remained indoors, it was quite comfortable. Cao Mo laughed lightly, unperturbed by the rejection. He then handed the bag directly to Cao Peiyao, saying, "Please give this to second sister for me. Ever since Cao Kun returned, she has been even more critical of me. If I don't move out, you believe she wouldn't berate me 3 times a day?" Cao Peiyao accepted the bag and followed him silently. Cao Kun approached, asking, "Elder brother, where is my gift? It's been months since we last met. You haven't forgotten about me, have you?" Cao Peiting seemed about to speak, but was pulled inside by Cao Peina, who waved to Cao Peiyao, urging, "Little sister, come in quickly." Cao Peiyao glanced at Cao Mo and then at Cao Kun, saying, "Brother, I'll head inside first. You hurry up with him." Cao Kun realized that the little sister was not addressing him, but was directly calling out to Cao Kun. He was aware that she had returned early, having even prepared a diamond necklace. Yet this girl still refused to show him a pleasant demeanor after receiving her gifts. It was infuriating. Cao Mo nodded at her, "Yes. Go on in. I'll join you and your brother shortly." Once the door closed, he turned to Cao Kun, inquiring, "Have you come to the school looking for me?" The smile he had shown to Cao Peiyao was still present, yet the mirth in his eyes had faded. "Were you disappointed to discover I had withdrawn from school?" Cao Mo pulled out a DuPont lighter from his pocket and tossed it to him. Cao Kun was completely taken by surprise, stepping back a pace before clumsily catching it. "I didn't have money before. This lighter cost over 10,000. I specifically bought it for you before returning." Cao Kun glanced at the lighter, casually stuffing it into his pocket. "Oh, for 10,000? Is that expensive?" Cao Mo replied nonchalantly, "Don't want it? Then give it back. You know, after moving out, everything requires money. Without it, one cannot make a move. I believe you can relate to that, don't you?" Cao Kun's expression changed, realizing that this bastard was referencing his past. "Cao Mo, what do you mean by that? The money you spent was provided by our parents and my sister, wasn't it? Do you have the capacity to earn it yourself? Oh, why'd you stop calling me elder brother?" Cao Mo Vima, feigning surprise at Cao Kun's gesture of pointing at him. "Whether I can earn money is my own concern. I don't need to prove my capabilities to anyone. However, you, having returned to a wealthy family and experienced opulence, I fear you may lack the ability to handle such overwhelming affluence, Cao Kun. After all, it is easy to transition from frugality to luxury, but transitioning from luxury to frugality is quite challenging." Cao Kun gritted his teeth, stating, "Today is my mother's birthday. You, a mere adopted son, were invited back by my eldest sister merely to give you face, and yet you dare to come?" Cao Mo raised the bag in his hand, saying, "I returned only to bring gifts for mother. Should I inform them upon entering that you do not wish for me to stay for a meal? You shut your mouth. You, a mere substitute, really think too highly of yourself." Cao Kun's expression twisted somewhat. "Cao Mo Lauet Cao Kun, don't you find this world quite fascinating? You see, I am the adopted son of your biological parents, while you too are someone else's adopted son. Although I am still unaware of the whereabouts of my biological parents, that does not impede my understanding of you. Truly, I can comprehend your feelings. However, I believe there is no need for you to put on such a performance. I even wonder what your jealousy and malice are truly aimed at. My status as an adopted son is common knowledge. The only ones unaware of it are the students at school. Moreover, since I have withdrawn, you won't have the opportunity to seek trouble with me at school, will you? Furthermore, Our parents did not cling to me for the 2 decades I spent with them, showering me with affection more than they did for you. Remember, it was mother who suggested we were not suited to be together, directly asking me to move out. I did not plead or weep for the riches of the Cao family or beg them not to cast me out. Upon your return, they only thought to recompense you for the 20 years of wealth and love from your biological parents and a complete family. I have a clear understanding of my position, so I moved out. What more do you wish to complain about? Is it my fault that I was adopted? Or is it my fault that you were lost? We are all adults now. Can't we at least behave like one? Observing the struggle on Cao Kun's face, Cao Mo pulled out a cigarette and offered him one, then took one for himself. After lighting it with a lighter, he lit his own as well. Smoking in the cold was indeed quite pleasant. The smoke quickly dissipated. Cao Mo regarded Cao Kun, who silently inhaled the smoke. Today is Mother's birthday. If you wish to target me, go ahead. I can handle it. Just remember, you alone will bear the consequences. Even if you're blood-related, I'm not one to be trifled with. Cao Mo felt a twinge of concern. Had something transpired in these 4 months that he was unaware of, prompting Cao Kun to be so restrained? In the past, Cao Kun had not been this way. The words he had just spoken were not genuinely intended for Cao Kun, but were rather directed at someone beyond the door. However, Cao Kun's reaction surprised him. Either something had indeed happened, or perhaps his words had struck a chord with this scoundrel. He was unaware that since Cao Kun's return, he had been interning at the Cao Corporation while also receiving specialized one-on-one guidance in addition to his university courses. In the past, Cao Kun had acted like a persistent gum, following him wherever he went, even publicly declaring his true identity. It was not only bothersome, but also irritating, as this fellow could indeed command the higher-ups of the Cao family to make introductions. Now that he had withdrawn from school, there was no dialogue between them, and there was no way to say that his resistance had caused this fellow to revel in his own triumph. Cao Mo, a single cigarette won't resolve our issues. Cao Kun finally spoke. Everything belonging to the Cao family is mine. Regardless of the circumstances, you have occupied the familial affection and life that rightfully belong to me. Do you not acknowledge this? Cao Mo flicked off the ash from his cigarette, bemusedly asking, is this something I have subjectively caused? My adoption did not delay my biological parents from finding me. Do you think there's a possibility of that? As I mentioned before, I've already left the Cao family. I returned merely to celebrate Mother's birthday. If you have any grievances, perhaps I should just take my leave? Cao Kun's face flashed with anger. Did this scoundrel intend to set a trap for my elder sister to berate me? Cao Mo followed up, suggesting, if that is the case, then please deliver the gift to your mother and explain to your elder sister. You are talking nonsense. That is not my intention, Cao Kun retorted. But you are so broke that you can hardly afford a meal. I doubt you can produce anything of value. If you wish to enter, then go ahead. My parents have supported you for 20 years. I am eager to see if you have the audacity to present my mother with a cheap gift. His refusal to yield was palpable. Such a splendid opportunity to retaliate would not be squandered by Cao Kun. Cao Mo could already envision the unfolding scenes once he stepped through the door. However, it mattered little. His sole objective was to win over his younger sister, Cao Peiyao. As for the others, they would most likely follow the trajectory of their previous lives, and within a year, they would undoubtedly side with Cao Kun. Tossing aside his cigarette, but he extinguished it with a decisive motion. I shall enter first. He did not spare a glance at Cao Kun's expression, but decisively turned and opened the door to step inside. Cao Kun, grinding his teeth as he extinguished his cigarette, followed him into the living room. How long will you keep everyone waiting? Second sister Cao Peiyao immediately stood up to inquire loudly. What could you possibly have to discuss with Kun? You are from 2 different worlds. Is there really any common ground? Cao Mo shrugged off his coat, glancing at Cao Peiyao, who had turned to look at him, intending to approach. He slightly shook his head. Nothing much, just a few words with Cao Kun. He walked over with his bag and directly sat down on the sofa. Cao Kun's displeasure was evident on his face. Cao Peiding and Cao Peina, uncertain of what had transpired outside, approached, and Cao Peiding said, "Little sister, please go upstairs and fetch Mom and Dad. Just let them know Cao Mo has arrived, so we can have dinner together." Cao Mo smiled, but remained silent. Cao Kun rose, declaring as guests, "We must not keep the host waiting. I will go call Mom and Dad." Without caring for the expressions of the remaining individuals, he strode upstairs. Cao Peiding gently tugged at Cao Peiyao's hand, a gesture that caught Cao Mo's attention. "Cao Mo, you still haven't told me where you've been these past few months. You're only in your 4th year. Dropping out is quite irrational." Cao Mo looked at the nodding Cao Peina and Cao Peiyao, smiling as he shook his head. "The 4th year is about internships. After that, it's just about obtaining a diploma and degree. My previous diligence was merely to please my parents. Now, I see no necessity." Observing his reluctance to disclose his whereabouts, Cao Peiding sighed. Yet, Cao Peiyao chimed in cheerfully, "It's all right, brother. Dropping out may not be a bad thing. Besides, Didn't the founders of Microsoft and Oracle drop out of college? Who knows? Perhaps my brother will become the founder of a renowned listed company. Looking at her youthful face and expressions, he couldn't help but smile. Does she really think she is someone of significance? Yao Yao. Are you unaware of the backgrounds of those two? Do you truly believe that success can be achieved solely through hard work? Let me tell you, no one succeeds in this world without the support of a robust background and connections. Cao Peiyu stated bluntly, without the resources provided by the Cao family. I would be very interested to know what the future top billionaire is doing after dropping out. Cao Peiyao immediately shot back. Second sister, that's enough. After all, brother is here to celebrate Mom's birthday. Even if he has left the Cao family, do you not understand the basic etiquette of being a guest? I truly cannot fathom why you always target him. What has he done to offend you? Chapter 72. Do you know how disappointed Mom and Dad are in you? Cao Mo's focus was not on the living room, but rather on considering Cao Kun's behavior. Something fell off. However, he had to respond to the dialogue downstairs. Little sister. It's all right, Cao Mo reassured. Second sister must have her own thoughts. Perhaps our limited communication in the past contributes to this. Cao Peiyu did not even glance at him, merely scoffing in response. The sound of a door opening echoed from upstairs, accompanied by Wang Meijuan's voice. Cao Mo turned to look. Wang Meijuan did not cling to Cao Kun like a malevolent stepmother. Instead, she stepped out with Cao Kun trailing behind her. Cao Jianya was the last to emerge. After descending the stairs, they made their way toward the dining room, where everyone stood up, awaiting in silence. Only Cao Peiyao did not remain still. She dashed over, pushing past Cao Kun to take Wang Meijuan's arm. Mom, let me assist you. Wang Meijuan smiled and patted her small hand. Yao Yao, you warm my heart the most. Upon seeing Cao Mo, Cao Jianya spoke. Cao Mo is here. Come and eat. His demeanor was open and generous, unaffected by Cao Kun's presence or any other factors that might have caused him to display hostility toward Cao Mo. Cao Mo smiled and replied, Dad, Mom, I've come to join you for a meal. A hint of embarrassment flickered across Wang Meijuan's face, prompting Cao Mo to ponder deeply. However, he had little time to dwell on it as Cao Jianya approached and gave him a pat on the shoulder. It's good to be back. Good to be back. Cao Mo quickly stated, I returned to celebrate Mom's birthday. He retrieved a gift box from his bag. Mom, tomorrow is your birthday, but I will not be able to attend your celebration. This gift is my birthday present for you. Cao Mo clearly observed her gaze flicker toward Cao Kun before she stepped forward to accept the item. Cao Mo, thank you for remembering my birthday. Cao Mo smiled, puzzled as to why this adoptive mother was so concerned about Cao Kun's reaction. Perhaps she was overly attentive, leading to her somewhat perfunctory attitude towards him. Mom, why not open it and see the gift? Cao Kun, standing beside them, pointed to the gift box. Cao Peiyu followed with a scoff, now that he has dropped out. With no source of income, what good could he possibly gift? Cao Mo replied calmly, a scarf, a cashmere scarf. Wang Meijuan scolded lightly, Xiao Yu. Mom, I meant no offense. I just think it's beneath me to accept his gifts. She retorted, you probably have never used something so cheap in your life. Gao Paiding, slightly irritated, glanced at their father, Cao Jianya, before saying, Cao Peiyu, can you be a little considerate? Even if you don't regard him as a member of the Cao family, at least have the basic courtesy of treating him as a guest. Wang Meijuan forced a smile and addressed Cao Mo. Very nice. I happen to need a scarf. The weather is getting colder, and I have no scarf when going out. Cao Kun, visibly impatient, interjected, all right, Mom, we are waiting for him. We are all hungry. Let's hurry and eat. Cao Jianya had already moved toward the dining room, prompting Wang Meijuan to quickly set down the gift box. All right, let us eat. Everyone, let us eat. Ting Ting, please inform the kitchen that we can begin serving. Xiao Mo, stay for dinner before you leave. Cao Peiding responded with an acknowledgement and turned to head to the kitchen. Cao Kun chimed in, indeed, a guest should always be welcomed, especially when they come bearing gifts. Cao Peiyao approached and tugged at Cao Mo's arm. Brother, let's sit together. It's been ages since we last shared a meal. With a smile, Cao Mo followed her to the dining room. Cao Jianya was already seated at the head of the table, lifting his teacup. Once the family settled down, the servants began to serve the dishes, all of which were clearly prepared in advance, merely requiring a brief reheating or possibly kept warm in anticipation of his arrival. Xiao Mo, you left rather abruptly last time, and there were some matters left unresolved. I'm unsure where you're residing now, or what you're doing after dropping out. Are you managing financially? I arranged for your elder sister to send you some money last time, Cao Jianya inquired. All eyes turned to Cao Mo, who, feeling a bit awkward, replied, I came simply to deliver a birthday gift to Mom. I'm doing quite well, living alone, and I found a job. Cao Kun immediately asked, is it in Hangzhou? Cao Peiding sat beside Cao Jianya and interjected, certainly not. He mentioned he took a day's journey to get back. Turning her gaze to Cao Mo, she continued, Xiao Mo, Where exactly are you residing? We've been quite concerned. Please, don't involve me, Cao Peiyu scoffed. I'm not worried at all. It was only right for him to move out after Kun returned. P.S. Just an outsider, a substitute. He can't stay here indefinitely. Cao Peiyao suddenly interjected. Second sister, could you please be quiet? Cao Peina added, second sister, refrain from speaking so much. We were enjoying ourselves until you ruined the mood. Cao Mo maintained a smile, assuring them, I'm perfectly fine. There is no need to worry. Before I left, both elder and third sisters provided me with some funds, and I sold my Porsche as well. I have enough money to last for quite a while. The mention of the car did not concern Cao Jianya, but for some reason, Cao Peiyu seemed intent on confronting Cao Mo. That car was a gift from Dad. Wasn't he it? We'll give you the right to sell it. It was supposed to belong to Cao Kun, my true brother. Cao Jianya cleared his throat and said, all right, let us eat. We can discuss anything after the meal. He was the first to pick up his chopsticks, prompting Wang Meiwan to eagerly serve Cao Kun. As he expressed gratitude, he glanced at Cao Mo, who found his behavior rather juvenile. Despite having made himself clear outside, upon seeing Wang Meiwan, he couldn't refrain from showing off. What is this all about? Cao Peiyao placed a piece of food onto his plate, urging, brother, eat up, it's cold outside, and the food will cool down quickly. Though she said this, the room was quite warm. Cao Mo felt it pointless to engage with Cao Peiyu or Cao Kun in a conflict. It seemed too petty, so he nodded and began eating. As he quietly consumed his meal, a brief silence enveloped the table. Soon, Wang Meiwan broke the quiet, asking, Cao Mo, you haven't mentioned where you're living now. It takes a whole day to return. Isn't it far? Cao Mo swallowed his food, setting down his chopsticks. No, Mom. I've rented a place in Heisher and found a job. What sort of company would hire a student who hasn't graduated? Cao Peiyu inquired, her curiosity piqued. You're not working at a factory in the surrounding counties, are you? Even if it's in the countryside, it's still part of Heisher. Cao Mo thought it pointless to respond, barely sparing her a glance. Mo go, you should tell us where you're working. You would want to worry Dad and Mom on purpose, would you? You really shouldn't have dropped out. University students are in high demand now, especially in finance. Dad even said he would have you work at Chow Corporation after graduation. Yet here you are, having dropped out without a word. Do you realize how disappointed Dad and Mom must be? Chapter 73. I don't even know where to begin. Cao Mo looked up. Cao Jianya's gaze was one of inquiry, confusion, and perplexity. He truly could not fathom why Cao Mo had chosen to drop out and relocate to Heisher. Although it was merely 100 to 200 kilometers away, what sort of job could a person with only a high school diploma secure? Furthermore, life in a factory was far from easy. Cao Mo had never experienced such hardship. He remained silent, seemingly waiting for Cao Mo to elaborate further. Wang Meiwan set down her chopsticks, gazing at Cao Mo with a mix of empathy and sorrow. Cao Mo, why not return to Hangsheng? It wouldn't be so bad to have a job arranged by the family. Before Cao Mo could respond, Cao Kun eagerly nodded in agreement. Exactly, Mo, go. Wouldn't it be better to intern at the family company? Why did you drop out? This way, you're missing out on internship opportunities. And without a diploma or degree, what will you do in the future? Cao Peiyu laughed dismissively. Don't kid yourself. Even if Mom and Dad agree, you still have to consider what Uncle and the others will say. Cao Mo, you can't seriously want to come back. Cao Mo ingan deeply, esaling slow. He was on the verge of losing his composure. No, I came today merely to deliver gifts and to wish Mom a happy birthday in advance. Looking at Wang Meiwan earnestly, he continued, Mom, thank you for raising me all these years. Happy birthday. He then added, the reason I arrived today was to avoid any discussions about the Cao family during the banquet tomorrow. I don't want to be the reason you, Dad, and the family are talked about. I can go anywhere without concern, but I've settled in Heisher now. Both work and life are manageable. So please don't worry. I'm doing quite well. Cao Peiting, Cao Peina, and Cao Peiyao remained silent, patiently awaiting his words. Once he finished, Cao Peiyao sighed, brother, I'm also alone abroad. It's truly quite dull. No matter where I go or what I do, I'm by myself. And I can't even afford to get too close to my classmates. I have no idea what their intentions are when they interact with me. Why not return to Hangsheng? Even if you don't stay at home, at least being in Hangsheng means Dad, Mom, and the elder sister can provide you with some support. Cao Peiting looked at him with earnestness. Cao Mo, why not come back? Even dropping out is fine. I know your grades from the first to the third year were excellent. The fourth year internship is just to better adapt to society and the realities of working in a corporation. Come back, and I'll arrange a job for you. Just as Cao Peiyu was about to speak, she noticed Cao Peiyao glaring at her fiercely. Yao, what else with that look? You better keep your mouth shut, or I won't bother with you anymore. Cao Peiyao said with a fierce glare. Cao Jianya and Wang Meiwan continued to eat at a leisurely pace. However, Cao Kun seized the opportunity. Elder sister, when I suggested interning at the company, you insisted I go abroad for studies. I wanted to spend more time with Dad, Mom, and all of you, but you wouldn't allow it. Yet now you are being so lenient with him? Elder sister, this is nothing short of double standards. Cao Peiting's expression shifted. Is it the same? He is my biological brother. The future of the Cao family is entrusted to him. Do you think that by sending you abroad, I, as your elder sister, do not care for you? It is solely for your own benefit. Can the educational standards at home truly compare to those abroad? If you lack genuine skills, are you not concerned that one day you might lose your position as chairman to the second or third branches of the family? Although Cao Mo is an adopted son, he has lived with us for many years. What harm is there in lending him a helping hand? Or is it that you're simply unwilling for him to return, even fearing his capabilities may surpass your own? Cao Kun is not truly foolish. He merely speaks casually to provoke our parents' emotions. Mother, look at my sister. Scolded me again. Cao, Ji interjected. Your elder sister is correct. Do you not recall what your second uncle and others mentioned during their last visit? Their concerns were not regarding your identity, but your capabilities. I do not wish to dwell on this matter. If you do not exert yourself, no matter how vast the family fortune, it may slip through your fingers. Diligent effort is the only path to stability. Everything else holds little significance for you. After speaking, he cast a deliberate glance at Cao Mo. Cao Mo silently chuckled to himself. Is he insinuating something about me? He turned to Cao Peiyao and whispered, hurry up and eat. These unnutritious words are best left unheard, or better yet, forgotten. Though his voice was soft, it was audible to everyone present. Cao Peiyao nodded. Brother, wait for me to return and start my own company. Will you help me then? Of course. As long as you do not disdain my lack of formal qualifications, Cao Mo replied with a smile. Cao Kun, feeling completely disregarded, seethed inwardly but could not express his anger in front of their father, Cao Jianya. For the past few months, he had been playing the role of the obedient and diligent student, and indeed his academic abilities were commendable. However, he still needed to respond to his father's remarks. I understand. Father, I will strive to improve. The employees on my elder sister's side have been quite supportive, and I have kept up with my private tutor's assignments. Wang Meiwan nodded with a smile. Yes, mother knows you have been working hard lately. You must persevere. If studying abroad is not your wish, then do not go. Mother feels a bit reluctant. Cao Kun's gaze shifted towards Cao Mo, who was engrossed in conversation with Cao Peiyao, completely ignoring him, which only fueled his frustration. The meal progressed swiftly. Although there was conversation at the table, Cao Mo remained indifferent, eager to finish and return home. He had already sensed the change in attitudes from Cao Peiyu and Cao Kun, as well as from others. He could understand, yet he would not accept it. It seemed that Cao Jianya no longer cared about him. His words were merely for show. As for Wang Meiwan, she would likely only think of him as unfair when they next met. But as long as he was out of her sight, she would certainly forget that she had an adopted son. Though his elder and younger sisters had not exchanged harsh words, it was likely that in half a year, such animosity would surface. As for the second sister, Cao Peiyu, she could be easily disregarded. Cao Kun, still immature in his thoughts, could be overlooked. Only Cao Peiyao, this brilliant young girl, saw through everything clearly. Her aspirations of starting her own business and inviting him to join were simply a reflection of her ignorance of his true situation, a desire to support him. Given the stature and wealth of the Cao family, there was no necessity to engage in matrimonial alliances through these four sisters to cement anything. Such matters were the purview of the daughters of the second and third branches, who would even receive substantial dowries and resources from the Cao family. Perhaps this was why Cao Peiyao felt free from excessive concern. Nevertheless, it was prudent to observe further. With a soul over 40, having witnessed far too much, even the news and short videos encountered while waiting for a meal provided countless narratives. He truly wished to avoid those melodramatic tales unfolding in his life. By the way, Cao Mo, Cao Jianya set down his chopsticks. Have there been any updates from your biological parents? This question immediately captured everyone's attention. Cao Mo paused, then shook his head. As of now, there are no leads. With a sigh, he continued, I suppose it is a matter of fate. Perhaps I should devise a way to get myself into the news. Who knows? My biological parents might see it and recognize me by my appearance. If I were to seek them out in such a vast country, I wouldn't even know where to begin.